And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
All right, happy Monday, everybody. Let's do this again. As I said to Marcus walking in, so what are we going to do? Talk about sports for a week? Is that what we're going to do?
Every week, Murph.
We were walking in together. We arrived at the garage together, and I said, let's go. Another week. Big week for the 49ers, brother. Big week for the 49ers Thursday on draft night.
I mean, Murph.
We'll pound that into the ground by Thursday.
We've been in the middle of mock draft season for the last month and a half. Hell, 2 months since the 49ers season ended out in Las Vegas. But this week, John Lynch is back in the war room. And guess what? Yours truly, Marcus Boucher, is hosting a draft party this Thursday, 21st Amendment.
What?
Come on down, have some beers, and watch the 49er draft.
I didn't get the Evite.
Oh,
I didn't get the Evite.
you could be my +1, Murph.
Can I be? It's like the Gotham Club.
Yeah.
Okay, so wait a minute. Give me this again. We're hosting draft parties?
Yeah,
and
I love how I'm just plugging this at 6:01 in the morning on a Monday morning.
The 601 crowd will be massive
I got
on
to
Thursday.
pump it up for the people. So Thursday night, of course,
We're immediately promoting.
we'll have Greg Papa, John Lund down at Levi Stadium.
Oh, they'll be down there.
They're down at Levi Stadium. Myself, John Dickinson, super reporter, and the PD himself, Adam Copeland, are hosting a draft party where they're going to be thrown to us live from 21st Amendment Thursday night. We'll be breaking down and giving our live reactions to the 49ers' first-round draft pick that they finally have again.
So my choices are between Greg Papa, who covers the league for a living and has for decades, in a room that is sober and quiet and has access to documents and laptops, versus takes from you guys at 21st Amendment pounding Bruce.
Yes, and Murph,
Okay, I just want to make sure I
the
got
best
that
thing
there.
about this is you get both at the same time, because whenever Johnny Lund and Greg Papa need a little bathroom break, they'll toss it to us at 21st Amendment. We'll hop on live, and we'll keep the party going.
Sounds pretty awesome. All right, everybody go down. What's that? Just all are welcome?
Oh, everybody and anybody. I think you might have to be over 21 years old to get into the brewery, but hey, come on down, 21st Amendment.
They don't call it 18th Amendment.
No, they don't.
They call it 21st Amendment. I was listening to the Giants game the other day, and I heard Dave Fleming say the 21st out of the game is sponsored by 21st Amendment.
Always is, Murph.
I'm just telling you right now that if I was in Fleming's shoes, I would. How many times would I blow missing that read? Because, like, for example, these reads right here, we forget them all the time.
Well, also,
we forget them. And I got a young tone in my ear. Provident, Marin Health read, didn't do the legal, all that stuff. So I was like, is Dave Fleming going to go 162 for 162 on that 21st
he's a
Amendment?
pro's pro, and obviously, Murph, by my math, 21 is divided by 3. So the 21st out is the last out of an inning, which means he has to make sure to get the sponsor in before the 21st out.
I guess because he does the 7th inning. So that would be, it would be a natural for him to remember. And he would do it probably with 2 outs to say
He always does.
The next out will be the 21st out. All right. Well, Dave, and plus as you mentioned, he's a pro.
He's a pro.
He's a pro.
So he'll make sure to get that 21st Amendment read in, and he'll make sure to drop a Liv Moss for the Taco Bell second inning.
Nice. All right. What would he say about Friday night?
Oh.
What out was that? How many outs were sponsored Friday night?
That's a great question, Murph.
There I was, Marcus Boucher. There I was.
Murph is in the building.
Had my season seats, my second game of the year, my second no Jung-Hoo Lee. I've had 2 games this year, the Wednesday afternoon against the Nats, the Tyler Fitzgerald game, no Jung-Hoo Lee.
Where you see?
And then I'm driving in Friday afternoon with I'm taking Coach Jim and Coach Mike to the game. We're doing a little coaches reunion. There's no Jung-Hoo Lee.
Where you see?
I'm 0 for Jung-Hoo. I'm sick of that.
Jung, where is he Lee?
I need some aura.
As the kids are saying, Murph. And I really wasn't happy. I understand that they played back-to-back after going on the road. They came home with no days off. And we talked about this earlier in the season when he came over from the KBO. They play a less amount of games out in Korea, so he's going to need some days off. But when my guy Jung-Hoo Lee is in the middle of a hit streak, it's hard for me to bench him. I get it was a lefty-lefty matchup that night versus Jordan Montgomery, but still, I need some Jung-Hoo Lee in my life.
You mean just like Jock Peterson versus Eric Miller was a lefty-lefty matchup yesterday with a 2-1 lead in the 6th inning?
Yo, young Jock, it's going down.
What's he wearing? These like neon yellow, like that look. My mom had dishwash when she would wash the dishes.
Yes.
She put on yellow gloves like
Dude.
that to wash the dishes.
Dude, you're absolutely right. My mom had the same glass.
That's what
same
Jock
gloves.
Peterson was. Jock doing dishes when he wasn't doubling off of Eric Miller?
I mean, he had the gloves, he had the shoes. We know Jock is pretty flamboyant with his outfits.
Yeah,
he was wearing the neon green, kind of like slime green last year, the Nickelodeon slime color.
Yeah.
He likes to spice it up a little bit, the pearl necklaces, everything. That's why Jock Peterson has such an aura around him. But Murph, I was surprised going to all the ball games this weekend. Jock Peterson got booed nearly every time he came up to the plate.
So he didn't play Friday night, so I can't vouch for that. But you are, of course, our man on the scene.
That's
Marcus,
it.
ladies and gentlemen.
The streak continues,
Ladies
Murph.
and gentlemen, Cal Ripken's got nothing on this guy.
Yeah, watch out, Cal.
I don't know if Waterboy's going to miss a game this year. Might you go 81 for 81?
Murph, it's on the table.
It is on the table
Now
because you've hit everyone so far, right?
I mean, now you've
what
got
about tonight, Mets?
I'll be there.
Okay.
I got to go watch future forever Giant first baseman Pete Alonso and get my scouting report for next year once he joins the Gigantes. But that's a story we could talk
Shout
about
out
another
veteran
day.
lefty Jose Quintana, former Southsider in Chicago.
Mhm. But Murph, now you've put this thought in my head now.
Okay.
Even when I'm going to take vacation, I'm like looking ahead to the Giants schedule to see if they're at home or on the road because I might miss a home game if I do take a vacation.
You got to be like, I'm trying to think of who would like move heaven and earth to make sure that they could still keep their streak alive. Well, actually, no joke, dude. You want to know about streaks, dude? Just talk to me. Dude, Superfan had a multi-year streak of never missing a home game.
Oh, dude, I'm never catching Superfan.
No, Superfan.
Now, this is for
UCLA
hoops?
home football game.
Football, okay.
Yeah.
Now, that's not
He
as
had that for-
complicated because
I wanna
football's
say-
only once a week.
I want to say, and in college football, you only get about 5 a year.
Exactly.
But I think I want to say it was a decade plus, at least.
See, I'm going to 5 Giants games a week, Tony.
Yeah. And that's hard on your pocketbook, too, I might add, with those beers.
Yeah, the beers ain't cheap, Murph, but I'm lucky enough to live a life where they gave me a credential, like I'm some media schlub that deserves to be there. So if I can get into the ballpark for free, walking 15 minutes down the block, Murph, I'm going to be there every night.
Can I offer you a $9 beer? To go easier on the pocketbook.
I did have one $9 beer. I swear. I swear. It was, I should have actually brought this up last week.
I'm psyched.
It was for one of the
I'm
weekday night games.
I'm psyched.
And I was up in club level, and it was like 7th, 8th inning where they keep selling alcohol on the club level all day long.
Yeah.
And I was parched, and I needed a beer, and I was like, dude, I already bought
This
a couple.
is exactly what Candace has said in defending me. First of all, she staunchly defends her man all the time. God bless you, honey. And she says, I don't understand why they're killing you about these $9 beers. She goes, sometimes I don't want the full beer. Sometimes I need a lighter taste. And the $9 beer fits it.
And that's it.
You were at the end of the night. You didn't want to go all
End
in.
of the night, I had to host a radio show at 6 in the morning.
But you wanted a little bit on your tongue.
I wasn't dropping another $20 on a hazy IPA.
Exactly,
so I
dude.
went up and said, hey, are those mountains blue? Give me a Coors Light, $9, slap down a tenner. I was good to go, Murph.
Yeah.
I stand with Murph.
Vindication.
I don't think I'll ever start with a $9 beer, but I don't mind finishing with one.
Yeah. It's the Kaiway Tang of beers. It's the Kaiway.
That's when I knew it was time to go. Once I'm ordering a $9 beer and Kaiway Tang's giving them grand slams, the night's
By
over.
the way, can Blake Snell stop doing Kaiway Tang like this, dude?
Dude.
Oh, that's 3 Snell starts 3 times. Tang has to grab the bucket and the mop and come on in and just be like, hey, clean up on aisle 3, bro. There's a lot of spillage out there.
Kaiway Tang's like, this dude won the Cy Young last year?
Oh, my God.
And
So
I'm out here cleaning up for him?
I had active discussions with the people around me on Friday night. I was in one of my moods where I yelled stuff, you know, and I mean, I'll just do that. I'll just yell stuff. I'm at a ball game. For example, Austin Slater popped out at one point, and I just yelled out of nowhere. I said, I need more, Slater! That's what I yelled.
Yeah.
I did that. So later on in the game, this old guy was sitting near me, and we were talking about Snell, and then Slater came up. He goes, were you the guy who yelled that about Slater? I go, yeah. He goes, yeah, I was in the other section. He goes, I heard you. He goes, I agreed with you. He says, I agreed with you. But anyway.
I need something from Slater.
So Snell in the 5th inning, or the 4th inning, when it started to wobble, some guy said, Snell, you garbage. And I turned around and said, nah. I said, not that. I said, I've been watching him tonight, every pitch. He's pitching well. And in the first 3 innings,
Yes.
he was pitching well.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Jordan Montgomery was pitching better.
Yeah.
Because Jordan Montgomery didn't have to face Blaze Alexander, who was the worst thing that ever happened to me.
Blaze
this
Alexander.
weekend.
Well, Murph, actually, let me stop you for a second because Jordan Montgomery was thrown to guys like Blaze Alexander after he did his minor league rehab assignment before coming up to the big league level, something that Blake Snell did not choose to do.
Which perhaps you saw the evidence on display.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, but Snell ran out of gas. Melvin called it. So anyway, we had big discussions about Snell, and So I'd just like to leave the Giants at this, and then we'll get into it. We'll get the guest list going, NFL draft, NBA playoffs, all that fun stuff. But so the Giants are 10-13, which is depressing. That's a depressing record. But I'd like to say that they're 10-10 when they don't play the Dodgers. You realize that? And 10-10 when Blake Snell doesn't start a
just
game.
like that. Yeah, Murph. How about this little nugget? In the 3 games that Blake Snell has pitched, the Giants have been outscored 34-6.
Well, I mean, can only go up from there.
There we go. Hey, and his ERA can only go down, which it did after this last outing on Friday. He's in the 11s, Murph. He's in the 11s.
All right, we got the guest list coming up. We got a whole week. We're going to do this for a week. That's what I decided coming into the building, and I'm like, I guess we'll talk about sports this week.
Ooh.
So we'll get the guest list from young Tony, find out how his glorious Northern California weekend was next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I don't think I'll ever start with a $9 beer, but I don't mind finishing with one.
Yeah, it's the Kaiway Tang of beers.
Oh.
Pittsburgh, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Pittsburgh sports leader.
And now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Tyler Fitzgerald has been tearing up the base path, and he also tore up his interview this weekend with Bill Lasky. If you want to see how number 49 sounded with Big Tree this weekend, check out that podcast and more. Trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Here it comes, and Soler drives one deep down the left field line. It is gone! And we've got a home run in a home game. Jorge Soler, the first Giants home run at Oracle Park this year.
There's a high drive in the deep right field. Hit really well. On its way. Goodbye! A leadoff home run by Jung-Hoo Lee. There's a swing, and there's a high drive in the deep right field. Headed for the Bay. Adios! Pelota! Patrick Bailey with a Bonzian blast. Yeah, swing, and he hits a high drive to right field. Back onto the warning track, back at the wall, and goodbye! A home run!
Well, there you go. Bye-bye, baby rejoins. Always good on a Monday morning. Get you out of bed. Get you pepped. This would be a great alarm clock song to wake you up. You know what I mean? I'd pop out. Like my buddy used to say that if the theme from The Magnificent Seven by Elmer Bernstein was his alarm clock, he would be a CEO of a Fortune 500 company. Because there's nothing that fires you up more than the theme for The Magnificent Seven. But this is a close second. Bye-bye, baby.
Not a bad wake-up call, Murph.
All four of those home runs each has a significance. We'll take them kind of backwards here. Yaz, first of the year.
First extra base hit of the season, Murph.
Wow, good stat.
Yeah.
First of the year, dude. He's coming around a little bit. A little bit, right?
He's starting to swing it a lot better over this last week, and he is slowly climbing himself up to that Mendoza line, trying to get that 200 batting average.
Fending off the online hate that every time he takes an at-bat.
Hey.
The other one of note, Jung-Hoo Lee's leadoff bomb after he rested on Friday, answering the Padres scoring in the first inning. The aura of a Jung-Hoo Lee.
The aura of a kid who went deep for the first time on the corner of 3rd and King.
Yes.
First Oracle Park home run.
Was that his first?
It was. His first home run in the season.
Where was his other one?
Opening against San Diego.
Okay, so all right. Number 3, the kayak shot from Pat Bailey. In all the years, I can't remember one landing in the kayak on the fly.
Okay, good, because I want to ask Mr. This Date in Giants history if this was the ever splash hit that never splashed water.
It's an incredible question, and I'm open to correction here because there have been how many splash hits? 103?
103 now.
So out of 103, I'm pretty sure that's the first one to land in a kayak. It's kind of amazing, right?
Now, I'm just curious if there's one caught on the fly.
Do we not call it a splash hit?
That's the big question. 808 KNBR
It
is the
didn't
number.
splash.
Might be the big hit today.
Bailey asked that. Wow, and we need to talk about this. This has been the elephant in the room for a year. My man's Revolutionary War headbands.
Dude.
My man's Revolutionary War, because He's wearing, they're getting more and more garish. Like, he's like, when are you guys going to ask me about these? Because the one he had on Saturday looked like Washington crossing the Potomac. I was like, is he like begging us to ask? There's so many questions. Is he just a Revolutionary War historian? Is he like a buff? He's just got all sorts of trivia. Like
proud American.
There
Murph.
are people who are like Civil War buffs, you know, and they go like reenact the battles and all that stuff, you know. There's other political aspects to the possible, which we're not going to get into here, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Listen, we all support the colonists. We all support our victory over the Redcoats, all right, guys? But it is amazing. That's his look. He's going with it.
And it's funny you say
I'm
that
going Revolutionary War until you guys figure it out.
During Patrick Bailey Bobblehead Day on Saturday, they put up on the Jumbotron, like, the fill-in-the-blank questions with Patrick Bailey.
Oh, gosh.
Where, like, they would Google, like, does Patrick Bailey own an old truck and does he drive it?
Yeah.
Does Patrick Bailey do so-and-so?
Okay.
And they asked, what is it that Patrick Bailey wears on his head?
Oh, they did?
And he just looked at the camera and was like, it's just a headband.
Is that what he said?
That's it. That was his answer. In his kind of low monotone speech.
If he comes with the "Don't tread on me," then we'll be getting into some political. Then we'll definitely be getting into some dicey, not dicey, some gray area in terms of like the world. Anyway, he was wearing that, so his kayak shot has one been caught on the fly.
See, that was my question because the Cove used to be packed when Barry was chasing home run records.
Something tells me yes.
You would have think there would have been somebody on a boat.
Maybe even by a net.
Yeah,
he went into a net.
McCovey Cove Dave ever catch one on the fly?
Any historians out there who can help us out on that? I certainly. Did the camera actually catch Bailey's going into the kayak?
Yes, so they had a replay that they put out later, and I had a buddy that was actually up like 202 section down the right field line, and he said he saw it perfectly landed right in the lady's lap.
It's incredible. She didn't, and then finally the last one, because we did Yaz, Lee, the kayak shot, and then the last one has special meaning for your boy Waterboy and your boy Murph, because we're both there on Friday night, and unbeknownst, he's out in the bleachers with the San Jose State band.
Dude.
I'm in our season seats with Coach Jim and Coach Mike, and we all decide after having Gotham clubbed before the game. Shout out to Gotham Club. Shout out to the One Percenters. That was my first Gotham Club game. How many years it's been there? I don't know how many years
Shout
it's
out
been
to
there.
the One Percenters who know what I'm talking about.
I've never done it. You can have yourself a civilized cocktail, sitting down, having a cocktail.
Did you get one of those special cocktails that has like the Giants baseball ice cube that they put in the glass?
My Coach Mike did. Ooh. I like my Manhattans up, Marcus. No ice.
Ooh, no ice.
My brother.
All
so
right. Classy guy.
So
classy brew.
I knocked back a big old honk in Manhattan, and then got myself an IPA in a plastic cup to go. A nice one. Called Loud and Clear, I think it's called. Do you know that?
Loud and Clear.
I think so. I think that's what they said.
Okay.
I said, just give it to me. Whatever it is, just give it to me. So
if it's cold,
then
serve
you
it
take
up.
an elevator up, and it spits you out on the port walk. Or not the port walk, but the right field arcade.
Oh, that's what that elevator's there for.
Yeah. All of a sudden, I'm walking around with my nice IPA, my hazy, that was, quite frankly, a little better than the kind you can get in the park.
Yeah, and what was the price on that hazy? At the Gotham Club.
I want to say 14.
Which is cheaper than what you're paying inside the ballpark.
But I might be wrong. The bill just came and we split it 3 ways. That's all I know.
When you're in the Gotham Club, you don't look at the bill.
So anyway, with a Manhattan and an IPA in me, around the bottom of the third top of the fourth, middle of the fourth, what happens? The bladder calls. And the other my two coaches go, yeah, me too. So I said, middle of the fourth, let's go. We sprinted up to the men's room. There I was, Waterboy, straddling the urinal when I hear, but I was such a lunatic, knowing that the strobe lights were coming. I sprinted over, briefly doused my hands, and sprinted outside, almost with my pants at my ankles, to see Soler rounding third and the brief strobe light effect.
And the flash.
Through the crowd. I could only see it like from the back of the arcade. So
from a distance, because Murph.
I understand the same thing was happening to you.
We've been waiting all year long for a home run at Oracle Park. And credit for Jorge Soler showing off a little Soler power, finally going deep. And Murph, I was standing in line waiting for a beer.
We went 0 for 2.
I've been at every game this year.
Where were you? Which beer stand?
I was in behind center field, behind the Jumbotron.
Oh, like out by the Crazy Crab?
Exactly, out near the Crazy Crab sandwich.
So
I
you
was waiting
couldn't
for a beer.
see us.
I couldn't see nothing.
Yeah,
I saw the
yeah.
replay live, and you can kind of see the flashing lights.
Did you shout an S-bomb?
I did, but at that point, dude, I wasn't getting out of line. There was a couple people. There only had two more guys in front of me.
So you were just like,
So if they would have got through those beers a little quicker, then maybe I would have seen the light show.
There I was. I was at the urinal. He was in line. We still haven't seen it.
Yeah.
And I still want B-52 strobe light as part of our. I think maybe if the Giants, might want to put that in the home package.
B-52
strobe light. I'm telling you, it's a song about. It's a great deep cut by the B-52s, and she says she wants to make love.
Hey.
Under the strobe light.
I understand.
Anyway, so that was our weekend. The Giants split 4 with the Diamondbacks. There's 10-13. I'm still waiting them to get going. Melvin got tossed. Matty Williams got tossed.
Yes.
Let's get the young Tony on the mic, though. Young Tony Farias. Tony, I did what you would do on Sunday. I played golf Sunday morning. How about you, buddy? Yeah.
I played golf Saturday.
Look at you playing golf.
I played golf on Saturday.
How? By the way, shout out, hey, Northern California, all y'all listening, shout out our weekend. How was that?
Oh, beautiful.
How was the Bay Area at its finest?
Shorts both days.
And it was just, the air we have is just I'm telling you, it's a little too hot in L.A. Seattle, you'll get it, but you got to wait for just the month of July. There's something about a Bay Area spring weekend like that. That's just the sky. I know you were at the game all weekend. NBC Sports Bay Area unveiled a new angle from below. It's from the third base side. On deck circle angle. Have you seen that?
Oh, nice.
It's it's like a shot of a left-handed hitter.
Is that like the 4K extra HD cam too?
I guess, but it has a good Bailey's homer. You get an angle from the on deck circle looking up.
I did see that. Yeah.
And dude, the sky in those shots on this weekend. There's not a ballpark in America that could. I know Pittsburgh's great and Baltimore's great and Chicago and Boston. What are you gonna say about Wrigley and Fenway? It's not a ballpark in America. It looked as beautiful as that.
Beautiful ballpark. Yeah. Beautiful ballpark.
So, it was just absolutely gorgeous. I would have taken a win on Sunday, quite frankly. I would have taken a win. Kind of sick of this 3 games under 500 thing.
Yeah.
Kind of sick of it.
Well,
and with the Mets coming in, I don't.
Well, Murph, take it up with Kevin Newman after he blew that call yesterday.
Yeah, right? We're going to have to talk about that.
We'll get into that, yeah.
All right. Guest list, Tone, on a Monday, 4/22/24. Yeah, here it is. People checking in. 650. Saying, yeah, they're all in on this Revolutionary War.
They're all in, Murph.
Hey, man, somebody's going to get to the bottom of it. Is he just a historian, or is there some sort of larger message?
He's just a proud American, Murph.
Well, aren't we all? Aren't we all? All right,
he wore the same headband all year last year. So he's either switching it up or he's got his favorite this year. I don't know.
I just happened to notice Saturday. I had never seen the George Washington crossing the Potomac one. That one was
a pretty cool one, yeah.
That one was particularly striking. All right, what do we got, bud?
All right, coming up at 6:50 this morning, we got your total weekend recall, Hums and Bums at 6:50.
Baby.
That's just tradition.
Tradition unlike any other.
I'm grounded by that. Yes. All right.
All right, coming up at 7:30, Mike Krukow calling into the show. Recap that series.
Great to have him back Saturday, wasn't it?
100%.
Yeah. All right.
Love seeing him in the booth. Big hit 7:50. Still not sure on that. George Contos at 8:50. He was doing pre and post this weekend. Chris Berman at 8:50 this morning. Big get by Curly.
Back, Chris Berman?
Back.
1988. Brian Murphy, Super Bowl of Sports Trivia. Chris Berman?
Hi. Brian Murphy. I'm from Mill Valley, California. I'm a 20-year-old junior major in English. And I'd just like to say we still love those fighting Golden State Warriors.
You and the 3 others. No, never mind.
How about that, buddy?
Some decent laughs.
Hiss and crack of the VHS. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then 9:15 this morning, Matt Barrows calling in the show.
Ooh, NFL
49ers draft this week. Yep.
All right. What happened in the NBA playoffs next on the Sports Leader?
Back. Gone.
is KNBR, and this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Yeah. Hear this, baby. This is how we did it in 1978. Want to make love to you under the strobe light.
Yeah.
Early B-52s, buddy. What do you think, young Tone?
Sounds old. That's my instant reaction. I don't know.
Tony, what's your favorite memory from 1978?
I was not even a thought. I wasn't even like.
Turn it up a little bit.
Consider.
Keep playing this early, sort of early. They were so unique, man. They weren't punk. They weren't pop. They were their own thing, man. The B-52s. You got to respect them. Got to respect them.
Now, why that name? B-52 is like a plane?
B-52 is a plane, correct. You can choose your band name, whatever.
Damn.
What do you go through band names? 808 KNBR?
Damn.
Why the Rolling Stones? Why
Murph.
the Beatles?
Murph, has our guy Bam Bam ever flown a B-52?
Well, I would like this to play every time a night game home run is
Yeah,
hit,
I don't know
dude.
about that one, Murph.
I'm sorry. I'm putting my foot down. That's freaking great sound.
I'll give
right
you
there.
one for the light show, but I don't know if it's getting into the victory package.
All right. Maybe how about this? What am I bargaining with you guys? You guys are like children in diapers. I've been holding this freaking spot down for 20 years.
Let's
you
make
do
a
what
deal.
I freaking say.
Let's
all right,
make
dude?
a deal, Murph.
So home runs, you're just going to clip that. Just that little clip. Doesn't have to be a 50-second clip. It could be a nice little 3 to 5 second clip.
I gotcha.
That's
All
it.
right.
All
No
right?
worries.
All right?
Drop
All right?
it, Tony.
All right? Jeez.
Light show, Tony.
You guys,
But
man.
by the way, if we do that, can we have?
It's funny.
Can we?
all right?
Can we have?
It's funny.
if
That's
it-
the idea.
If it happens,
It's
can John
funny.
Curley run into the studio and start flickering the lights for us?
Yes.
That's what we need to do. I need some real production. If we're
Yes.
going to do the light show, I got to be all in,
That's
John.
a great idea there, buddy. That's a great idea. Charles Javis joins Pop in London 12:30 this afternoon. All right, so we actually teased the NBA playoffs, which are going on without your Warriors.
Oh,
See that Dame Lillard thing you sent about Coachella?
yeah.
This is what Steph and Clay and these guys are doing now. Dame said, it's nice to be back in the playoffs. He goes, last year I went to Coachella.
Yeah. Had some time off. It was good to see Dollar Dame return to the postseason. But is that where Clay and Steph are right now? Coachella?
Hey, question. So of all the games, did you pay attention without the Warriors in it?
Not as much as if the Warriors were playing, to be
Right.
completely honest with you.
And if you did, what grabbed you the most?
Well, I would say Damian Lillard dropping 35 in the first half off of 6 3-pointers. Stay tuned for hums and bums.
Okay.
And then the second game had to be Minnesota versus Phoenix.
Yeah.
Ant-Man, Anthony Edwards going back and forth with the entire Suns roster.
Just think about that. That was the same draft as James Wiseman. And when he was gone, though. He was number one.
Yeah,
and
he was
Warriors
off the
couldn't
board,
get him,
obviously.
But I remember thinking.
But could you imagine?
I know.
Oh,
Just to think, buddy. Can you
dude.
imagine? I know, right?
Dude, not even just what he does on the court, but his personality off the court, the content that we'd be getting on a daily basis.
Can you imagine? We keep saying, where's the number 2 scorer? Oh, he's right there. His name is Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
Well, I agree with you. Minnesota, Phoenix, and torching Durant, right?
I mean,
Torching
that
Durant.
was the thing. Anthony Edwards was cooking Grayson Allen. Then he was cooking Devin Booker. And then next thing you know, KD's like, all right, screw it. Let me have a dance. Let me go for a ride. And Anthony Edwards took him to town also.
And so that one, I agree with you. Minnesota 120, Phoenix 95. Now, again, we all know these games go from our days from back in the play. Back when the Warriors used to be in the playoffs, we remember, every game is its own chapter.
Correct.
Hence the Draymond Green, no, it's fine, after losing game 1 at home to the Celtics.
No, it's fine.
Right. Remember that? So again, but the Lakers Nuggets, that's the one we thought, should the Lakers have tanked to avoid the Nuggets, right?
Nuggets.
Right? Well, they lose to the Nuggets in game 1. And how about, did you guys see George Karl's tweet I sent you? Was that one? You guys talk about, old heads unite, B-52s, 1978. George Karl sent out a tweet, says he thinks in 50 years of basketball, he's never seen a better player than Nikola Jokic.
Never.
He said
50
He said,
years.
yeah, I saw Michael Jordan too.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
I was
He
saying-
said, and I've seen LeBron,
George Karl's seen a lot of good
and
players.
I've seen Magic Johnson, LeBron, and Michael.
Wow.
He said he thinks Jokic is the best. Now, he got absolutely destroyed in the comments.
Of course he did.
Destroyed. But, I'm just throwing it out there. You want to talk a hot take?
I was going to say,
that's a hot take.
That's what happens when you have a hot take.
Yeah. Listen, and see, J.J. Redick recently said he's the worst athlete to ever win MVP.
Oh, why you got to hate on my guy Joker?
And I'm like, what are they talking? So what do they mean? Do they not see his footwork?
Well, Murph, we've been talking about this for years now since I've been working with you in the mornings. There's a crowd of basketball fans who are like, oh, Joker's boring. He's not that good. He's just big. I'm like, what game are you watching?
Yeah.
Like the passes he makes, the shots he makes, he's literally unstoppable, and he looks like the most unathletic guy on the court.
But he's actually quite athletic.
Correct.
And
sneaky athletic.
And now he's turned into kind of like his low-key comedy, right? Remember the horse-drawn carriage and everything when they got the MVP?
With his legs hanging out the sides.
Yes, dude. And now, do you see this thing about the Minions and Gru and all this? So you guys down with the Minions?
I'm down with the Minions. That's probably more young Tony's generation.
You down with the Minions?
It's a good little, I guess it's a series now. But yeah, it's a fun movie.
Okay, so Gru is the Steve Carell voiced character who wears like the scarf and kind of looks like Nikola Jokic.
That's right. He's the villain.
So what's the origin story? Did he show up dressed with the black turtleneck once and they said you look like Gru, or did he do it to look like Gru?
That's a good question.
I don't know. Was it a deliberate thing, or once they said he looked like Gru, he decided to adopt the persona?
Then he just took on the look.
Because now there's a Minions 4 movie coming out. This commercial hit the playoffs this weekend.
Damn.
He's in a therapy office. He's wearing the black turtleneck and the blazer. Do you have this here, Young Tone? And she's saying, like, what's your problem here? Here it is. Yeah.
Thought I look really good that day. I put on this beautiful suit. They said, I'm in business.
Like the one you're wearing?
Yes.
Then what happened?
They say I looked like Gru.
Why does that bother you?
It doesn't.
Then why bring it up?
Because they won't leave me alone.
They?
Guys, I'm not your boss.
Elimination's Despicable Me 4.
Pretty solid.
Dude, I like it.
Pretty solid.
I need a cameo in the actual movie from the Joker.
I think you could just cut that part where they say I looked like Gru. There's just something about that made me laugh.
Why does it bother you? It doesn't.
It doesn't, exactly. So anyway, shout him out getting that win in Minnesota. And then the other one, I think I've just decided nobody cares and nobody should care.
Nobody cares.
But I'm throwing it I'm riding with the Knicks.
Ooh,
I'm riding with the Knicks.
Welcome to the bandwagon.
Yeah, I'm riding with the Knicks.
The Bing Bong bandwagon.
They got the Sixers, although the story is Embiid's re-injured.
Yeah, and by the way, that might have
Playing
been
on
one of
one
the
leg.
sickest plays I've seen to hurt yourself on. Threw an alley-oop off the backboard and then goes down. Now, it was a good sign to see him come back into that game in the second half, but the Knicks had built such a big lead by then, it didn't really matter.
And he's also playing he was limping around.
Yeah, he's been having that knee issue all season.
And they go
long.
again tonight now. So tonight's games are, I wrote them down just for me. By the way, Orlando, Cleveland at 4. Sorry, bro. Sorry. That's where I draw the line.
Yeah.
I draw the line. That's the Maginot line. Orlando, Cleveland.
I'm not going to watch too much of that series.
Sixers, Knicks at 4:30, and then Denver and the Lakers at 7 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
So those are all good games to go. And also, guys, the other NBA thing from the weekend is the NBA awards came out. How do you guys feel about this? And they're now doing what MLB does, which is announces their 3 finalists. This is all new. They didn't used to do this.
Trying to build up some hype.
Yeah. So MVP, Luka, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and Gru.
Or my guy Gru, yeah.
What do you guys think?
It's
it
Joker.
Gru?
It's Joker
Is
again.
he going to win his third straight?
He's going to do it again.
Wow. Where does that put him in company? That's like elite.
I know. We got to book George Karl to get his thoughts.
We can. We can book George Karl. Hey, Curly, hop on it, buddy. Rookie of the Year, Wemby.
They got to give it to Wemby.
Chet and Brandon Miller. Did you guys sleep on his rookie season?
No, Murph, you're talking about Brandon Miller, who was a member of the Waterboys championship basketball team this year.
You drafted well because I saw also in one of the 3 finalists for Most Improved Player, your boy Sengun.
Sengun's my guy. He was on the roster also won a ring this year.
Defensive Player of the Year, no Draymond.
And by the way, I should just tell you, too, because you'll probably get a kick of this because we never talk about my fantasy basketball team. My team name is Midnight Jokers.
Nice.
Yeah, because I got the Joker, Nikola Jokic, for
and
my first
you're a
pick.
massive Steve Miller fan.
Yes, and my little avatar is Nikola Jokic partying in the middle of a nightclub where everybody's like half his size and you can just see him standing in the middle with his hands up.
You deserved to win the league based on your team name and your avatar.
That's it, baby. We're the Midnight Jokers.
Although I would suggest the alternate avatar would be a still shot from the Steve Miller 1978 show at the Cap Center in Landover, Maryland.
Nice.
That I watched on my flight to Chicago.
With all those laser beams.
Came in telling you guys it was an unbelievable watch.
What an experience.
So, Defensive Player of the Year, no Draymond, guys. Rudy Gobert, Bam Adebayo, and Wemby. Does Wemby win that?
I don't think Wemby wins it in his first year. I think Rudy Gobert, the French, rejects and gets it first before passing the baton to the young Frenchman.
Only thing about our drowning franchise that has no hope anymore, the Warriors, Clutch Player of the Year finalists, DeMar DeRozan, SGA, and Steph. So, I don't know. It's only an award in its second year. And I guess there's a math formula of like how they performed in the final 5 minutes of close games.
I mean, yeah, which is funny since the Warriors had double-digit games this year that they blew double-digit leads. But hey, credit to Steph for getting the job done. Yeah, we'll see if Steph gets it. That's because De'Aaron Fox won it last year. And Murph, we didn't even mention the beam was snuffed on Friday.
That's
How about
right.
the Kings losing to the Pelicans and being knocked out?
Got that news when it was about 13-1 in the Giants game Friday night.
But they acted like beating the Warriors was the NBA Finals.
Did you see Keon Ellis was catching some flack on the shot of him and the King with the nighty-night thing?
Man.
And I just read, did I read in The Athletic that there's right now an, quote, uneasy future for Mike Brown in Sacramento?
What?
How about that?
How?
Dude, don't do my guy Mike Brown like that.
What?
Yeah, I got to dive a little deeper, but Anthony Slater and Sam Amick have a piece in The Athletic, and they said it's an uneasy future. Hey, Vivek Ranadive, be careful what you wish for,
What was
bro.
your future before Mike Brown?
Exactly. He just gave you the 2 best seasons in 20 years, and they're like, yeah, we're not sure.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Get the hell out of here.
Yeah. Well, the Pels got him. And then the Pels turned around and got smoked by the or they didn't get smoked. What am I saying? They gave the Thunder what for? They lost it. They held them, went down to the final shot last night.
SGA with a floater in clutch time.
That was the thought that Oklahoma City's not playoff tested. Right?
Very inexperienced.
Well, there you go. A little NBA playoff wrap. I'm riding with the Knicks. Gru is unbelievably funny and talented. And Lakers Denver remains an interesting one to watch tonight. And Ant Edwards doing his thing. All right. It's that time. Hum babies, bum. I look forward to it. My alarm went off this morning and my feet hit the floor. I said, it's a hum baby, bum baby Monday. Next on The Sports Leader.
They say I looked like Gru.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What do you want? Same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Sponsored by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
Oh, yeah. Love it. It's that time. Home babies. But look at the sun, Marcus. Look at that. Look outside the window, brother. Like, we do these hums and bums in January. It's pitch black. Now you do hums and bums in late April and starting to get that beautiful spring light. Enjoy this spring fever y'all got here. And we got spring fever for hums. Is this new? Is that a new bed there? That sounded like a newish bed.
It did sound a little different, right?
There we go, baby. There we go. All right, hums and bums. We rotate every week. You were out at the park for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I was there Friday. I had Little League Saturday. I had golf Sunday. It was this glorious weekend. Glorious weekend. My sister's birthday party Saturday night. Nice family affair. So everybody's in a good mood. That sounds like hum babies to me.
Well, Murph, you're absolutely right. And I do want to give a shout out to Northern California and the Bay Area who had a hum baby weekend with the beautiful sun you were just talking about. But I think the perfect way to encapsulate a hum baby weekend has to start with Patrick Bailey, a.k.a. Bobblehead Bailey, as the kids are now calling him on the streets. If you didn't know, in case you missed it, it was Patrick Bailey Bobblehead Day. We showed it off last week like we were like the QVC shopping network. We had the Patrick Bailey bobblehead.
Who wound up getting that one?
Ooh, I think John Joe Curley's got it down in his cubby.
Okay.
He's also got the Logan Webb jersey. Ooh. Shout out to everybody who showed up on Sunday for that game.
Did you get one?
But right now, no, dude. I showed up half an hour early and they were out of jerseys. Ooh. I got boned.
Apparently the players were all wearing it in the clubhouse, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, back to your hum babies.
Back to my hum babies. It's Patrick Bailey, numero uno, who went 4 for 4 on his bobblehead day, had a chance to go out and
Twitch
get
it up,
the
boys.
cycle.
YouTube.
In his last AB. Yeah, check us out on the live stream. I got the Patrick Bailey bobblehead right here.
Mind, we're not YouTubers. We're sports radio hosts who you can see on YouTube.
Thank you for the clarification, Murph. And now I feel like I got to rub like Patrick Bailey's head for like good luck before a segment.
Rub it for a little Revolutionary War.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's go Battle of Lexington.
So
here.
there was my guy Patrick Bailey with the headband on, with an opportunity to hit for the cycle, hits a ground rule double in his final at bat. Murph, I'm saying if a guy's 3 for 3 on his bobblehead day, give him the ground rule triple. Let's just make it a cycle. But it was one of the best performances of young Patrick Bailey's career. Tied a career high 4 hits on the day, and his splash hit was at 109 miles per hour. It's the hardest hit ball he's hit in the MLB. And thank God it landed on that lady's lap instead of somewhere else. But it brings up the question, is this the ever first splash hit to not get wet?
And we have confirmation on the text line. McCovey Cove Dave posted that he has been out there for them all, and it's the first one never to touch water.
Wow. It was a historic splash hit.
That's per McCovey Cove Dave.
Number
ESPN Stats and Info.
103 on the splash hit counter. Should they take it off the splash hit counter? No, because he launched it into the bay. Here are the highlights from Patrick Bailey's bobblehead day on Saturday as hum baby number 1.
Bailey off the end of the bat on his bobblehead day. Isn't that the deal? You're supposed to get at least 2 hits on your bobblehead? Yeah, and one of them is really kind of supposed to leave the ballpark. Fair.
That one is hit off the end of the bat towards shallow center field, sinking fast. Carroll coming in. He's not going to get it, and then it rolls by him. Wade is in to score. Wilmer coming around to third. He'll stop there. Bailey hustles his way into second, and it's 3-1 Giants.
There's a swing, and there's a high drive into deep right field. This one is on its way, headed for the Bay. Adios, pelota. That one is wet. Patrick Bailey with a Bonzian blast.
Bailey drives this one out toward the gap in left center field. Carroll chasing, still going. Can't get there. One hop, and it's up over the wall. Bailey was going to try, I think. He was headed around second. And if that one had stayed in the park, I think he was going to go for it. But it bounced up over the wall, and it's an automatic double. Patrick Bailey, what a day. 4 for 4, 2 doubles, a homer, a single, and he needed the triple for the cycle, and who knows, but he was motoring.
Patrick Bailey motoring around the bases, had the pull up short at second base, but it completes his 4 for 4 day, Murph. Second home run of the season. The young catcher is quietly hitting .321 on the season. Nice start for Patrick Bailey. And to do it on his bobblehead day, that's our first home, baby.
915 OPS, you're right. And I went Friday night when he did not catch and Tom Murphy caught. He had a rough game.
Yeah.
0 for 4, 3 punch-outs, and got a batter-timed violation for the third one. So, all right, good hum baby number 1. What else you got, buddy?
Well, Murph, I'll tell you, hum baby number 2 is a man that you did not see on Friday night because now you're 0 for 2 in Jung-Hoo Lee games.
I've had 2 games this year with my seats. No Lee.
Where you see?
They're the only 2 home games he's missed.
Well,
I'm
Murph,
the Jung-Hoo Lee cooler.
You have not had the chance to participate in the Jung-Hoo Lee chant, which is now turned into a thing that he's not even using walk-up music anymore. They just start pounding the drum to start the Jung-Hoo Lee MVP type like champs. Now, I'm not saying he's playing like an MVP, but the kid has gotten off to a great start here in Major League Baseball. Almost dropped an the MLB right there, but I don't want to piss off Andrew Bagley. But let's talk about hum baby number 2, Jung-Hoo Lee, who went deep for the first time on the corner of 3rd and King this weekend. And also shout out to the power he showed off on Sunday. He had a splash hit himself, but that ball was foul. Yeah. But it was good to see that the kid does have the power to put one in McCovey Cove. Now, he entered Saturday on a 10-game hit streak with that leadoff home run. It got up to 11. It's a streak that ended on Sunday. But let's focus about the positivity on Saturday from Jung-Hoo Lee. Here he is, hum baby number 2.
Here it is. There's a high drive into deep right field. Hit really well. On its way. Goodbye. A leadoff home run by Jung-Hoo Lee to tie this game right now. Second home run of the year for Jung-Hoo Lee. That's the first time that anybody has hit a home run against Gallen this season.
So last night was a tough night for us. They got Gallen on the mound. And this is a big win, and it started with Jung-Hoo's home run. I mean, that really kind of ignited us after giving up a scratch run in the first to come right back off a Gallen and hit a homer. That was huge for us. It gave us a lot of momentum the rest of the game.
Jung-Hoo Lee jumping on Zach Gallen early, got the party started on Saturday. As we mentioned, Patrick Bailey was a superstar with all the headlines, but I wanted to make sure Jung-Hoo Lee got a little hum baby love too.
And to the dismay of a growing sports fan, 12-year-old kid in our household said it was dismayed that the hit streak ended. He was digging the hit streak.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Yeah, I was bummed he got walked in that final at bat, and also didn't really like him stealing to start the bottom of the ninth
inning.
inning.
I liked it.
Really?
I just didn't like him getting thrown out.
Yeah, with no outs.
My first thought was you got to get going. Dude, everything favors the base stealer. To bigger bases, fewer throwovers.
That's true.
Get a better jump,
But against Gabby Moreno, who won the Gold Glove last year,
this is true.
In the ninth inning to kind of kill a rally.
Gabby Moreno stand up. It wasn't the ninth because it was still a 3-2 game.
Oh,
the
eighth inning, I believe it was, yeah.
But
I still don't like it.
You and I disagree on that one. As soon as he got on, I was like, you got to go. You got to go. We got to get this thing going here. You got to get back in this. But you got to get bigger leads and better jumps is what you got to do.
And Murph, we're trying to stay positive with our hum baby stories, and that's why Jung-Hoo Lee is hum baby number 2. But Murph, it's time to jump into the third category of hum babies, and we're going to go out to a little NBA playoff action. Did want to give an honorable mention to Anthony Edwards.
Sorry.
Not the Warriors because they're not in the playoffs.
Sorry, my bad.
But how about I give you a little Bay Area representation with our guy Dollar Dame. Oakland's own Damian Lillard, who showed up yesterday back in the postseason after going down to Coachella the last couple of years. He's back with the Bucks, and even without Giannis, they took care of the Indiana Pacers with no problems because Damian Lillard came out here in the first half, scored 35 points.
That's insane.
6 3-pointers, hit a buzzer beater at the end of the first quarter to give him 19 points total. And then, Murph, get this. Didn't score a single basket in the second half. All 35 points.
A bum baby for the second half?
Came in the first half. So we're going to give him half a hum baby award. Here's Damian Lillard and the highlights that put the Bucks up early.
Lillard, hard drive. Gets it to go and a foul. It's playoff mode for Damian Lillard.
Unable to convert those opportunities.
They are 0 of 9 from downtown. Lillard, step back. The horn for Damian Lillard, capping off a 19-point opening quarter for the 8-time All-Star.
Have a deep run with this experienced team.
Siakam has 15. Lillard. Oh, he's feeling it! Damian Lillard is a machine. Double Nembhard. Shot clock at 10. Lillard. Yes, sir! This is a masterclass from Damian Lillard.
The last 2 years not being in the playoffs, it was, it sucked. I was early vacations. Last year I went to Coachella. Like, I ain't never been able to go to Coachella. Like, it's just playing in the playoffs every year. So just having that long summer, it was like, man, I was over that.
That familiar voice is, of course, Damian Lillard talking about being back in the postseason and not down at Coachella. 35 points in the first half. Murph, that gives him hum baby status.
Coachella 2024, what do we got? Camila Cabello, Lana Del Rey. I'm looking at who else we got. Anybody?
I like Lana.
What else we got?
Your boy
Doja
Lil
Cat.
Uzi Vert was there.
Tyler, the Creator.
Yeah, I
Was
saw
there,
Tyler,
buddy?
the Creator highlights.
What else we got? The Deftones. It's more like mine. Not too much there, buddy.
I got to say, Murph, to be honest with you, Coachella, never been and really never been interested in going.
It's because
all the hipsters that go there with their Instagram outfits. No one really cares about the music. Everybody's there just to be seen.
Hipsters and their outfits.
That's it,
I'm
Murph.
with you, buddy.
With those hats.
Not as pure as B-52 strobe light.
Definitely not.
Hey, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So you're going P. Bailey bobblehead, Jung-Hoo Lee's first home homer, and Dame scoring 35.5.
It's Dame time.
Well
Murph.
done, Marcus Boucher. But for every hum, there's a bum. For every ray of sunshine, there's a drop of rain. For every winner, there's a loser. And I'm going to bum baby number 1. Number 7 in your program and number 100 in your heart, Blake Snell's ongoing woes. So the Giants this morning are 10 wins, 13 losses. Or, as I like to say, Marcus, 10-10 in non-Blake Snell snarts. Oh! The $30 million man with an option for next year.
Hey, come on down,
Somebody yelled that in our bleachers. They're like, we got him next year, too.
Opt in, baby.
Fell to 0-3 after a Friday night that went wrong. So very, very wrong. Final score, Arizona 17, Giants 1. That final score is a little unfair to Snell, but then again, Snell's sort of unfair to Kai-Wei Teng, who has to mop up everything every time Snell pitches. So, come on, Snell. Go easy on my boy Teng. So Snell has now gone 3 innings, 4 innings, and 4 2/3 innings. He's yet to hit the 5. We used to say he was a 5-and-dive guy. We wish he was a 5-and-dive guy.
I'll take 5 right now, Murph.
Friday night, he gave up 9 hits, tying a career worst. You know what's crazy is I actually liked him the first 3 innings, and they just ran out of gas. The ERA actually went down to 11.57.
And you still made him a bum baby.
So what we're going to do is we're going to hold tight to those, quote, remember he's a slow starter narratives, all right, and make him bum baby number 1.
Snell pitches. Alexander, line drive, base hit right field. Slater hustling over. He'll go into a slide and cut it off. He'll throw in toward the infield. Coming in to score is Suarez. Over to third, but having to stop there is Grichuk. Into second, Alexander with his second double of the game. It's 2-0 Arizona.
Base hit to right. Marte comes in to score. 3-1 Arizona. And he lines one down the left field line. That's going to be in there. Base hit. And it might be more. It might be a couple of runs. Rounding third, Walker. He scores. Here comes Suarez. He's going to be waved home. Here comes the relay. No throw. He scores. A double by Grichuk. And now it is 5-1. And that's going to do it for Blake Snell, 17-1. Arizona wins it.
Getting better, so say that. Slider's better than I thought it was. Changeup's pretty good today. Inconsistency in the speed, but shape was good. Fastball was a little sporadic, but a lot of good results with it. So just threw it in bad counts, but overall, I was happy with the fastball. Curveball is definitely getting there.
Well, to be honest, guys, if Blaze Alexander didn't show up to the yard, it might have been a whole different game.
Blaze
I texted Marcus out on the beach. I said, who the blank is Blaze Alexander? Who? They came at us with a guy named Blaze on Friday and a guy named Slade on Sunday.
Dude.
Enough with the D-backs names, all right, dude?
I was going to say.
Too many Blazes and Slades out here. Bro.
I also did like the fact that a guy named Blaze showed up on 420 weekend in San Francisco. So I'll give him credit for that.
Honestly, if I'm looking back, if you go back and look at Snell's start, I mean, I'm making him a bum baby because it worked out bad, but it was just like a lot of two-out misfortune and a lot of it perpetrated by Blaze Alexander. So Blake versus Blaze, the Z won over the K.
Oh, balmy Blazer.
All right.
Balmy Blazer.
But maybe number 2, I'm just going to say the bad vibes of Sunday. Because even though it was a glorious freaking day, and everybody was wearing their Logan Webb jerseys, except for young Tony, who was going on. By the way, shout out the sports radio producer who you can see on YouTube, Tony Farias, and Twitch. If you download, I had to explain to all my old heads who I was playing golf with yesterday. They're all younger than me, by the way. I said, you guys know the KNBR app. They're like, I can see you. I'm like, dude, if you download the app and just tap it, there we are. Mm-hmm. We're right there.
We're YouTubers, Murph.
You don't. The radio's done. The radio's so 1980. All right, dude. All right. So
it's so 1978, Tony.
It's so B-52s. So anyway, there's young Tony on the board right now. You can see him. Look at that kid.
Shout out Michael Connell for finally getting this thing fixed.
Shout out you wearing your Greg Norman quarter zip like you do every day.
Oh, yeah.
All right, buddy.
Shout out to young Tony not wearing the Logan Webb basketball jersey.
Have you noticed I'm starting to go away from the quarter zips because these guys are too quarter zippy?
Well, dude, I'm getting outnumbered every single morning now. I'm surrounded by 3 guys in quarter zips.
No, you're not paying attention.
Well, now you're ditching them a little bit.
Last week and a half, I haven't worn one, buddy.
Is this like Triple E, like trying to dress like you all over again? No. Is this trickling down to our new producers?
These kids have their own style.
No, they're quarter zip guys.
So back to Sunday. So among the bad things that happened, Jordan Hicks had a weird outing. He walked 4 and plunked 2, had to leave early. Tyler Fitzgerald biffed a ball at second base. It's his 4th error. Eric Miller came in those nurse's shoes and blew a 2-1 lead. What's he doing? Is he? Are we working at the? Where are we working in the? We working in the ward here with the white?
I don't think
shoes?
John Joe knows how much Murph hates white cleats. With the Giants.
He hates
it.
Straight bum baby. Those frickin' shoes. It's my buddy Roberts down in San Diego. He said, you can't get anybody out if you look like you work in a nursing home. You know what I mean, bro? So, all right. So that was terrible. Not getting your Logan Webb hoop jersey, right? Young Tony, you didn't get it, did you?
No, they ran out. But
yeah.
30 minutes before the game. Marcus was there 30 minutes before the game. Maybe hour 30 when they opened the doors, 15,000 people showed up.
And then, of course, it capped off by Bob Melvin and Matt Williams getting tossed on a play that, would it have changed the game? Maybe. Because it's a 3-2 ball game, and they leave Kevin Newman up saying he foul tipped it. My man in the Revolutionary War headband said he did not tip it.
Patrick Bailey was heated.
And then Newman doubles in 2 runs, and now you're losing. So just a bad vibe all the way around. I'd like to take 3 or 4 from the Serpientes. I don't want to keep splitting all these series. The positive spin is they've now played Arizona 4 times and San Diego 7 times. And in those 11 games, they're 6-5. That's a positive spin. Mm-hmm. But the negative spin it was a bad vibe on a beautiful day. Bum baby number 2.
1-2 pitch. Base hit to left field. That was a curveball. And along the line, over to his right goes Conforto. And that ends up being a double for Newman. And it looks like the plate umpire has thrown somebody out, maybe Bob Melvin, and Melvin comes out of the dugout now. And Melvin is getting into it with Sherwater. And Matt Williams, the third base coach, is also over there, and Matt Williams is upset.
I think he tossed Matt Williams out also when he tossed Melvin out.
Is that a reaction to the foul tip that you guys didn't get?
Yeah. Strike 3, my opinion.
How much did that missed call sort of change the momentum you guys had there in that inning?
You mean which one?
the pitch you thought was strike 3.
It's an out right there instead of a hit and a run. So yeah.
Bob, was it clear to you from the dugout, or were you looking at Bailey's reaction?
Both. It looked to me like he didn't, it's fairly clear. Now, that's probably the worst angle you can have is sitting behind it. So I'm not sure. I think typically they do check or whatever ways away. But, it looked to me just from the naked eye, but not an umpire.
All right, bad vibes all around. And finally, we got to squeeze in Bum Baby number 3. And I was looking for Bum Baby. I was like, who's it going to be? Is it the Suns getting smoked? I don't know. Anything happened in football? Anything happened? And I was cruising around the web, and I saw this thing in Denver. I was like, bro. So did you guys see this? Rockies playing the Mariners, 1-1 ball game in the 9th, and Rockies catcher Jacob Stallings hits what appears to be a walk-off bomb. Mariners left fielder Dylan Moore goes to the wall, jumps up. He can't catch it. But let's just say it, some douche decides that he wants to reach over and make the catch on the home run ball and opens up the replay review for possible interference. Now, it looks like the ball cleared the fence, but because this douche decided to be, I'm the guy, I got to make a play, they say, nope, that's fan interference. The batter is out. We're going to extra innings. Now, the Rockies do win the game, which kind of ruins the narrative, but I'm calling out douches who try to make plays. This has long been a beef of mine. White shoes on Giants, the wave, and trying to make freaking plays. Let the ball players play. Bum Baby number 3, this guy in Denver.
Pitch and a double play, and this ball tagged deep left field, way back. Did he catch it all? Off the very top of the wall. Stallings has to hustle to second. I think he thought it was out.
I think Dylan Moore had it in his glove. I think he was going to rob him, and then when he hit the wall and it kind of came back and it popped out of the glove. I'm with you. He jumped on this, but watch Dylan Moore, who, by the way, there's fan interference.
Well, good.
Yeah, but where's his arm, though?
That's a homer. That's going to be a walk-off homer. It's got to be.
This is a crew chief challenge of the non-home run call. After review, the fan interfered with the fielder making a catch on the ball. The runner is out.
Oh, my gosh. I am absolutely flabbergasted at that.
No way.
Just let the frickin' game play out. We didn't come to the ball yard to see you try to relive your frickin' batted last and played 3 innings in Little League Fantasy. All right, buddy?
And just wait for the ball to clear the fence. You don't need to reach over the fence.
And you're a bleacher guy.
You should never reach over the fence.
Anyway, so I found a third Bum Baby, and it's that guy. Is that guy a relative of Skinny Sammy Eustis?
Hey.
That's our only Denver guy we have.
I think it was Sam
here.
Eustis, actually.
Anyway, there's your Bum Babies. That douche in Denver. The bad vibes Sunday all around, and Blake Snell's ongoing woes. All right, another Hums and Bumps in the books. It's a sunny Monday in April. We're all feeling good. We got Patrick Bailey bobbleheads on the screen. We got young Tony on the screen. Now, it's NFL draft week. What are the Niners going to do? Next on the Sports Leader.
Early vacations. Last year, I went to Coachella.
San Francisco. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Happy Monday, everybody. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher here to talk to you about Prize Picks because the biggest moments in basketball are happening right now. So get in on the playoff action and win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks as you and the world's best player take the game to a new level during basketball's postseason. Look, here's a couple things I love. The easy gameplay, the quick withdrawals, and the huge selections of players and stat options. All you need to do is select 2 or more players and place your entry. It's that easy. You can now win up to 100 times your money with as little as 4 correct picks. You can turn that $10 into $1,000. And get this, Prize Picks has something for every sports fan, from basketball and hockey to a League of Legends and everything in between. This week, go ahead and lock in the Joker for more than half a point. That's right. For tonight's game against the Lakers, all you need is Nikola Jokic to take one shot. Make it and pair it with something else, and you'll have a chance to double up your money. And right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just download the Prize Pick app and use the code word LEADER. That's code LEADER. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. Eligibility restrictions apply. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details. Always game responsibly.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, beautiful Monday, beautiful weekend in the Bay. Giants baseball with Mike Krukow coming up. Hey, NFL Draft Thursday. Matty Bears will join us at 9:15. Also, in terms of fun guests, Chris Berman at 8:50 today.
Hell yeah.
Because the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame enshrinement ceremony is Monday, May 6th at the Hyatt Regency Embarcadero. What a class. Brian Sabian going in as the distinguished guy. By the way, I'm all down, completely down with this vibe. Way to go, kid. You're doing your thing.
We're gonna start talking about Ayuk. It's a little juicy, this conversation.
Sounds so good.
I'm just surprised Tony's playing something from before he was born.
Sorry, I was sipping water. There, I would have left. Chris Wondolowski, soccer. Jenny Thompson, one of the most decorated female Olympian in U.S. Olympic history. John Taylor, number 82. He'll return a punt. Patty Marlowe, the greatest shark of all time.
Patty.
And Brian Sabian. So you can all go. You can buy a table. Bashoff.org. BASHOF.org. A portion of the proceeds benefits Special Olympics. I'll be out there. Look forward to seeing you all. And again, that's Monday, May 6th. Bashoff.org, the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame class. Come on out. It's always an iconic night in the Bay Area sports calendar. So speaking of the 49ers, John Taylor's going in. Who will be the John Taylor of this draft? Because he was part of that famous draft, of course, in 1986 that revolutionized everything. In fact, what round was John? Was he fourth round? Give me that real quick. Give me a John Taylor. But point B is that you can find these guys. George Kittle, 5th round. Brock Purdy, 7th round, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
3rd round, Murph, 76 overall.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was Charles Haley who was a 4th rounder.
Ooh.
All right.
That's great value.
I know, right? Yeah, you think?
Yeah.
So, now you're starting to see the mocks come out, and what should the Niners do? I've seen now two, Eric Branch and Cam Inman.
Ooh.
Two respected beat writers. Both have the Niners going, drum roll please, D-line with their first pick.
With their first pick,
yeah.
really?
Yeah, both
even
of them.
after the overhaul this offseason.
So, again, this is just a mock, first of all. So
well, let me ask, what version of the mock draft are they on? Because my guy, Overnight Dave, is on like mock draft 7.0.
Overnight Dave does his drafts?
It's a bit that we used to have on a leadoff spot. He pretends to be Mel Kiper, and he gives me his mock draft every morning.
Speaking of which, are the Raiders going to be in the quarterback sweepstakes?
Yeah, Michael Penix, watch out.
Well, I've seen Penix now go. I've seen people like dramatically moving up to get Penix.
Well, that's the thing, dude. I've seen him like, the Raiders can get him at 13. Maybe they can get him in the 2nd round. Maybe he'll be back into the 1st round. I don't know what the hell is going to happen. And then there's the stories about Antonio Pierce recruiting Jaden Daniels back in high school, so those connections are there.
Jaden Daniels?
I think the Raiders need a quarterback. I wouldn't be surprised if they maybe moved up for Jaden.
Are the Commanders not going to take Jaden Daniels?
You would think they would, right?
They would be ridiculous to not take him.
But they're the Commanders, so who knows?
They've been missing a quarterback since Gus Frerotte, right?
Since Jason Campbell.
Right. There you go. Forever Raider.
That was my guy.
That's right. A friend of the program. When Amy Trask used to have us up there, we did a sit-down with Jason Campbell
nice.
there.
Hell yeah. Hi, Amy.
So D-line, yeah, there you go. D-line is the pick on each, but the bigger question is, will they be making a trade with Brandon Ayuk? And we've talked about it weeks ago. The great Mike Silver wrote and said the inflection point will come in late April. Well, he was talking about draft night, which is Thursday night. Yeah. And the inflection point will be. Now, Matt Mayoko came on our show last week and said, no way.
Yeah?
He said, no way. He said, why would you? He says he's under contract for another year. He's everything the Niners need. He and Brock Purdy have incredible chemistry. He fits under the cap, all that stuff, and they can't afford to extend him right now and deal with Debo Samuel and them next year. So he's saying no. Plus, a team that trades for him would have to sign him to the contract that he wants, right?
Yep.
So my gut instinct says the Niners just sit there and when everybody calls, they say, no, we're not trading him.
Yeah, thanks, but no thanks. Because I really don't think the value is going to be there for Brandon Ayuk. And even if they did trade for a 1st rounder and try to recoup that with a rookie wide receiver, you're not going to get the same production from a rookie wide receiver this year that you're going to get out of Brandon Ayuk, who just became 2nd team All-Pro for the first time in his career, put up career highs in receiving. We saw him in Playground Purdy absolutely flourish in Kyle Shanahan's system this year. To me, it's not only a lateral move, but I think it's a step backwards if they try to repeat what they did a couple years ago, trading away DeForest Buckner and then bringing in Javon Kinlaw.
Well, or Eric Armstead,
correct?
Right, who they released here. So this was Mayoko on our show last Friday. on him last Thursday, believing that the Niners will not trade Ayuk.
Contract extension remains unresolved. He is scheduled to make $14.1 million on the fifth-year option this year, and it's not out of the question that he plays this season on the fifth-year option at $14.1. So that money has already been accounted for on the salary cap. It's figured in right now. I mean, I think the question is, what do the 49ers gain from trading Brandon Ayuk? And also, what would a team give up to get Brandon Ayuk as far as giving the 49ers draft pick compensation, and then also having to kind of fulfill the double whammy of giving up something to the 49ers and then paying Brandon Ayuk the kind of contract, and it would be on Brandon Ayuk's terms. Once the deal is made, Ayuk and his side are going to be getting, the numbers that they want. So a team would basically be paying twice for Ayuk, and then the other side of it for the 49ers. What would they be getting? Well, they'd have to get a new starting wide receiver, and this offense is not conducive to a young guy stepping in and playing right away and playing at a high level right away.
There it is. I mean, so all those reasons. That said, we're going to have Mike Silver tomorrow. And Maddie's pretty conservative by nature. He's kind of stays. I don't think the Niners will do this. Silver will roll a smoke bomb out there. So I don't know, bro.
You're saying Mike Silver's more naughty by nature.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Was that who did? That wasn't just Juicy.
No,
Thank you.
That's
you kind of got me there. Anyway, I think Mike would say, "Hey, dude, well, let's see." I mean, Mike tends to be naughty by nature. So. I tend to think that based on what we've seen, like literally Eric Armstead was the only player that they shockingly traded. They went through this drama with Deebo Samuel, they signed him. They went through drama with Nick Bosa, they signed him. They went through less drama with George Kittle, they signed him. I do believe that they are that, like from Jed on down, they want this group to win a Super Bowl. And this might be the last, because at the end of next year, you're going to have the payday if the Ayuk thing kicks in, and then obviously Brock Purdy contract.
Correct.
Right, yeah.
That's when you really have to start cutting salary or restructuring contracts like we've seen John Lynch and the 49er front office do over the last couple seasons. But Murph, you're absolutely right. Every year we talk about what's happening with the 49ers over the offseason, and every year we have to wait until about July for these guys to get a new contract. We mentioned some of the similarities between like an A.J. Brown when Deebo Samuel was a free agent. Well, look at the draft class that Brandon Ayuk was originally a part of. Whether we're talking about Justin Jefferson, who is in the same situation as Brandon Ayuk and is going to get a bigger bag than him. You look at CeeDee Lamb with the Dallas Cowboys. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a bigger contract also. But, of course, if you're Brandon Ayuk's agent, you're going to sit still and wait to see what those guys get paid. We had Devontae Smith sign last week with the Eagles. We'll see how that contract compares with it also. But you're looking at the future of Brandon Ayuk, and I think we're looking at the next couple weeks of still talking about these issues unless there is a big draft night trade, which Brandon Ayuk apparently previewed on his Instagram earlier this week. What they FaceTime with one of his friends saying, hey, in 6 days, it's going to be fireworks. And, of course, those 6 days were alluding to NFL Draft Night this Thursday.
Brother said we got 6 days and it's fireworks. He loves the drama. Who knew?
Fireworks.
Quiet Brandon Ayuk.
Big drama show with Brandon Ayuk.
The guy was talking about ladybugs after the NFC Championship, right? Now he's talking about fireworks here.
The luck of the ladybugs.
Well, Mike Silver at 8:15 tomorrow. And so we'll continue to read or listen for the drum beats in the jungle to see if there's something happened, if the war cry is out. All right, 49ers draft week, Thursday. Right now they sit at number 31. There's talk of them maybe packaging a couple picks, going up a couple spots to get something too. And by the way, D-line, wide receiver, tight end, cornerback, all positions of need.
Yeah.
They actually have some needs out there, guys.
I need a DB and I need an offensive lineman, at least one.
Yeah. So, all right, we'll talk about that some more later today. But right now, that's Matty Barrows at 9:15. Right now, time for Mike Krukow at 7:30. Let's go. Giants split 4 with the Diamondbacks. Some ups, some downs, some good, some bad, some hums, some bums. Mets in tonight. Let's go. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Before the game, a ladybug landed on my shoe.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, Mike Krukow brought to us by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Great to have Mike back in the booth on Saturday. That was a glorious day. Unbelievable Bay Area weather, and Patrick Bailey celebrated. And then when they tried to have an encore yesterday, all sorts of things went wrong, and Bob Melvin and Matty Williams got tossed. They wound up splitting 4 with the Diamondbacks. Still 10-13. A little frustrating to be 3 games under 500. But the Mets come into town tonight, and it's Keaton Winn, I believe. Did I get that right? Mm-hmm. Keaton Winn against Jose Quintana, the veteran lefty. So, a lot to catch up on. Mike, good morning. Happy Monday morning. How you doing?
Hey, morning, Mike.
You know, it was kind of a disappointing weekend. I mean, you go in there, and, you know, this becomes a big series because of what the D-backs did last year. I mean, to a degree, in the last couple of years, the D-backs have kind of revolutionized the game. They kind of brought speed back into the game. And the previous 2 years, I don't think that the Giants really matched up with them, especially defensively. So now here you take them on for a 4-gamer in your own home, and you got a chance to take a look and see how your team matches up. And they match up. They match up defensively, number one. And they match up with the arms, number 2. So, okay, game on. Now they go and they split the series. They have one ugly game on Friday night, but all the other games, you know, they won 2 of them, and they really should have. They should have won the ball game yesterday. They had every chance to do it. They played a sloppy game, a couple errors, you know. But yet we walked away thinking they should have won this game. And I think that the D-backs felt the same way. That they got away with one. But the point being is that now they know that they can hang. Every time you play against a good team with reputation, and especially early in the year when you're starting to develop chemistry and you're starting to develop a team confidence, it's essential that you do well against good teams. And they'll have another opportunity these next 3 days against the Mets. The Mets are playing good ball right now. But right now they're starting to get that quiet confidence that, you know, we can hang. If we play our best, if we play good ball, if we play good defensive ball, if we don't make 90-foot mistakes, we can hang. And that's really what came out of this weekend.
All right, Mike, we got the Mets coming in tonight. They just took 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers. But, yeah, it's an NL West battle. You've now played the Diamondbacks and the Padres. Here's like kind of a big picture thing. Diamondbacks and Padres 11 times, I believe, right? And I think you're 6-5 against them. So it's great. My question kind of is more about the overall record being 3 games under, how they just kind of can't get that traction. Is that frustrating to you? I mean, it's early days. I know it's April 22nd. But is that frustrating in general, just like you can't quite get to 500?
Yeah, I think it always concerns the clubhouse when they're not at 500 because that's kind of like the go time. You struggle to get to the 500, and once you get there, you think, okay, we can put together a streak and take off and never, ever, ever look back at being under 500 again. But I think more importantly, you have to have the belief that you match up. And that's what April's all about. April is the weirdest month because there is no chemistry in April. Teams have to find it. And that's when you're most vulnerable. That's when I always wanted to play the best teams. Because if you put together a good series and you won that series, then all of a sudden that's a feather in your cap for the rest of the year. You believe you can hang. And that's important. You got to believe that your talent matches up. And, you know, you look around at what this club represents, you know, they've got some excitement. And not only that, but up until this weekend, they really haven't had consistent contribution from the lower part of their lineup. That was the big abyss. That was the big void. You were getting nothing. Once you got past the 5th spot in the lineup, you know, you just kind of held your breath till it turned over. Not anymore. Tyro Estrada, Mike Yastrzemski, Patrick Bailey, they're swinging the bat well and having good at-bats. They're getting good pitches to hit. They're not going out of the strike zone chasing and missing pitches by literally 2 feet. Now you're starting to see, like, you know, they got a little rhythm, a little symmetry coming down up and down the lineup. So that's another thing that has come about. That's why this series with the Mets it's an intriguing series. You know, if they could win this going into an off day Thursday, that would be monumental for their confidence.
And, Mike, the Giants come out of the series 2-2, splitting it with the Diamondbacks. But I wanted to go to yesterday's game. 9th inning, it's a 1-run ball game. And then, of course, the Kevin Newman situation happens. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Behind the plate umpire calls it a foul tip. Next thing you know, Newman hits an RBI double. Bob Melvin and Matt Williams both ejected from the game. What was your breakdown of that situation?
Well, you can't really fault an umpire because he thought he heard the foul ball. And then that's a simple call. Stu Shearwater and Nick Avila threw a beautiful pitch. I mean, it was a perfect breaking ball. His breaking ball is a straight down, fall off the table drop, and it goes down. Newman swings. We all think that he missed it, but Shearwater thought he heard it, and it's not a reviewable play. It's not something you can cuddle up with the other umpires because Shearwater is right there. He's 5 feet away from where the ball supposedly made contact, and if you hear anything, well, that's your decision, and it's irreversible. He's not going to change his mind. I heard it. What everybody reacted to was how Patrick Bailey reacted. That Patrick Bailey came out of the squad and he was irate because he didn't hear it. He thought it was a swing and miss, and that's exactly what Bob Melvin and Matt Williams were responding to. They were responding to how Bailey reacted. Bailey walks out. He's upset. He gives the ball back to his pitcher, comes back. And then all of a sudden you're hearing it from the Giants dugout. Shearwater goes over and sees Mel and then runs him. And then right on cue, Matt Williams came down almost as quick as Melvin, and he gets tossed. So, but they're reacting to Patrick Bailey. But from an umpire's perspective, he's 100% convinced he heard something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made the call. And again, it's not a reviewable play.
Tough deal, man, for the Giants on that one. And in general, and just recapping the weekend, Mike, a couple things that stood out. Obviously, Blake Snell Friday night. And, the score of that game was just comical. It was just a joke. But, so here's now 3 starts for Blake Snell. And there's multiple ways to look at it. A, he went a little deeper this time and actually through 3 innings was doing pretty well. But B, he still hasn't even gotten to 5 innings yet. And they're 0-3 in his 3 starts. Your breakdown of this whole thing. Where are we at with Blake Snell and the Giants?
Well, I think he's progressed every outing he's gone out there with. He's gotten a little bit better, and I certainly felt that way watching him throw Friday night. He still doesn't have the second stage hop. And, when we talk about the big 3 things a pitcher has to have, he has to have location, he has to have command, and he has to have movement. And I think those things are more important even than velocity. Because when you get movement and your mechanics are right, you get late movement. And with Snell, that's what he's all about. When he's right, he can pitch across the letters right out over the plate, and he hasn't been able to locate that pitch, number 1. And number 2, he's got velocity. He's muscling up, but it doesn't have the late movement. And I think he's trying too hard to register a velocity number, and more often than not, it's coming out straight. When he's right, you get that little hop at the end that kind of goes, screw you. Screw you, and it's when you can't get the right hand on top of, and everything else follows. The break on the curveball is a lot quicker. It's got more snap, but that's the last thing he's going to get. And I think he's broke his arm down 3 times now, and each time he's come back, he's been a little bit better, a little bit stronger, and I think he's not that far away. Bob Melvin said as soon as this guy comes in, he goes, you have to be patient with him. He's a slow starter. I don't even know if we're going to see his best stuff till into May, and that's pretty much where it's going right now. But I think he's pretty close. And the other thing, too, is I watch the reaction of him. He doesn't point fingers. He doesn't blame umpires. He puts it on himself. He knows what he has to do to get ready. And he is going to try and perform. There's a lot at stake for him. This is a come-out year for him. He's got an opt-out after the season, so he could get back out on the street and get into free agency again. So he wants to have a big year, and I think he will, but we just have to be patient. I think he's very close to being what he is, and I think you're going to see better than what you've seen the previous 3 starts in his next start, but I think he's close to putting it together.
Few more minutes here on the UMA guest line with Mike Krukow on a Monday morning. And, Mike, I want to talk about the highlight of the weekend, which had to be Patrick Bailey's 4-for-4 performance on his own bobblehead day. We saw him launch one into the cove that landed into a canoe. So I wanted to ask you what you thought about his performance on his bobblehead day and whether or not we're counting it as a splash hit, even though technically it did not splash water.
Yeah, we've never seen that before. You think about all the the days when Bonds was putting together his streak, and you literally felt you could walk across McCovey Cove. There were so many vessels out there, kayaks and rafts and boats. I mean, we have pictures of it. It looks like, and it would make a great jigsaw puzzle because there's so much color out there, and it's just loaded up with people. But we never saw a ball hit right into a lap, and it happened to be a gamer babe out there who was riding lead on that two-man kayak. And she comes up with the ball. It was great. I mean, the whole thing was just so much fun. And for him to have a 4-for-4 day, and he really should have had a cycle. His last at bat, he had 3 legs, a double, single, and a home run. He hits a gapper the opposite way. If that ball doesn't hop up into the stands, he has a chance for a cycle, which really would have been something. But I think he's playing better ball too. You know, he's starting to throw the ball better. I mean, his game was a little lethargic. I thought star of the year, but he's putting it together, and you know, it's time. So I thought he had a pretty good weekend.
Mike, we got to end it with settling a dispute. Marcus and I disagree. 8th inning, 3-2 ball game. Jung-Hoo Lee draws a walk. And I'm thinking, okay, grandson of the win, go steal second. And he gets thrown out by Gabby Moreno. And Marcus says, no, you don't do it with nobody out. You got to let the rally build.
1-run ball game.
Where are you going, Mike?
Well, you know, that's what the green light is all about. I mean, he's got the green light. The green light is if you get a good jump, you go. And that's what he felt. I mean, he was looking to steal. He was looking to put himself into scoring position. And then, you know, if he can do that, then they're basically you pick up 90 feet without having to give up an out by way of sacrifice. And you're in scoring position. And, you know, I get you. I mean, he gets on base by a 4-pitch walk, and their pitcher wasn't even close. And then on the pitch that actually he goes to steal on, it was his 5th consecutive ball. It was way outside. As it turned out, it turned out to be almost like an unnatural pitch out, where they didn't call it pitch out, but the pitch was a pitch out. It was a great pitch to throw off of, and Moreno threw a strike, and he gets retired. I mean, everything had to be perfect to get him, but you know, he's got that decision. If he thinks he can get a good jump, and if he thinks he's got the tell as to when that guy's going to go home, and that guy who was pitching was like 6'5", 6'6", and he's a side armor. He's not a guy who's especially quick out of the stretch. So they had it scouted before the game even started, before the series even started. If this guy gets in there, they're going to try and go. He went, and Moreno made an all-star play. I mean, that's a hat tipper. That's what you know, good players do. That's what the big leagues is all about. And it was frustrating. I thought it completely killed the inning momentum-wise.
Yeah, it did. So is that a case where Gabby Moreno maybe deserves a little more respect? I don't know.
That's exactly what that is. You know, if you put the pressure on your defense to make a play, and they do, you tip your cap. Yeah. But, you know, I think the risk I think the reward was greater than the risk in that situation. And I was actually quite surprised that they got him.
Yeah, it was a hell of a play. It duly noted that when they play the Diamondbacks the rest of the year, that guy's a factor behind the dish. So, all right, Mike, fun stuff. Hey, Mets tonight, you get to see your buddy. Hey, isn't it always great to see Ron Darling and Keith Hernandez and that crew?
Oh, yeah. This is one of our favorites crew, and they're just fun. And well, it's always great to see Keith Hernandez come back home. And his brother Gary lives here, and they get together and they come in, and it's just good stories and good laughs. And, you know, I think the guy that I faced more than anybody in my career was Keith Hernandez.
Ooh.
And so we got a lot of history. And
all right. How do you pitch? So, you know, how does one pitch Keith Hernandez, batting champ?
Very carefully. I mean, you can't give him. I mean, he was a middle-away guy, and he was a good low ball hitter. But he was unique in that his swing was very flat, and he could backspin, you know, knee-high location. Usually guys backspin stuff at the belt and above, but he was smart. He was really smart. He would set himself up for a one pitch, and if you threw the pitch he was looking for, he was going to barrel it. He was just a good hitter, great player, and I think a Hall of Famer. So it'll be great to see those guys tonight.
It's good to know you guys will all be at the park together for all 3 games. So, all right, Mike, have a great one. Have a great call. We'll talk Wednesday.
In a bit.
Mike Krukow is brought to us by NorCal Honda. Honda is value. Get a great deal now at your NorCal Honda dealers. Okay, we were saying big hit, big hit, big hit. You know what? It's NFL draft week, and the 49ers might trade Brandon Ayuk. Niner fans, line it up. 808 KNBR. How you feeling about Ayuk? Do you want to move him for a better draft pick? Can you win a Super Bowl if you move him? 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Big hit next. The Sports Leader.
Screw you. Screw you.
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, the NBA playoffs are going on right now, but the Warriors are not in it, which leads to plenty of questions over the offseason, what they're going to do with Klay Thompson and the entire roster. So our guy John Dickinson wrapped up Just Dubs this past weekend with, of course, the one and only Greg Silver to give their final thoughts on the season and to also predict what's going to happen with Klay this offseason. To hear that entire podcast, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
We're actively talking with Brandon, trying to figure something out. And, I always talk, we have a good history of working with the guys we want to get done to get something done. And it takes two sides. So can we do that? We'll see. There's a number of different directions, that it could go, but we appreciate the heck out of Brandon and who he is as a player. And we want him to be a part of the Niners. And so we're going to work towards making that a reality.
Well, there it is. John Lynch saying, yes, we like to keep our guys. We like our guys. And yet here I am on Pro Football Talk with the headline, will the 49ers trade Brandon Ayuk this week? And Mike Silver's our guy. He's our North Star, and he's coming on tomorrow at 8:15. And when Mike writes about the Niners, I tend to really pay attention. And he wrote last month, he said, this Brandon Ayuk thing is going to reach an inflection point in late April. Marcus Boucher, Waterboy, Waterbud, Boosh. I got news for you, buddy. It's late April.
Yeah.
So,
and Murph, I'm guessing the inflection day has got to be draft night, right?
Well, yeah, or the day before, or the morning of, or whatever, or maybe when they're on the clock. Could be at any point.
Correct, and that's why Brandon Ayuk said fireworks this week, Murph.
Now, would you say the Niners right now, if you're taking phone, are you taking calls? If you're John Lynch, of course you're taking calls.
You always take calls.
Now, what if you could get, say, inside the top 20 with a draft pick and maybe make a move for a young receiver? Now, I would think Marvin Harrison and Roma Duzne would be gone by then. Those are the. By the way, I heard a guy this morning, Greg McElroy, who I'd like to say, he said he believes the difference between, or as they say in the business world, the delta between Marvin Harrison Jr. and Roma Duzne is not much at all.
Interesting.
He thinks Oduzne is almost as good. He thinks Harrison might be a little bit, not want to say hype, because he's amazing. He's a really good player, but he might have this shine on him because he's Marvin Harrison Jr., Ohio State, the whole deal. That Oduzne is right there.
Damn.
Right there with him. So anyway, point is, if you could get somebody like that, is it Malik Neighbors? Is it somebody? But you point out getting a rookie receiver in, and you're trying to win a Super Bowl right now. And if you like your guy, and Brandon Ayuk's young, guys. He's a young player. This guy's got a lot of football in front of him. And I think Purdy and Ayuk, they have a thing, right?
They definitely do, Murph. He's 26 years old. We're talking about Brock Purdy being one of the youngest starting quarterbacks in the league. But if you compare these two guys together moving forward, especially when we saw the element of the deep ball get added to that Kyle Shanahan system this year, how many times were we talking Monday morning with Tim Ryan? Oh, it's playground Purdy out there. And him and Brandon Ayuk kind of having that off-script chemistry that we've seen with other wide receivers and quarterbacks around the league.
Yeah.
Now, the question is, when there are so many playmakers on this offense, can you afford to have two wide receivers making $20 million or more? We saw last week with the Devontae Smith deal, him and A.J. Brown, they're doing it with the Philadelphia Eagles.
And they're paying Hurts.
So Howie Roseman is figuring out a way to balance everything on those contracts. That's what the 49ers currently have to kind of balance out. Is it worth it to pay that amount of money for these premium wide receivers, or do you think you can replace them in Kyle Shanahan's system? But it's also a Kyle Shanahan system that has seen wide receivers like Brandon Ayuk enter the doghouse as a rookie. So that's my take, Murph. Filling in and just trying to replace Brandon Ayuk with one of these first-round wide receivers is going to be a step back. It's going to be heading in the wrong direction. It's not going to be good for your offense when you're currently trying to win in this Super Bowl window.
I would agree 100%. First of all, the guy's not a locker room problem at all. His work ethic is strong. He's come a long way since his rookie year. As you point out, rookie receivers in the Niners don't get along, as I was just saying to my good friend Dante Pettis. Dante Pettis.
Shut up,
they made a move too. I know, bro. I mean, and it took Ayuk years to get out of the doghouse. Now, Debo, maybe less so. But you now have a situation right now where, again, we're talking about that window, right? That Super Bowl window. And, of course, the Niners would like to think they could win it every year. But right now, you're maximizing. George Kittle ain't going to be around forever. Trent Williams ain't going to be around forever. And if you go trade Ayuk, even for a draft pick, even for an attractive draft pick, even for an inside the top 20 draft pick, you are not going to take a guy that Kyle Shanahan is going to play right away. Who was the best rookie receiver last? Was it Zay Flowers? I haven't looked it up. I should probably looked it up before I asked that question out loud.
Off the top of my head, Zay Flowers.
Anyway, but the point is that, and as we've talked about the history of the Niners, And you're talking about a Brock Purdy who, as much as we love Brock Purdy, he's still learning. He can't all of a sudden just like assume. This isn't freaking Aaron Rodgers. Now I'm talking about sane Aaron Rodgers, not the Aaron Rodgers who's gone off the planet here, all right? But I'm talking about like, this isn't Aaron Rodgers who's like, yeah, just give me any receiver and I can work with him. Purdy's still learning his way.
Murph, Purdy's still learning. Yeah. This is going to be his first offseason as a starter, and he's still growing.
Puka Nacua.
Nice. Good call. Yeah, of course. He had a legendary rookie season.
And then Rashee Rice.
Over my head, yeah.
By the way, Puka Nacua and Rashee Rice, by the way, both mid-segment reads.
Look at you, Murph.
Hey, now.
In
other words, what I'm saying is if John Lynch needs GM advice, he might want to call the guy who's in the finals every year.
Call Brian Murphy. He's got all the answers for you. But I wanted to point out the pictures that came out from Brock Purdy from the voluntary workouts down in Santa Clara. Have you seen the size that he's added this offseason? He's bulking up a little bit. Maybe that synthetic slingshot's going to be even stronger than ever, Murph.
Do you want him bulked up?
I wouldn't. I like the size just for kind of durability. Just because we see quarterbacks go down with so many injuries, and Brock has dealt with them before.
Kind of a thick-ish kid, isn't he? I mean,
he always had those big quads.
Yeah,
remember?
We had him in person. Mm-hmm. Were you there at Santa Clara that day? We had him.
I was.
Yeah, weren't you helping us out that day?
Me and him were talking about Tommy John surgery, internal brace surgery before the interview.
And he had a solid upper body.
True, but especially this
lower body's crazy.
When we talk about how healthy it is, and I think a lot of it was due to last year and the internal brace elbow surgery that he had. Because, Murph, I know, as someone who's gone through Tommy John surgery, it's not like you can just bounce back the next week and start bench pressing again. He put a huge emphasis on his lower body because that was the only thing he could work out. But now we're seeing a full offseason program with a healthy Brock Purdy. He's also adding bulk and size to his entire physical build.
All right, couple things. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And second of all, people are texting in on this on 415-808. 5627, the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. 209 says, I can't remember Debo's rookie year, but didn't he get a lot of run? So he was a rookie receiver who did step in and played well.
Yeah, but Debo's a completely different dude. They were giving him handoffs in the backfield, doing jet sweeps. It's a different style than we see with Brandon Ayuk.
623 says, do not trade Ayuk. You cannot mess with Brock's development. And getting rid of Ayuk would severely cause a detriment. 209 says, I say trade Ayuk, not because I don't like him. I just want Kyle to run the damn ball in the damn Super Bowl.
Oh, man.
209 coming in. He says, stop being so pass happy. There you go. 408 says, do not trade Ayuk. We have had so many bad wide receiver draft picks over the years. Stick with Ayuk. Well, Danny Gray. I mean, right now, guys, they're going to go into this draft needing to draft another wide receiver because depth is so light there. Right now, it's Debo, Ayuk, and Juwan Jennings, and then, I mean, the Danny Grays of the world, bro.
Yeah, they brought back Trent Taylor last week.
Bro, no.
Like, he's going to be a special teamer.
No. Chris Conley, my guy.
That's your guy, Chris Conley. So I think they will.
Kevin Givens.
I think they will address it at some point of the draft, but to spend a first rounder, even if it's just pick the 31. Like, to me, there's so many other priorities. Offensive line, defensive back. You got to get a nickel corner or someone who can play outside. I think those would be the target of need over going wide receiver in the first round.
I got Eric Branch in the mock draft in the Chronicle taking a wide receiver in the second round. He says that's really a position of need. 408 says you would be crazy to let Brandon Ayuk go. 707 says anyone saying to get rid of Brandon Ayuk is letting emotion get to him. He is needed for Brock Purdy's developments. 415 says getting too big could backfire for Brock Purdy. Look at Tiger Woods. There you go. And then 415 says, he says 917 says, guys, I love you, but please stop. We have a 1-year window before Purdy's contract. Dumping Ayuk in that 1-year window isn't even sports talk radio worthy.
Wow.
All right. Well, hey, John Joe Curley, this guy's calling you out, bro.
Yeah, you better call in and talk to John Joe behind the glass.
Calling out because John Joe's like, this is the big hit. This is the big hit. I'm like, well, this guy 917 says it's not even worthy. Not even worthy of a topic.
Is this us asking about Brandon Ayuk's future the same as asking are the Warriors a championship contender every big hit?
510 says it took 2 years to get Ayuk where he is. If it is Super Bowl or bust, why would you try to repeat the rookie receiver game?
You're making sense, 510. You're making sense.
Here's the first one that says trade him. 831 says if you can get a first rounder, for Ayuk, you can trade him. And in the draft, you can get a corner and a tackle in the draft. You're going to need help at corner after this season. That's another good point. According to, so I'm reading
but also real quick, you can still get a corner and an offensive lineman without trading away Brandon Ayuk.
This is all true. 925's calling him just get ready for Packers. Jordan Love is that dude. We're taking the Niners down this year. 805 says, with the 31st pick, the San Francisco 49ers select A.J. Jenkins.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's a name I haven't heard in a while.
Young Tone, you know A.J. Jenkins?
No.
Yeah, he was a gigantic draft bust. Illinois?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Illinois, is that right? Yeah, he was a Jim Harbaugh, Trent Baalke draft pick who first rounder
did not play out.
Shout out R.W. McQuarters in the crew. No. By the way, we're still doing What Did Young Tony Learn Today? There's a couple of doozies out there. Oh. Just a quick digression off of Ayuk. I was telling him during the break, I'm like, hey, you're always looking for rejoins. Well, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame just announced their class, and you can play some of the ones. And I said, Cher is going in. You're a big guy who's into Believe. He goes, oh, that's a banger.
That song's a banger, bro.
And I said, you could play Tribe Called Quest. They're going in.
Legends.
That's one of Marcus's favorites. Everybody who doesn't like Tribe Called Quest. And then I said, Dave Matthews Band is going in. And he gave the Mike McDaniel.
Who?
Yeah. And I said, bro, so Tony, you want to come in? Bro, they sold. Listen, I'm not a DMB guy. I am not. But, dude, they're selling out the joint down here at 3rd and King. You're not down?
I mean, no offense to anybody that's listening, but same was Steve Miller Band and Journey, and I'm not going to that.
I know, but you've heard of those guys.
Yeah. Had not heard of Dave Matthews Band,
there
no.
it is. Had not heard of Dave Matthews
Nothing.
Band. And while we were on it, I said earlier today we were talking about Bye Bye Baby as a great alarm clock rejoin or wake up. And I said the only thing better is the theme to the Magnificent Seven from Albert Bernstein. He said, bro, I looked it up. You were
1960s Western film?
Yes.
Yeah, you got it.
You don't. So again, on the record, no knowledge of the Magnificent Seven.
Not a clue.
Does that mean I can safely assume you didn't know the Kurosawa film, The Seven Samurai, upon which it is based? Can we go with that?
I got nothing, no.
Okay, all right.
And by the way,
I want the Magnificent Seven theme as a rejoin coming up. It is probably, inarguably, the greatest theme song in movie history.
Now, I will say, or I will ask a question, Murph, did they reuse the song when they remade the movie in 2016?
Good question.
I never saw it, did you?
I didn't, because, again, you know me.
Oh, yeah.
Longest Yard, Magnificent Seven.
Here we go.
What are we doing here? 4 and 5 says, no. You have to trade Ayuk so you can go get Ronaldo Nehemiah. Now, that's old school. The Niners, Bill Walsh took the world record hurdling champion, Ronaldo Nehemiah, and tried to make him a Niner. He was okay. He was kind of like a lighter Jawan Jennings. Maybe not even that, too.
Did it go better than, who was the rugby player? Jared Haynes?
Jared Haynes.
Yeah, that wasn't a good experiment.
775 says trade his ass.
Ooh.
209 says J.J. Stokes was front row at the Kings-Bucks game I went to this year in Sacramento.
Nice.
There's another one for you.
Light the beam,
That was where they went big for a guy that did not work out. 310 says, this is simple. I don't want to trade Ayuk, but we cannot pay him and pay Purdy. Are you sure about that? Because the Eagles are paying Brown, Smith, and Hurts.
And here's the thing. Brandon Ayuk is still under contract. And if the 49ers really wanted to, they could franchise tag him not once, but twice.
Yeah.
So technically, they still could have control of Brandon Ayuk for the next 3 seasons. Now, of course, that brings up whether or not that would lead to a disgruntled Brandon Ayuk, but they still have control. And again, let's exercise some patience here. We don't want anybody to get trigger happy on draft night and end up in the same situation you're in with DeForest Buckner and Javon Kinlaw.
Just for fun, like, if indeed they trade Ayuk, we get the news Thursday evening, right when they're on the and by the way, Florio's right now, it would happen when they're on the clock. That's when Philadelphia traded, that's when the Titans traded A.J. Brown to the Eagles.
Good call.
You do it, that's max leverage. Okay, so the inflection point might not come until. If you are the Niners making that trade, what message are you sending? You're saying, because you know they want to win the Super Bowl. This is not a rebuild. So they're saying we can win the Super Bowl with Deebo Samuel and a rookie and Jawan Jennings. I mean, man, oh, man.
To me, that tells me if they were to make this trade, that they're thinking about the salary cap 2-3 years down the line when you should be worried about winning a Super Bowl right now.
We'll talk to Mike tomorrow at 8:15. I think Silver's a believer the cap doesn't even exist. Cap is just fake.
I mean, the way they're able to restructure contracts every year, we saw it earlier with George Kittle, Trent Williams, Fred Warner, all these guys restructure their contracts.
707 says on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material 6 line, with this Super Bowl window, am I the only one who thinks Brock Purdy would take a team-friendly deal?
Yeah.
He seems like that kind of guy, doesn't he?
Yeah, but
he just has that air about him, doesn't he?
He was also the lowest paid starting quarterback last year. Brock's got to get the bag. I don't think he's taking a hometown discount on his first big payday.
But for him, team-friendly is still a lot of money.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, I mean, he could still make a lot of money and keep it low in the early years.
Correct, true. He could set up his contract so he gets paid more on the back end.
209 says, Brandon Ayuk is straight the best wide receiver we've had since Terrell Owens. Ooh, shout out Anquan Bolden, Mike Crabtree, anybody?
Ooh, I'd see now, are we going specifically route running abilities, overall wide receivers? I love to see how they break down.
He just said
that
best
equation.
receiver, so I don't even know what you're saying there. 707 says, Ayuk reminds me so much of Keenan Allen, both great route runners who don't rely on speed. His game is going to age like fine wine. It would be a shame if the Niners traded him for sure. This one just says, 510 already said it says preach Waterboat on that.
Oh, preach.
Florida says, I would trade Debo for 2 second-rounders to Washington, man. 310 says, in 30 years, the Niners have drafted 2 Hall of Famers in the first round, BY and Pat Willis, maybe Bosa. That's one superstar every 10 years. Keep Ayuk. Continue to butter your bread in the middle rounds. And 925 says, nobody likes the Dave Matthews Band. Yeah, I no, but at least we've heard of them.
Yeah, at least we're aware of them.
No, I've been an active anti-DMB guy for decades. Going back to like the young John Joe, you in on?
Oh.
Yeah. Now, the guy looks like he has BO. I'm not in. You know what I mean? So, and it's like, if you're going to be a jam band, just be the Grateful Dead, or whatever. So you can't be Dave Matthews
By
Band.
the way, shout out to my guy down the right field line this weekend at Oracle Park in a Grateful Dead jersey who caught a foul ball and was listening to KNBR on his transistor radio. Giving a shout out to the boys in the booth.
Was he wearing his Logan Webb a giveaway?
No, he was wearing a Grateful Dead t-shirt.
Oh, was he?
A real deadhead down the right field line.
209 says they'll have to pay Purdy, but I don't get the impression he's the type of guy who will demand so much they can't sign everyone else. This is a second one saying that he'll take a 50. 559 says $50 million a year buys a lot of tractors.
It's a lot of
All right,
tractors.
too. And 209 says franchise him. Offensive line first round, another wide receiver second round. You don't franchise him this year. He's under contract already this year.
They could franchise him next year.
And so would he hold out and pout? No, he wouldn't, because he'd be losing $14.5 million and get fined every day he misses camp. That's part of the CBA that's not player friendly. So seems overwhelming. You don't trade Ayuk and you figure out a way to make a run salary cap wise, Purdy friendly in the early years, and maybe you get 2 more years out of this window. But hey, Mike Silver at 8:15 tomorrow, Matty Barrows at 9:15 today. So there's your big hit, guys. George Contos next. Chris Berman at 8:50. He's going to present Brian Sabian at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. That should be fun. There you go. Congrats on a big hit, everybody. You did good on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Vallejo, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Vallejo's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Professor, Ron Wotus, stopped by talking baseball this weekend with Marty Lurie to break down their series against the Arizona Diamondbacks and when he expects Blake Snell to bounce back from his first 3 starts in San Francisco. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. And Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Turn that up, kid. That's I decided to give young Tony the assignment of Rock and Roll Hall of Fame 2024. Just announced inductees, and Tribe Called Quest made it. This is for you, buddy.
Right? Oh, a little Bonita Applebaum.
There you
gotta
go, buddy.
Put me on.
All right, we'll see if
Bonita.
I was thinking of trying to make a transition from that to the Mets. The Big Apple coming into town, Bonita Apple. Anyway. Hey, we're proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Giants just can't turn that engine over. 10-13. They split 4 with Arizona. Anytime they threaten to get within one game of 500, they seem to take a step back. Let's talk about it with a man who does talk about it for a living on NBC Sports Bay Area, former World Series champ George Contos. Always good to check in with George as the season goes on, get his opinions on how it's looking. But first and foremost, George, good morning.
Hey.
Welcome back to Murph and Marcus. How you doing, man?
What's up, George?
I'm doing great, guys. Good morning. How are you? How you spending the morning
Just like
today?
Glorious. Like, the Bay Area at its best. Like the blue sky, the light, everything's good. We're in a good mood because the weather's fantastic, but we could have done with like 3 out of 4 instead of a split. Big picture, George, before we get into the nitty-gritty of pitching, hitting, and defense, just kind of, do you feel like it's been a little bit of a frustrating start overall, 10-13, or too early to tell?
Well, I think with expectations being set high with the rotation that we have and with the depth in the lineup and the people that we've signed during spring training and leading up to opening day, I think that most people would have probably wanted to get off to a better start. I'm not overly concerned yet. I think that once this team starts hitting their stride offensively, there's a lot of upside still to come.
Yeah, and it would have been big to get that win yesterday, obviously, but there was a little bit of controversy in that 9th inning. I want to ask you about the Stu Sherwater situation where Kevin Newman strikes out, but he calls a foul tip. Next thing you know, he gets an RBI double. Bob Melvin and Matt Williams are tossed from the game. George, what was your breakdown on that situation?
Well, that's a tough one because you've implemented video replay in baseball now to try and get calls right, and for some reason you've handicapped yourself on not reviewing certain plays. I think that is an absolutely reviewable play. I don't know why Major League Baseball has decided that they can't review that when the umpire, Stu, cannot see when that ball hits the dirt because he's being blocked by Patrick Bailey. So what he's, leaning on is trying to hear sounds. The first sound is the bat hitting the ball, and the second sound is the ball hitting the ground and the mitt. You can't see that. And I remember I was plagued by that in 2017. We were in Miami, and I threw Marcell Ozuna a slider, and they called a foul ball, and Buster was catching. He literally showed the ball to the umpire, and he's like, there's not a scuff on the ball. There's no dirt on the ball. And I had to they called it a foul ball, had to rethrow another pitch. My outcome was thankfully a little bit better than what happened yesterday, but I think you need to do something to address this thing where if you're trying to get plays and calls right at the major league level, you really should encompass all of the game of baseball to do so instead of putting it on one umpire. I'm actually surprised that they didn't congregate with the umpires and see if anybody else had anything to say about it like they sometimes do.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Arizona was winning the game 3-2 at the time, so there's no telling, what would have happened, but he does wind up getting the 2-run doubles. Just kind of a frustrating deal. What happened this weekend that was a little surprising was everybody's really excited about this starting rotation. I feel like they got a chance to win every day, yet each of the three starters, Blake Snell Friday, Kyle Harrison Saturday, and Jordan Hicks Sunday, Hicks went the farthest. He went 5. So was that a little bit of a failure? You think they lose Friday, they lose Sunday, they lose 2 out of 3 because that puts a lot on the bullpen. And the bully came through on Saturday, your mates out there, your bullpen mates, but they didn't on Sunday.
Bullpen's been doing great, and there was that play that kind of changed the momentum too when Matt Chapman in the 9th inning there, that bunt that came through. If Fitzgerald catches that ball, I think it kind of changes a little bit of the dynamic and the momentum of that inning. But you got to tip your hat to Jordan Hicks. I mean, the guy went out there, hit 2 batters, gave 4 free passes with walks, had a balk. So I mean, the guy gave 7 free gifts of 90 feet to the Diamondbacks, and he still went out and threw 5 innings and gave up 1 run. I mean, he's now in all of his starts this season has gone at least 5 and given up less than 2. So the fact that he was able to kind of grind and give his team a chance to win yesterday was what I thought pretty impressive. I mean, he had no strikeouts, which might never happen again for a guy with Jordan Hicks' stuff. But you really need to take advantage of the fact that Merrill Kelly was scratched yesterday, and you were getting a guy who's a younger pitcher making his first start of 2024. And the offense just really wasn't able to kind of come through when they needed it because I thought the pitching staff did great. Obviously, that 17-1 game, you throw it out the window. Those happen, and you move on. But, Kyle Harrison in his start, I thought his stuff was just a little bit of a tick down from what it normally is. But those are the ebbs and flows of a season. I mean, as Mike Krukow says, in 30 starts, a pitcher's going to have 10 where he has his best stuff, 10 where he has bad stuff, and the other 10 he's just going to have to grind and get through it. And unfortunately, all 3 of those guys had to grind and get through it stuff this trip through the rotation.
George, you mentioned the 17-1 loss on Friday night, and I just wanted to ask you about Blake Snell and really the pitching matchup. The coincidence that it was Blake Snell versus Jordan Montgomery, 2 guys who were both represented by Scott Boras over the offseason and signed late in spring training. Now, Jordan Montgomery made his first start of the year for the Arizona Diamondbacks after going and pitching down in the minor leagues. Blake Snell took a different approach and hasn't really had success in the first 3 games of the season, even though he is traditionally a slow starter. What was your thoughts on the different approaches of a Jordan Montgomery versus a Blake Snell?
Well, I mean, you have to look at, in my opinion, the stuff that you're kind of talking about, right? I mean, Jordan Montgomery is a very kind of fully refined pitcher. He uses all of his pitches. He focuses a lot on fastball command. He even said it in one of his interviews after the game is, what were you kind of working on? I mean, I know that he, in his contract, had to be up in the big leagues by this start, per, whatever the contract he signed with Boras and the Diamondbacks. So he did his two starts in the minor leagues, went 85 pitches both times, and he just said, even though it's a big league game, I'm still working on fastball command. That was what he cared about, and he went out and, pitched pretty well, I thought. And then you have a guy in Blake Snell who wanted to get right back into the the big league mix and deal with those big league emotions right away. And like you mentioned, Blake has been a historically slow starter. We're seeing that this year, obviously, in his first few starts in a Giant uniform. But the stuff, in my opinion at least, has been very crisp. You've been seeing 97, 98 mile-an-hour fastballs. You've seen those really good breaking balls. When he's thrown a changeup that he hasn't liked, he's backed it up with a really good one. So I think the steps and strides are there to see him progress and kind of do the things that we're expecting Blake Snell to do, hopefully sooner rather than later.
Talking to George Contos, of course, World Series champ with the Giants and NBC Sports Bay Area pre and post analyst. And Giants take on the Mets tonight. Mets are playing better, 8-2 in their last 10. They just took 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers. Veteran lefty Jose Quintana against Keaton Wynn tonight. Little old man versus young man tonight at 6:45 at the corner of 3rd and King. Hey, a big picture, George, how that you've now seen 4 games with these 2 teams on the same field. Now, Arizona's, they have that reputation. They went to the World Series last year. They were National League champs. They have that reputation as young and fast and everything the Giants aren't. They split 4 games. What did you think after seeing these four games with these 2 teams on the field? Is it an even match? Is there an edge to Arizona? Was there something you liked better about the Giants? What was your analysis?
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, you said it. The Diamondbacks are a very young team, and we've known they've been a young team for a while, but they went out last year and they proved it, and they went and got to the World Series. They won the National League. These younger kids that they have in their lineup are really playing with some confidence, and you go out and you add a guy like Eduardo Rodriguez. You signed Jordan Montgomery to add to your rotation. with Zach Gallen, who's finished twice in the top 5 in Cy Young voting, and Merrill Kelly, who when he comes back is obviously, a co-ace, so to speak, of that team. I would not overlook the Arizona Diamondbacks. They are very, very good. I mean, they have the best run differential in the National League West, which after 23 games, if someone told you that the run differential of the D-backs would be better than the Dodgers, I would scratch my head and be like, yeah, I don't know if I believe you. This team is very good, and 2.5 games now separate all 4 teams atop the NL West. So you got to play good games or good baseball against these teams intra-division, because the fact that you're not seeing them as many times throughout the year makes those head-to-head matchups so much more important. And these D-backs, I think they're hungry. They can play with anybody. They can run. They can play good defense. They're going to be here all year, knocking at the door, trying to win the NL West.
Yeah, and the Giants themselves have some pretty young, good players also, George. And one I wanted to spotlight is Patrick Bailey, his 4-for-4 performance on Saturday, sending one into McCovey Cove that landed in a canoe. George, are we still giving Patrick Bailey credit for a splash hit, even though it didn't splash water?
Absolutely. He smoked that ball. And when I saw the replay, I even looked. I was looking at Randy, and I was like, did that not even hit the water? I think that lady in the canoe caught it, and then we slow-moed it, and that might have been the play of the game. That as great of a kind of drop the head of the barrel and splash hit and 3-run homer as that was, her catch was fantastic. But, Patty Barrels being able to go out there on his bobblehead day and give the fans a show, not only does it, make everybody happy, but it brings a lot of confidence to a guy when you can go out there on a day that is celebrating you for your bobblehead and go 4-for-4 and be a huge reason why the team won the game.
So Giants, Mets coming in this week. And I mean, I just like to get going here, but did you feel like this Mets series is also a litmus test coming in? They're playing hot. They just took 2 out of 3 from the Dodgers. I mean, if the Giants want to be in the National League playoff picture, it's the Padres, it's the Diamondbacks, it's maybe the Mets they have to throw punches with too?
I would absolutely think so. I mean, everyone started to panic when the Mets started the season 0-5, and everyone's like, they're not going to be good. And look where they are now. They've won 8 of their last 10 games. They're 12-9. They're back up, creeping up on the Braves for the NL East. And when you look at this lineup, they have guys and thump top to bottom, and the rotation is nothing to sneeze at. I mean, Jose Quintana, I played with him with the Yankees. He's a very, very good pitcher. Luis Severino coming back. He's dealt with some injuries and some subpar years for him, but you're talking about another guy that's in the 95 to 98 range with a really good slider. So this team can beat you in a lot of different ways. They got Edwin Diaz back at the back of their bullpen. This team is going to be very good, and it's going to be another test for the Giants, as you mentioned.
All right, George, we'll see if they can kind of turn the engine over, win a series, and get closer to 500, and then bring in Joey Bart's Pirates, right, coming to town. So that'll be fun, man. All right, we enjoy always catching up with you, getting your takes, and then watching you on TV. We'll do it again down the road, George.
Yeah, thanks, George.
Thanks for having me, guys. Have a good morning.
Appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, they just can't turn. By the way, you know what's interesting? We think of the Diamondbacks as young, and I just said that with George, and I just started going through their lineup. They actually, yesterday, Ketel Marte, 30, Lourdes Gurriel, 30, Jock Peterson, 32, Eugenio Suarez, 32, Christian Walker, 33. They're not as young as you think. Now, Corbin Carroll's young, Blaze Alexander's young, Gabby Moreno's young. Mm-hmm. But the Giants, if you go through the Giants, Jung Hoo Lee's 25, Pat Bailey's whatever, 20 whatever, and Tyler, Tyler Fitzgerald, Estrada. What's Estrada right now? Is he like 26, 27?
He's closer to 28, 29, I believe. But then you throw in the young pitchers like Kyle Harrison, Logan Webb, still only 27 years
Jordan
old.
Hicks,
Camilo Duvall's not old at all.
Aren't as old. That said, Flores, Conforto, Chapman, those guys are older, but so are some of those Diamondbacks.
Right, you are right though, Murph. That is interesting.
That's interesting. Tyro is 28. There you go. All right, guys. Cooler of content, the best of the weekend. Oh, my God. Why is Nikola Jokic becoming even more lovable? Next on The Sports Leader.
It's a real kick in the nuts.
right, everyone. Chill. This is the Cooler. You're not sending me to the Cooler of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
The Cooler of content. Always making you chuckle, making you think deep. Deep in your thoughts, deep in your chuckles.
Is it deep? We're usually telling like fart jokes and stuff.
Did anybody break wind over the weekend?
Yes,
That's my question.
Yeah, we're getting deep.
Did anybody break wind over the weekend? Well, I think we all probably did at some point, right? Just not on camera.
I saw the grandson of the wind go deep this weekend.
Well, so there you go.
Yeah,
Grandson of the breakaway. Chris Berman at 8:50. How fun is that? He's inducting Brian Sabian into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame on Monday, May 6th. Anytime Boomer gets a chance to come out to the city, he's coming. Buck, batten down the hatches at Shanghai Kelly's Polk and Broadway. That's his spot. All right, guys. Okay.
Excuse me.
Oh, there it is.
Thank you.
What was that again? Yeah.
Excuse me.
Oh, boy.
Yeah,
At least, once again, props for him having the politeness to say, excuse me.
Excuse me.
Somebody stepped on a duck. All right, guys. I teased the Joker. I'm going to go with him first. Cut H here. So Nikola Jokic not just announced as one of the 3 NBA finalists for MVP, Luka Doncic, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and Nikola Jokic. You think Jokic is winning another one?
Put another trophy in the case, Murph.
That'll be 3 in a row.
He's stacking them up now.
Yeah. And meanwhile, everybody says, oh, J.J. Redick says he's not an athlete. George Karl goes the other way and says he's the best player he's ever seen. Hot take. He says that includes Michael Jordan and LeBron James. Hot take.
I was going to say, you might have to hit him with Derek Carr for that one.
Pump that back a little bit.
Maybe. But anyway, so I guess he wears a black turtleneck. He wore a black turtleneck once, and people lost their minds saying he looks like Gru from Minions.
Interesting. See, I would have gone more like Steve Jobs off the top of my head when I'm talking black turtlenecks.
Well, you are correct, the black turtleneck. But when you pair it with the mug and haircut of a Jokic, doesn't he look like the guy from Minions?
Yeah, close enough.
Young Tone, you Minions generation kid?
I was just trying to tell Curly, it's actually Despicable Me.
Oh,
the
I'm
Minions
sorry.
are a characters.
But don't they have a Minion movie now also?
I think you were right.
Yeah, I think you're right, yeah.
I think you're right.
So is this Despicable Me 4, and does it include the Minion movies?
Yes.
Yes, the answer is yes. Remember a couple years ago when all those high school kids were like throwing parties at like the Minion movies?
Yes, dude, great.
They're like raging and like tearing down theaters.
Yeah, 2015 Minions, the movie came out.
Nice.
Despicable Me, however, was, and this is voiced by Steve Carell, right?
Mm-hmm.
Despicable Me came out in 2010.
Ooh.
So Young Tone, 14 years ago, you were 11. Is that right in your wheelhouse?
I've seen the movie. Good movie. Made me laugh.
And so here it is. I'm looking at a picture of Gru. Here it is. He does look like Jokic. You throw a scarf on him. So he's got such a good sense of humor. He just did a trailer for Despicable Me 4. It aired during the NBA playoffs opening weekend here.
Thought I look really good that day. I put on this beautiful suit that said, I'm in business.
Like the one you're wearing?
Yes.
Then what happened?
They say I looked like Gru.
Why does that bother you?
It doesn't.
Then why bring it up?
Because they won't leave me alone.
They?
Guys, I'm not your boss.
Eliminations Despicable Me 4.
So solid, man.
Dude.
Joker.
Nicely done.
That thing's a
Nicola.
hit all the way around. Nice and tight. Tightly edited. Couple of good laugh lines in there. She says, why does it bother you? He says, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
I meant business. I
And
put
then-
on the suit.
And at the end, guys, leave me alone. That's like me with the you guys after the show.
I was going to say, I'd love
Curly
to see...
wants a post-show meeting. I'm like, guys, leave me alone.
I'd say John Curley's the little minion of the group. Murph.
Oh, man. So it is voiced by Steve Carell. Felonious Gru.
I'm saying Steve's got to go. Put the Joker in there.
I'm telling you, man, Joker. 3 MVPs and a funny commercial or for Filoni for Despicable Me.
They say I looked like Gru.
I looked like Gru.
It's pretty good, by the way. If you've heard Steve Carell in the movie, it's pretty accurate.
Oh, very, very good. Larry Nance Jr., New Orleans Pelican.
Ooh, let's Nance.
They won on Friday. I saw Heather called in earlier. We didn't get to her. Heather's turning into one of our friends. She said, how come you didn't make the Kings a bum baby?
Ooh, good question.
Good call, Heather.
I always love when people are mad about our hums or bums.
Yeah, maybe I should have. If I could do it all over again, I would have.
Wow.
So, Heather, thank you for making me better. I want to make me better. Once again, we do say Friday night is where Sports Talk Radio goes to die. Yeah. Although I brought Blake Snell out for the Friday night.
He got a
mockballs.
bum baby for Friday night.
But Larry Nance Jr. facing the OKC after they won Friday night, after they won the Thunder, he was like, hey, man, we have a chance. We have a chance. And then he stepped into Shohei Ohtani, Ippei Mizuhara territory.
You know, respectfully, I'm betting on the Pels. I'm not betting. No Johnson. I'm not betting. I'm not betting on anything. I don't own a betting app. None of that. Nah.
Great media laugh.
Yeah.
Great media. They want to cut and clip that one. Good. Here it is. You got it here?
I'm betting on the Pels. I'm not betting. No Johnson. I'm not betting.
Oh, outstanding media laugh.
You got to be careful these days now, Murph. You got to make sure to clarify, or else next thing you know, you're going to end up like Jonte Porter getting the Adam Silver for life ban.
Or, by the way, if he's Larry Nance Jr., if he was Ippei Waterboy, he would have bet on the Kings. Right? You know what I mean? That's how Ippei gets $16 million in the hole.
Yeah.
Right?
Fade Ippei. Fade Ippei.
I remember that's the first time I heard the phrase fade. I didn't know the kids were saying fade.
Yeah.
But back in like 2019 or something.
2020, right when I started, I think. Yeah.
Cope said, hey, Waterboy says fade the forecast.
I was fading the forecast.
Oh man. Fighting words. Ever since then. The forecast has been in the green constantly, just defying you.
That's it. I was just poking the bear a little bit, and next thing you know, Saturday Murph shows up and starts hitting on all these college games.
And showing up in fantasy championships.
Look at you.
Not winning, but showing up. Jung-Hoo Lee. I didn't see him. He didn't play Friday night.
Where you see?
I'm 0 for 2. I've had my season seats twice, and he hasn't played either game.
I think
they're only 2 games he's missed all year.
I think they're doing it on purpose. Like, hey, you hear Brian Murphy was talking about coming to the game today? Let's bench Jung-Hoo Lee.
But he homered on Saturday morning. I guess his rest treated him well. And, of course, you got to go to the call from his native nation of South Korea.
오른쪽으로 높게 이정호입니다. 오라클 파크에서 첫 번째 홈런 이정호.
자, 첫 번째 리드 홈런이 나왔고요.
그리고 이정호의 시즌 두 번째.
Yeah. Why doesn't John Miller and Dave Fleming and Mike Krukow and Dwayne Kuiper do that?
I mean, maybe they should, Murph. And I just think it's so awesome that they are broadcasting all of these Giants games live for Jung-Hoo Lee back in South Korea.
So those guys are back in a studio in Korea. They're not at the park, are they?
I don't know. I've seen their different camera angles. They have a different TV camera. They're not using the NBC Sports California or Bay Area feed. So maybe, I don't know, Murph. That's a good question.
Do they cancel, like when Friday night when he no-showed, did they just bang the park for us and we're not showing tonight?
Well, it was an Apple TV exclusive on Friday.
This is a joke for the old heads out there. I may need some help here. When they announced Lee wasn't starting, did they instead show Love American Style? All right, now that's a deep one. I admit it.
You lost us all there, Murph.
I knew that was a deep one because in the late 70s and early 80s, you would only get a few Giants game per year on Channel 2. It was like a real treat. Like they only got about, I'm going to say like 18 a year, maybe 25 a year, something like that. And if you got the dreaded rain delay, you'd be like, oh, this is the only time I can see the Giants. They would rerun this show, for this very obscure comedy show from the early 70s called Love American Style. Dude, I used to watch those during Giants rain delays all the time. All right? And playing on the East Coast, you get those rain delays.
Okay.
Maybe they did that in Korea.
Maybe.
All right? That was the joke.
Maybe
hey,
they either got that or the Heidi game, Murph.
Yeah, there you go. Don't just for overnight Dave. Actually, I was going to say too soon. The Raiders won that game. I was going to say too soon. Too soon for Jets fans. Damian Lillard scored 35 in the first half. Led the led the Bucks to a playoff win, and then dropped this pop cultural reference into the fact that he'd missed the playoffs the last 2 years.
The last 2 years not being in the playoffs, it was, it sucked. I was early vacations. Last year I went to Coachella. Like, I ain't never been able to go to Coachella. Like, it's just playing in the playoffs every year. So just having that long summer, it was like, man, I was over that.
Keep Dame out of Coachella. That's the slogan, because he wants to be playing, not Instagramming.
Yeah,
right?
and now our guys Steph Curry and Klay Thompson are down at Coachella instead.
Are they Instagramming?
Nah, I'm joking. I don't know if that's a real riff or not.
By the way, just a listener checked in earlier and said you didn't mention Coachella headliners No Doubt, and that's on me. I didn't know because I'm a big No Doubt fan. I'm on record.
I'm down with some Gwen Stefani.
Nice, buddy. Yeah,
Definitely.
great sound. Had their own little Orange County sound, that little ska pop punk thing they had going. They had some bangers.
Hell yeah.
And then finally, do we go with Nikki T on Juan Soto?
It's been too long since we've had Nikki
And by the way,
T.
why are you playing at 10 in the morning this morning against the A's?
I have no damn
It's
idea,
a Monday,
to be honest with you.
It's the first game of the series, and it's a Monday morning? Is there something going on in New York?
Monday day game.
Is it like the
Good
Patriots
question.
Day of New York?
I don't think so.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they just feel like the A's are so bad and unattractive, they just want to get it over
Yeah,
with.
they know nobody was going to watch the A's anyways.
So, anyway, Nick Totaro, you're happy about Juan Soto?
Oh, dude, am I happy about Juan Soto?
Are you like Nikki T?
Yeah, Soto. Guy's incredible, unbelievable. If they don't sign this guy, they're insane. He's changed the whole team. Changed the whole team.
He's right.
Man, that opening, just that guttural,
Yeah, Soto.
Might have to replace my other yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I want
yeah,
that.
Soto.
I want that, yeah, Soto. And then that one, they're insane. The way he held that word there, too. Give me that, they're insane. They don't sign this guy, they're insane. I'll tell you, Matt Mayoko joins Stolberg and Copes at 4:50 while you find that. Yeah, they don't sign this guy. They're insane.
Guy's incredible, unbelievable. If they don't sign this guy, they're insane.
All right, very good.
They got her, dude.
Hope you guys enjoyed the cooler of content we did. I want to thank Larry Nance, Nick Totaro, the Korean home run call, the Joker, Despicable Me, and, of course, Dame not going to Coachella. Chris Berman, Boomer! Come on. Can we do I remember last time at Pebble Beach, he came on, we started playing the Sunday night. Dun, 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 and he just started making up. Down at Jack Murphy Stadium, Dan Fouts back in air, Coriel, and he just started making stuff up. It was really fun. Anyway, he's inducting Brian Sabian into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. Boomer, next. That'll be fun. The Sports Center.
Yeah, Soto. Guy's incredible. He's changed the whole team.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ah, that sounds good. Still remembering Dickie Betts and maybe something our next guest can riff on, because he can riff on anything in the world, whether it's what he's going to do in San Francisco on Monday, May 6th, and that's induct his friend Brian Sabian in the Bears Sports Hall of Fame, or just riff on the great sports world around us, the great game of baseball, football, basketball, the world around us, or memories of 1988 in Haines City, Florida, when a young Brian Murphy was grilled by quiz show host Chris Berman. So, Boomer, we go way back. I got this kid Marcus sitting next to me here. It is great to have you on the show, man. How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Boomer?
If you haven't aged one bit since 1988, you might as well tell the listeners a little bit how we go back. I'll say it. You saved it for me. And good morning to everybody.
It's great, man. And you were there. You wore like kind of a maroon blazer, getting maybe like your Wink Martindale on, kind of. You know what I mean?
Listen. It was it was really a good game show.
It was.
Boardwalk and baseball trivia. 3 students from how many colleges? 64. So I could have worn a maroon, a bright green, a fuchsia, a carnation. Look, that jacket could have walked out there after doing how many 45
so
shows in 4 or 5 days.
Yeah.
I could have walked out there without me in it, pal.
Oh man, I just remember just one small trivia, and we can get back to Sabian and life in general. But I think my proudest one was my dad grilled me on old boxers before I left. And you said, in 1915, this hulking Kansas farmhand, and it just hit me. My dad had told me about this guy named Jess Willard, and I buzzed in and I said, Jess Willard? And you pretended like there was a fly around your head, kind of like looking, and then you grabbed it out of the air. He goes, you grabbed it out of nowhere, Jess Willard. So,
well, that's why. How far did you guys go in that thing? I don't remember.
You know what, Boomer? We beat Arizona State to start, and you were feeling pretty good about us. You're like, the Bruins are coming. And then we ran into a buzzsaw from LSU. They had like a College Bowl type team, and they sent those 3 kids. So they were space. And then the next year, we ran into this team from Nebraska. We were one and done.
I remember him.
Yeah, Joe.
I remember him. Washington State was good.
Casey,
you know what?
Yeah, the Washington State
crew. I remember everything, but all that stuff. But don't ask me what I had for breakfast today, okay?
Well, anyway, we can ask you about about Brian Sabian, and this is so great. I'll be there. I'll see you Monday, May 6th at the Hyatt Regency in Embarcadero in one of your favorite cities, San Francisco. Tell us about Sabian and you, Brian, giving you a call there.
Well, first of all, it is my favorite city, and I haven't really been back much since COVID. Not that I'm scared away, and I'm not going there, but I'm looking forward to get back and then continuing doing that. I love San Francisco. Everybody knows it, and at any rate. Well, Brian and I go back, to when he was with the Giants. He wasn't the GM right out of the gates, but we met even when he was in his other role in the earlier 90s when it was the reincarnation of the Giant. We're going way back now. Barry Bonds, McGowan, who saved the team and the group, and et cetera. But phone rings in January, to fast forward, and he says, it's not out there yet. I'm going to go in the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. I said, well, geez, you should. And he said they've asked for a presenter. I said, yeah, keep going. So why are you calling me? And he said, well, that's why I'm calling you. I said, can you say a few words on my behalf? I'm honored to do it. And so, look, he will be the first to say that night, and I know you're MC, and it's great that you do that because these proceeds go to, I believe, Special Olympics in the Bay Area. I mean, we could say no more, and the list is unbelievable every year. But he would be the first to say, yeah, well, I didn't have that much to do with baloney. I'm going to be the first to say he had a ton to do with it. Because if you're the GM and executive VP and you're running more than just, he didn't hire Dusty, right? That was while he was there, but that was 93. But Felipe Alou and Bruce Bochy, how did that do? How about number 1 draft picks, which we don't talk about in baseball ever? Murph, because football, we're all, oh my God, who are they going to draft in the 4th round? Baseball's a different deal, even though it's hepped up a lot more than it was at this time. But number 1 picks, in no particular order, Matt Cain, Tim Lincecum, Madison Bumgarner, Buster Posey. I'd like to see anyone, he didn't do it alone, who hit like that in an 8-year span, whatever it is, right? And then all the other things, just the daily game that baseball is, being in touch with all aspects, but not hovering over, but being aware. He's one of the smartest people I've met, and that's in any sport. And I will say this, Murph, because this is more personal. One of the most loyal people to me that I've ever met, and that's one of the things that we learn in sports, that the people in it are so many of them are just so loyal, and they get teamwork and all, and I couldn't be more thrilled to see him go in. Just a little aside. So, we all walk through the airport, and where a lot of these statues, if you will, or bronzes are, and we see the folks in there. So I looked up Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, right? And you've done it. Mm-hmm. So I think the first year it existed or they inducted was 1980. Okay? So first 3 names, Willie Mays, Joe DiMaggio, Bill Russell. Hello? By the way, May 6th is Willie's birthday. Did you know that? 93.
Wow. With a big summer for us going to Rickwood Field for the Negro League tribute Giants Cardinals down in Birmingham, June 20th.
Awesome.
That's going to be a huge one. I want to introduce you to the young Marcus Boucher, great baseball kid sitting next to me, Boomer. So, Marcus.
And, Boomer, I know about all your connections with the San Francisco Giants, whether we're talking about your time as a manager in spring training a couple years ago. Whether,
I'm 1-1.
Yeah. Whether we're talking about you throwing out the first pitch of one of the final games at Candlestick. But I really want to know, Boomer, if you still have those patches of grass in your backyard from Candlestick and Oracle Park.
You did you read the bio. My God, Marcus. Hey, he can go somewhere, Murph. He's my goodness, reading a bio. I didn't think that still happened about that generation.
Show prep.
Way to go, Marcus.
Yes,
thank you.
I have them. I know where they are, but I think by now, the Candlestick. So that was obvious. George Costa, who ran the building and ran Oracle and all its different names, and Pac Bell, et cetera. That's a whole nother story. It's his first year not doing that with the Giants, which is really sad because he's a great human being. At any rate, he FedExed when they moved the football stands for good, in 1999, and then, they would never be moved back to baseball, so they cut out a lot of the turf and FedExed me a patch, and then FedExed wherever they had got the field for what was going to be Oracle Park. No surprise. I live in New England, okay? Candlestick made it a long time. Through winters and stuff, that Oracle it made it, it's there, but it's not there. I think by now, I'll go out and check, 24 years, I know where Candlestick is. It doesn't look like you would think it would, but it lasted 3 times as long because we all know what the weather was at Candlestick Park on a daily and nightly basis.
Absolutely, Boomer. And then one more question about Candlestick Park before we move on and start talking 49ers. I wanted to ask you about your experience back in 1989 being at the stadium for the earthquake, and then the story that came out this season of the Oakland A's officially leaving Oakland, playing in Sacramento, and just your thoughts on the A's leaving Oakland and what that means for the future of Bay Area baseball.
Well, that's a loaded thing. But obviously, the earthquake, there are many of the listeners right now that lived it and have their own amazing, their own story, and I hope it's a story of somehow getting through. Eastern kid, never been in an earthquake, needless to say. We were in the, personally, so I was in the upper deck. Behind the home plate, that was where the auxiliary press would sit. I went out in right center field, way up there where the seats split. But correctly so, by the way. That's a long answer that I won't go into. But the Candlestick performed the way it was supposed to. which is an overlooked, as much downtrodden and as much garbage as it got. Oh, it's terrible and this and that. It performed earthquake-wise exactly how it was supposed to, I am told by those that know a lot more about it than me. At any rate, I thought, because the national anthem was coming in about 2 minutes, because it was 5:00. What was it, fellas?
5:04, I believe, huh?
Yeah, there you go. But so the national anthem was, and my first thought for about 3 seconds, because you saw nothing, obviously. Oh my God, they've never screwed this up. The planes are early. They're coming from behind the plate, and they're coming over, and they're not singing yet. And then, of course, 4 seconds later, there were no planes. And now, among other things, the lights on the tall stanchions are waving back and forth, and it went for about 20, 22 seconds. And, you say to yourself, it's going to stop at some point. Okay, you figured out what it was. And we all have our stories. I mean, if you were in the park, you remember there was a loud cheer, not yay, this is great, but of unbelievable relief because it was Giants versus A's. So many of the people were obviously from the Bay Area, more than usual in a World Series, and, because both from that right there. No one knew the Bay Bridge, no one knew, et cetera. They just knew that there was an earthquake, right? And so Joe Torre was working with us. That was one of the few times he was broadcasting, not managing. And he was the expert at it. And he and I were sitting next to each other among Peter Gammons, Chris Myers, Bob Lee, et cetera. And I looked at Joe, and he goes, Boomer, this is an earthquake. After it's settled down, we got to get down from here. I did say, I hate to say it, yeah, I need a beer, Joe. And then we went, and of course, there was no beer. And then as time unfolded, everyone has their own story. But we were on the air because we had a generator and weren't reliant on power, which, of course, was out. Auxiliary lights were on. We were on the air in the parking lot for 3 hours. Bob Lee was brilliant, et cetera. As news would come in a little bit, you could see some flames even across the bay at refineries in the East Bay. And then the police, because they hooked up into our generator, and we had, by accident, done them a huge favor, they escorted us back in. We were staying at the Westin St. Francis downtown, right? And so the trip up, the 101 into downtown, what I remember was this must have been what London was like in the bombing in World War II, because there, other than candles or flares on the road and candles in the window of the buildings, that's all I remember. And walked up to the room by pen light or by a candle. I don't even remember anymore. And no elevator. Duh. And thank God I was younger. A lot of stairs. And that was our evening. But we could go on, and my story's no different than anyone else, except it could have been, quote, worse, but, that's easy to say when you're not one of those that in the Marina District and et cetera, or beyond the Bay Bridge and et cetera. So, my two favorite memories of Candlestick Park are the catch and the earthquake, and the stadium shook both times for different reasons.
Yeah, man. Chris Berman is the voice here, of course. Honorary San Franciscan will be out here Monday, May 6th for the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. You're going to induct his buddy Brian Sabian in the distinguished category, and like he said, what an event it is. And Jenny Thompson, the most decorated female Olympic swimmer, maybe the greatest shark of all time, Patrick Marleau, Chris Wondolowski, the face of Bay Area soccer, and of course John Taylor. We'll go 1989 Monday night down in Anaheim Stadium there, right, for that, the two touchdowns, right? I know we don't have all the time in the world, Boomer. We can catch up with you Monday, May 6th at the Hyatt. But just one more on Sabian and what, they built, the 3 World Series in 5 years. And they're trying to find that mojo again. And I know you're close to the Red Sox. You're out in New England, and they're sort of trying to – I know they're playing okay this year, but they, last couple of years, sort of lost their identity a little bit. And you're witnessing this transition now, baseball, the great game that we all knew, whether it was George Brett and Mike Schmidt and all the heroes that we grew up with, versus the faceless analytics. I know it's an age-old question the last few years. Analytics versus old school. Analytics versus old school. where does a guy like Chris Berman come down on the state of the beloved game?
Well, it's still a great game, right, Murph? I mean, and Marcus, that's not going to change. The game of baseball is our game, and it's a wonderful game when played correctly and beautifully. And I mean, we sound like an old man at the moon, barking at the moon or whatever. I mean, we all would like to see starters go 7 innings, and that's why Logan, Webb, he's just such a pleasure to watch the way he works. It's old school, and the Giants have an old school manager. That's not to knock Gabe or anything else. Look, Davey Johnson, I'm going to veer off for a minute. Davey Johnson, it wasn't analytics by how we say it. He had whatever computer printouts were later on in his career looking at him, and he wasn't alone, but I do remember talking with him about it. And so it's not that extra information that's based on stuff that we don't normally, do you hit and run on a 2-2 count with the score of this and this inning? You know what I mean? It was used, but when it and football is the same thing. When you don't take into account, okay, what's really this situation right now? We can look up math. Well, in this situation, was it in the second inning of a scoreless game, or was it in the 8th inning of down by 2? The average of success is not the exact same situation. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. And so I'm skeptical some, very much so of some. I'm not saying it's not. To not look at the tools that are available would be stupid, and you agree. Mm-hmm. But, I guess a bullpen game. I mean, we could, I think you know where I stand. Yes. So, I mean, because the game that we grew up it's funny. I saw Joe Torre. It sounds like all I'm doing is talking Joe, but I ran into him about a month ago, and we have that little look in our eye every time we see each other, having sat together in that earthquake that you asked about. I said, Joe, give me your overall view of how baseball, the clock and this and what you think. He goes, well, I have some thoughts on the clock, but at least this is the game I played and I managed, meaning the pace of it a little bit. And I just hope baseball, I think they've realized they have to reel in that type of analytics over everything and get back to what made it the game that it is when you sit in the stands and everybody second guesses, but not really. The manager knows 10,000 times more than us. One little thought on Brian. I know we're going on, but I could take a run on. I'm not anchoring 11 hours of the draft like I used to, although I sound like I am now. Those days are over. But to win 3 times in 5 years like the Giants did, and actually the names that I mentioned, although Timmy, wasn't the same at the end, that run that he was in 10. I mean, Buster Posey was, and Bum was a starter in all of them, obviously. I mean, say no more. And Matt Cain hurt the last one, And so when you win 3 times in 5 years, like, look at those Yankees. It's the only comparison we have of 96 to 98 to 2000. So 4 and 5, so over a 5-year span. I didn't look this up, but aren't a lot more of those Yankee players there for the whole duration of the 5 years than the Giants? Yes, the bullpen was pretty much the same cast, and yes, obviously the catcher was the same, and the pitchers that we mentioned, but Pablo, but they had to change much more than your usual dynasty, if you will, that we talk about. And that goes to Brian and his staff and Boch and how you put together in 10 years ago, vis-a-vis 25 years ago even, how you assemble a team that lasts. Because the rosters were not the same, right, Murph and Marcus?
Well, I mean, you mentioned the pitchers, right? Matt, Timmy, Kane, Bumgarner, Lincecum, right? And then Buster, Panda, and then the core 4 relievers who are going in the Wall of Fame. But you're right. It's not Jeter, Posada, Bernie, O'Neill, Pettit. I mean, kind of maybe more pitchers than position players. But, hey, This is all stuff we'll talk about with Sabes and the whole crew. But you're right. It's so, I mean, what he did and how smart and how loyal he is. You're right about that. I've heard stories, that guy. I'm so glad it's you doing it. And all I could think of, by the way, during that earthquake story was when you said you wanted the beer. I know who had one for you. I know Steve Grealish and Mark Jennings had one for you at Shanghai Kelly's.
Well, maybe not that night. They would have, though. They would have. Oh, come on. I was a younger man then.
Hey,
Shanghai Kelly's, Polk and Broadway. Yes, great jukebox in there.
Hey, still there, Boomer. Still there.
Good. I need to know that. See, the rest, this is the information I need from you.
Yeah. And they opened, I don't know, you've been out since they opened their other spot, North Star, which is also, and that's also equally a fine drinking establishment with good times and good tunes. So
good people. And left alone. I don't mean like nobody talked. Just, it's fine. Like, you're in, we're all in there.
Exactly.
Having a good time.
Exactly.
That was San Francisco at its finest.
Don't harass Boomer when he's at Kelly's or North Star.
No, harass nobody. No, we're listening to the same. We're unplugging the jukebox by accident, and 5 minutes later, plugging it back in, and then putting in with the $5 to play Layla and whatever else we were going to put in.
Well, we could have played the Allman Brothers, right? I played that for you. I just figured maybe you had a thought on Dickie Betts and the Allmans.
Oh,
right?
Dickie Betts. Yeah, God, we're losing. Hey, I don't know how old. You don't have to say it. Time waits for no one.
Oh, Boomer,
but we're all good. Look, this
that's
is fun. I'm thrilled with your success. I'm thrilled you're going to be involved with it. Marcus, nice to meet you over the phone. And it's a wonderful time to be able, even though this will be quick, and it's great that JT with the Niners too, and I'm looking forward to meeting my God Jenny. We watched her set world records and Olympic golds and all that, and Chris, the soccer Bay Area,
yes.
And it's just going to be. And like I said, JT to relive, and Patrick Marlowe.
Yeah.
I mean, most games ever played in the NHL.
Yeah.
Give me a break.
You play more games.
Give me a break.
You play more games, and you know your hockey, Boomer. You play more. You lace up the skates one more time than Gordie Howe. You did something. You did something.
Yeah, I mean, you played because you know this, and we weren't. When you take the ice, and it's your third city in 4 days, and it's February, right? And you're 40 years old, or however old Patrick was when he finished, right? Yeah. If you're not at least trying 100%, like, okay, 80% tonight, I really don't have much.
Yeah.
You're going to get hurt. I don't care if you're 42 or 22.
Yeah.
Hockey, hats off to that. Most games in the NHL, you're not out there because someone wants you to set a record. You're out there because you can still do it.
No,
That's
incredible.
that sport. Total respect.
Yeah, you know your ice.
Respect from a Hartford Whaler fan. Okay? By the way,
yes.
I don't know that it's still there. There is a Hartford Whalers banner on the wall on the left in Shanghai Kelly's, about halfway down now. I mean, this is a long time. We haven't existed for 27 years,
That's
right?
exactly right.
There is one. It better still be there. I would think so. You know who put it there.
Okay, there it is.
I'll go check for you, Boomer.
The mark of a champion. Oh, man. Hey, listen, to be continued Monday, May 6th, all right? We'll see you 2 weeks from today. So glad you're going to be back in the city by the bay, and so great hearing your voice. We'll see you soon, buddy.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Be a great night. Keep up the great work, fellas.
You're the man. Chris Boomerman. He'll be out here on, and just to make sure now, you want more of that, individual tickets are $250. You can buy a table, Bashoff.org, BASHOF, Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.org. Awesome. We could have gone about 10 more hours, right? But we got to get going because we got Matty Barrows at 9:30 talking Niners on the Sports Leader.
Livermore, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Livermore's sports leader.
All right, from one legend to another, Chris Berman to Steve Moskowitz. Steve, good morning, and it's his Monday morning, and you want to talk about the people who haven't filed or can't pay the taxes, huh?
That's right. Here it is. It's Monday morning. It's just a week since D-Day, April 15th, when everybody's rushing to make the midnight deadline. Look, there's a bunch of your listeners that just can't pay the taxes. And there's another bunch that didn't file this year or last year, or maybe 5 or 10 years. The bottom line is there's a lot of good solutions. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. What do you have to lose by talking to me? Let me hear your situation. Let me tell you what we can do for you, all your options, all your rights. And so often you hear from people, oh, I didn't know you could do that, or, oh, that's all you have to do? Let's take a look at your situation. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. Let us tell you what we can do for you. Let us see how you get out of these problems. And it's just a phone call. That's all you have to do. Pick up the phone, call me, and let's chat.
All right, Steve, that sounds good. Give him a call for more information. The phone number to call is 1-888-TAX-DEAL, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Tyler Fitzgerald has been tearing up the base path, and he also tore up his interview this weekend with Bill Lasky. If you want to see how number 49 sounded with Big Tree this weekend, check out that podcast and more. Check it now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. And Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There it is. We're doing, I suggested to Tone the next couple of days to do Rock and Roll Hall of Fame rejoins just for, because I was looking for rejoin themes after Reggae Friday. And Cher made it. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And this is for you. This song alone guaranteed her entry into the Rock and Roll.
Banger.
All right, dude. That was really fun to have Boomer on. And, you know, he goes, as he knows, he'll go And so, as a result, we didn't get to talk about the Niners, who he picked every year. You know, for you kids out there, every year his Super Bowl picks were the Niners and the Bills.
Nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills.
He's almost gotten it a few times, you know. Famously, in 1990, still bitter. But even just this past year, a couple years, we've almost had the Niners and the Bills. But he gave his take to John Joe Curley, the pride of West Portal. He said, guys, I know we didn't get to talk Niners, but I wanted to tell those guys that his take would have been that Kyle Shanahan did not blow the Super Bowl. Now, Berman's like, you know, he's not a barber. He doesn't like to rip people. He said, I hope the Bay doesn't jump Kyle Shanahan for the bowl. And he told Curley, he said, just tell those guys that Mahomes guy is pretty good.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
He's extremely good, Murph. But now that I think about it, it's actually been quite nice since we've been talking about the start of the Giants season, what's going to happen with the Warriors and Klay Thompson this offseason. I haven't thought about that overtime decision in quite a while now. And here we are, slicing the wound back open a couple days before draft day.
Which is interesting because for about 20 straight days, that was the first thing you said every day.
That's all we talked about was the overtime decision.
And yet, remember, we went through all the analytics that showed that even if you parse it, all the analytics, it's still a coin toss.
Yeah, and everybody's like, oh, it's 50-50.
Oh, man. Fillmore Mike is checking in on the Brandon Ayuk situation. Is he going to get traded? Do you want him to be traded? I mean, again, I wish I had a bolder, hotter take. Yes, trade him. No, don't trade him. This is a very, 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 very good team, and you have a chance. He's also under contract for this year, too. Yeah. You don't have to do anything right
Murph,
now.
We're talking about a team that was an overtime decision away from winning a Super Bowl.
Very good, buddy. Very good. Fillmore Mike is in San Francisco. What's up, Fillmore Mike?
What it do? Shout out to Curly one time, John Curly, man. Hey, but listen, man. First of all, I know 420 was 2 days ago. George Karl smoking that good, talking about Jokic as good as Jordan. I don't know. He may be smoking crack. But anyway, the Niners don't need to trade or give up nobody. You got a first-round pick. Make good use of the first-round pick. You know what I'm saying? Get good value in the second and the third rounds. Keep Ayuk. Keep Debo. Keep everybody. I'm not in the business of giving up star quality players that's ballers. That's first of all. Second of all, people that want to give up Debo Samuel, you got to remember this. Football is a different sport. George Kittle is a different man. Debo Samuel is a different man. Those people do what they do. They provide sparks for the 49ers. Other players get pumped when Debo does something, when Christian McCaffrey does something, when George Kittle does something. It's just a different feeling when they do it. So I'm not in the business of giving away good players. So anybody that want to go trade Debo Samuel, not this year. Not this year.
Okay.
For real. Y'all have a great show.
Get him, Mike. Fillmore Mike, go. I was going to ask him 2 follow-ups, but he took off.
I'm here.
Oh, you're there. Okay.
I'm here.
2 follow-ups. You said stay.
He's still here.
Stay at 31. And I need to know because you know your Niners. You love your Niners. I can tell. So give me your number one priority, though, because I've seen D-line. They stack up on the D-line yet again. I hear people say you need a tackle. I see people you need a corner. Fillmore Mike, I know it depends on who's on the board. I get it. But if you in your dream world, what position do they draft in the first round?
I want an offensive lineman.
Okay. And I need tackle specifically?
The tackle, tackle specifically. Okay. I need somebody that's going to protect Brock Purdy because let's be real, y'all. He's our franchise quarterback, and we got to protect him.
I agree.
Without him, we don't have anything.
I think that through the years, if you could knock Lynch and Shanahan for anything, is that they haven't truly built a great offensive line. That's number one. Number two, I got to go back to your George Karl take because Karl came out blazing with that. And he's standing by it. Now, the only men who've ever won 3 MVPs in a row, I just looked it up, Bill Russell, Wilt Chamberlain, and Larry Bird. If Jokic wins it again, and Marcus is calling it, he joins that company. But you're saying that you ain't buying George Karl as the best player he's seen in 50 years. Fillmore, Mike.
I'm not buying that at all. I mean, first of all, George Karl, he's not as cool as Don Nelson. I know he came up under him, but he ain't as cool as Don. Don Nelson got a strength. Come on now. Anyway, but I'm just saying, let's just keep it real here. Jokic is a hell of a player. It's not a testament to Jokic. It's just a testament to the league. In the back of it, Jordan is the GOAT, man. What are we talking about here? Now, it ain't Jokic. It's another J. Jordan.
You even say that because I was watching LeBron this weekend. And I was like, I mean, at what point are we just going to say, I mean, LeBron, leading scorer of all time.
We're never going to say
top
it,
5 all time in assists.
We're never going to say it.
He's still going out there. He's a force as an impact in 2024.
Nah, tell him who the GOAT is, Fillmore Mike.
Okay. Jordan is the GOAT, but over time, see, we millennials, you feel me, or a little bit older than that. But so we just think of Jordan. But over time, LeBron gonna get his love. But for the true fans, not the true fans, but the people that saw Jordan. Man, Steph Curry is the only one that makes me. Jordan he made me so happy watching basketball, and Steph Curry is just like that. LeBron does it as well, but it's a difference, man. Jordan was just that guy. LeBron wants to be Jordan. What are we talking about?
But you're right, over time. Hey, Fillmore Mike, don't be a stranger. Have a great one. Have a great day, buddy.
Yes, sir.
There he is.
Sir.
All right, I was on a LeBron kick on Monday. He's a great caller, by the way. Nothing like a good call. See, Stan Tim now. You get a caller like Fillmore Mike bringing energy and takes, then you gotta recognize, right? But I will say this: I got into a discussion with my actually it's a family gathering, and we were all in agreement that it was time for us to lay down our arms on LeBron James.
No.
Yes.
Why?
Yes, because he's what we don't like about him is petty. It's like you don't like his wine. Him sipping wine and acting like, I get it. He's been
this era of super teams where he's chasing championships, leaving Cleveland, going down to Miami, joining the Lakers, playing with nothing but all-stars to win championships.
Well, I mean, I'm just telling you as a player.
Yes. Also, as a player, he's lost NBA Finals, something that Michael Jordan never did.
This is true.
I'm surprised that we're on this side of the argument.
Yeah.
You would think the young millennial would be
when
pro
LeBron passed Kareem, I had a moment. I did. There's no question. It affected me. Because Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was untouchable. And oh, by the way, he's top 5 all-time in assists.
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, he's still out there doing it right now. And by the way, he might do it again next year, too, So anyway, yeah, we are on opposite sides.
You are. But you had a moment, Murph. That's a moment for you.
Oh, man, fun. Good beats from Chris Berman to Fillmore Mike. We've been burning up the phone lines.
Stack them up.
Can Matt Barrows match that kind of energy?
Rack 'em.
There. So there you go. All right, Matty Barrows giving us the Niners. You want to do some business?
Oh,
here?
yes. I'd like to tell the people that, of course, this segment is brought to you by Redwood Credit Union, Murph. And that is because once I get my reads out right in front of me, like a true pro, you can watch your money grow with Redwood Credit Union. They have a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org.
And I'll tell you, Slusser joins Papa in London at 11:30. Her take on the Giants just can't get that engine turned over, getting to 500. Come on, man. Got to beat the Mets now. Okay, here's the deal. Matty Barrows with his take on the Niners next on the Sports.
I know 420 was 2 days ago. George Karl smoking that good, talking about Jokic as good as Jordan. I don't know. He may be smoking crack.
All right, we're back again on a Monday morning for Prize Picks. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher, and I'm talking about the biggest moments in basketball happening right now. And you can get in on the playoff action and win up to 100 times your money with Prize Picks as you and the best players take the game to a new level during basketball's postseason. I love the easy gameplay, the quick withdrawals, and the huge selections of players and stat options. Just select 2 or more players and place your entry. It's that easy. You can now win up to 100 times your money with as little as 4 correct picks. You can turn $10 into $1,000. And get this, Prize Picks, they have something for every sports fan, from basketball and hockey to League of Legends and everything in between. This week, how about tonight? You take Nikola Jokic. They got a special going. All you need is 1 point. That's it. 1 bucket from the Joker. Pair him with somebody else, and you'll have a chance to win 10 times your money. Right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just download the Prize Pick app and use the code word LEADER. That's code LEADER. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy. Eligibility restrictions apply. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details. Always game responsibly.
Faithful, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Oh, look at you. You're giving me the DMB Dave Matthews. So I told Tony, I said, he's always looking for rejoins. I said, well, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame class was announced. You want to go parse through that? And and I'm not a Dave Matthews guy, but I'm glad you're playing it to spur debate and conversation. What do you think, Young Tone? What do you think?
It's a toe tapper.
All right, there you go. The king of the toe tappers is Matty Barrows. I don't know, that's a bad transition. Matt Barrows of The Athletic is here. It's always great to talk to Matty. It's a big week. It's a big week. The 49ers have the 31st pick in the draft. Or will they stay there? Or will they trade up? Or will they trade Brandon Ayuk? All these questions. Burning questions, Matty. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Matt.
I'm good. Yeah, DMB is a great transition. I was at the University of Virginia when Dave Matthews was essentially the house band. He played at a little club called Trax every Tuesday night. We would go before Dave got big. You could call him Dave.
You were ground floor. You were OG. Was he a UVA guy?
No, he's really. I think he's from South Africa.
He is from South Africa, yeah.
And came to the U.S. and settled into Charlottesville. Had sort of an eclectic music scene, and got a bunch of guys together and started up there.
And you were there, buddy. I got to tell you, it was one of those generational divides when the kids about 10, 15 years younger than me, like you started going Dave Matthews. I was like, no, I'm not in. So I stood opposite, Matty.
That's okay. I mean, I'll be honest. I didn't quite get it initially, but when you're there and you attend the shows,
Sure,
and there's a lot of energy.
All right.
You just get swept up.
All right, I'll come around for that. Remember they got in big trouble for dumping their trash into the Chicago River. That was big trouble. But that's another topic.
It wasn't trash.
It wasn't trash. It was human waste. Yes.
It was waste, yeah. Let's get it straight.
All right, Matty, here it is right now. Scale of 0 to 100. 100 is that Brandon Ayuk is gone, packed up, and out. His locker is empty on Friday morning. That's the 100. 0 is week 1. He is lining up opposite Brock Purdy, opposite Deebo Samuel, and the Niners are all together and happy, and everybody's in uniform. Where do the chances fall between 0 and 100?
Yeah, I think it's mid-teens. I'll go 15 right there.
Okay, I asked. All right.
Yeah. I mean, and I think it's going to be a lot like Deebo Samuel 2 years ago. The 49ers got trade offers for Deebo Samuel during that draft, during the 2022 draft. This is coming off of Deebo Samuel's just monstrous season where he was everything for that offense. And none of those offers that they got, I think they were from, I want to say that they were from the Jets and from the Lions. And none of those offers moved the needle at all for the 49ers. And so it just didn't happen. And then a few months after that, or actually probably 1 month after that, Deebo Samuel starts showing up for some of the OTAs and mini camps. And then as training camp starts, his deal finally gets done. I think it's going to be the same pattern for Brandon Ayuk this year. And, we've talked about this ad nauseum by now, but to me, it's just the idea that Ayuk is really a fantastic complement, fantastic teammate, fantastic target for Brock Purdy, and everything is going to revolve around Brock Purdy from here on out. So I just can't see the 49ers kind of upsetting that piece of chemistry, that valuable piece of chemistry that they have right now.
And Matt, to me, with all these trade rumors and the topic about maybe trading away Brandon Ayuk and replacing him with a wide receiver in the first round, reminds me of a couple years ago when we were talking about trading away DeForest Buckner and the 49ers using that first-round draft pick on Javon Kinlaw. Now, obviously, that did not play out the way that John Lynch and the 49ers wanted it to with Javon Kinlaw. So do you think that trade would have any maybe influence or maybe deter the 49ers from making that same type of move?
Well, it should. I don't think they traded the right guy there. But I think it's a situation. I think you're kind of drawing an allusion to having two defensive tackles that you have to pay to having two wide receivers that you have to pay. And I do think that the 49ers can hold on to Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk this season. Also Juwan Jennings. So you have that triumvirate in place for one more year. You're pushing to make it to the Super Bowl. Now, whether they can continue to do that moving forward is another question. And I think it's more likely that one of those guys will move on in 2025. But, that's not to say that they shouldn't draft a wide receiver this year. Even if you're going to have that group together in 24, history shows us that Kyle Shanahan puts a lot of demands on his rookie wide receivers. They're not always great in year one. But if you think that one of those guys, one of the members of that triumvirate, are going to move on in 25, it would make sense to get somebody in the pipeline right now who could step into that spot. And again, it goes back to Brock Purdy, be there as a target for this quarterback that you're going to pay $50, $51, $52 million a year.
Talking to Matt Barrows of The Athletic, it's a big week for the Niners, and I asked him to assess the chances of a Brandon Ayuk trade, and he said not likely. He sees Brandon Ayuk sticking around, too. How about a possibility, though, of a slight trade up in the first round? Is that something that's on your radar to package? How many picks? I'm sorry, 10? Is it 10 picks? Yeah.
Yeah, 10 picks altogether.
That you could maybe move from 31 to, I don't know, 27, 28, 26, something like that. Matt, is that on your radar?
Yeah, it is because of what you just described. I mean, they've got a lot of mid-round picks that they could package with pick 31 and get up to the early 20s. The thing that makes me pause on that is they usually bring guys in for these official visits that they end up drafting, and especially so in the first round. I just haven't heard of any of the guys in that early 20s range. And a lot of people want them to draft an offensive tackle. Again, going back to Brock Purdy. You don't know how much longer Trent Williams is going to play on the left side. Is Colton McKivitz the answer on the right side? This is a really good draft for offensive tackles. Why not move up into the early 20s and get, one of the last blue chippers that are remaining? They just haven't brought those guys in. They haven't seemed to have done a lot of homework on those guys, which makes me think that, okay, that's not going to be the spot where they bring in that tackle. It seems like, their second round pick is their tackle spot. And maybe, this is all a smokescreen and they're kind of leading us down the wrong path here. But I think it's a possibility that they move back from 31 into the second round as well. There may be a team that wants Michael Penix, the Washington quarterback. They trade from early second round back into the first to grab Penix there. The 49ers pick up an extra second and some other picks. And that seems to be where they've done their most homework, guys that will go in the second or third round.
Yeah, and we'll see what the 49ers do with that first-round draft pick after being back in the first round for the first time since that Trey Lance trade. But big picture-wise, Maddie, when you're looking at the 49ers draft board, what would you rank as the number one priority? You mentioned offensive linemen. We've talked a lot about defensive backs, maybe more position of need on the defensive line. How would you rank the biggest area of need going into this draft for the 49ers?
Yeah, I put offensive tackle up there at number one. Cornerback is going to become problematic for them next season. You got Deontay Lenore and Charvarius Ward working on the last year of their contract, so it would make sense to bring in a top-flight cornerback, and they've been looking at those types of guys too. Again, really with, I would say it's that second-round pick in the early 60s that they've been looking at a lot of these players. So they could go in a lot of different ways. I mentioned wide receiver. I mean, they've got a great wide receiver core right now. They've got no one in the pipeline, though. They've got no one that you can point to and say, you know what, that guy's the future starter. Should they trade Brandon Ayuk? Should they not re-sign Juwan Jennings? Should they cut ties with Deebo Samuel next year? There's nobody there to sort of step into the limelight at that position. So I think those three are probably the top ones. They always seem to like defensive linemen. I don't think they have a real big need at that spot, but that's one that they typically like to recharge in the draft.
Maddie, wrapping up here because I know big week for you. You got to go bone up. If indeed this mid-teens, low likelihood, earth-shaking trade of Brandon Ayuk would happen, would you think it would happen on the clock Thursday night? Would that be when it would go down, kind of?
Yeah, I do. I think that they will have talked to teams, and it won't be a total surprise to them. But like I said, that's when the Deebo Samuel offers came, and I think teams were trying to kind of shake the tree and see what would fall out. And the 49ers went into that draft saying the same things that they are now. They wanted Deebo Samuel part of this team. He's an important piece on this team, but they would listen to trade offers. And I think, John Lynch is going to talk later today, his league-mandated pre-draft press conference, and I expect him to sort of say the same thing. We're working with Brandon Ayuk. We're talking with his agent. We love Brandon Ayuk, but we listen to trade offers for everybody, and we'll listen on draft day. But I just can't see, given his value to the team, and given that this is a good draft for wide receivers, another team making an offer that really moves the needle for them. I think another team that wants a wide receiver will just say, why don't we just draft one, get this guy for 5 years at a low cost. We don't know if he's going to be great or not, but we're going to take that risk.
Well, I mean, there's two ways to look at it. There's the DeForest Buckner story, then there's the Debo Samuel, George Kittle story. So, all right, Maddie, it's great to hear your voice, bud, even if you were part of that ants marching army for DMB that I never joined.
Yeah, I want to point out I didn't dump anything into the Chicago River. I mean, that would be totally out of character for me. I'm a big environmental guy.
You're going to go on record here publicly. 50,000 watts. All right, buddy. Have a good one. We'll hope to see you soon.
Yeah, thanks, Matt.
All right. Anytime, guys. Talk to you soon.
Matt Barrows of The Athletic. He's the man. All right. On the other side, an electric what did young Tony learn today? It's been controversial today. We'll hand it over to Papa and Lund next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wait, you doubled down on DMB, bro?
Not gonna lie, I was working on something else. I just grabbed it.
All right. I'll cut you a break.
That's
if
a little
you were
bit
working
too
on
much.
something else, yeah.
I don't know. That's a little bit too much DMB for me, Murph.
Way too much. I'd rather go to the DMZ than listen to... wait, I'll give you two.
DMZ?
I'd rather go to the DMV and wait in line, and I'd rather go to the DMZ in Korea than I would than listen to DMB.
I'll throw a third one for you, Murph. I'd rather watch DBZ. That's Dragon Ball Z.
Okay. And what about we'd both rather listen to DMX?
Let's go.
All right,
X
buddy?
gonna give it to you.
DMB ranks about 6th on the DM blanks. All right, buddy? Anyway, here I am just lashing out at DMB. We were trying to, the joke was, if you're just joining us, Tony's always looking for rejoins. And I said, well, the 2024 Rock and Roll Hall of Fame class was announced, and you could play some more. I think we can do part 2 tomorrow because Kool and the Gang made it, brother.
Nice.
We could do all Kool and the Gang all day.
Celebrate, baby.
I'll tell you what, when I saw Kool and the Gang open for Van Halen with our old buddy, I said to him, when it was over, I said, bro, Van Halen hasn't hit the stage yet, and they have to answer that set from Kool and the Gang.
I was going to say, what a combo to have both of those groups on stage.
Two unbelievable bands.
Yes.
But and that was the story, was that David Lee Roth didn't care who opened for him. He just wanted a great act. Some people would want a lesser act because they don't want to be upstaged.
Wow.
And David, bring me Kool and the Gang, man.
That's awesome.
So anyway.
What a ticket.
Yeah, so anyway, point is tomorrow we can continue. But Dave Matthews Band made it in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame over my objections, and Tony's now played 2 rejoins.
Over Murph's dead body.
So let's clean it up and do some business here, right?
Yeah, let's do some business, Tony.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, Murph, it's time for your daily Giants Sutter Health Report, and this one comes with some trade news because Farhan Zaidi was active this weekend, and he brings in San Jose's own Mitch White. That's right, the former Bellarmine Bill, the former Santa Clara Bronco. He was acquired from the Toronto Blue Jays in exchange for cash considerations, but the injury tie-in here has to do with Alex Cobb because unable to clear a 40-man spot for Mitch White, the Giants had to transfer Alex Cobb to the 60-day IL. Alex Cobb is still working his way back from his offseason hip surgery, though his progress has been slowed by mild discomfort in his right elbow and his right shoulder. Cobb has resumed throwing off a flat ground, though he probably won't be an option to rejoin the Giants rotation until sometime in May. And that is our Giants Sutter Health update from the doctors who never stop answering your questions to cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts. Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. SutterHealth.org.
By the way, at Mitch White, I'm like, that sounds familiar. And then I remember he was a Dodger in the Farhan era. Farhan just goes to what he knows, man. He's like the guy who goes to a party and instead of meeting new people, just goes to the corner and talks to the guy he's known for 20 years. You know what I mean?
He's got his crew, Murph.
Yeah. And Mitch White. Well, shout out Bellarmine. You know, we got the Bellarmine Army out, man. I was talking to my buddy Coach Will at the golf tournament yesterday, and I said, hey, where'd you go to? I forgot where you went to high school. He's like, bro, only the greatest palace in all of Northern California. Bellarmine College Preparatory. I was like, all right.
I was going to say, I'm surprised he actually admitted that it's a high school since it is Bellarmine College Prep, Murph.
Preparatory.
Yeah,
Marcus.
Sorry. I don't want to insult Kevin Franson and the Bell Army.
Are those your people?
No, private school people are not my people. I'm a public school kid.
But weren't they the people you rubbed elbows with? Weren't they your neighbors? And
That's down in the 408, but they also knocked me out of CCS my senior year of high school.
What about the team that went to Indiana and went 27-0? Any bells on there?
We had 2 Bell boys on the team. A lot of guys from Valley Christian, Mitty, and Wilcox High School.
So was it like you guys at Homestead were the greasers and the guys at Bellarmine were the Socs? Because this could lead to what did young Tony learn today? I'm referring, of course, to S.E. Hinton's seminal novel.
It was more the Wilcox guys
The
more the greasers. Yeah.
Young Tone, The Outsiders.
Sounds familiar.
Dude, The Outsiders.
By the way, Bellarmine.
Stay golden, Pony Boy.
Dad, look at Marcus.
Stay golden, Pony Boy.
So how about me reading that book as a whatever middle school kid, and it was the greasers and the Socs, and they spelled it S-O-C-S, and I thought it was socks. I thought it was socks the whole time until the movie came out.
Socks.
And they called them the Socs. I'm like, wait, what?
Nice.
So anyway, which leads us to that time.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
All right, this was a wild one because when I said the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame class, I said to him, so, cue up some Dave Matthews, man. And Tony said, who? Who? So he said, and I said, wait a minute, bro, this is your generation, but you're going on record, you're saying today's the first day, huh?
Never heard of it, yeah.
Yeah. What are your thoughts so far on DMB?
It's all right.
Yeah, it's just all right.
The first song was the Toe Tapper. Second song was way too slow. Might be the last time we play DMB on the show.
Dave Matthews. Well, please make it the last time. Yeah, all right.
I'll stand for that.
But then he on his own said to me, he goes, I want to circle back to something you said in the 6 a.m. hour because we were talking about, you came back with the Bye Bye Baby rejoin at 6:15 and we played the home runs. And I said, listen to that song. It's so great. You put it on your Instagram story this weekend.
After Mike Yastrzemski goes deep for the first time.
And I said, if that was my alarm clock every morning, I'd have a great day every day. And I said, that only is beaten out by my buddy Roberts and my late dear friend Harmsy, who used to say, if I set my alarm clock to the theme song from the Magnificent Seven, I'd be the CEO of a Fortune 500 company.
And here it is.
This is, objectively speaking, the best movie theme song of all time. Let it go. And Tony said, wait, what is this thing, the Magnificence? Dude, ready? It's coming up. Ready? Come on, bro. Come on.
This is pretty good.
If this was your alarm clock every morning, would you not be?
Come on.
Would you not be the CEO of a Fortune 500?
Young Tony, just think about the image of Murph hopping out of his bed with his shoes still on, ready to go with this playing in the background.
Keep that going. So imagine when they fight. So the Magnificent Seven is a great, iconic, classic Western. I might recommend. Now, it's based on Kurosawa, the legendary Japanese filmmaker, Seven Samurai. And we made the sort of a Western version of it called and it's about 7 sort of vigilantes who get together to administer justice on their own. And when they finally come together as they're 7, dude, they get the chill bumps as they're riding over the hill, as we're riding. And Elmer Bernstein's, did you ever see the Cheers episode where they were going to go watch it one night and they had to wait in the bar and then they started humming it one by one and then they did it together? And no?
I don't think Tony has ever seen an episode of Cheers,
Yeah,
Murph.
not a clue.
Another one.
TV show Cheers?
Nothing.
Okay.
Sounds like isn't that a song?
Okay, this is all good.
It's like, isn't that what you do at a bar? You cheers
everybody
everybody.
learned today. All the time. I think it's time for us to go. All right, guys. Giants, Mets tonight. Keep that playing, though. I mean, we should probably close every show with the Magnificent 17.
Should we get rid of War on Drugs? Should this be the show open, Murph?
Listen. Hey, John Joe, Magnificent 7? And you know the theme song, too, right? Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. It's iconic. Yeah, there you go, buddy. Now we're in that bridge part before we get back to the theme. Here we go. We're getting back, baby. Hey, when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. We will circle back to the main theme in just a second. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco. I'm delaying the sports leader. We got to go. A Cumulus Media Station.
Soto! Guy's incredible.
They say I looked like Gru.
I'm betting on the Pels. I'm not betting. No Johnson.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman.
San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader.
Here it comes, and Soler drives one deep down the left field line. It is gone! And we've got a home run in a home game. Jorge Soler, the first Giants home run at Oracle Park this year. There's a high drive in the deep right field. Hit really well. On its way. Goodbye! A leadoff home run by Jung-Hoo Lee. There's a swing, and there's a high drive into deep right field. Headed for the Bay. Adios, Pelota! Patrick Bailey with a Bonzi in black. Yeah, swing, and it's a high drive to right field. Back onto the warning track, back at the wall, and goodbye! A home run!
Oh, those were nice, but the weekend not as nice, especially Friday night when Blake Snell gets bombed. What the hell, Blake Snell? We got NBA playoffs, we got Warriors news, of course, and we are definitely feeling a draft on this Monday. We got all the draft coverage coming up on Thursday, which means we got a ton of draft news to discuss as well. Good morning, my friend. Happy Monday.
Good morning, John. Did you get a Patrick Bailey bobblehead on Saturday? Were you there?
Of course. Yeah. I mean, we need to have Patrick Bailey bobblehead every. My God. And I got to apologize to him.
He suggested that.
Yeah, because
he's off to. He got off to a slow start, but now he's starting to hit the high fastball. He's covering that pitch now.
Yeah, that was nice, man.
So you were there on Saturday for the fun?
Yeah, beautiful day, and just, I mean, I went back and watched the game, and what was it, Kruk or Kipe that said, I think it was Kruk who said that if, it's your bobblehead day, you got to hit a home run, and he did, and that was a good time. Friday night,
a lot
not
of guys
as much,
actually have on their birthday, or they remember Barry Bonds' 39th birthday, threw out Luis Gonzalez at the plate, and then a walk-off in the bottom, but guys typically do things on their birthday or their bobblehead, and that was a cool Patrick Bailey bobblehead. Looked good. Got down on one knee, had the bandana going a little bit. And
actually looked like him.
It did look like him. And he had a huge game. 4 for 4 could have been the cycle. So you had the fun on Saturday when you went out. 16 hits and 7 runs.
Yeah, that was the
So my weekend,
time.
my 420 weekend consisted of 420 minutes of NFL draft study on Saturday and Sunday. That's 7 hours a day. But yesterday, John, right around noon, I had enough. And I had to get over to the yard. I walked over to the yard
did you
yesterday.
really? Very nice.
And I said no to the street meat, but I could not say no to the street gear. So I widened out my game a little bit with
By
a
the way,
little
can I see that jersey?
If
people are watching on YouTube and Twitch, that is solid.
I got a few new items, and I got the Marty Lurie hat. So it was fun. Great day. Had a great seat. And then as we're leaving the ballpark yesterday, everybody is chanting, you suck! You suck!
You know my stance on this all year. We got to get into this.
You know who's coming on our show later on today?
Who?
Burn, baby, burn. Not Bernie Williams with John Sterling leaving the broadcast booth in New York. By the way, the A's and Yankees are playing right now at the big ballpark in the Bronx, but Eric Burns is going to join us today.
Good.
And we'll talk ABS and robo-ump because I know you're not on board. So the one thing is, and this happens in all of sports where they yell either ref, you suck, or ump, you suck. Can't we, pass out, because we know who the umpire is, couldn't they just chant, sure water, you suck, sure water, you suck?
That's too much.
Can they do that?
Beers and
it's too hard?
Could.
Why not? I could have got that going.
You'd have to be informed. You'd have to be,
it's not the Floodwater Sports Bar in Mill Valley or Johnny Love's who plays the Ranch Water in San Rafael. It is sure water, you suck. And it wasn't just and he said he heard it, but the ball clearly was in the dirt. Just the ball. And I'm with you. I watched a lot of baseball when I was watching football players all weekend, John. I had a lot of baseball on, and just the amount of missed calls behind home plate right now is alarming.
It's getting ridiculous. Well, and plus, in baseball, and you know this, but I'm just going to say it as part of the argument, and we'll talk to Eric Burns later, which will be a lot of fun. But just for example, okay, so you give up some runs in the ninth inning that you probably shouldn't have given up, and then you start the ninth inning, Michael Conforto, and again, I don't expect these guys to be perfect, but it's a 3-1 pitch. It's clearly outside. It's not even borderline. And then you get your leadoff hitter on, and that maybe changes the inning. It sure changes at bats. I mean, when you're talking about a count that's 1-1, and all of a sudden you call something that's a strike that's a ball instead of 2-1, it's 1-2. I mean, to me, it's the most critical official in all of sports because there's just so much to it. And even, you saw this at the AAA level. I've never seen it live, but it happens so fast.
ABS.
Yeah, just let me challenge a strike and a ball then, because, and I don't know how they would do it. I know, and I'm with you, and that I don't want to slow the game down, but the way they're doing it at the minor league level for people who haven't seen it is by the time the ball's back to the pitcher, they've changed the count. So, like, for example, Conforto just taps his helmet. By the time the ball is thrown back to the pitcher, Conforto's walked and he's on first base, and I think it changes the entire inning. So they've got to do something.
And they're missing calls on the bases, which I don't know what you can do. I don't know why it's just gotten so bad in baseball. But Eric Burns has been booked. He'll be on at 12:30 today, and he's been talking about the automated balls and strikes and the robo-ump for years and years. And Marcus and I, Boucher, were watching a game in Las Vegas, and I saw it in Sacramento, so I have a understanding of how the ABS system works in AAA. I know Patrick Bailey doesn't like it because that would take away his frame job. So we'll get Burnsy on, and we'll all chant, "Ump, you suck! Ump, you suck!" Stu Sherwater is the name. That'd probably be a hard one. Sherwater, you suck.
To get a bunch of drunk people in
Jung-Hoo Lee.
Yeah.
Jung-Hoo Lee.
Which I like.
Isn't that cool,
man.
by the way? Isn't that a cool chant?
I like him, and I like, we have a lot to talk about, but that's one of the coolest things going around. Now, how are they going to market and make money off that? Because that's what they do,
they
right?
will.
They're amazing.
Even though Mario's retired, they got people that'll take care of it. The best one I ever heard years ago was Patrick Ewing, and it just rolled off the tongue. But Jung-Hoo Lee is rolling off the tongue in the home run that he hit when you were out there on Saturday.
And he almost hit another yesterday.
So he did. He yanked it, and Yaz got one right over the wall, the Mays wall, and he almost hit another one down the line when I was out there yesterday. But there are a couple of plays at second base yesterday, John, which I think are ultimately bigger than Sherwater, you suck. The tag play involving Tyro Estrada. Did he not tag the runner out there? And why was he not tagged out? The ball clearly beat him to the base. Tyro Estrada, who finished, I think, second or was a finalist last year for Gold Glove at second base, just watching him live. And I heard Marty talking about it over the weekend. His lack of range is alarming to watch. And he's so upright for a guy that is so fast athletically and built low to the ground. You watch Chapman put his nose right in the dirt. Tyro has no range going up the middle, so he does not. That was not a range play. I don't know why the tag wasn't there. I think it was, and they just boxed the call, and then you wind up second and third infield in, and the next ball, because the infield's in, goes right through the infield for a two-run base hit. Now with Estrada, though, even if the infield's back, because there was a play just before then, John, where he just had no range, mainly going to his right. He's better going to the hole to his left because he's so upright, but he just did not make the tag play, and he wasn't going to get to the ball, obviously, with the infield in at second and third, one out. If they get the out, now it's runner at third, two out. You play him back, and maybe you can save that run. And then Chapman's throw to Tyler Fitzgerald. Who's at fault there? Did Chapman try to do too much on the throw? Tyler Fitzgerald, who I really think we got to get into a debate a little bit about sending him down and bringing up Brett Wisely. It's no rap on Tyler Fitzgerald. It's just when you send up Jorge Soler in that situation to pinch hit for Nick Ahmed, you don't have a left-handed pinch hitter available on the bench at all in that situation. The roster construction is strange. So I think Chapman made the right call, but was he trying to do too much by going to second base? And Tyler Fitzgerald's got to play that. And then the other play is Jung-Hoo Lee trying to steal second base against Moreno.
He was up by a ton.
It's just not a smart. And then he jammed his left hand at second base, John, and that's the hand that he puts the sliding glove on. So those three plays at second base. Soler, the pinch hit. Do you not have a left-handed pinch hitter? Obviously, ump, you suck. But I think those three plays around second base decided the game for the Diamondbacks yesterday.
All right, we'll get into all of it. The Giants weekend, we'll recap it again. Struggling did Blake Snell, and that's putting it mildly. And yet Jordan Montgomery, who actually went down to the minors, was making his first start and was much better. So what's going on? You just keep buying the slow start stuff. Got to get into that situation as well. Anything else from the Giants weekend that you want to get into? We laid a few things out. And is it just us or the umpires worse? Give us your thoughts. 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Anything about the Giants weekend you want to get into. And like I said, Burnsy at 12:30. Don't miss that. He is always great radio.
I think we're moving
so
Burnsy to 1:15 and Charles
1:15.
Davis at 12:30 now.
You
are feeling
I'm
it.
not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I just got
You're getting
aroused
excited,
right there.
aren't you?
Oh,
you know what's great about this
man,
draft, John? I think 7 of the first 10 players selected on Thursday night are going to be quarterbacks and wide receivers.
Yeah,
and they're good players. One thing that's exciting is just having the Niners have a first-round pick. So in the last couple of years, I'm watching all these players and like, oh, I like that guy. I like that guy. We're not getting that guy at 99.
Nope.
We're going to take a kicker at 99. Now you're going to get somebody good at 31. I think there's an honest discussion about trading up to get somebody you really love.
I agree with you.
In the 20s, but let's just see where the board goes. But if you have 7 of the first 10 players off the board be quarterbacks and or wide receivers, there's a lot of good football players like offensive tackles and cornerbacks and other wide receivers that may drop to you at 31.
All right, let's get into it. We got a bunch of NFL draft, the NBA playoffs over the weekend. Everybody's happy because the Lakers lose. We got that as well. But let's continue with the Giants. Friday night was a problem, and we'll tell you why. Give us your thoughts again. 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. That is both the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and the call-in line. Anything you saw from the weekend. We'll get into all of it next. Thanks for hanging out. Pop and London on a Monday, only here on the Sports Theater.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Former Giant World Series winner, and of course you see him in an NBC Sports Beer. That's George Contos, who joined Murph and Marcus this morning, gave his thoughts on the Giants splitting the series against the DBacks. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
wherever you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, on a Monday edition of the show. We'll get back to some Giants talk. And just so you know, here is the guest list that I failed to give you at the top. So Susan Slusser is going to join us at 11:30. We'll talk some Giants. 12:30, Charles Davis will talk some draft, which we love to do, which is on Thursday, and we'll have all the coverage for you right here on the Sports Leader. As always, we'll be down at HQ, you and I, along with Todd Husak. That's going to be a good time, and he'll talk all about the quarterbacks. They could go 1 through 4, so we'll get into that situation at 12:30 with Charles Davis. 1:15, we'll talk to Eric Burns about umpiring, and he always wants to get the robo-umps back there, and it has been, I think, worse than ever, so we'll get into that conversation. But we just heard John Lynch at noon. John Lynch at noon today, so we don't want to miss that.
Yes, and John did have the breakfast burrito today, so hopefully he won't pull a Trent Baalke and fart during his Q&A with the media. But
that was amazing.
And this will be fun. I mean, they do have a first-round pick. John is scheduled to appear alone, but I remember when they had the 3rd overall pick, Kyle did appear. So I don't think Kyle's going to show up today, but you never know since they are back in the first round. And boy, and great to have Todd Husak on with us on Thursday. And Todd and I were texting all weekend because of all the Pac-12. Well, what's left of the Pac-12 or was last year, quarterbacks that are going to be drafted. Obviously, Caleb's going to go number 1, and he's a transcendent talent. Got really infatuated with him a couple of years ago. Last year, he didn't have his offensive line, didn't have Jordan Addison, and began to break down a little bit. He got Jerry's kid, but it just wasn't the same, and he got out of the pocket a lot, and they rolled him a lot. But still, what an ability to throw the ball. And then so many former 49ers that John knows so well are now GMs and coaches and the head of football operations in other cities. So what is Adam Peters going to do with Bob Myers, with Josh Harris, the new owner there in Washington, at number 2? I think it's a fascinating debate. Jaden Daniels, most people, John, think will go number 2, but Drake May is just incredibly skilled. And I did watch him early in the year live when we were, Labor Day weekend, and the 49ers home opener was week 3, so I watched him those games, and I thought, wow, what a specimen this guy is. Then you watch him later in the year, the Clemson game, the North Carolina State game, and I'm not sure he's ready to play right away. So we'll see what they ultimately do, but he is built 6'4", 2.25. I mean, he's got the Josh Allen, Justin Herbert kind of body, and he certainly has that kind of arm, but I don't think he's quite ready to play immediately. So what do they do with 2 there? You would think at number 3, New England and Elliott Wolf will trade back, John, if somebody wants to come up. And then what does Arizona do? And Monty Ossenfort. So I am a J.J. McCarthy fan. I realize they didn't ask him to throw the ball a lot, 795 dropbacks and 713 attempts as a 2-year starter for Harbaugh, but that's the way they play. I mean, they play like the Niners play. A lot of tight ends, fullbacks, and power, and quarterback under center. When he was asked to throw the ball on 3rd and long, he executed, and he played really well. The sneaky guy, and I want to ask Todd this, obviously, when we get together on Thursday. I'm not a Michael Penix fan. When I went and watched the Apple Cup live, Dunze, the wide receiver, was the guy who caught your eye. And the quarterback being a lefty, he's got a strong arm. He holds the ball low. So I don't know what they're going to do with that. Aaron Rodgers, it was the opposite when he came out of Cal and Coach Tedford, where he held it up by his ear and they had to drop him. This guy holds it really low, but really it's the medical. Pair of torn ACLs on the right knee. He's got an AC joint in the left shoulder, his throwing shoulder, SC joint in the other one. Back when he was younger in Indiana, just the medical is wild on him. I think he's clearing through, but you have to worry about a guy coming off 2 ACL tears. Frank Gore did it. Obviously, running back is more demanding on the body than quarterback. And then Bo Nix really intrigues me, John. He's little, but he's feisty. I mean, the guy made 61 starts in college, the all-time record, 34 at Auburn. We watched the last 27 over 2 years at Oregon. Do you like Bo Nix, John?
Yeah, that offense is a little bit weird, how it translates to the NFL. A lot of screens, a lot of quick hitters, but, I mean, you can't argue with the numbers. The numbers are absolutely ridiculous. He's an underrated athlete. his what is it? The real completion percentage was like 85%. He completed a high percentage of his passes.
77.4% last year. He broke
ridiculous.
Mac Jones's NCAA record.
Plus his dad played at Auburn, so he's well versed. He's been doing it his whole life. And the thing that you just mentioned there, and everybody but Drake May has this finally. Guys starting games. Bo Nix, 61 starts. It's an NCAA record. So the stuff that we always talked about with Trey Lance when he came aboard to the 49ers, these guys have starts under their belt. And I think that that's really important. Drake May will probably get thrown in despite that fact, so we'll see where he goes. But, Jaden Daniels played at Arizona State before LSU and Caleb Williams and these guys all moving around so that they don't sit. What happens is, and what we're going to see hopefully more and more as the NFL gets these guys in is, if these guys don't play right away, then they just go somewhere they can, which can lead itself to maybe more starts. But Bo Nix was at Auburn before he was at Oregon, Caleb Williams at Oklahoma before USC. All these guys come in. Jaden Daniels, as I said, ASU to LSU. They're playing a lot more games because they're just not going to sit. And
they're older. They're
exactly.
older guys.
So, hopefully these guys, I like Jaden Daniels a lot. The comp that I'm hearing, though, is Lamar Jackson, and
he throws the ball way better than him.
Yeah, and he's
way
not
better.
slithery. He's fast, and he's a good runner, but he's not a slithery runner, kind of like Jackson is. So, look, I like him a lot. I'm a little bit higher on Penix, but he needs the right situation. He needs to have, as we saw in the national championship game, if he doesn't have perfect protection, he's not great at sliding, even though he ran about a 4.5 at Washington's Pro Day. But he's just not, he doesn't play that way. So, but he's got a hell of an arm.
No, he's got a big-time arm. I just don't like that he holds the ball so low.
Yeah,
his release is low, and the knee. 2 ACLs and 2 shoulder injuries on his throwing shoulder. And what really bothered me with him is the Michigan game. He played well, obviously, against Texas. But the national championship game, I don't know if he was hurt in the game or what he was, but it looked too big for him. Rome Odunze, also in that game, really bothered me. He just could not run a route. He got all turned around. He couldn't get off coverage. But he's a great player, and I watched him in the Apple Cup against Washington State this year up at UW, and I didn't know a single player on the field within 2 snaps. Number one's the best player on the field.
Yeah.
Who's that guy? And he just catches, contested catches. He's just special. Marvin Harrison Jr. obviously is a great player. So the point is the quarterbacks are going to go 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 with JJ, maybe 5. Before the 49ers even pick, are 5 quarterbacks going to be chosen? And then how many wide receivers will go? Obviously, Marvin Harris Jr. gone. Will Arizona take him? Do you have to deal with him? Malik Neighbors, John, he only weighs 200 pounds.
I like him a lot.
Are you kidding me? He looks like DK Metcalf.
Yeah, he's awesome.
He's 230, and he's breaking everybody's tackle. That guy only weighs 200? Unbelievable, that guy. Odunze we talked about. But then, as you're looking at it from a Niner perspective, and picking 31. Last time they picked 31, what do? They traded up to 25 to take Brandon Ayuk. So, and Brandon Ayuk is going to be a Niner. But,
No doubt.
Can we brace possibly for something involving Debo in the coming days? If you are going to, the wide receiver draft class is really interesting. Really interesting to me. Really interesting. A lot of guys. And we aired in the Ayuk draft class because I was so enamored with Jerry Jeudy that Kyle's not taking, another Dante Pettis. If you can't block, you're not coming here. That's just the bottom line. No block, no rock. So anybody you see, even Marvin Harrison Jr., Kyle would take him, but you got to get him on the blocking sled. You watch the, first half of the Michigan game this year, he looked like he was Randy Moss. Do all these guys block? Are they willing blockers? The one guy that intrigues me is Brian Thomas Jr. from
Big
LSU.
dude. Yeah, he's good.
I've checked with a lot of guys because you watch the video on these guys, and there's not a lot of snaps of them blocking. You got to watch entire games. And of my 420 weekend of 7 hours Saturday and Sunday, I watched their route running.
You did this.
I will get into blocking. If you don't block Brian Thomas Jr., you're not going to be a Niner. But that guy, he caught 17 touchdown passes last year from Daniels. The other guy's crazy. Neighbors. Brian Thomas Jr., John, had 68 receptions last year. 17 were touchdowns. That's 1 out of every 4. He is one of the great deep ball catchers I've ever seen, and his ability to catch the over-the-shoulder ball is just amazing. He does it over and over and over and over again. What he does not do, which is weird, is catch the ball when he's facing the quarterback. If he's looking at the quarterback, he can't catch the ball. So get him on the jugs. Get him on after practice with Kittle and Ayuk and get him on the jugs. I don't know if you can improve that, but it's weird. Does he block? And the one thing he does not do is yak. He does not yak. But he's 6'3", 210. Can he learn that? Everybody I look at, I'm like, well, Kyle like him. Well, Kyle like him. Well, Kyle like him. Well, Kyle, because you're just trying to guess, and you got to be able to block. I like Brian Thomas Jr. Can you imagine that guy stretching the field, runs a 4.33 40, John, at 6'3", 209? But why can't he catch the ball on the short and intermediate stuff facing the quarterback? He's a great vertical route runner over the shoulder. He just gets behind people all the time. And why does he not pick up yardage after he catches the ball? No yak for that guy.
Yeah, but I think hopefully he could learn those kind of things because, like you said, at 6'3", 210, he runs in the 4.3s. And that's one thing that this offense is absolutely missed. Like you said, you absolutely want to get him to be able to catch intermediate routes, but they need something deep. That's why they got Danny Gray those years ago, and he just hasn't panned out, and they got to develop that kind of thing. Did you say that, you and I are on the same page we have the whole time, despite what anybody says. Brandon Ayuk's not going anywhere.
Yeah,
Do you think maybe
I don't
Debo?
know. I don't know. They're going to have to make a call on Debo, and at some point in his contract next year. But if you're looking at this draft class of wide receivers, and I didn't even get to the bottom of them, Xavier Worthy, I don't think Kyle will like that guy at 165
He's
pounds.
super fast, though, man.
He not only fast, he creates big-time separation because he's not Tyreek. He's not tough like Tyreek. He can't go up and high point the ball like Tyreek, but he creates wild separation because he's so damn fast. And he can whip off routes. Plus, he is an extraordinarily good punt returner. So there's going to be a lot of wide receivers come off the board. If you wanted to do this now and trade somebody in the wide receiver room and go get somebody you can draft and have a manageable rookie contract, this would be the week to do it. I don't think they'll do it. I haven't heard they're going to do it. It's just when you get deep into the wide receiver class, John, and I didn't even get way down the line. Mitchell, who's the better Texas wide receiver?
I do like Mitchell a lot. I think he's going to the Chiefs.
How about Ladd McConkey?
Yeah.
That guy is a slot receiver all day. Now, is he going to take time from J.J.? You have to look at this year and beyond. My question is, are any of these guys going to be available at 31? Is there any way in hell Brian Thomas Jr. is sitting there at 31, or do you have to go up and get him?
Boy, I tell you, the Bills at 28 are 100% taking a receiver. They have to move up. The Ravens are always looking at receivers. There's a lot of teams. But like you said, after that big three, it's just beauty in the eye of the beholder, right? You just talked about all these different types of receivers. There's a ton of different kind of receivers after the first three go off the board. We'll continue to talk about the draft. Also, like you said, I don't think 10 guys are going to make this team. The Niners have 10 draft picks. I think they're going to move up the board. If somebody like a tackle, a corner, a receiver, somebody that they like falls, that could definitely be the case. We'll continue that conversation as well. You want to get into any draft, you got any draft crushes you like, hit us up, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. And remember, we'll be down at 49ers HQ on Thursday, so you don't want to miss that. 5 o'clock, the draft starts. We have a great time down there. You and I and Todd Husak's going to be down there as well to evaluate the quarterbacks. It's going to be a lot of fun, so make sure you tune in on Thursday. We'll be back to some Giants as well as some good questions on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. We'll hit that up. If you anything from the weekend, 415-808-5627. That's the both call-in and text line. We'll get to all of it. Susan Slesser will start us off at 11:30. Charles Davis at 12:30 on the draft. Eric Burns at 1:15, and John Lynch with his pre-draft press conference at noon. Don't go anywhere. It's Pop in London on Monday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Imagine waking up this time next week and being 100% debt-free from credit cards, car loan, and personal loans. Loan Pronto's Equity Express line of credit can make it happen. Homeowners are turning their home equity into cash almost instantly. With Loan Pronto's AI-based system, You can get approval in about 10 minutes with almost no documentation, no appraisal, and no hassle. You can get hundreds of thousands of dollars out of your home. You can use that money to pay off all your other loans. The average homeowner saves over $850 a month by doing this. Listen, your home value is going way up. You can use that to wipe out all those credit cards, get some money for a home improvement. Literally hundreds of thousands are at your fingertips, and approval is just minutes away. So what are you waiting for? Call right now, 415-808-5721. That's 415-808-5721 or loanpronto.com. Number one more time, 415-808-5721.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Getting better, so say that. Slider's better than I thought it was. Changeup's pretty good today. Inconsistency in the speed, but shape was good. Fastball was a little sporadic, but a lot of good results with it. So just threw it in bad counts, but overall I was happy with the fastball. Curveball is definitely getting there.
That is Blake Snell. Thanks for joining us, Pomp and Lund, on a Monday. Blake Snell on Friday night looked better, as he said, but the fifth inning really did him in. He gave up runs in the third and the fourth, but then in the fifth, a double, a strikeout, a ground out, so he had 2 outs. But then with 2 outs, single, double, 3 runs, and he was out of the game. And it's one thing, okay, spring training, but then Jordan Montgomery came in and basically through 6 innings shut down the Giants. Now, he went to the minors. Blake Snell did not. I know that Blake Snell is a traditional slow starter, but again, not good, not giving the team a chance to win. 5 earned runs, 9 hits, and 4 2/3 for Blake Snell. What do you make of all this?
He's off to a slow start. I mean, this is the conversation you and I had the day before he signed on March 19th. He had that Friday night showcase game up in Seattle on March 15th, and we got into it, and the season's starting here. There's going to be a point where you're going to have diminished returns. He's not going to be as effective. What was he doing when, he was holding out? You go up to Seattle, you throw to high school and college kids. It's just not the same. He didn't face major league hitters. They had to create sim games, and, he's not sharp. He was much better. I thought his first start, he was just wild. He just could not command his stuff, and he got He had swing and miss stuff. He had like 5 strikeouts in the game. His first start against Washington that Monday night. He was wild. And his second start in Tampa was a major setback. He was just biting off way too much plate. This start, he looked like Blake Snell the first 2 innings of the game. And Apple TV Plus did the game on Friday night with Dontrell Willis. We got to get the D-Train on Wednesday when we're on the patio for Blake Snell's next start. He was breaking out the whooper duper. I love D-Train. He's so fun. Early in the game, it looked like Blake Snell. I mean, he's got a great fastball, obviously, that he can go up and down with, but it's the stuff in the slider, the changeup, the curveball, the wipeout pitches in the dirt. And the first 2 innings, he looked like Blake Snell. Plus, I don't know if Apple TV, John, changed the vantage point of the center field camera, but it looked more like Tampa, where it was directly behind Blake and not over in between second and third base, peering over his shoulder. So I just got a better look at him, and he looked like he was landing. And then, as D-Train began to detail, he just bit off too much plate. They got to run off him in the third, or run in the fourth, and then whack, whack, whack in the fifth, and he was out of the game. And that breaking ball, the whooper duper he was talking about, just wasn't going down. It was kind of hanging and being lazy and flat in the strike zone and the hit me zone, and they just whacked him. So I think he has a chance to be better against the New York Mets on Wednesday afternoon, and we'll get into it when we're out there on the patio. But these are 3 bad starts for him, and what's the reason you are where you are? You're 0-3 against the Dodgers this year, and Blake Snell's lost all 3 starts. So this was the conversation we had where, Farhan was talking big. They went to spring training. It's hard to bring players in. Your roster's your roster. Then you bring in Soler, and he's searching right now in big money situations. Hit a bomb of a home run on Friday night, but it's a game he lost 17-1, and it's the only one Jordan Montgomery gave up. And then Matt Chapman is interesting the way he's playing right now and who he is, but with a pitcher who's just, why does, the day after Valentine's Day, who reports first? Pitchers and catchers. And why do they do that? Because pitchers need the time to get ramped up, to get to 100 pitches and to be ready to start the year. They need 5 or 6 weeks, not 5 or 6 days, and he's just not ready. So there's a point where we talked about it was, do you move on from this guy? Because you are going to have diminished returns early in the year. And I heard Mike talking this morning, Kruk, with Murph and Marcus, saying that, Bob Melvin knows him well. Obviously, he managed him the last couple of years. I think he could lock in and pitch a good game Wednesday against the Mets, but they know him much better, Bo Mel and Brian Price, and they think he's really not going to be Blake Snell until late May.
And with Alex Cobb not returning, look, there's been some bad games, including Friday 17-1, so maybe these stats are skewed, but we talked about this before the season started. It has to start with pitching and defense. Well, right now, their overall ERA is 4.88 as a staff. That's 27th. Their starters are at a 4.45, which is 22nd, and their relievers are at a 5.56. Now, that didn't help what happened because a lot of that on the 17-1 was brought on by the relievers, but they're 29th in ERA as far as relievers. So we can talk about the runs per game, which unfortunately has dropped below the 420, 4.19, and that's 19th, and runners in scoring position and all these other things. But until they get this staff where it needs to be, which is right now, Logan Webb is pitching about the way he normally pitches. Keaton Winn is encouraging. Obviously, Jordan Hicks he wasn't as good, but he's been solid. There's no question about it. Snell has been terrible. Cobb's had a setback. I mean, they've got to get their starting pitching consistent. I know they have to hit, but the backbone of this team, when they're successful in this park, is starting pitching, and it hasn't been good enough.
And Kyle Harrison, the game you were at on Saturday, he only went 4 innings, and his command is just off. It's the same situation. He's throwing nothing but his fastball right now. He's still searching. He's got to lock in on good mechanics. I think he will. So when we go out to the patio on Wednesday, we'll lock in on Blake Snell. The pitching matchup on Wednesday is Blake Snell against Sean Manaea.
Yes,
the big Sean. Which leads to, did they talk to Sean Manaea at all in the offseason? Or was Manaea so put off about the role that he was in last year? I mean, that staff's no longer here. Now, they moved on. Andrew Bailey's not here. Cap's not here. You've got Brian Price. You've got Bo Mel. I mean, you look at the money the Mets gave to Sean Manaea was basically he's got a player option for 25 at 13.5, but it's a one-year deal for $14.5 million. He did opt out. He was throwing harder last year once he got, a more solidified role. And we talked about, did they talk to Jordan Montgomery at all? Was it all Blake Snell they were waiting on? There were other starting pitchers to look at. Sonny Gray, obviously, and Bob's, knowledge of him, managing him at the A's. But he also managed Sean Manaea. Did Manaea just not want to come back here and he was gone? He was done with the Giants?
It'll be interesting. Hopefully somebody will ask him that question. And he, knowing Sean, he'll probably be PC and not say that. But, yeah, I mean, Alex Wood has been outspoken. He didn't like the way that he was being used, and Manaea was used in a similar fashion. So, but, what's funny, like you said, is that's not what they're doing now. It's what they were doing then.
And those guys are all gone.
So, yeah, that's kind of interesting.
Is it a Farhan thing? They didn't want to deal with Farhan? I don't know. But Sean Manaea looks good. And we're going to watch them pitch on Wednesday. That's going to be the matchup of the big lefty, Sean Manaea, against Blake Snell. And Manaea's pitching well for them. And Blake was good. To me, it was a step forward, John. The first two innings, he looked like Blake Snell from last year, but then he just tired out, and by the fifth inning, that whooper duper was just hanging in the strike zone, and it was getting whomped.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. And look, I know I'm being patient. You know me, I'll overreact. I'm being patient. I'm fine. I still like the signing, but every time I hear him pitch, and it's nothing against any announcers. It was on Apple TV. He's a slow starter. He's a slow starter. He's a slow starter. Okay. But they're still paying him a ton of money, and then the guy he's going against, Jordan Montgomery, went to the minors. Now, maybe I don't know if that's the difference or not. Blake Snell said after the game that's not something that he thought he needed to do. But, I mean, Jordan Montgomery went 6 innings, and basically, like you said, outside of a Jorge Soler home run, he shut down the Giants, and he looks like he's ready to roll. They need to get Blake Snell to that point because they've got to pitch. I mean, they're not going to score, even though every once in a while they do. Not scoring 7 or 8 runs a game. That's why they're in this park. They've got to get the starting pitching going. And if Blake Snell is going to take till halfway through the season, I mean, I know you and I are going to talk about this, especially on Wednesday, but the Mets are coming in there solid. The Phillies are starting to, again, we're only 20-something games into this thing. But we are starting to see some of these teams start to play better. The Cubs, I mean, you don't have a lot of time because this is going to be a tight wild card race all the way through. We're seeing this. Miami and Colorado stink. The Dodgers and the Braves should be at the top of it, and then everybody else is kind of muddled in between. And even though it's only 20-something games in, I think it's going to stay this way.
And the Mets, I mean, they were an unmitigated disaster last year. They're the only team to have a higher payroll in the history of American sport than Joe Lacob's Warriors. And he's carved the payroll down a little bit this year, but that payroll is still $323 million. They started 0-5, but they're 12-9, and they are hot right now. Lindor's starting to hit the ball. You got Marte, and then, they're 12-9 overall. So based on last year, we thought they're not a playoff team. They brought in David Stearns to run their front office. He thinks they are, and they were a good team a couple of years ago, and they fired Buck. So just looking at it, John, I mean, the Dodgers are 13-11. It's just everybody's been kind of mediocre right now in the National League West. San Diego's 12-12, Dodgers 13-11 after their great start. Diamondbacks beat the Giants yesterday, so they're one up. But basically those teams are even, I think. But then you look at what Milwaukee's doing, the Cubs are doing. Cincinnati, we'll see Pittsburgh over the weekend. And then Braves and Phillies, you think are going to make the playoffs in some combination. One wins the East, the other takes down a wild card. Are the Mets in play for a wild card spot this year?
Well, and I didn't think they were because if you remember a year ago, they had Scherzer and Verlander and the pitcher out of Japan, Kodai Senga, and you're thinking, man, this team's going to be good. And they don't have any of those guys right now. I think Senga's still hurt. So, but they're getting decent pitching. Like Quintana's going to pitch tonight. I thought he was done. He's pitching really well. So they're, Severino comes over from the Yankees. Mm-hmm. He's pitching well. So, they're kind of the opposite of the Giants. Of you looked at their staff, especially the guys that they lost last year, and you didn't think much of it. But all of a sudden, they're getting guys to pitch well, and they've got enough offense. I mean, they have a ton.
I think they're number one in the National League in ERA. They in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh's really pitching well with Joey Bart behind the plate. But Quintana goes tonight. He has a 3 ERA. Severino, the former Yankee, has a 2 ERA. And then the big Sean Manaea is 1-1 with a 4.12 against Blake Snell, who was 0-3, John, with an 11.57 ERA. And he made $1 million for each start. $1 million.
That's not good. That is not good. I'll just, there's my insight.
He
That
was
is not
better.
good.
He was better last start.
He was. I was encouraged, but then that the 2 outs in the 5th inning. And like you said, the schedule that's coming up, Mets for 3, Pirates for 3, then you get the Red Sox, but then the Phillies for 4, then the Rockies, but then the Reds for 3. So 16 of the next 22 are against wild card teams you have to battle against, and then, of course, 3 against the Dodgers as well. But the Mets, the Pirates, the Phillies, the Reds, all teams you're probably going to be fighting with for a wild card, and those teams are all coming up in the next month. So, 2 straight series, really, Mets and Pirates. So, anyway.
Then you go into Pittsburgh, and you're going to New York as well.
Right, after
later
that.
May.
Yep.
How about that road trip to Boston and Philadelphia? That's a good roadie.
Oh, man. If people haven't been to Fenway, I mean, you've called many a games there. I mean, I couldn't recommend it enough. That will be a fun series.
The
Going
cask and
to Boston.
flagon.
Oh,
Go right to the
God.
cask and flagon.
So amazing. All right, hit us up, 415-808-5627. Anything from the weekend. Blake Snell, are you discouraged or are you still like, nope, no problem? 415-808-5627, 415-808 KNBR. Anything Giants over the weekend, from Blake Snell on Friday to Patty Barrows on Saturday on his bobblehead day. Some bad umpiring potential on Sunday. Bob Melvin gets thrown out of that thing. Give us your thoughts at 415-808-5627 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials call-in line and text line as well. NBA playoffs over the weekend, I'm sure you enjoyed, because the Lakers lost to the Nuggets, and some things that relate to the Warriors. We'll give you that. Susan Slusser back to talk Giants at about 11:30. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's a final. Here in the Mile High City. Game one belongs to the Denver Nuggets. 114-103.
Game number one goes to the Knicks. 111 to 104 here at the Garden.
Minnesota executed their game plan. It was one of the great performances of the year.
Garland takes the three. And they're on their feet. Then Rocket Mortgage.
Boston, behind a franchise postseason record-tying 22 threes, take the opener by 20. Boston 114 and Miami 94.
Pelicans are out of timeouts. McCollum against Wallace, poked away. 4 seconds. McCollum, the fake, the fire. No, and it's over. Oklahoma City survives and hold on to take game one.
That's it. First shots fired by the Bucks in this opening round playoff series. The Los Angeles Clippers take game one against the Mavericks. 109-97 the final.
Nice montage. Well done, boys, as we were watching Giants baseball, and there's a bunch of good stuff up on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. I'll get some of those thoughts on the Giants at 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll read some of those, but great montage. Nuggets take down the Lakers. Everybody excited about that. The Clippers over the Mavs. T-Wolves dominate the Suns. OKC hangs on in their opener. We'll get into that. And then in the East, Celtics don't want to get rolled by the Heat again. Dame had 35 in the first half against the Pacers. They hang on. Knicks over Philly. And Joel Embiid injured that knee again, and the Cavs over the Magic. Also, we'll get into awards. Finalists were named as well, and we got some games today. But takeaways from the NBA, and my question out to the listeners is, did you watch? I mean, obviously you're not going to watch as much as you would if the Warriors were in it, but it was a beautiful weekend. But when I could catch some NBA, I did it this weekend.
Now, the Bay Area loves NBA basketball, so I think we were watching, and starting with Friday night, and now we don't have any teams left in Northern California. Sacramento just had a rough outing, even without Zion. Brandon Ingram was really strong, and they only scored 98 points in the game. De'Aaron got up 29 shots, but so Sacramento loses, and they didn't make the playoffs after last year. And going out to the Warriors in the first round last year, don't make them this year. Mike Brown's got a contract that's up this year. He's got one more year guaranteed, and then mutual options for a fourth year. So what does Vivek do with Mike Brown? But then just watching the weekend, John, it's just the skill level around the NBA and the young skilled players, but just confine it to the Western Conference is just insane. There are just so many great young players in the West, and starting with the Ant-Man, Anthony Edwards, and what he was able to do against Kevin Durant and the Phoenix Suns on both ends of the floor, and yelling at him after he scored on him, and they just overwhelmed him. Phoenix just could not keep up in the game, and we'll see what they're able to do. Devin Booker had a hard time. He got into foul trouble right away on Saturday, and tonight's a huge game for Phoenix. And then watching the Lakers and Nuggets, the Lakers took that game early, and then the Nuggets just grabbed it early in the second half, and that pick and roll between Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic, as Bob Myers kept detailing, is just so real. Jamal Murray, as Bob said, he's the best player in the NBA. It's never made an all-star team. We used to say that for years about Rod Strickland and a few others, best player to never be an all-star. Well, Jamal Murray's an NBA champion, and he has the highest points per game increase from the regular season to the postseason of any player in NBA history. They broke out that stat. I was like, what? But he went 22-10 Anthony Davis blocked one of Joker's shots, but he's 32 and 12 and 7, and then all the people around him, KCP and Porter and Gordon, they're heavy with their starters, but the starters only turned the ball over one time. So Denver is really that team. And we'll see if they do advance all the way to the conference finals, and it is in Oklahoma City. That's going to be a deafening roar. And then the games yesterday, the L.A. Clippers, just looking at the Western Conference only, John, they don't have Kawhi. And the Clippers just run the James Harden, Ivica Zubac pick and roll over and over and over again. And Blackbeard goes off, and Zubac has a huge first half, winds up 20 and 15. And Paul George chips in, Westbrook off the bench, and Dallas got overwhelmed. Outside of their two stars, nobody else showed up. But the best game by far was last night. And New Orleans, they got back into that game. They're hanging around. I'm thinking they're going to steal this game at the end. Trey Murphy, the third's making incredible threes. But in the end, it is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and all the pieces around him. Chet Holmgren's got to get into a weight room. His legs are so skinny. Valanciunas was just bouncing him around. He's just got to get on a leg press and upper body. He's just a kid, but he's got to fill out. Lou Dort gives him a lot of toughness. Jalen Williams played well, but it's SGA, John. And what he did at the end, some of those shots he made, he just walks you down wherever he can get too low and then makes an impossible shot, and then he's a lockdown defender on the other end, which the Joker is not. Now, a lot of times with these awards, the voters turn in their awards before the year is over. And did SGA do enough at the end of the year on both ends of the floor and scoring over 30 a game to steal the regular season MVP from the Joker?
Yeah, this is going to be one of the better ones in a long time, because I think for all three, like you said, it depends on how much the voters put into winning, because they obviously had the top record in the Western Conference, did OKC, but then how do you take it away from Jokic? I mean, like, watching last night's game, in fact, I think I saw a tweet from George Karl over the weekend. You probably saw the same thing, and he kind of listed all the players, and he's been in the history in the NBA, and he listed some great players and said Jokic might be the best I've ever seen. I mean, my God, we're getting to the point where it's
he's talking centers or just players?
He's just talking players, and I'm like, my God.
But he doesn't guard like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Right. And whenever I voted for this award, I went to the best team, the best record. I mean, Oklahoma City stole the number one seed at the end. He's the best player on the best team. I mean, Boston, obviously, but Tatum's not going to win it. I mean, and you're not going to base it on anything that happened over the weekend. It's strictly a regular season award. But they're completely different players. But the Joker, and he had a big steal on an overplay against LeBron late in the game, and he's able to slow him down to go in and score at the end of the game. He didn't dunk it, but he got it just over the rim. So he's a much better defender. But when you look on both ends of the floor, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander guards.
Yeah, and I wonder too if, and this just happens in the league, once a guy gets an MVP a couple of times, they look to move on. I mean, Jordan could have been the MVP many more times, LeBron, et cetera, down to Kobe, et cetera. So I just wonder if, okay, Jokic, you've won it a couple of years in a row, we're going to give it to this guy. Because, look, he's worthy of it. I mean, I was watching the Clippers, and I was thinking, Paul George is a really nice player, but, man, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has just turned into this superstar before our eyes. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, Luka's as they had the award finalist name this morning. I mean, Luka's the third one in that. You could certainly make an argument for him, although they finished fifth in the Western Conference, so they're probably not. So it's going to come down to Jokic or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. But, as I was watching that OKC game, I was thinking, and I know this is far-fetched because they lost and they got blown out in Sacramento, but I wonder if they win that game, because we talk about experience all the time. Yeah, if they had somehow gotten to that series, because that's the series they would have been in. I mean, here's New Orleans, as you said. They had to play those two games. They don't have Zion, and they still take them right down the stretch and almost beat Oklahoma City in Game 1. I mean, it does take a minute to get used to the playoffs. They pulled it out, don't get me wrong, but I was thinking to myself, geez, if that's the Warriors, they could beat Oklahoma City in a series as good as they are.
Could they have beat New Orleans?
Probably not.
I mean, the game the Friday night game, the last Friday night of the regular season, and Ingram didn't play, but Zion did. That second quarter is going to stay with me until they start playing in October next year. They just got completely manhandled in that second quarter, and they didn't have Brandon Ingram. They did have Zion, so I don't know. I mean, when you're watching the games over the weekend, the point that what I just kept coming back to is, wow, this is hard. This is going to be hard.
Yeah.
They are 10th, and these other teams are just loaded, and they're young. And they don't play the Warriors system, and there's too much isolation ball. But, man, these teams are skilled on both ends of the floor. They're younger. They're faster. They're more athletic. They just got guys that can take over. And of the Warrior young guys, Kuminga's the one guy that may be able to become that guy, but he's not that guy. So player development's going to be critical for him. So, we're not even talking about the older guys. What's up with Phoenix? What's up with Beal? And Booker's got to bounce back tonight. And Durant.
Yeah, they got.
I mean, that's the you take a shortcut here, and you lay all this money. That owner Ishbia in Phoenix has got to be thinking, what's going on? So I just, for the Warrior perspective, if you're Joe, and you're watching this weekend, and Mike Dunleavy, you really got to ask yourself legitimately, where are we? If I didn't even mention a single team in the East and what Boston and Dame did,
right.
I didn't none of that. New York and Philly, you just keep it to the West, because the East is a problem, but just the West, wow. I mean, there's just and we say this for decades how good the West is, but it's good, it's young, because the Warriors are no longer the Warriors. These other teams are loading up because they got a chance to get there, and it's I don't know. Denver's clearly the best, but Oklahoma City getting home court and that home court advantage they have, I just feel like, and we'll see what the Warriors do, I think you're too far away. Even if you added the Pascal Siakam or DeMar DeRozan, or, are you going to be able to take down these teams? And what do you have to give up? And what are you going to do with salary? I don't know. The Warriors did lose Ansi Salah, who was essentially their salary cap guy. He's their Parag Marate over the weekend, John. He went to the Atlanta Hawks, and Landry Fields and our friend Grant Liftman, so the Warriors got to replace him. I think what you're looking at is a serious reduction in payroll. I mean, you have to be honest with yourself. Are we one or two players away? Well, if the one player is Jason Tatum and the other player is Jaylen Brown,
right.
Maybe we are, or Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray, but you're not getting those guys. Of the guys you can obtain, is that going to be enough to close the gap that you have in the West? Because I'm just watching these Western teams and the young superstars. The West right now is loaded, and it's going to be good for a while.
Well, and like you said, I think Oklahoma City, and the more experience they get, the better they'll be. But Minnesota was the team that impressed me, and then afterwards, this weekend at some point, Anthony Edwards said, in 2 years I'll be the best player in the league, and I wouldn't doubt that he is. So, I mean, those are the type of guys that you're dealing with at the top of the conference. And of those guys you just mentioned, those veteran guys, especially a guy like DeRozan, they don't make you overly athletic. And I think that's what I was watching this weekend, is those young teams are fast and athletic and are playing above the rim, and that's where the Warriors really lack. And so how do you do that? I mean, like you said, you got Kuminga on this team, that's one. But these young athletic teams at the top of this conference, and the more experience they get, the better they're going to be. I thought the Suns would, and again, look, it's one game, but the way that Minnesota just blew them out of the building, I mean, that was I don't know. I thought that was the most impressive win of the weekend, because I thought maybe Minnesota would be susceptible. Man, they made Phoenix look bad.
It's a 7-game series.
Yeah, it is.
Devin Booker will bounce back. We'll see. But they look good. And Anthony Edwards, I mean, that was the Wiseman draft. And you wound up number 2 that year, and Minnesota got the number 1 overall pick. And the Warriors did have the worst record in the NBA that year. That was the pandemic year. They were 15-50, but Minnesota got the number 1 pick. And I remember when the Warriors brought in Anthony Edwards for a workout, Steve Kerr was like, "Is that all you have? You got to go way harder than that to play in the league." They were like, "What's with you?" So I even if the Warriors say they didn't take Anthony Edwards, say Minnesota took Wiseman or LaMelo Ball, I don't know what to. I think they would have taken Anthony Edwards. It's a moot point, because obviously Minnesota was going to take Anthony Edwards. But in a draft where, Halliburton's a good player, but Indiana couldn't score at all.
No.
They averaged over 123 points a game, and they couldn't score at all. But I just, that's what happens. You get Tim Duncan, number 1 overall, and it flips your franchise. And it took them a little while to figure it out. But Anthony Edwards, and he guards too, on both ends of the floor with those 2 bigs and Mike Conley. I mean, that flipped their franchise, was getting that guy. And I mean, going back on it, the Warriors, worked him out and looked at him, but they weren't going to get him. But Steve said, you got to play harder to play in this league. I think he's playing hard enough now.
Yeah, I think he kind of figured it out. But I mean, that was a kid who played 1 year at Georgia, but they look good. But I do the same thing you do. I watch the playoffs and I think, where do the Warriors fit in this? And the thing that jumped out was, the athleticism, the youth, the athleticism, and I don't know how they get. I don't think it can get done in one fell swoop, but, man, Minnesota especially. All right, give us your thoughts, 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Also, we'll get into this a little bit later. The awards, the finalists for the awards were announced. Only one, Steph Curry's in one category. We'll give you the rest of those a little bit later on in the show. Susan Slessor is going to join us at 11:30. The issues with the Giants, they did split the series against the Diamondbacks, but Blake Snell struggling. Some good, some bad. Patrick Bailey was great on his bobblehead day, so we'll get into all those things with Susan in about 20 minutes. Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Former ESPNer Chris Berman back. Joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the 2024 Bear Hall of Fame inductees. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials. It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz, Moskowitz LLP. Steve, we're a week past D-Day, but I know you can still help. What do people do now if they haven't filed?
Absolutely. Talk to us. Look, there's a lot of people that last Monday, April 15th, saw it come and go, and they owe some money, have no idea how they're going to pay it, or they didn't file their return for last year, or the year before, or maybe 5 or 10 years or even more. The bottom line is there's so many clients after I've talked to them, they've said, oh, I didn't know you could do that. Wow. Well, if I'd known that, I would have come forward years ago. The bottom line is we have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. Talk to me. Let me tell you what we want to do for you. Let's go over your facts and circumstances. Doesn't cost you a penny. You can always hang up on me if you don't like what I'm talking about. But it might really change your life, too. That's all I'm asking. Give us a call. Let us tell you what we want to do for you. And if it's going to help you and give you your life back, let's go ahead and do it.
It's a free consultation. Like Steve said, you're a week past D-Day. You got to get this done. Call 888-TAX-DEAL. It's 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Or simply go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
That a reaction to the foul tip that you guys didn't get?
Yeah. Strike three, my opinion.
How much did that missed call sort of change the momentum that you guys had there in that inning?
You mean which one?
the pitch you thought was strike three.
It's an out right there instead of a hit and a run. So yeah.
Bob, was it clear to you from the dugout, or were you looking at Bailey's reaction?
Both. It looked to me like he didn't. I mean, fairly clear. Now that's probably the worst angle you can have is sitting behind it. So I'm not sure. I think typically they do check or whatever ways away, but I mean it looked to me just from the naked eye, but not an umpire.
That is a frustrated Bob Melvin. They lose on Sunday, and it wasn't just that call, but certainly that would have prevented some add-on runs in the ninth, and then you get Michael Conforto up there in a 3-1 count leading off. That ball was certainly off the plate, and called a strike 3-2, and he flies out, and the Giants fall short, so they split the series with the Diamondbacks. But 17-1 loss on Friday. Patrick Bailey, bobblehead day on a beautiful day at the ballpark on Saturday. They win, and then they lose yesterday. And we're going to talk to Eric Burns at about 1:15. I do think there's got to be something, whether it's challenging strikes or robo-umps or whatever. Maybe it's just me. But since the beginning of the season, I think it's been worse. But
Aaron Boone was ejected 2 batters into the A's game today?
Yeah, did you see that?
He got in there with a home plate umpire 2 batters into the game?
I think this is becoming some sort of an epidemic. They're getting frustrated. But my question is, too, and then we can get into all this stuff, is if you're going to review stuff, why don't you just review stuff? I mean, that thing was missed by how many inches? I mean, that was pretty obvious, right, in replay that he did not – the ball didn't change direction. You could tell pretty much right away. And, sometimes, the umpire's doing his best, but he's behind the catcher. Maybe he didn't see it, whatever the case may be. But those kind of plays drive me crazy because it changes the game to a certain extent. And why can't you just review stuff? I mean, really?
Ump, you suck. Ump, you suck. That's all everybody was chanting leaving the ballpark yesterday. It's Stu Sherwater, and he said right away, I heard it. He thought he heard a foul tip, which there was no video evidence of that. So we'll get into a Burns and the automated balls and strikes, what they're doing at AAA, and what can happen. And Bob Melvin's been kicked out of 2 Giants games this year. And, Baggerly, we didn't talk about what happened in Miami because the Warriors were playing a playoff game against Sacramento, so we literally just didn't mention it at all. But, when he went to the bullpen last week and wanted to bring in Camilo Duvall, and there was a miscommunication with one of the Rogers brothers, Taylor, and they, Schumacher had a point. I don't know what the proper way is to handle that, if you make the lefty come in or not. But Bob blew that, whether it was a miscommunication and not having Garvin Alston available. He was away from the team as the bullpen, coach down in the bullpen. I don't know, but for a manager that has managed as many games as Bob, that was what's going on. And as Bags mentioned, if Cap did that, we'd be all over Gabe Kapler. So, and then the other point I wanted to get into, and with Susan, they're going to have to make some roster moves. I think Luke Jackson's going to be activated off the IL, John, maybe as early as tonight. They may have made a trade for Mitch White, who we know well, was a former Dodger, more recently a Blue Jay, will probably be activated and pitch out of the bullpen from Santa Clara University, and before that he was a Bellarmine Bell down in the South Bay where Pat the Bat Burrell went. So there's going to be some alterations to the bullpen. And then just the roster construction. So yesterday, Merrill Kelly does not go. He's a late scratch. Arizona starts Slade Ciccone, Ciccone, whatever his name is, Madonna's brother. So you got all the left-handed hitters in. And Wilmer Flores is in the lineup. Jorge Soler's not. But the other call that Bob had to make yesterday was to pinch hit for Nick Ahmed with Jorge Soler. And it was a right-handed reliever on the mound for Arizona. I know Soler's on the roster and he's not in the lineup, and that's why you're paying him what you're paying him, and I understand that. But it didn't turn out well when on the second pitch he bounces out, and then Nick Ahmed, comes in, has to leave the game, and you wind up playing Tyler Fitzgerald. And Chapman may be overly aggressive, but it was a catchable ball on the bunt by McCarthy, and Chapman threw it and Fitzgerald just boxed it. But the main point there was, I was at the game yesterday watching. I'm all for Soler, but you want a left-handed pinch hitter in that situation. But the Giant roster yesterday, all the lefties were in the lineup. Jung-Hoo Lee, Lamont Wade Jr., Michael Conforto, Bailey a switch hitter, Yastrzemski. You did not have a single left-handed pinch hitter available off the bench. Your bench yesterday was Soler, who did pinch hit, Austin Slater, Tom Murphy, and Tyler Fitzgerald, and you had to make a double move there for Soler to hit for Ahmed and then Fitzgerald to play for him. Do you want a left-handed pinch hitter? And I know you've only got a four-man bench in modern-day baseball, even with 26 players on the roster. I mean, that's what Pablo would have been in that situation, or somebody. So do you want to bring up Brett Wisely? And I don't want to single out Tyler Fitzgerald, but do you need more a left-handed pinch hitter available off the bench than Tyler, who's a right-handed hitter? I mean, is there any qualms with Bomel making that move? I think it's more Farhan and the roster construction that you don't have a left-handed pinch hitter available.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt. And I do think just in general that the more they struggle, the more you got to see what these guys are doing. And like you said, it's, Wisely's playing well. Obviously, we've talked Ramos playing well. I'm not up for panic moves. I'm not saying that. I just think that, there'd be some opportunities to bring some guys up. And back to something you said a little bit earlier, too. I mean, we saw Jordan Montgomery pitch well on Saturday, but all the guys that they've brought in late, maybe this is just a coincidence, from Snell to Chapman to Soler, have all struggled. I'm not saying that Farhan did the wrong thing, because I'm behind this 100%. I like this, but is it just so much as these guys are just going to get going at some point? It's just going to take some time because they didn't get a whole lot of spring training.
No, I don't think for the hitters. I don't think for the hitters. I think for Blake Snell, without a doubt, we're watching him. He's basically in spring training mode. I think the hitters had enough time. I mean, how many ABs do you need? 30, 40? I just think, and Chapman got a late base hit. I think when you watch Chapman a little bit, he is vulnerable to the high fastball. He has a lot of swing and miss in his game. And you see the numbers. A lot of doubles, a lot of home runs. He's a good player, obviously, great defender. That play he made in foul territory yesterday going down near the tarp, I mean, he makes that play looks easy. He's a great player. You want him in every day. He's going to need an occasional day off. I just think he's pitchable. People know where to go get him. Now, Yaz closed the top of the strike zone in a big home run yesterday, but and Bailey was vulnerable to the high fastball. A lot of these guys are now with the uppercut swing. So I think we're going to see what Chapman ultimately hits, John. I think with Soler, there's a lot of swing and miss in his game. You see it. He hits a lot of home runs. He may hit 40 or 50 this year, but he's going to strike out 140, 150 times. And you get him up in a big situation. So I think that's just the hitters. I don't think it's that. I think for Blake Snell, it is. The other thing with Bomel, and we're going to talk to Eric Burns coming up at 1:15 about the balls and strikes and what's going on in baseball. Aaron Boone, the manager of the Yankees, got run 2 batters into the game today.
Well, did you see what happened in this whole thing? There was a fan behind. So he was into it with the umpire. This just goes back to the umpires again. He was into it with the umpire. A guy in the stands yelled at the umpire. He thought it was Aaron Boone, and he ran him. It wasn't even Boone who said it. It was a fan in New York that was sitting behind the dugout. The umpire thought it was Boone, and he just flipped his helmet.
It was Vinny from Bayonne?
Yeah, he's yelling at the guy, so he doesn't even differentiate who's yelling it. Then later on in the game, about the middle of the fifth, same umpire calls a ball that's at least 6 inches outside to strike out an A's hitter. It's like, come on. I mean, this is getting to the point where it's like everybody's Angel Hernandez. It's ridiculous.
Or Stu Sherwater.
Boone is freaking out. He's like, I didn't even say it. And the umpire yells back at him, I don't care who said it. You're gone. Like
I can only imagine what he said. In those diamond-level seats at Yankee Stadium, which are very pricey.
Absolutely.
Those people are insane.
Oh, my God, man.
The one thing about Bob Melvin, and I didn't even realize this, John, and the Giants are playing the Mets tonight, and Buck Showalter's no longer the manager. Did you see the graphic that Apple TV had on during the game on Friday night? Most managerial wins without a World Series title. And for a long time, it was Johnny B. Good. It was Dusty.
Right.
But Dusty got one a couple of years ago. Gene Maw, who has had some epic collapses, but a really good manager with the Phillies and Angels. 1,901 victories. Buck Showalter, number 2, 1,727. And Buck got into the postseason a lot. He just couldn't win. He had some great teams, obviously, with the Yankees and more recently the Orioles. But third on that list, most managerial wins without a World Series title, is Bob Melvin.
Wow.
Over 1,500 wins. And Bob's been in the playoffs 8 different times. And I know, and, Bernsey had him in Arizona when he was a younger player and manager. And the A's teams, they had a hard time getting out of the first round. But, I mean, if Cap would have done what Bo Mel did in Miami last week with the Camilo Duvall, Taylor Rogers miscommunication, and then is there any debate? I think it's more roster construction. Did we want Bo Mel to pinch hit Jorge Soler for Nick Ahmed in that situation when you got a right-handed hitter against a righty reliever? He made it out on the side. I know that's why he's on the roster. I had no problem with it, but as fate would have it, Ahmed leaves the game at shortstop, and Tyler Fitzgerald boxes the throw on the bunt from Matt Chapman in the next half inning.
All right, let's talk to Susan Slusser about everything Giants from the weekend. They do split 2-2 against Arizona from Thursday to Sunday, but some frustrating things, of course, Blake Snell on Friday. Yesterday, some of the calls, the umpiring, all those kind of things. We'll get into it with Susan Slusser of the Chronicle next, only here on the Sports Center.
simply, Susan Slusser knows baseball. That's why she's the Chronicle senior MLB beat reporter. And that's why she joins Papa and Lund on KNBR. Now.
There's a swing, and there's a high drive into deep right field. This one is on its way, headed for the Bay. Adios, Pelota! That one is wet.
Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, after the Giants split with the Diamondbacks 2-2. A lot of things to discuss, as always, on a Monday. That's when Susan Slusser joins us, senior baseball reporter, beat reporter. Make sure that you follow her at Susan Slusser and read all her great stuff in the Chronicle, including a piece on Jock Peterson. She joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Yeah, good. Kind of a strange thing. I guess we can do it in chronological order. Friday was not so fun, 17-1. Blake Snell looked good early, but then runs in the third and the fourth, and then the wheels came off with 2 outs in the fifth. You talked to him after the game, and what's your assessment of where he's at?
I think he's getting close. Bob Melvin thought that he got a little tired that final inning. He didn't think so. He thinks it's more executing pitches and I think making sure that the pitches that he wants to throw, he kept talking about pitch sequencing. So I actually went back and talked to him a little bit more at length to find out specifically what he meant. Like, is he not comfortable with the game plan? Was he maybe not on the same page with Tom Murphy? Was it something he was doing? And he said it was him. It's he's in charge of his own game plan, his own game calling. Ultimately, he can shake or I guess now say no since it's not a shake situation anymore. But I think he just didn't like kind of the way he was setting stuff up. And it was more of a matter of his fastball probably not being as effective as he wanted. The good news is that his other stuff, I think he was happier with. He's getting close. He's kind of a slow starter. I think that gets a little blown out of proportion. I think we can stop talking about the no spring training. But, I did ask, did he have the option to go to AAA? He did. He didn't take it. I think the idea was that he could be ready a little sooner than he looks like he is.
Yeah, and Jordan Montgomery did go to spring training, as you wrote, Susan. He didn't pitch well as far as the numbers at AAA Reno, ERA at 10.5. But what's the point? Is to get work, and he looked locked in on Friday night, giving up the Soler homer, and that was it. So Blake's next outing will be Wednesday at Oracle, daytime matinee against the New York Mets, who are going to pitch Sean Manaea, which is interesting. So I go back to, Jordan Montgomery was on the market this offseason. They didn't go that route. Sonny Gray was on the market early. He signed and got a pretty good payday from the St. Louis Cardinals. Bob knew him well. They waited on Blake Snell, and now you're getting diminishing returns his first 3 starts as he gets himself into regular season mode. But with Sean Manaea, Bob knows Sean Manaea as well, and we did see him last year. He wound up signing essentially a 1 year with a player option with the Mets at far less money than Blake got at $14 million, next year at $13.5. Was it Manaea was just turned off by the way he was used last year and he wasn't coming back to the Giants in the offseason, Suze? Was Manaea talked about as far as re-signing with the Giants at all this offseason?
Oh, he was absolutely talked about. Yeah, I think he was pretty locked in with the Mets. I think he liked the situation there. He definitely, he made it pretty clear he did not love the way he was used last year, and he was right on the money. When he went back to starting, he looked great. He's looked great this year. I think that probably played a little bit of a role, but this is a guy who absolutely loves the Bay Area, loves playing here, has many friends and all of that. I think he liked the idea of giving it a whirl in New York more than just about anything else, and it was a good offer.
Susan Slusser joining us, talking about the weekend. Of course, talking about Sean Manaea, and the Mets are coming in starting tonight. You'll hear that right here on the Sports Leader. In regards to Alex Cobb, because talking so much, what's his status and what's going on with that injury?
Yeah, it's really mostly you can compare it to like the middle of spring, right, when guys kind of get a dead arm period or a little extra soreness. He seems to think that's what's going on. The MRIs have all been clear. He had a little bit of a forearm thing. He had a little bit of a shoulder thing. when a guy is recovering from something like hip surgery, which is pretty significant, I think a lot of red flags go up. He thinks it's really just, he was up to 4 or 5 innings worth of pitches. His arm strength is good. That's the good news. If he probably could have been ready by, say, mid-May, we're talking about him missing maybe a start or two if he's ready by then. But this way, nobody has to rush. He doesn't have to rush. It's not in his head. We talked about it a little bit yesterday, and he said that's a really good way to kind of look at it. It almost forces him to kind of take things a little bit slower, which is not going to hurt. He'd been going great guns, full bore, and this all seems like it was pretty normal, and rather than a setback, just kind of regular soreness. But I like the fact that they're being a little more cautious with it. And it enables them to create a roster slot for Mitch White, who should be getting here today, and a South Bay guy. Played at Bellarmine. That's an interesting addition. We know that this is a team that likes to pick guys up, see what they've got, and if they're out of options and it's not a fit, he might not be here very long. If he pitches well, they might have something. But they have a lot of inexperience in the bullpen. It's changing a little bit. Luke Jackson should probably be back here in the next day or two, I suspect. But worth a whirl to see what he's got.
Yeah, I mean, they're really young in the bullpen, but with these right-handed arms, they're going to probably go down and bring up Mitch White, as you mentioned, or bring him over from Toronto, and Luke Jackson with the IL on the back will be coming off soon, hopefully. And then Eric Miller he pitched really well on Saturday. And then, back-to-back days sometimes is tough. And Jock Peterson got him yesterday, left on left, which was interesting. So I was at the ball game yesterday, and I was surprised that when Jock Peterson was introduced, Susan, he was booed by the fans at Oracle Park. I know you spoke with him, so just give me your thoughts on Jock coming back and being a Diamondback over the weekend and getting booed.
Well, he was used to getting booed as a Dodger.
That's true. That's true.
He takes that in stride.
Yeah,
his 2 years with the Giants were not what he wanted. He had some really, obviously makes the All-Star team. He had a really nice start to his first year, gets the qualifying offer. He just wasn't quite right last year. He looks like he's in great shape. He's a really nice fit for a still pretty young Arizona team who needed a left-handed hitting DH. He does bring some energy and kind of that goofy looseness to the clubhouse, but Torey Lovullo loves him. He said he's one of the most mature players he's ever managed, which is saying something. And when I was talking to Jock, he was like, this is a team coming off a World Series appearance. If there's one thing we can say about Jock Peterson, he is laser focused on getting in the postseason. And he was as disappointed as Giants fans were that the Giants didn't get there. He had really thought that this was going to be a postseason team when he came to San Francisco, and things just didn't work out. So, yeah, he's going to shrug off the booing. But, was it also his birthday? Because I asked Lovullo about leaving him in against a lefty, which would not have always happened under Gabe Kapler, especially starting an inning and later and down. And he was like, yeah, it's his birthday. I told him to go win us the game, and he basically did.
How about I thought Saturday was awesome. I was at the game on Saturday, and to have Patrick Bailey do what he did on his bobblehead day with the home run, Jung-Hoo Lee, the park was just electric. But let's start with Patrick Bailey. It's pretty hard to build on what he did last year, and the expectations were pretty high, and I didn't expect a lot out of the stick. I know that the defense will come back around, but what are your early season impressions of Patrick Bailey, especially after Saturday?
Well, I talked to him the day before his bobblehead day because he gotten off to a kind of a slow start behind the plate, which is the last thing we would have expected. He wasn't throwing well, and he said he's been trying to kind of adjust his sights, essentially, with his throws, get the ball a little lower instead of sailing some throws into center, which he'd been doing a little bit toward the end of last year. And he wound up, I think, kind of over-adjusting and skipping some throws. I think he's figured that out, and that, in turn, has kind of relaxed him a little bit. He looks better framing. He looks better at, everything. He just looked a little out of sorts behind the plate the first week or two, to the point where, we talked about it, is he okay? What's going on? But he's been hitting really throughout. He's been, chipping in, has great at-bats. and really fun to see it kind of culminate there on his bobblehead day, a 4-hit game, nearly hitting for the cycle. That was super fun. He is not a guy, and I always appreciate this, who doesn't love talking about himself. He wants to talk about the pitchers or the rest of the offense. But that day, even he was kind of like got a little bit of a kick out of it. You know, he was thinking triple too, and he was happy to let us know that. He was a little bummed he didn't get the cycle.
Oh, he was flying. He was turning second. He was not going to stop. I think he would have gone into third base safely, but he did have a 4-for-4 day with a homer and a double. So big outing for him. While the Giants were in Florida, you went over to Oakland and visited with the great Brandon Crawford. So give me your thoughts on that. I know it's tough for Craw to not play, but I heard you talking to Marty over the weekend. So what happens when the Cardinals activate Tommy Edman, the former Stanford Cardinal, and he comes back? They got the young guy Wynn playing at shortstop. Is it possible that Brandon Crawford becomes available? And you were talking about maybe the Oakland A's and David Force jump on him.
I do think, considering how little he's played, I mean, you guys know when there's a roster crunch, you look and see who's the guy that's not playing, and it's Crawford. I'm sure he'd love to play more. He's not complaining. That's the first. He's like, I knew what I signed up for. He's actually really enjoying the mentoring process, which is terrific. And for my money, the best mentoring opportunity for shortstop right now is probably in Oakland. When you look at, they got Nick Allen when he's up. They've got Hernandez. There are a lot of people that could learn from him. Nick Allen grew up watching Brandon Crawford, of course, checking out the most skilled shortstops. And, he grew up here. I would love that. The Cardinals might have to, it's the A's, the Cardinals might have to absorb some of the contract for that to work. I don't think the A's reached out a ton in the offseason. I think there were a little bit of conversations kind of behind the scenes, but he wasn't a major target. So I'm not sure it's something that necessarily would happen. I really like the idea, and I think he could help them. It's such a young team. Plus, it's all ex-Giants over there, right? I'm still surprised that the Pirates swung that deal for Joey Bart, because I was just sure if that hadn't happened, the A's absolutely would have jumped on Joey Bart. They probably should have traded for him.
Great stuff. The great Susan Slaughter joining us from the Chronicle. Papa and Lund, we do it every Monday with her. Get caught up on all the Giants news that you need after the Giants split with the Diamondbacks over the weekend. We've talked a lot about umpiring, and obviously yesterday Bob was frustrated that ball didn't look like it got fouled off. In fact, it looked pretty obvious, but you can't review that for some weird reason. And then the Conforto, bottom of the ninth, at 3-1 pitch, looked outside. He flies out. And then this morning, I don't know if you saw it, Aaron Boone got kicked out of a game against the A's, and it was a fan yelling behind him. There was a player in the fifth inning of the A's got rung up. A ball was 6 inches outside. Is it just us, or is umpiring worse this year? Maybe it's just getting more publicity, but it just seems like it, doesn't it, or no?
Yeah. I mean, it kind of, this last few days has not been good. And the one thing that really does, I think, stand out is when guys don't ask for help. Yes, on the supposed tip, but you can ask for help. And right. There was no help that. And a young umpire not asking, you can ask your crew chief, ask the guy, right? Like, call a little huddle. Didn't do that. That annoys me. But also when umpires try to make themselves the game, that's a big no-go. And we've seen a little bit of that. So this is a union that maybe should be a little more cognizant of the fact that baseball is actively looking for ways to replace them or diminish their importance. There's a reason they're going to the automatic balls and strike system in the minor league levels. Is that something they would very much like to do at the big league level? They're never going to scrap umpire crews totally. There probably would be a challenge system, is my guess. But if I'm umpires, I am really doing my level best to get every call right, which of course they're trying to do. But if you're not sure, and if you're getting that kind of reaction from especially somebody like Bailey, maybe ask for a little bit of help. That would have gone a long way. And yeah, the Aaron Boone thing was just absurd.
I've never seen anything like that, where a fan yells and a guy gets kicked out, and the umpire didn't even look. It was unreal.
Connor Wendelstadt, was that the plate umpire today?
Yeah. I mean, it's unbelievable. I've never seen that. And Aaron Boone's pointing up at the fan like, this guy yelled it at you. It wasn't me. And he goes, I don't care who yelled it. You're out. And it was just like, come on. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Anyway.
That is, hey, I'm a member of a union. I'm very pro-union. That
Sure.
union is probably the strongest officials union in the world. But they have let some things slide a little bit too much, in my opinion, that have probably created some public perceptions of their members that aren't maybe what they're looking for.
Need Sandy Alderson to come back and fire them all.
Yeah.
Remember that years ago?
Yeah, that was crazy. I'm just, you mentioned the challenging. I hate how long challenges take, but in the minor leagues, by the time the ball is thrown back to the pitcher, you already have either a confirmation or reversal. It's so fast. I don't know why Major League Baseball doesn't go to it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're probably headed that way. I think that's the next area we're going to see some changes for sure.
Yeah. Susan, great stuff. Always our pleasure. We'll talk to you next week.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President, that is Susan Slusser. Every Monday she joins us. Make sure that you read all her great stuff, follow along, and if you miss her, just go to KNBR.com. She's on multiple shows all week long and is always tremendous. By the way, she is brought to us by our good friends at, that's right, River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop. Discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at River Islands.
Ron Wotus and Marty. I think they have a place. They live together. John Lynch coming up at noon,
yes,
John. And we have a trade involving a quarterback in the NFL.
What? Oh, my God. I miss all this stuff. All right, John Lynch, his yearly pre-draft press conference in about 13 minutes. You don't want to miss that. Charles Davis, a lot of draft talk. That coming up at 12:30. And Bernsey to talk about the umps and what can be done about it at 1:15. Don't miss it. It's all coming up next. Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Happy Monday. Hope you're all well. We expect to hear from John Lynch in about 6 or 7 minutes, his yearly pre-draft press conference, and they finally have a first-round pick sitting at 31. We will be down at 49ers HQ, one of our favorite shows of the year. Well, I guess it's not our show. At 5 o'clock on Thursday, we'll take over for Tobin Copes and do the draft show from HQ, which we enjoy.
And I know John's excited about actually having a draft pick in the first round. I mean, last year we had a right around, and they wound up moving up from 99, 101, and 102. They moved up from 102 to 87 to draft the safety Jair Brown, and then obviously you got excited when they took Jake Moody. But this is the first time the 49ers have had a first-round draft pick since the Trey Lance trade back in 2021. Speaking of Trey Lance, and I don't know if they'll ask John to this or not, but the New York Jets have traded Zach Wilson, who was taken one spot ahead of Trey Lance. He was the number 2 overall pick in that ill-fated 21 draft. Trevor Lawrence went 1, and then Wilson went 2, and then 3, Trey, and then later it was, Justin Fields and Mac Jones, and they're all on new teams now. And Zach Wilson has been traded to the Denver Broncos, Peyton Place, as you've got GM George Payton and Sean Payton there. I think Denver's still in play for a quarterback at number 12, John, but at least they have a stopgap there along with Jarrett Stidham, Ben DiNucci, and now they have added Zach Wilson. So when you look at that draft class of 2021, Trevor Lawrence is the only one of the 5 first-round quarterbacks, and they went not only in the first round, the top half of the first round. Mac Jones went number 15. So as you evaluate these quarterbacks, and this guy's going to be a star, and including Trevor, who he's not been able to win a playoff game yet, blew a big lead, and well, they faded last year, John. He's going to be a good quarterback in the NFL, but the other 4 are all on their second team now.
Man, I don't think we've ever seen anything like this that's 2021, so we're talking 3 years later. So like you said, Trevor Lawrence goes first in Jacksonville. He's still there. Zach Wilson now has been traded to Denver from the Jets. He was an absolute disaster. Our guy, Trey Lance, goes from here to Dallas. We still don't know exactly what he is. Fields goes from Chicago to Pittsburgh, and Mac Jones has gone from New England to Jacksonville. I mean, I can't, off the top of my head, I can't. I mean, we're talking 5 quarterbacks in the first 15. One has made it, although I would say that Trevor Lawrence is still got some steps to go to reach the potential of the number 1 overall pick and what I thought he was going to be with all those starts at Clemson. But, I mean, Wilson, Lance, Fields, and Jones all on different teams within 3 years. Man, that's crazy.
And I think John is going to start in moments. With Kyle, he's always at least 4 to 5 minutes, if not 40 minutes
punctual.
late. John, well, gee, he's a football coach. Football coaches do it on their times. And they're supposed to be punctual because of the meeting time. But John Lynch is always punctual, so I think he'll be starting any minute here. He's about to start right now, John. So, and I think John Lynch is right now addressing the room down in Levi's.
Like I said, they often go unnoticed behind the scenes, and we've got a tremendous college scouting staff. So we'll start with the guy who now is our director of player personnel, but Tariq Ahmad, for this draft class has really been the director of college scouting, and Tariq does a tremendous job. R.J. Gillen has really contributed in a big way to this. Our assistant director of college scouting, Justin Chabot, has been with the Niners forever. Our national scouts, Chip Flanagan, Josh Williams, and Dom DeSico. Area scouts starting on the West Coast, Crowley Hanlon. Our Southwest scout, Hayden Fry. Midlands, Ryan Kessenich. Midwest, Warren Ball. Southeast, Steve Rubio. Our Northeast scout, Eric Thatcher. And our NFS scout, Mike Zakowski. Scouting assistants, they're too young to get a shout out, but they do a tremendous job. And Jesse Sayamalu, our scouting coordinator. We really have a great group, and our docs. I do want to mention them: Tim McAdams, Nino, Doc Nino. They work tirelessly on this, and the reason being, when I used to work at Fox in broadcasting, the Holy Grail was John Madden, and everybody talks about when you're in broadcasting, all the things you want to get into a broadcast, producing. And Madden used to say, well, what happens if a game breaks out? And that's the same thing as the draft. You've got to be nimble. You've got to be flexible so that you can react to whatever comes your way. And that's why you have to be prepared. And we're extremely prepared and ready, and looking forward to the opportunity. To me, what the draft signifies, it's an opportunity to improve your organization, to infuse youth, to infuse competition, to infuse speed, to infuse toughness, dependability, all the things that we really covet. This is an opportunity to do that. So I can't wait. With that, I'll open up questions. And before, questions, I know a couple years ago there was a lot of talk about another receiver, Debo, and I said the same thing. But with BA, I've communicated on a couple occasions, on many occasions, our wish. And our wish is that he's here and a part of the Niners for the rest of his career. We're working through that. And, as such, I was a player once, and I never liked my business being out in the public, and so I'm going to respect that. I'm not going to speak for their side. I can say we're having good talks, and I'm just going to leave it at that, and we'll focus on the draft here today. But that's just want to understand you guys have a job to do and respect that, but that's kind of the tone I'm going to take there. So with that, I'll open up for questions.
When you guys communicated, did you use emojis or words?
There you go. The first question. We communicate well, and we love the guy. So thank you.
Has he been here for?
He's not. Yeah, he's not here right now. No.
But has he been here previously at all?
No. Yeah. Sure. We receive calls about a lot of players. Yeah.
Given permission to to his side to go?
I'm not going to get in all those details. We're really focused on BA being part of us. He's under contract, and we're looking forward to that.
Tebow and Nick both said the years with their contract things went into the summer or
Yeah.
even later that it impacted the way they played that season.
Yeah.
It negatively impacted the way they played that season.
Right.
Knowing that, does that give any just in terms of the timeline of trying to get something done with BA? Does that?
Yeah, I think that's important. I think there is, human nature is that deadlines force these things, but I think you can always learn from situations, and you'd be a fool not to. I'd like to have our business tidied up at a little. Those things they ran the course they needed to, and I'm proud of our record of getting the guys we want to get done. But I'm right there with everyone else. I'd sure like it to happen sooner. So
Those guys said that it kind of affected them going into the season. Not having a normal routine and that stuff lingering. Is that a concern for you guys if it does linger?
Well, both those guys had fantastic seasons, but and they're fantastic players. But of course, I just alluded to it. You always want to learn, and if we can get it done sooner, I'm always for that. We all are.
So for the guys that are back in the building and you guys being back, you're not that far removed from the Super Bowl. Do you feel a sense of excitement? Is there any lingering bad taste from how it all ended?
No, and that's important, Tracy. We always have great participation, and we have that right now. And the guys are out there working, and that's kind of symbolic of turning that page, and that's so important. Our organization was heartbroken, but I think of our coaches. I failed to mention them in our scouting process. After a long, hard season, they had to turn around really quick, and our coaches are very involved in our scouting process. And so while they're taking some off time, they're watching players for this draft, and the players, they went through the same thing. And so while for some teams it's been 3 months since they've been on the field, we've been on the field a lot sooner. But that comes with the territory, and it's a lot better than the alternative. So. But yeah, now you start forging. Every season's a new one. Every group's a new one. You got to forge your identity. We've got a bunch of new players that we've, put onto our team with free agency, and those guys are all coming together. And it's about the work now, and it's about becoming a team, this year's team. And those guys are working really hard. And right now, it's just phase one is with our strength coaches. And they're doing a really nice job, but the guys are working, and we're happy for that.
Spot at 31, where sometimes teams try to trade back into the first round, maybe to get a quarterback. Have you had any sort of laying the groundwork type discussions with other teams about, hey, if this comes up, maybe we're interested in being at 31?
Yeah, my experience, Matt, is that that happens some at owners' meetings, but really this week is kind of the week those calls start to say, hey, just so you know, we have some interest in potentially coming up, and you kind of take note of that. And so I anticipate that some of that will come. It's going to be an interesting year. I think it's an interesting draft class. I was just looking at my notes, and one interesting thing to me, dynamic in the way of the world right now, we put a grade on players in the fall if we think there's a chance they're going to be a more than 50% chance that they're going to be in this draft. So 83 players from this year's class that we put grades on. So thinking there's more than a 50% chance, thinking they're entering the draft, are back in college because of NIL and things like that. There's now a different route these kids can take, and some is 35 of those with starter grades. So that's a significant amount, and how that affects this draft, it's going to be interesting. I think the later rounds probably going to be lacking. So it's a new dynamic, that one that I imagine we're going to be faced with each year. I mean, you can go back and make $1 million. I don't know if that's the going rate, but it is providing competition, and that's a significant amount of players. 83 that we put grades on.
Total did you have grades on?
Oh gosh, 170 draftable grades. So 83 in addition to that, So yeah, but it's a different dynamic, and it's something the whole league's going to deal with.
What's your philosophy on trading down in the draft, particularly early?
Yeah. So I think, we've shown, in our time here, the very first move we made in a draft was trading back a spot, and so we've traded back, we've traded up, and I just think you have to be flexible. I think, having said what I just said, sometimes trading back gets you later round picks. So I think or mid round picks, and I think maybe your thought process, if that pick you gain allows you to move back up someplace else, then maybe that's a good thought. But those are the things you got to prepare for all these scenarios, and we'll see where that goes. I think 31 is an interesting spot, kind of where Matt was coming. I think at the end of day one, teams are eager to go get someone. So I would imagine there'll be some calls, and we'll be open and flexible. We've done it, both ways in a variety of ways and been successful doing some. And the big thing is just be prepared for every scenario. I think you have to be flexible. Human nature is to underestimate the uncertainty of a draft, and I think we try to account for that and the only way you do that is being prepared for everything. Go ahead, Nick. Yeah.
You guys always say you don't have 32 guys with first-round grades.
Yeah.
How many guys do you have with first-round grades this year? And does the fact that you're unlikely to have 31 of them make you, is there a sweet spot, I guess, is what I'm asking?
Yeah. We're not at 32 this year. We're slightly more than the last couple of years. so that's a good thing. But, I think that just speaks more to we have a high standard that we don't change, blow with the wind to try to put first-round grades. But still, when we like players, we draft them, and I think we don't get beholden to, the league sees them here, so 22 is kind of where we're at, 22 first-round grades. We do have a high standard there that is up from the last couple of years, and so I think that's a good thing.
There's a bunch of really good tackles in this draft. I don't know if you share that. Nobody sees these measurables.
Yeah.
There's guys there. Part of the question you probably won't want to answer is, given what you have, would you say in a draft that has a lot of good tackles, you're going to want to get one?
I think it's good tackles, it's good linemen, and I the interesting thing with those linemen in this draft, we think a lot of them have flexibility to be tackles and or guards, and so that's nice that you take somebody with some versatility. I think so. That's I think there are some options, and part of the draft is not always for this. You're not always drafting for the immediate. Sometimes it's drafting for future needs, and so we have to be cognizant of that. We got to be smart with that in terms of how we allocate our resources. We have 10 picks. You start asking yourself how many of those can make our team, and how do we want to approach that? And that's part of what makes this whole thing so fun and enjoyable, I do think a strength of this draft, to me, a lot of premium positions are strong, and so that's exciting.
Every draft's different. What would you say is the deepest position in this year's draft? And also, you guys all have a few gold helmet designations. How many do you have this year without, obviously?
Yeah, I believe when we this weekend we kind of went through those again. I believe we were about 16 gold helmets, and we like keeping that standard high. You always want to give more because our hit rate with those guys, but then you start, let's stick to our standards, because the reason our hit rate's high is because it is such a high standard. So we're at about 16 gold helmets, and we do well with those guys because it takes into account everything we believe in, and that's talent, that's spirit, and playing like a 49er, it's that's always a fun part of the process. Guys lobbying for a guy to be a gold helmet and saying, no, he's not making the standard, and we've got to hold true to that. So
You drafted Brandon Ayuk in 2020. It was the pandemic draft. Can you compare that war room, those memories, to just a normal war room?
Oh gosh, that was so strange. Like it was for everybody, but first of all, thinking no way we're going to be able to pull this off as a league, doing this remotely. And what happens if I have terrible internet where I live? Here we are in the heart of Silicon Valley, and I drop phone calls left and right, And so I'm sure a lot of people have experienced that. How are we going to put on a draft? But the league pulled it off. We were able to pull it off. Our video guys, our tech, our IT people did a tremendous job. was strange, but it was fun. It was something different. I remember trading for Trent Williams in my backyard and getting the word that it had come through because it wasn't looking good 2 days prior. So a lot of memories from that time. I prefer and enjoy it. I'm sure, like everybody, much more doing it up here in our draft room, a lot more comfortable, and I think much better situation. Those are strange times though, and I give the league a lot of credit for forging on and pulling off something as monumental as that the way they did. There was one up there.
Approach or changed or evolved since you started doing this a few years back?
How is our approach? Well, I think with continuity, the way we look at things, there's John Gruden used to talk all the time. You never stay the same. You're either getting better or you're getting worse. So we evaluate really hard, when it's fresh each year. And then over time, when you can see how things pan out, but we look at our process in every way. And so I think you're always trying to make improvements then. You're also looking at what's worked, and not just from a gut feeling, from data, and we're probably much more data driven. We have a tremendous R&D department led by Matt Plonsky, does a great job, and here's what we think, but here's the reality. Here's what the numbers show as to what translates to success. So we take a hard look at that, and I think every year we try to attempt to tweak our process to make it even better. But the great thing that I think that I'm very proud of is the way we work together. Our coaches, our scouting, our R&D, our medical, we all are working together. Our player engagement, Austin Moss is very involved with getting to know the players because he deals with our players once they're here, and he's got a great experience. So I think with experience, knowing what you're looking for, I think we're really good there in terms of knowing what we like in players, and it may be different from what the league sees things, and we're okay with that. Because we've studied that. We've gone to great lengths to define who we want on this football team, and that's served us well.
John, obviously every draft is important. Does this feel any different? Purdy's last year on the rookie deal, big contracts, veteran players. Does this feel any more loaded to you because of that scenario?
No, I think the only you're always thinking about that position, and to know we have an answer there and a really good one, that's comforting, and it allows us just to go and build around him and make our team stronger. And I think very highly of our roster, what we have. I think it's going to be hard for these for young kids to come in and make a mark, but there's good players, and that's our job to find that, because you have to have that. As many of our players as we've paid, you have to rely on rookie contracts, and so we need to infuse all those things that I said earlier, and we need some players to come out of this draft because they're going to be playing next year and into the future, and that opportunity's there.
First round pick since 2021. When you made that trade, what do you reflect on? And I just remember the talk then was, you guys are pushing all your tips to the center, and if Trey Lance doesn't work out, you're going to be looking for a new job.
Yeah.
Can you kind of reflect on how that decision was made, and a few years removed from it now, how do you view it?
I think. First of all, I want to, we have an ownership that's very supportive, and they support us greatly. Jed, John, Denise, Jenna Mara, they believe in Kyle and I and our leadership, and they believe in our when we think something's going to make us better, they say go for it, and they don't give us a lot of restrictions there, and that's comforting to know we can go be bold and do things like that. And yeah, we gave up a lot. We did it for reasons that we had and motivations, and it didn't work out. But thank God for Mr. Irrelevant. he helped us, and and then I always am careful of this because Trey Lance's story hasn't been written yet. He's in Dallas right now, and I still think Trey's got good football in him. We'll see. That will play out. But I think also the freedom that when you've done something and you feel like maybe it can improve us to move on. We aren't beholden to, well, we drafted the guy. We just got to stick it out. We can do the things we want to do. And I think that's served us well as, and people can comment on, the thought process that went into it. We certainly study it, say what went right, what went wrong. And we do that with all our picks. But I think we're in a real good place as a football team, as an organization. And we got to find a way to get a little bit better. And that's the focus of this whole offseason. And this draft is an awesome opportunity to do just that.
Work you did on your defense in free agency, do you feel your biggest needs heading into the draft are on offense, or where do you feel your biggest needs are?
We've identified where we think, we want to add some people in this draft. But needs is an interesting. There's not a lot of needs on this team. But there's things like a couple years out, there's things a year out, and then there's opportunities where guys can come in. And so I think and while the glaring spot that a guy can come in and be the starter right away may not be there, there's a number of spots that we see, probably more than people might think, where there is opportunity. And we're very thoughtful of that, but then you also have to be flexible and nimble to see how the draft breaks, and then who do you have, not being beholden like we are drafting this position at 31. No, we'll draft, okay, we got 3 or 4 needs that we see, which way are we going to go with it? And that is when we've done our best work, and I think when most teams do.
Chris Forster has said that, I think when he brought in Feliciano, that with the way they deploy the linemen here, that he wasn't even sure whether John could do it until he got here.
Yeah.
And if that's the case with a guy that you scouted that's in the league, how hard is it to project an offensive lineman for what you ask them to do?
That's a good question. And, John, I think it was just stylistically a little different, and not a lot of people play like we do. Now, I will say there's more of that throughout the league right now, because a lot of people, coaches that have left here, our offensive systems in a lot of places now. So we get out and run, and we ask our guys, we don't want any hesitation. We want you going and being the initiators. And that's not a lot of what you're seeing in college football. So you're absolutely right. There is a lot of projection when it comes to O-line play. And so you identify the traits that we want. You identify the spirit of the players that are the guys that we want. But offensive line, I think league-wide, not just with us, it's becoming tougher. I think the tempo with which teams play, it's not a lot about finishing the play they're on. It's about, let's get back to the line of scrimmage so we can look over and read this card they're holding up to see what play we're running next. It's not a lot of beautiful football being played there. That is tough. And John Feliciano, what we did know is that every place he went, he seemed to make that organization a little bit better. Offensive line is a group where it takes a special breed of human being, and John is that guy, and he connects people at that spot, and he's got a lot of versatility. He's been a real good player for us.
For years, there was kind of a trend in football where the defensive line, the athleticism there was outpacing what was happening along the offensive line. But do you see kind of a reversion now with offensive linemen? You've mentioned you like a lot of offensive linemen now. Is there commensurate athleticism coming back?
I hope so, because it's a real issue. It did feel for a long time, man. The guys on the defensive side of the ball, and I think a lot of it was just the way we train our O linemen now. Because I think developing offensive linemen helps with a lot of grassroots fundamentals, physicality, and in the youth, as we're probably getting smarter and taking a lot of contact, and a lot of the old school drills that build offensive line play and the running game and playing not the spread out game that you see so much, and everything being about how many plays you can run instead of how well you can run those plays. I think offensive line play did take its lumps. I do feel like there's a little bit of a comeback happening, and it's probably survival. We're paying these guys that much. We understand the quarterback. We can't. This isn't sustainable. And, I think you always follow the money, too, and offensive linemen are getting paid pretty well, and kids kind of gravitate towards the position where that happens. And maybe we're getting some basketball players starting to do that, and a bunch of different vehicles. But I hope that's the case, because it did feel for a while like we're not going to be able to do this. And
All right, so there is John Lynch, his pre-draft press conference 2024. Give us your thoughts. Bottom of the hour, Charles Davis is going to join us when we get deeper into the draft, but we will review through our meticulous notes. We'll review what John Lynch said there, and then Charles Davis at the bottom of the hour. Pop and Lund, sponsored by our good friends at Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. A review of what John Lynch had to say, and then Charles Davis from NFL Network at the bottom of the hour to analyze what is the latest in the NFL draft, which, of course, happens on Thursday and will be down live at 49ers headquarters. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants utility man Tyler Fitzgerald, he hopped on extra innings with Phil Lasky over the weekend, detailed his role on the roster this season. Check out that podcast and more. The KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR social. Come grab the keys. Let's go right now with a new Toyota from my good friends at Modesto Toyota. And, of course, now's the time to grab those keys for the new Toyota you want. Summer is going to be here soon. Spring is nice. So you got to have a vehicle that you can rely on for all those road trips. And you can rely on Modesto Toyota, speaking of relying on, for great savings. So you come in, you check out all the models and deals, or do what I did. Go to ModestoToyota.com, see all the incoming vehicles, then it's simple. Pick out the one you want. You get great prices and special lease deals, and you save big time on gas, like I did with the many hybrid cars, trucks, and SUVs. I got the RAV4 hybrid right now. It is awesome. Or if you want to just say adios to gas altogether, check out the all-new electric BZ4X at a great low price or incredible lease deals. So it is time. Let's grab the keys. Let's head out. And they've been doing this since 1965. Family-owned Modesto Toyota. Thousands of happy customers because of the great service and great prices. So let's go. Let's get out to Modesto Toyota and win big time where there's no dealer markup. Did I mention that? So the time's never been better. It's where I get all my Toyotas, my son's Toyota. They're kind of family to me, although I'm kind of like the weird uncle. Come find out for yourself at Modesto Toyota and ModestoToyota.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. You just heard from John Lynch in his 2024 pre-draft discussion as he met with the media. We'll get that after we hit up Charles Davis. We talked to him a couple of months ago. What's changed? The quarterbacks at the beginning, the wide receivers, the offensive line. Could the 49ers move up, move back? We'll ask Charles Davis all of it. He is one of the draft gurus of NFL Network. He's next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Pop in Lund on a Monday edition of the show. Thursday, we'll be live at 49ers HQ, giving you the play-by-play of the draft. The 49ers first-round pick, their first since 2021, and there's not a better guy to talk to than Charles Davis, NFL Network, NFL.com, and they've got live coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft in Detroit, April 25th through the 27th, and they've got everybody, Rich Eisen, our good friend Daniel Jeremiah, Charles Jones, Kurt Warner, Rap Sheet, everybody going to be there in Detroit, and Charles joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Good. You getting rested up for all of this? You're on TV a long time.
Yeah, listen, I'm not breaking rocks.
That's
right?
true.
I mean, you guys know how it is in our business. Could you imagine complaining to anyone about your work and this, that, and everything, and people just look, you know how it is. You're like, oh my God, I've just did this, I've just done that. And they just look at you like, really? You want to do what I do? And we all understand it. And the answer is no, we don't. But we all understand it, right? We're all human. We get tired. Everybody does all those things. But us complaining when we work in the candy department, yeah, people don't want to hear it.
That's a good call.
No, it's a labor of love, and you're great at it. Last time we had you on, you were going to drop a Charles Davis mock draft that very night. You got a new one up. And we all know Caleb Williams is going number 1 to Ryan Poles and the Chicago Bears. The real intrigue comes at number 2, and you have our guy Adam Peters and Bob Myers taking Drake May at quarterback, Charles?
Yeah, I've got one more to drop, by the way. Every time we come on, I'm always right on the verge of dropping one. But I've done two so far. I've got one more to go. It'll come out probably Wednesday, I would guess. And I'm sitting here. I was actually just telling someone, I think I'm on my 6th permutation of this draft, of this last mock. So at some point I've got to make a decision, stick and pick. But in my first mock, I had him taking Jaden Daniels. My second one, I had him taking Drake May. To me, it's still between those two. I'm probably leaning towards Jaden Daniels going to Washington.
All right, so Caleb Williams at 1, you're saying Jaden Daniels at 2, and then the Patriots there for possibly Drake May. Does the fun start at 4? Because we're hearing so many teams from Minnesota who's got 11 and 23 to maybe the Giants moving off Daniel Jones going 6-4. What happens at 4 on Thursday?
Yeah, that's where it all becomes kind of fun, doesn't it? Although I will say, if we really want to get crazy, what if New England at 3 took J.J. McCarthy, took another Michigan quarterback? All right, then we start. That's when the explosions begin, right? You guys remember all those years when the draft was held at Radio City Music Hall? All the anticipation was always when a Jets or a Giants pick came up, right? Because that was the local fans and the whole deal. Occasionally a Philadelphia pick, something like that of a local team not too far from New York. But now, because we have it in the cities of teams, fans travel in even more because there's more access. There are more people who can go to the draft. The explosion can be all over the place. And now everyone's joining in, whether it's their team or not, because they want to see how it all goes down. So to me, what if New England goes 3 and says J.J. McCarthy? The roof comes off of that place, right? Just to get things going. We haven't even gotten close to Detroit being on the clock yet. But let's say it goes what we kind of are suspecting, and that's the best way I can put it. 4 is where Monty Ossenfort, GM of the Cardinals, his phone is wide open, and he would be thrilled to take your call and hear what package you want to offer. And so would Joe Ortiz, number 5, with the Los Angeles Chargers. So it's going to be very interesting to see how it goes and who makes what move and what have you. Minnesota has 2 picks in the first round. We're anticipating they want to package and move up for a quarterback. The Las Vegas Raiders have made no bones about it since the end of last year that they want to move up and go get a quarterback, and they're sitting at 13. And Denver Broncos, when Sean Payton is coaching your team, that team's front office is never shy about packaging picks and making moves, whether you have the picks in that draft or if you want to use futures. He has no problem throwing the credit card down and saying, yeah, no problem, let's do this. And by the way, Denver does not have a second-round pick this year. So we're talking about they want to move up. 2025 number 1 would likely be in play. So this is where it's going to get crazy.
And Denver just made a trade. They got Zach Wilson from the Jets and Joe Douglas. So Fascinating. Quasi Adolfo-Mensah, friend.
I'm guessing they didn't trade their number one though, Greg.
No, They
the
traded. What they give
I'm
up, John? A
guessing
sixth and a seventh?
Yeah, they did some picks. They did some pick swapping. Yeah,
not what
they
John
did.
got
What
for
exactly
Trey
did they
Lance.
pick up? This is news for me.
Yeah,
what exactly did they give up?
I'll double check it, but it was reported that they're just pick swapping basically.
A sixth and a seventh, right?
Yeah, exactly. So
okay,
not a lot.
Okay,
not a lot.
Which leads to a lot of intrigue, obviously, when the NFC West teams get on the board and the Rams pick at 19. But the Seattle Seahawks and John Schneider pick at 16. And you have them taking Michael Penix Jr. from UW. Are you going to keep it at that in your newest mock? What do you think at 16 for Seattle, Charles?
Well, out of the 6 that I've done so far, that was one of them. But I'm probably leaning towards that not being it, because I'm not sure he might be there. I mean, there's a case to be made that the Raiders at 13, and you have to understand, when I do a mock, I don't do trades because I am not smart enough to keep up with all that. Like, he went here and who gave up what there, and I mean, the people who do the trades, I'm fascinated by them because they do it so well and they explain it so well, and I'm like, okay, my brain hurts. I'm going to keep them at 5 and pick, and I just make it simple that way. But when I look at it, the Raiders would be a likely source, a likely spot for Penix, because I'm going with cultural DNA of a franchise. And by the way, it's still run by a Davis. And remember, Henry Ruggs may be in jail now for what he did with the racing and the tragic death of that young lady and her dog. But he was a classic Davis pick because he ran really, really fast. And he reminded him of Cliff Branch, and boom, that was all she wrote. They still want to throw the ball downfield. They still, Al Davis's son, Mark, still wants to see that ball thrown downfield, make the big plays. Michael Penix does that very well, and he kind of fits culturally what they do. So that may be a spot where I end up landing him. If I'm looking at the Seattle Seahawks, they got a chance to get some interior offensive line help who is a tackle that might be disguised as a guard. A Troy Fatano could be that guy. I don't know that they're spending that capital on someone else. And if they don't like there, they can go defensive tackle with Byron Murphy. What if one of the edge guys is still available for Mike McDonald, the new head coach, who's a defensive-oriented coach? They got a number of places they can go. I highly doubt that they would spend it on a linebacker, although that's a screaming need for them. I think that might be too high to go get one of the linebackers in this year's draft. But that's kind of, when you look at them, that's what you think. And the Rams you mentioned, I think that they've got a first-round pick, guys.
They do?
We don't even know how.
When was the last time they had a one? Jared Goff?
I think it was 8 years ago.
That's right. Yeah.
So they've got a first-round pick. So all of us are like, hold on a second. Did they say the Rams were on the clock in the first round? Like, we're still believing that one. But here's the thing to remember with them, with Les Snead and crew. They have their first round pick in you said since 2016, right?
Yeah.
So that's established. This is where the fun begins. They have 11 total picks in the draft. So don't think that they are out of the we can maneuver possibilities. They are fully in it. Matthew Stafford looks like it's definitely closer to the end than the beginning, as we know. There's a lot of noises about him. What if the Rams wanted to become players in this quarterback thing? They've got a lot of picks in this draft. They got a lot of capital they can expend, and I think we've now known that Les Snead is not too worried about making moves because he has done it before.
That's half those point. Picks, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, do you guys have a shirt? Do you have a shirt?
No, we don't have one.
That's why I
got an NFC Championship shirt. I don't have one.
Listen, I will neither confirm nor deny about whether one of those is in the Davis household. I can't
funny.
Say yes or no. That's all I'm saying.
Charles Davis joining us, NFL coverage, NFL draft coming up from Detroit. Starting on Thursday, and the whole NFL crew will be there. So when we talked to you the first time, you talked about Rakestraw Jr., the corner from Missouri. Last time he went with Tyler Guyton, and there's a lot of offensive tackles. I also think that the 49ers could move. We just heard from John Lynch, and I think it's something we talked about with you before is, they're looking towards the future here, and where, with Trent Williams being 36, the corners, their top two corners are both free agents, so it made sense, both of your picks. What direction do you think they'll go? And could the 49ers with 10 picks, and they're not 10 rookies are going to make this team, they could move up as well?
Yeah, you're right. They absolutely could. I still think the positions we talked about and you just articulated are very much in play depending on how this thing bounces and moves. Also, there might be a good player or two that bounces in this draft because there's such a scramble to get certain positions or certain players that all of a sudden you look up and that guy's there. And I know the career didn't turn out to be the way they expected. Remember O.J. Howard out of Alabama, the tight end?
Big tight end,
Sure.
yeah.
Mhm.
Remember, and he was like this year, Brock Bowers, we're all saying is a top 10 guy, right? He was a top 10 guy that year. And all of a sudden he wasn't a top 10 guy. It just kept moving and moving. And so now all of a sudden people are like, hey, what's going on here? And that was a year we were kind of convinced that Tampa was going to surprise us all and take a runner at like 21. And sure enough, O.J. Howard's still sitting there. And as highly rated as he was, all of a sudden they made their phone calls. Why is he dropping? Not for any major reason. And all of a sudden, whammo, they got him at 21. So I wonder if we get anything like that San Francisco will get an opportunity. Now, remember, I'm talking about that time at the evaluation, not what the career turned out to be, because we never know what it's going to be. You got to take them as they are and what you're expecting and hoping for it to be. If that doesn't happen, then I'm right back to where we were with the positions and just seeing who is there and who's available. And again, John Lynch not afraid to do things under the direction of Kyle Shanahan to go get someone if they want to. It'll be fun to see. I mean, I'm just excited about all of it because everybody seems to be much more loose about wheeling and dealing. And we didn't have that for a number of years. And now it's almost like a general free-for-all. I had one of the inside people, one of those insiders who sits up all night and does all this stuff, and I really respect him. He said he wouldn't be surprised if we get 5 moves in the first 10 picks.
Wow. And there's a lot of people that are, Rand Carthon in Tennessee, running Tennessee's draft. You got Robert Saleh in Florham Park, Kwesi in Minneapolis, Adam Peters and Bob Myers there in Washington. So John has connections with all these people. You mentioned Rakestraw, and to me he's like a Jimmy Ward who could play in the nickel. But just other corners, since you were a DB, I mean, Terrion Arnold, the Niners would have to trade up to get him. Mitchell, the big corner from Toledo.
Yeah.
Of the other guys, Wiggins, Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid, which one of those do you like the most, Charles?
It's not really as much I like the most, but the one that intrigues me the most is DeJean out of Iowa because I can do many things with him. But what I caution people all the time, I'm not in coaching now, but I think that when we were coaching, when we had a player who could do multiple things, we got what I call whiteboard fever. Because, when you've been with coaches, right, and they go up and they start drawing up X's and O's up on the whiteboard, how many times do you get, now, if I have this guy, I can put him here, I can move him here, I can play him over here. In this situation, I'll drop him down here, I'll do all that. I would want to make sure he masters something first. Because otherwise, you know what you get? Isaiah Simmons.
Good call.
Okay? Isaiah Simmons, jack of all trades, master of none. The best football he's played was last year with Wink Martindale with the Giants, where they said do one thing. And he did one thing fairly well, but he was expected to be a superstar at this point. Remember, he was the guy everybody's like, oh my God, I didn't do anything with him. I can play him from safety to outside linebacker. And none of it fit because they were moving him, doing this, and he just never got comfortable. That's the only thing I would say with DeJean. Were you going to put him to get him comfortable early to make sure, and then maybe start spreading him around a little bit? Because he can play corner. A lot of people think he's more of a safety, but I know he's definitely a nickel corner, nickel safety. He can do all of those. Plus, he'll return punts for you in big situations. And this kid will tackle. I mean,
he's
I just
a gunner,
like him
too. He's great on teams.
He can do everything. Like, he can absolutely do everything. It was nice to see that he was able to get his pro day in and show how healthy he was, running at over 200 pounds, running into 4.4s and can do everything that you're looking for. I think the kid's just a natural player. And he's the type of kid that you would want. The only thing I would say before, and I'll say it one more time, make sure you get him comfortable before you start moving him all over the place and confusing the kid.
That's great stuff. As far as the tackles are concerned, because, again, with Trent Williams being 36, middle of the round, you have guys like Fuaga, the great Oregon State tackle, Fashanu out of Penn State. And then near the end of that round, there's a couple of guys, and you have them in your last one, but Guyton is a guy who went to TCU and Oklahoma but hasn't played a ton, and then Mims has played even less, but his physical skills are absolutely great. would either of those top tackles slide a little bit for the 49ers? And you kind of mentioned that O.J. Howard thing. Would they get up and get one of those guys? And if they don't, if it's Guyton or Mims, do you see one of those guys who could evolve into something where they could take over for Trent Williams at some point in a couple of years?
Yeah, Mims would be the likely candidate, guys, because you pointed out he's had 8 career starts. You know, he had the tightrope surgery before. He was hurt over here. He got hurt at the combine. I had one not a GM, but I had some player personnel say, yeah, he's really talented, but every time I turn around, he's hurt. You know, but he's also young. So if you could get him, imagine being able to get him and know you don't have to play him right away. And you turn him loose with your offensive line coach, and he gets to watch Trent and the whole deal. And by the way, the natural that way on that side, so it works for you pretty well. Because you got a number of guys coming in that we got to make a little bit of projection. Remember Jedrick Wills, who's with Cleveland? He was a right tackle his whole time at Alabama, got moved over. Tristan Wirfs with Tampa Bay, right tackle with Iowa, and finally they moved him, 2 seasons ago or last season, right? He moved over and started to learn to play left tackle. The true left tackles in this draft are Fashanu, right? Guyton's been a right tackle, but as you pointed out, he was a former tight end, and many people think he's got the footwork and the agility, and maybe he is a natural left tackle. He could jump over there. So that's what you're going to have to do with some of these projections, although the way the game's going more and more, your left tackle and your right tackle, a little less indistinguishable. That before it was so defined. Your right tackle was your force guy, your left tackle was your dancing bear. Well, it's not quite the same anymore. You know, you really want 2 left tackles because you got to protect the passer so often. But all those guys have some capabilities and some big-time promise. And the other part is, what if there's someone they like just outside of the first round that you can get either in the second or you go ahead and grab him now? Remember when Dwayne Brown came out of Virginia Tech?
Yeah. People
howled. He's a 3rd rounder. What are you doing? What's Houston doing? I think they knew what they were doing.
He ended up all right.
Maybe the right tackle from UW. I know Joe Staley's been working with him, and Chris Firster was up there working him out. We know what they're going to do.
You talk about Roger Rosengard.
Yeah. We know what they're going to do.
He's a good player.
He's
a good
probably
player.
Later. He's probably later.
Yeah, he's probably a little bit later, but he's a good player, and he got beat up a lot because of the college football playoff. People thought he didn't play as well in that, but when you turn on his regular season tape, he's pretty darn good.
He's a good player.
He's not as big as a Havenstein with the Rams, but I get Havenstein vibes from him. He's a good player.
We know what they're going to do in the first round. Come on. They're going to take a D lineman. That's what they always do. So after Turner
does the name Darius Robinson come to mind?
What? Which Robinson do you like better? Do you like Darius or do you like Pork Chop? Chop
is your off-the-edge, extremely fast pass rusher, tested through the roof at the combine, et cetera, et cetera. Darius Robinson's a really good athlete. I don't think he's as twitchy. I don't think he's a true, pure edge rusher. He is more of a versatile piece. You can use him on the edge. You can use him inside when you run your packages that go at the quarterback. You go watch his tape from the Senior Bowl, and he answered the challenge there really well, where he would play end, he would move inside at tackle, he worked over guards one-on-one, he worked over tackles one-on-one, the whole deal. I just don't think he's as quick and as twitchy and has the same traits as others. And it's going to be interesting because there's only 13 guys going to the draft this year, putting on the nice suits and running the red carpet and the whole deal. He's the one I kind of hold my breath about a little bit about the first round.
Wow, yeah.
You know, because you always have those guys who end up sitting there like Will Levis last year, just to use a name, right? Jawan Taylor, the starting right tackle for Kansas City, remember he was in Jacksonville, a second-round guy. He was supposed to be a first-round guy. He didn't go. You know, it happens all the time when guys show up. But this year there's only 13 guys coming. So that lessens the odds of more people waiting in the green room and missing the first round. And, boy, that's such a disappointing night for those youngsters. And I understand why they don't come back the second day, although some do. Remember Brian Branch, who had such a great year with Detroit last year? He didn't go in the first round, didn't have a suit when he showed up, but when they snagged him in the second, you know, he had on some other gear, and he said, I was just thrilled to be here. And, boy, that attitude carried over, didn't it? Look at how well he played for Detroit.
That's a good call. And Robinson, I think, is from Southfield, Michigan. He's from a Detroit
He is
suburb,
from South.
so,
This is home for him. Yep. This is home for him. There's a kid from Clemson, Rukaroro, who's from that area as well. He's not in danger of being called in the first round, but I think by around round 3, He's going to get his name called, and he's a kid who just has to learn more about playing ball. He only played like 1 or 2 years in high school. He's just learning how to do this thing. I think the family's from Nigeria or Ghana or somewhere like that. He's figuring it all out, but when he does, he's an absolute force. I turned on tape to watch his teammate, Tyler Davis, defensive tackle, and my eyes kept going, and finally I was like, who is 33? I said, oh, yeah, he's on my list too. Huh? I moved him up ahead of Tyler Davis. I liked him.
Great stuff, Charles. We really appreciate it. We can sit here all day long, and I know you're doing this a lot, so thank you so much for the time, how busy you are. Have a great draft call. You guys always do such a tremendous job, and we really appreciate your time, especially this time of year.
Thanks a lot. Looking forward to, sitting there and being Daniel Jeremiah's caddy in this bad boy one more time. And I say that with respect and admiration. I think he's the best in the game. I'm lucky to be able to sit next to him. You guys take care. We'll talk down the road, and good luck to the Niners.
I'll be watching. Thank you, Charles.
Appreciate you. So, again, Thursday, by the way, Daniel Jeremiah's final mock draft on Wednesday night. Charles said he's going to drop one on Wednesday as well, but live coverage of the NFL draft in Detroit starts April 25th. Of course, Thursday, NFL Network, and streaming on NFL Plus. Rich Eisen, as we just talked about, Charles Davis is going to be there. Daniel Jeremiah, Joel Klatt, Kurt Warner, Rap Sheet, Kaylee Hartung, and Peter Schrager. So they will have everything covered, and that's on NFL Network. And we'll be down at 49ers HQ with the first round pick for the first round pick since 2021. All right, we didn't get a chance to talk about the things that John Lynch said. We'll do that in the 1 o'clock hour. We've got a 4-play for you kicking off as well. And do not miss Eric Burns. He'll rip your face off because he's that crazy. We'll talk about what's been going on with the umps and what needs to change, if anything. He's a robo-ump guy. We'll do that at 1:15. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Former Giant World Series winner, and of course you see him on NBC Sports Beer. That's George Contos. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning, gave his thoughts on the Giants splitting the series against the DBacks. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
Time for some foreplay with Papa in Line.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hello, friends. It is Papa in London on KNBR AM and FM, San Francisco, the Cumulus Media Station, the sports leader. We will give you a couple from the weekend. Giants split 2-2 with the Diamondbacks, and a 17-1. That wasn't good on Friday. They come back for Patrick Bailey bobblehead day, and he was awesome, including a home run. Jung-Hoo Lee was a lot of fun as well. And then Sunday, some bad calls, bad taste in their mouth. And now the Mets come to town as, again, if we look at the wild card, a lot of teams that they're going to be playing are going to be in contention for the wild card. So we'll get to that, and then some of the things that John Lynch said. After that, 1:15, we're going to talk to Eric Burns, so don't miss any of it. Let's start here. Bob Melvin saying, despite the fact that Blake Snell struggled again, he did see some positive signs on Friday night.
I think, you know what, there were signs he pitched better, especially early in the game today. Had a better slider today. You know, there's this balance that we're trying to find right now between stretching him out and getting some pitches in and, you know, when to take him out. So I think we're finally past that at this point where, what was it, 90 pitches or something like that? Something around there. So I think we're good, 85. I think we're good to go after that for kind of a full complement. And I did see some better signs early. He got tired a little bit late.
Yeah, that's exactly. He was much better, but then in the third and fourth he gave up a run, and then in the fifth the wheels fell off with 2 outs. What is it, an 11.57 ERA? That's not good.
Yeah, it's a little high right now. 0-3 with a 11.57.
It's like Hippie Hill on 420 high.
I mean, he gave up 5 earned runs in 4 2/3. He didn't have many strikeouts early. He only had 3. So I thought he was good early in the game, and his slider was breaking, his curveball and his changeup down, and his first couple innings looked like Blake Snell, and then they just kind of chipped away at him, and then the whooper duper that Dontrell Willis was waiting to see just kind of hung there, and it got whooped. They just kind of hung in the strike zone. So, you know, he is going to work on regular rest, so he will pitch when we're at the patio on Wednesday against Sean Manaea and the New York Mets. And then they got some days off, John, which are interesting with him. Thursday's a day off after he pitches to get us time for the NFL draft. And then after the weekend with Pittsburgh, they got another day off before they go to Fenway Park. So in theory, he could pitch Wednesday, come back and pitch Tuesday at Fenway. I don't think he'll do that with the 2 off day. I don't know what they're going to do, to be honest with you, but he may get a week in between starts. He's going to at least get 6 days with 2 off days on Thursday and Monday, which is odd. Is it better for him to pitch every 5th day to find his rhythm, or do you want him to have a little more time to recover because he is kind of breaking his body down? It's almost like he's in spring training mode right now. I don't know.
Yeah. And the thing is that I think for Giants fans, and this, look, he gets off to slow starts. I get it. But then Jordan Montgomery spent time in the minor leagues, and he shuts the Giants down 6 innings and just that 1 earned run, the Jorge Soler home run. So, look, I can buy it. I'm not down on the signing, anything like that. I think he's going to get things going because when you see, as you said, early in the game, when you see how nasty he can become, he's really difficult. And everyone keeps bringing up the fact that last year in San Diego, he got off to a bad start, and then he just got things going. But hearing the news about Cobb, Harrison is not consistent. Hicks is only, look, Hicks' numbers are great, but he's only going 5 innings. This bullpen has struggled, and they've got to get Blake Snell going. He's got to be not. I'm not going to say he is what Cobb is because he's never, or what Webb is because he's never been that. But man, when Webb's giving you 7, there's got to be other guys in that rotation that are giving the bullpen a break. And right now, Hicks is good, but he's giving you 5. Harrison's inconsistent. Snell's not keeping you in games. There's other problems with this team, especially offensively, but they've got to get the starting pitching figured out because that's what this team is built on.
Well, the bullpen has been up and down and all around, and you are going to get Luke Jackson back. Mitch White is going to make his Giants debut at some point here. Just got him in a trade from Toronto. They were just too young in the bullpen. But your point about Jordan Hicks, and I was there watching every pitch yesterday, and he was all over the place. He walked 4 guys. He hit 2 others. He had a balk. It's amazing. He went 5 innings and gave up only 1 run. It looked like there was constant multiple runners on base. And yesterday, for the first time, he did look like a reliever, a closer, a short reliever, where that was his problem in St. Louis. We haven't really seen that. He's been able to keep his velo down and throw strikes and be very efficient as a starter. But yesterday, he was all over the place and literally hitting guys and walking. I mean, everything was a 3-ball count. He was behind the whole day. And then he reverted into closer mode to get out of the inning, and he had to amp up a little bit. So at some point, Alex Cobb, they put him on the 60-day IL yesterday.
Yep.
So he's not coming back till late May now. The earliest he can pitch is May 27th. So at some point, what are you going to do with Kyle Harrison with innings pitched up from last year, likewise for Jordan Hicks. So, I mean, right now, John, the guys that are going to pitch tomorrow and tonight and tomorrow night, and we'll see Snell on Wednesday, your 2 most consistent starters have been Keaton Wynn and Logan Webb. And Logan was not great to start the year, but at least he's going to get deep into the game, and he was great on Thursday in Game 1 against Arizona.
Guys, I'm going to skip that Bailey cut because we got Burnsy coming up at 1:15. Let's get to the John Lynch stuff because we haven't had an opportunity to talk about some of the things he said because we went straight to Charles Davis. So John Lynch, we played the press conference for you at noon, his 2024 NFL Draft pre-draft discussion. And, of course, as always, when it ended up with Brandon Ayuk, he tried to cut it off with a statement at the beginning, but then the media asked him questions about it. Here's what John Lynch said before the question started about Brandon Ayuk.
Before, questions, I know a couple years ago there was a lot of talk about another receiver, Debo, and I said the same thing, but with B.A., B.A., I've communicated on many occasions, our wish, and our wish is that he's here and a part of the Niners for the rest of his career. We're working through that, and, as such, I was a player once, and I never liked my business being out in the public, and so I'm going to respect that. I'm not going to speak for their side. I can say we're having good talks, and I'm just going to leave it at that, and we'll focus on the draft here today. But that's just want to understand you guys have a job to do and respect that, but that's kind of the tone I'm going to take there.
Okay, and we didn't listen as a media. They still asked him follow-up questions, but let's just start there before we get to the follow-up part of it. So as you and I have kind of talked about throughout this whole process, I just don't see a scenario in which they move Brandon Ayuk, and yet nationally in Pro Football Talk and all these people, they just keep throwing it. But at least once and for all, I think after the draft, we don't have to talk about Brandon Ayuk getting moved anymore.
No, there's people in Western Pennsylvania and Pittsburgh that have him becoming a Steeler, and it's his doppelganger. Mike Tomlin can coach him. I mean, Omar Khan moved Deontay Johnson. I think they have a need at wide receiver, but I don't see any interest in trading him. But let's just see what the Niners do between now and Thursday. There are a lot of good wide receivers in this draft. If you were going to move something to get into the first round, or try to move up from 31, or stay at 31 and stick and draft there, you can still get a good wide receiver. The one thing that John has been saying that's a little confusing to me is that Brandon Ayuk could play the final year on his rookie fifth-year option they picked up at 14.1. You think his agent will advise him to do that? Ryan Williams from Athletes First.
Yeah,
I mean, what's he going to do? Hold out or hold in? Or is there a scenario? I know Brandon and OTAs are into phase 1. They started last week, and he's not in Santa Clara right now. He was earlier in the off season, but even that concept of him playing this year under his rookie contract at 14-1, the Niners wouldn't like it because when they do sign him to a long-term deal, they can get that number down for this year's cap purposes. But do you think Ryan Williams, his agent from Athletes First, would even allow that with 1 year to go till he's a real free agent?
No, I mean, he's not here right now. And again, I'm not trying to say that he's going anywhere because he's not. And both you and I have been steadfast since the beginning. And one of the things that John said that I think was really, really interesting in that whole thing, because I had thrown out earlier, you look at when these guys were signed, these key guys that they drafted, Nick Bosa into camp, Debo August 1st, Kittle in August, Fred Warner late July. It sounded like John Lynch wanted to get something done because of what happened last year with Bosa, and Bosa admitted it, that getting to camp late, and it took a little while to get things going, and again, given their urgency to try to win a Super Bowl. They don't want to get off to a slow start, or they don't want players getting off to slow starts. So I think it sounded like John Lynch, if one thing was going to change, and he mentioned this a couple of times, kind of a live and learn kind of a thing in this business, is he wants to get Ayuk's deal done sooner rather than later.
We shall see. There's a process here. Yeah.
All right, let's talk to Eric Burns coming up next. You and I have had a lot of discussion when it comes to umpires. Not a great day on Sunday for the men in blue. The foul ball that was not a foul ball certainly looked like Bob Melvin was upset in the ninth inning. Then you had Michael Conforto lead off the next inning, a ball that was well off the plate. You've seen it today with an umpire kicking out Aaron Boone in New York against the A's, even though it was a fan yelling for the stands. What to do with all of this stuff? Burnsy has always been a proponent of the robo-umps. Could they do at least something, or is it just our situation or our eyes saying that the umpires have struggled a little bit this year? Let's talk about it and all things baseball. Eric Burns will join us coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
I have this new one, though. It's called the Dong Sarong.
Hey, your old pal John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area? And it gets worse. Some are not even based in the entire state of California. That is not what you want. And that is not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They are based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. So remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. See the nice weather out. They're out more and more. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. And do you know that they have secured more than $1 billion? That's $1 billion with a B in verdicts and sentiments on behalf of their clients, but you pay nothing up front. Nothing. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Former ESPNer Chris Berman back. Joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the 2024 Bay Area Hall of Fame inductees. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. They're Papa and Lund, or Greg and John if you want to get personal. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, on a Monday, and we've been talking about this for a long time, so we thought there was no better person to get on than our old friend Burnsy, at Eric Burns22. Make sure you're following him on social media. No Filter does a great job with Will Clark. You got to listen to those as well. He's got the book out, Let Them Play, a guide for coaching youth sports and more. And Burnsy joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening?
What's up, dude? How are you guys been, man?
Good. How you been?
What's up, Burnsy?
Greg, it's been a minute.
It has. Where are you, in Truckee, I hear? Is that where you are now with your skiing family?
I am in Truckee, currently outside of Red Truck at the airport. I will give it high recommendations if anyone wants a nice local spot to grub down for lunch. And you will not find a better place, and get the peanut butter cookies. They're fantastic.
Bro, before we get started, because there's a million of things on social media, but yesterday I think you posted this. Your kid was skiing like giant slalom in the morning and then playing baseball in the afternoon. I mean, that's a good place to live, man.
Insane, right? So we were in Mammoth yesterday, had all three kids racing the Super G finals, and then went from that to this is the first year that Colton is going to play Little League. And so we've had this Let Them Play travel team for probably about 4 or 5 years now, and he hasn't played Little League since he was in Half Moon Bay. And then he's got a bunch of buddies that he ski races with that are baseball players, and so there's some combos back and forth. It's like, hey, why not? And get out there. And the thing about Little League is it's so fun for the community. And is the quality of baseball near what it is in the travel scene? No, not even close. It's not even comparable. But at the same time, I think it's cool for the community, and if the Truckee boys are able to put together a nice little all-star team and potentially go make a run, and first they got to go through Reno, and then it would be Vegas, and then San Bernardino. So, in my opinion, why not give it a shot? It's his last year to play, that 12-year-old year, and it'll be fun to watch. And I get to be a dad on the other side of the fence, not coaching too.
That's awesome.
And you're doing what you were born to do, because you never did grow up. You're a big kid, but you're such a natural dad. Which leads to the book that John mentioned, Let Them Play, a guide for coaching youth. And the bottom line is, let your kids do everything, whether it's skiing or playing baseball or football or whatever it is. You just want them to play it all. But tell us about the book, Mr. Burns.
Yeah, Greg, well, when I first got into travel ball, what I noticed was that there was so much overcoaching going on. And in a lot of ways, I felt like it inhibited the kids' development as players. And so we took on a philosophy that we were literally going to let them play. And we were going to spend our time in practice teaching them the basic fundamentals of the game. But from there, we wanted to take this step back approach. And the first tournament that we played in, we had a ragtag group. It was a 10U team. We had a bunch of underage kids, like 8 and 9 years old on this team. We somehow make it to the championship. And we get there. There's runners at first and third, a couple outs. I think it was a tie game, or maybe we had the lead by 1. And our catcher calls timeout, and he goes out to the mound. And Troy Gloss, former big leaguer, former World Series MVP, I played with him at UCLA. He turns to me. His kid was playing on the team too, and he goes, "Dude, you gonna get out there?" And I looked at him, and so we had our catcher, who was the most baseball savvy guy, pure 10U kid, right? So he was a little bit older. And then our shortstop was there, and the pitcher was there, and there were three kids that just we taught them the game. They know the game, and so they have an opportunity basically to call a play on their own. And I turned to Troy and said, "Nah," I said, "They got this." And so from there they go back. The pitcher with first and third, right? The pitcher in the 10U, they're stealing every time, first and third. Pitcher throws, catcher gets it, throws a dart to the shortstop, who cuts in front of the second base bag, picks it off, fires home to our catcher, just trickles off his glove, rolls away, runner comes in to score. Well, the beauty of it, so the game that is tied at this point, but the beauty of it is that the runner at first never stole, and then the runner at third wasn't coming until the ball trickled off. But giving that, we were loud laughing in a championship game in the dugout, dude, that did not just happen, but wow, what an amazing call, what an amazing play. And so from there, you had our boys, you could see the smiles on their faces and them playing with this free and fearless mentality and attitude. We don't take. They don't 3-0, we do not take. There is no take sign. There is no bunt sign. Now, I've taught them, hey, look, if you want to bunt and bunt on your own and bunt for a hit, great. Don't give away an out. The outs are the most precious things we could possibly possess, so we don't want to give up an out. But at the same time, through all this, we've built this awesome national travel ball organization. We built a couple top-end teams that are way up there, in the rankings. And in doing that, we've also expanded the organizations. And so I wrote a thing, and together, collectively, we as an organization put together 22, let's call them guiding principles on for players, coaches, and parents. And it's basically a guide to how to coach youth sports, how to be a player within the confines of youth sports and get the most out of it. And then the one thing that gets neglected, as you guys know all the time, is the parents, man. It's dealing with the parents and literally teaching them how do we put our kids in the best opportunity to succeed and develop. And that's what the book's all about.
That is awesome. Eric Burns joining us, of course, at Burns22, No Filter Network, the Deuces Wild podcast as well with Will Clark is absolutely must listen. All right, one of the reasons we wanted to get you on, because I just noticed this from the beginning, and you and I have for years, all of us, we've talked about this when we used to do the baseball hour together and stuff about the robo-umps and everything. But is it just me, or is it worse than ever? It just seems to me that, not only are there the calls, but calls where it's 6 inches off the plate, or yesterday a foul tip that you can't look at in the Giants game, but then Conforto's got a 3-1, that ball's 3 or 4 inches off the plate, and then it's 3-2, then he flies out. This morning, Aaron Boone gets kicked out of a game by an umpire because a fan behind him yelled, and he thought it was Aaron Boone. And it just seems like every day. Is it me, or is there just more and more mistakes and egregious mistakes by umpires right now?
John, I don't know if there's more, but there's certainly just as many, and they are highlighted more now than they ever have been before. And we watch this game, and we have the luxury to watch these games with a box on the screen, and so we immediately know whether or not it's a ball or a strike, yet we are, for whatever reason, withholding this information from the one guy that actually has to make the call. So it still doesn't make a ton of sense. They have a challenge system that they've implemented in AAA. It's just a matter of time, I believe, before it gets to the big leagues. The umpires is obviously a pretty strong one. There doesn't seem to be a whole lot of accountability. I did read yesterday, and they were talking about Angel Hernandez, and he's had some egregious calls that he always typically does. And they're saying that, you can't fire a Major League Baseball umpire with the exception of performance. And I'm like, whoa, wait, hold on a second. When you look at the numbers and you look at where, say, Angel will stack up amongst these other umpires, and I don't have it in front of me, and I'm sure there's probably one or two, it's possible, that are worse, but players and managers and general managers and everybody involved within a Major League Baseball organization is held accountable for their performance. Why would we not hold umpires accountable for their performance? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And then I did watch that today and what happened with Aaron Boone. This is what I don't understand. Like, why can't we just have common sense come into it? He threw Aaron Boone out. Aaron Boone then's like, look, dude, it wasn't me. It's this guy in the blue shirt in the fifth. And right after that, it's like, I don't care who it is. It doesn't matter. You're gone. It's like, no. Wait, like, how about, oh, I'm sorry, dude. My bad. All right, cool. We're good. Like, there's people lose their freaking minds. And that's, it's funny because, of course, tie it back to the book that we're trying to get in people's hands. We get way too emotional, and so one of the rules that we have, actually, with parents and with coaches and with players is give it 24 hours, right? After a game when you're really upset, when you're really, it's really emotional, and you have your thoughts, like let some time, like, chill this thing. And always use common sense. And it's just you got to believe Major League Baseball is going to figure this out soon, because each and every other sport has it, and for whatever reason they don't.
I did go to a couple of minor league games last year, and I sat right with a guy who does work the ABS system, the automated balls and strike system, and I love the challenge system. I thought it worked really quickly. You're going to get some pushback from the umpires union, but I think it's workable. And you've been talking about the robo-umps, Bernsey, with John and I for years, and I think there's a couple things they got to tweak technologically, but I think it's pretty close. The only issue, the players, and we had Patrick Bailey on last year, and Patrick Bailey was only in AAA for like 14 games. He didn't like it at all. He thought it was an insult to what he does and his craft. He thought we're already devaluing the catcher's position enough. Why are we doing this? And, Bailey's so good at getting low on one knee and framing that bottom one. So as far as getting it right, I agree with you, but is it good for the game? Is it good for the guys that play the game to go to this system?
The catchers are going to be the ones that will complain about it because they do take a lot of pride in pitch framing. And there's a lot of organizations that have put a lot of time, effort, energy, and money into trying to, quote unquote, steal strikes. I mean, just think about how ridiculous that sounds, right? But it's true. Like, we're trying to steal strikes. They're trying to cheat in a sense. And I don't blame them for doing so. I teach every one of our catchers within the Let Them Play organization. We have them on one knee. We have them working down to up. We have them, basically where you can, it's a real, you're presenting a pitch, and there's an artwork that is part of it. And I like it. And I'm going to continue to teach that. We will continue to teach that. But at some point, if you were to ask me, I'd just get the call right. I mean, that's it. The catchers are still going to have a tough enough job, number one, just handling and catching balls clean. The umpires have a big enough job just to try to manage the game and what's going on. The catcher's job will always be there. The umpire's job will always be there. They're not taken away. You're just literally, like, we have the technology for fair play. And just think if we didn't use the challenge system, we didn't have the automated calls in tennis or something, where it's so ridiculous to think you have this information, we're able to expo it, go to it. Is it a ball? Is it a strike? This isn't that hard. And so if you were to ask me, even with the challenge system, it's still important because of what's going on with they only have a certain amount of challenges and whatnot. So the catching framing still matters. If you were to ask me, I'd get rid of all of it and just have the computer call every single ball and strike. Like, you're just wasting time with the other stuff, and you're still blowing calls through the process of the game.
I mean, I think, Bernsey, at a minimum, just because the system is so fast, like when I first saw the minor league system, by the time the ball is back in the pitcher's hands, if they challenge, they've already got it. So it's not like some replay that takes forever and you get frustrated with. I mean, I would imagine that if they're not going to go full robo-ump, I mean, why not just do this system because it's so fast? And to your point of, okay, so, and I love Patrick Bailey, but let me get this straight. I'm trying to cheat to steal strikes, and you're taking that away from me. The whole point of a replay system in general is to make it right. I mean, if Conforto's 3-1 pitch yesterday is called a ball, he's the leadoff hitter. You got your leadoff hitter on in a 5-2 game, things might be different. Changes everything.
Huge. It's huge. It's huge. You know the difference between a 1-1 count and a 2-1 count on OPS? 500 points. If you go from 1-1 to 2-1 or 1-1 to 1-2, it's a 500-point difference between the 2-1 and the 1-2. Crazy, huh? So I mean, and that's why everyone will say, well, only challenge the one with 2 strikes, the money pitch, or whatever else. It's like, no. Like in a game of numbers and statistics and percentages, every single pitch matters. I mean, that's the biggest thing. And once again, I'll bring it back to the let them play thing. Win the pitch. Focus on the pitch. Win the pitch. Try to win every single pitch. Make that your focus. So if you're going to try to win every pitch, I think we as an organization or a sport can do our best to at least make sure that it's right. And it's coming. There's no question in my mind. It's how it comes when it comes. It's just a matter of time.
I wonder what Bob Melvin thinks about this. Being a former Major League catcher, and he got run yesterday by Stu Sherwater and a couple of blown calls, which leads to you had him for a number of years in Arizona. What are your thoughts on Bo Mel's start with the Giants, Bernsey?
Boys got to play, man. They got to hit, right? And Bob could come in and he could punch all the right buttons, do all the right things. He can get them ready to go out there. But if you're not hitting, it's difficult. And you're only as good as your player's performance. And Bob is the best manager I've ever played for in the sense that I felt like he put me in a better position to succeed as a baseball player, and I felt like he put our team in the best position to succeed collectively. That's what he's really good at doing. He's an incredible communicator. He'll get in the trenches with little hitting tips, a little here, a little there. Like he's one of the most sought after, one of the best managers in baseball, and potentially like ever. I mean, he's that good. So now it's a matter of, okay, collectively as this group is coming together, what do we have? And you have some guys that have gotten off to some slow starts. You obviously signed Blake Snell, and I had a feeling it wasn't going to go well at the beginning, but if you look at the numbers of Blake Snell, even last year when he did have a full spring training, he was not great in the early season, so he typically does turn it on late. I think if the Giants can hover around 500 and then turn it on at some point and get into the dance, that's all that matters. So I think Bo Mel is he'll be fine. They have a great staff over there. They got a lot of really smart baseball people, and I think it also helps too that the Dodgers haven't been who everyone thought they were going to be, and so right now you look at the NL West, it's sort of anybody's ballgame.
That's a great point. Eric Burns with us again. The new book, Let Them Play, a guide for coaching youth sports. Got to check him out on the No Filter Network, especially when he does Deuces Wild with Will Clark. What else? What am I missing? What else you got? You're always doing everything.
I don't know, Dylan. I mean, it's one foot in front of the other, dude. It's a lot, but I love the thing with Shrill. I mean, what an awesome opportunity! Yeah, every Tuesday we go on there, and it's to see what the show has become, and it's funny because a lot of people just discovered it, and they're like, "Oh, that's great." They've been doing it a few years now, and to see how it's developed and to see how Will really has developed and how good he is and how authentic he is and real he is. And, he walks this beautiful fine line because he does work for the Giants, but he also is not afraid to, give his opinion. And some of the best stories that I think I've ever heard in the game of baseball. And it's funny, and I'll keep this one really short, but essentially Will and I did this thing in Reno about 4 years ago. And it was pace supply. We go, we hang out, we golf. We went up on stage one night, told some stories, and I'd seen Will on TV, And he's always been, in my opinion, just kind of reserved, pretty PC in the way he's done his interviews and whatnot. And I saw him up on stage that night. And this is right about the same time we launched No Filter Network. And he absolutely freaking brought down the house. I go, bro, I said, any way you'd be interested? I said, we just started this network. I said, it's kind of, it's raw, it's authentic. I'm like, I think it's the perfect platform for you. And he's like, well, yeah, I'll give it a try. And so sure enough, we've been doing this for a few years now. And the viral clips that have come out of it, that come out of every single show that we do, it's incredible. And I like, as a fan, I'm just stoked that other people get to see that side of Thrill, right? I don't think everyone knew that side, but I think now they obviously, grasp, like, man, this guy is, he's a treat, and he's, obviously Giants legend, but to be able to share the stories, and not only that, it's the knowledge of the game that he has. We sit there and watch Giants games. Like, that's a lot of what we do on Deuces Wild is these live alternative broadcasts, and this dude's calling every pitch. Like, break a ball right here. Break a ball right here. The runner on third base.
Fastball in.
Lefty,
Oh, he's good.
He's so good. He is so good.
Yeah. It's
He's
great
a lip
stuff,
reader. He knows they're going to throw.
it's
He got
best.
Maddox years ago.
Thanks, Bernsey. Great stuff, man. We really appreciate it. Thanks for making the time, dude. It's always our pleasure.
Yeah, guys. Great catching up with you, dudes.
We'll talk to you
Miss
soon.
you, brother.
All right,
Burn, baby, burn.
He's the best.
I think I said that before John Sterling said it on Bernie Williams.
I think you
I got to
did.
go back and look that up.
Soon.
Bernie was probably younger, right?
At Burns
I think I
2
stole
No
it. I think I
Filter.
stole it.
They got the Deuces Wild on Tuesday, and he's got the brand new book out as well, so make sure you check everything out. All right, we got some caboose-ish stories, including, if you missed this, Aaron Boone getting tossed out because the guy behind him, the fan, yelled. We got that for you as well. Plus, we always love to hear the alternative home run calls. This one in Korea for Jung-Hoo Lee. We have that for you coming up next as well. It's Pop and Lund on your Monday, only here on the Esports Leader.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Say caboose. I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
People lose their freaking minds.
All right, well, we'll give you a couple of caboose stories here in just a second, but we want to play a couple of pieces of sound for you. Let's start with this. This is what we were just talking about with Bernsey. Umpires gone wild. So this was A's and Yankees, and Aaron Boone had already had it out with the home plate umpire, but he gets actually kicked out of the game based on the fact that a fan behind him yells. The umpire thought it was from Boone, and he boots him out of the game. This is
Hunter Wentelstad.
Yeah, Hunter Wentelstad.
Harry's son, one of the best umpires ever.
Yeah, this is some rookie. So here's what it sounded like.
Is the first base umpire you saw making that call?
You're not yelling at me. I did what I was supposed to do and check. I'm looking for him to get hit by the pitch. You got anything else to say? You're gone. Okay?
Oh, okay, Hunter. Wow. You know what? We're not going to need a John Boy breakdown of that one. We got a very clear.
Aaron, you're done.
Yeah, there you go. And now Aaron's saying I didn't say anything.
You're gone.
Aaron's saying, hold on a second, I didn't say a word.
I don't care. I did not say a word. It was a one-word dugout. I did not say anything, Hunter. Okay, I did not say a.
That's a pretty good mic placement, first of all.
Well, that's the Yes Network, and those guys just laid out. They just laid out. Well, that's the Yes Network. They own Yankee Stadium, so they took over.
But yeah, come on. The umpire can't say, like, okay, yeah, that guy behind you yelled. It's okay. I mean, it was.
Well, so what do you think?
What
do you think baseball does? And these guys do good. Just Hunter Wendelstedt has been an umpire in baseball since the late '90s. His dad is Harry Wendelstedt, who umpired from the '60s to the '90s. Yeah. I mean, it's like unbelievable. So what does baseball do? And they not only the audio. There's a camera on Aaron Boone the whole time. When he is warned the first time, he never says a word. So do they rescind the fine for kicking him out of the game? Is Hunter Wendelstedt the umpire? Is he reprimanded by Major League Baseball? I mean, it's one thing to let it go, and the A's wound up shutting out the Yankees today in New York 2-0. Sears threw a great game. But what's the fallout now? They can't fine Aaron Boone for a mistake that was made by the home plate umpire.
Well, it kind of goes back to, and I get it, and they do this in all the sports, okay, protecting the officials, this kind of stuff. But at that point, when you find out that it was a fan yelling and it wasn't Aaron Boone, I mean, you can't reverse that? Once you give him the heave-ho sign, you can't reverse and keep the guy in the game? I mean, that's
Well, they would have to go
weird,
through,
man.
I mean, everybody on TV saw it, but there's no way to, the game has to move on. So once he erroneously threw him out, you got to go with that. But now, I think what you'll see baseball do is issue an apology, a reprimand for Hunter Wendelstedt, and Aaron Boone will not be fined for this.
Yeah, I think I've seen it all. Have you ever heard of that or seen that? Where a fan yells at the umpire and the manager
maybe
gets
not.
booted?
I've seen, like, the wrong guy gets tossed out.
Yeah.
Like, you're somebody in the dugout. Like yesterday, Matt Williams got tossed out first, right?
Yeah,
and then Bob got it later.
Yeah.
Sherwater heard. A lot of times you just turn and spin, and you throw the manager out of the game, although it could be the bench coach or the third base coach that yells. So that's common. But to have it come from, first of all, the guy that was yelling was coming behind Hunter Wendelstedt, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
How did he think it was coming from Aaron Boone? I mean, there was not a big crowd today at Yankee Stadium.
No.
But fortunately, at a Monday
I know, he
afternoon.
had it was like one guy and there was like 10 seats around him. It's not like you couldn't tell.
So what does baseball do now? I think they have to step in and say, we threw the wrong guy out or shouldn't have thrown anybody out, and then don't fine Aaron Boone because he should not get fined for this.
I had another piece of sound for you. We always loved to play the calls from the home runs, and this is Korea actually for Jung-Hoo Lee, and I don't know if we have the call. This is a really good call. The call was even better when he just missed the home run yesterday to the right of the foul pole, and he put it in the water, but it didn't count. But here is the home run on Saturday as called by Korean radio.
자, 오른쪽으로 높게 이정호입니다. 오라클 파크에서 첫 번째 홈런 이정호. 자, 첫 번째 리드 홈런이 나왔고요. 이야. 그리고 이정호의 시즌 두 번째.
Well, I wish I could give you a professional critique, but it sounded good.
No, I can get the Spanish Korean, broadcast. So I can kind of, but the Korean broadcast, I have no idea.
Sounded good. So which one was that? The home run and then
it was the home run because the non-home run's hilarious because you could totally tell it breaks a language barrier because they're just they're bummed out that it didn't go. As I was listening to it though, I could I could hear some differences or some similarities. You and Tim Ryan, a Niners touchdown or something. Just,
ball out!
Yeah.
Did you hear a ball out? Ball foul!
I did
ball
not hear
foul!
A ball
got
ball
wet.
Out. But, the excitement level of a touchdown or something.
Now, you know what? So when we were there for opening day, we asked who's going to get the biggest ovation, and there were a lot of guys. There's no question right now who the most popular San Francisco
not
Giant
even
is.
Close.
Jung-Hoo Lee. Jung-Hoo Lee. We didn't even talk about it, John. Thursday night, the group that bought the JHL jerseys and Giant caps behind home plate, they bought up all of the dugouts. Those are expensive seats.
No doubt.
It turned into Whoville that night. Has anybody ever had a cheering section, including Barry Lamar Bonds, behind home plate like that? I mean, the whole section. It was Area 51, the entire dugout suites.
No, that's a good point. I never thought of it like that. But, I mean, even I know that there's Barry chants, everything like that, but, I mean, from the get-go, man, it's just Jung-Hoo Lee. Every time. I mean, you can't not do it. I was there on Saturday and I was just kind of hanging out, and everybody around you looks at you like, what, you're not going to
chant? It's a great chant, too, isn't it? Jung-Hoo Lee! Jung-Hoo Lee! Jung-Hoo Lee!
Yeah, it's outstanding. All right, we'll give you some caboose-ish stories and a couple of things we may have missed. We'll do that on the other side. Top of the hour, Kerry Crowley is in with Tolbert today for Tolbert and Copes at the top at 2, only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, a few more minutes till the top of the hour on this Monday, and then Tolbert and Copes with Kerry Crowley in for Copes today. Take it over. Awards finalists, not a lot of surprises here, Pop. MVP, Luka, Shea Gilgeous, and Joker. Those three. No surprise, right?
No, I mean, I think Joker had it until Oklahoma City got the number one seed. I mean, we kind of think Joker's going to win it again, John, but if you had a vote, would you give it to SGA?
It's hard to go against Joker, but to take Oklahoma City from 40 and 42 playing in the playing game to the number one seed, and I'm not saying other guys haven't contributed, but man, his jump to this next level is just like, poof.
I thought it was a little odd that Anthony Davis was not even a finalist for Defensive Player of the Year.
It's Bam, Gobert, and Wembayama, and all due respect to all those guys, Anthony Davis is the best, at least this year, was the best defensive player, I think. And he
so who wins it? Gobert again? And this would be his fourth if he wins it this year. There's not been many guys that have won four.
He's good, but he's not. I mean, Anthony Davis, my goodness. I don't know.
Well, he's got to stop the Joker tonight, so we got three games to watch tonight.
Really
the big one, Orlando, Cleveland, and Philly and New York in the East. But the big one is Lakers-Nuggets tonight. Is the Lakers, they jumped them the first quarter and a half on Saturday night. Can they get a split in Denver?
It's going to be tough. It's funny because you watch those guys and you think, like a guy like Caldwell Pope, the way he was hitting threes, and Aaron Gordon was struggling, but he hits plays at the right time. That team just fits together. They play really well at home, and they're going to be tough to beat. But like I said, Lakers and Nuggets, 76ers and Knicks, and Magic and Cavs. Those are the three games tonight. So, what do you think?
And Giants and Mets.
Lakers grab one?
Well, I think Denver wins again tonight, but then it's 2-0, and then they got to go home and get both in L.A. But last year was a sweep, and the Lakers did not beat Denver at all throughout the regular season. I mean, the one thing is when it's time to win the game at the end, they run that pick and roll with Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray, and they got shooters everywhere. You want to double off Aaron Gordon, but the only way Denver is if one of their starters either gets hurt or into foul trouble, and if it's either Joker or Murray, because their bench is not as strong, John. But I was surprised the Lakers controlled that game. They were up like 15 mid-second quarter, and then Denver just strangled them.
Yeah, they just went on a huge run, and that was that. So that's what's going on as far as NBA is concerned. By the way, this was just announced. This is going to be on Netflix, the greatest roast of all time. Tom Brady, Netflix, May 5th. Can you even do roasts anymore?
Is Belichick going to roast him?
I hope so. I would love to have everybody there.
So what's the hoodie doing on draft night?
Oh,
this Pat McAfee?
It's the Pat
the
McAfee
entire
show.
First round?
It's the alternative broadcast. They have the Pat McAfee show, like all of them, and then Belichick's going to be co-host.
The guy with the mullet with Belichick?
All of
them. What a group
imagine what that's going to be like? It's going to be amazing.
Who's the guy with the mullet? That guy's funny.
Did we had Charles Davis on, and I like the traditional broadcast. Both ESPN and NFL Network do a good job, but you got to be kidding me. Like, I can't wait for Belichick because I just
how
saw
we
the
get a
interview
watch?
with him.
So what do we get when we're doing it at 49ers headquarters with Todd?
We'll have to record it, I guess.
Which one are we gonna have in our ear?
I guess the regular one.
I want to hear the hoodies breakdown on these players.
Plus, I think he'll say something like if he likes a guy, doesn't like a guy. I mean, I don't know. Plus, this. I mean, he's a lot funnier than you think. I mean, he was on with McAfee, and they got into this whole conversation, which I can't relate to this, and I know you don't do as much coffee, but Belichick told McAfee that he's never had a cup of coffee in his life. I mean, for a guy who works, he works 7 days a week.
In Boston,
it's up like
he's never had a Dunkin' Donuts?
Belichick told McAfee, and the only reason he knows is because I guess they were in Indianapolis at the Combine, and they're out at dinner, a bunch of them, and he ordered Belichick an espresso martini, and he puts it down, and Belichick goes, "I don't drink coffee." He's like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "Yeah, I've never had a cup of coffee in my
Who
life."
ordered the espresso martini?
Pat McAfee.
Oh.
And he ordered it and he had one, and a bunch of guys had them, so he ordered one for Belichick, and they put it in front of him on the table, and Belichick said, "I don't drink coffee." He's like, "What are you talking about? You work
I'll
7
have
days
an
a
espresso
week."
martini, hold espresso.
Right, yeah. He says he's never had coffee.
He's quite the opposite of Dan Campbell.
Right. I mean, a guy who works 7 days a week and the kind of hours that coaches, carry, and he's never had a cup of coffee. My God, man. I mean, doesn't Kyle have one basically
he wakes up
glued
with
to his
one.
hand?
I got one. I don't think my son Derek's Derek's not a coffee drinker.
He's not?
He doesn't drink
man.
coffee either.
I've cut weight back, but to just not do it at all, nah, that's crazy. You
know Belichick's going to love on Thursday is Cooper DeJean.
Oh, he'll
just
love
as
that
a
guy.
punt returner and a gunner. He's a great
Corner,
special
safety.
teams player, that guy.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the Belichick guys. Boy, that's what's coming out of there with Kraft undercutting him for jobs, and man, that's crazy.
Yeah. So speaking of Belichick, we're going to get Logan Ryan on the
cool.
show either tomorrow or Thursday, I do believe. No, Logan is retired. Of course, won a couple of Super Bowls with Belichick in New England, and he'll give us the lowdown on the 49ers secondary and what exactly they're thinking going into draft night. So we'll talk to Logan Ryan, the former Patriot.
Very cool.
Sometime tomorrow or Thursday. He was on NFL Live last week and did a great job.
Yeah, he's good. By the way, Mason Miller, the A's, Volpe, Soto, and Judge struck him out. He's almost thrown it up 103.
He's
Is it
nasty.
too early to go get him? Yeah.
To trade for him?
No, he's like.
Why don't you stick him in the Giant bullpen tonight?
I'd like to see that.
Is Mitch White making his
That
Giant
guy.
debut tonight? I think he is.
Very cool.
And
All right.
Luke Jackson back as well tonight?
That'd be good. All right, big game tonight for the Giants against the Mets, NBA playoffs, ton of stuff. Thanks as always. No Walter today. Danny, were you a solo artist today with everything? Are you solo? What do we have back? My God.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, hopefully Walter feels better. Walter called in, did not feel well. So Danny with the solo artwork today did a tremendous job as always. Susan Slesser was fun to talk to. Burnsy, of course, and Charles Davis. If you missed any of those, just go to KNBR.com. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Pop.
And John Lynch today at noon. Got a lot of
John. Yeah,
stats
that
on
as well.
John.
A lot of good stuff. All right. Thanks again, Solo Danny, doing a great job. Tolbert and Kerry Crowley up next on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, our Cumulus media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Copes is out today. Kerry Crowley filling in for him, ably, I might add. So Kerry will be with me right up until flag football. We'll get into that later. Javi Lopez going to join us. Todd Husak, Matt Mayoko, Bags. I got a little football for you. Got a little baseball for you. We got NBA playoffs. We have baseball. We have draft. up and coming. So we got a lot of stuff to get into as the week goes on. What's going on, Kerry?
Not a whole lot, Tom. How you doing?
Fantastic. I see you. I don't see me. So
yeah, I don't see you either.
That's probably better that way. It's much easier on everyone else if they don't see me. So I will be I'll be up and running shortly. But what's going on? I haven't talked to you in a little while. This weekend, a lot of basketball. I watched a little bit of hockey. That Colorado game was fun to watch. But watched some baseball. Look, it's funny because the Giants and the DBacks, it felt like they came into the weekend looking for traction. They leave the weekend looking for traction, which is basically the whole division right now is kind of looking for traction. So it's one of those proverbial kiss your sister weekends where it's like felt like it could have been better, but it was, it was okay. It was like kind of whatever. I mean, we got some stuff to get into. Snell, Harrison didn't pitch well this weekend. There was some umpire snafus, but what else is new? At least no one got kicked out when a fan was yelling at the umpire. So we had that going for us, which is nice. But yeah, didn't it just kind of feel like one of those weekends where it's like, could have been better, could have been worse. Just 4 games off the schedule. Let's move on.
Exactly. I look at this Giants team right now, Tom, and it's hard to be angry or frustrated with one specific thing. It's like, they're hitting okay. You'd like them to hit a little better. Some days they pitch well, some days they don't.
Yeah.
And they just feels like the last week or two has been a series of maybe missed opportunities dating back to the series against the Nationals at home, a team that they really should win a series against. They blow the game when Jordan Hicks has the lead in Miami. Yeah, exactly.
The Nats may be a little better than we give them credit for.
Yeah,
I think didn't they just take 2 out of 3 from the Astros too?
I think they may have. Yeah, the Nats are on the rise, so maybe the Nats weren't the missed opportunity, but failing to sweep the Marlins, only taking 2 of these 4 games from the Diamondbacks when you have the lead yesterday when Jordan Hicks throws so well. It's just feels like they might be hovering around 500 for a while. And I know that they got to get back to 500 to be able to say hovering around 500, but there's been some opportunities that they've missed over the last 2 weeks that I think you don't want to get to game 162 and think you've got 10, 15, 20 games that you look back on and wish you had that one back. And the Giants have already had 3 or 4 right now. And it's probably not the greatest sign, and probably not the greatest sign that Blake Snell has stunk it up so far.
No, he's been awful. And look, I'll give him the first few starts just because we all know spring training, all that kind of stuff. They signed him late. And what I said last week was the problem is you might be paying for only like 34, 35 starts, and 3 of them are gone now. In fact, they're paying about $1 million a start. They would have paid the way he pitched. They would have paid him $1 million to pitch against them, not pitch for them. The way he's pitched the last 3 games, because let's be honest, he's just been brutal. A whip of close to 2 when he is keeping it in the strike zone, he's getting hit. So and you're hoping it doesn't get to a point where this is like 4. Brutal. Thank you, 5 starts, and then you start looking at it and going, well, damn, we might have just paid $32 million for like 28 starts, and out of those starts, how many are going to be good starts? I mean, worst case scenario is that it takes him a little while to get going, then he gets hot down the stretch, and he's 500 or so pitcher, ERA in the hovering around 4, and all of a sudden he's opting out because he finished strong the last 10, 12 games, and you didn't get very good value for your return. Now, look, I don't blame him for doing it. We all wanted him to do it. They did it, and this was always going to be somewhat of a possibility. You combine a slow starter with a guy who didn't have spring training pitching against teams, and that this was a possibility. I didn't think it'd be to this extent, but I think we all knew like this could be a possibility where you get off to a rough start. The problem is, again, if this is like a 3-year deal, something like that, and you'd be like, no big deal. There's a ton of starts coming. It's not a huge deal, but when there's 1 year and your ROI, as they call it, isn't trending in the right direction, that's a little bit of a problem. And I think now, like the next start going forward's the time where you're like, okay, it's time to start kicking this thing in. Nothing you can do about it. If he's healthy, they're going to throw him out there every 5 days, and they should, obviously. But it's like, okay, we'd like to start seeing some returns now, because the first 3 just haven't been not great. The first 3 worked adversely against you, and I'm not kidding. If they knew he was going to pitch that way, you would pitch $1 million. You would pay $1 million to have him pitch against you, because that's literally how bad he was for the first 3 starts. And again, 3 starts, we get why. So it's not like, oh my God, this guy's terrible. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying he has been terrible. And hopefully, they're probably thinking, okay, it's time to get this thing turned around and headed in the right direction. I mean, it doesn't have to be like 5 innings, no hit ball, but it's got to start being the 5-6 innings, 2 earned runs, stuff like that.
Yeah, you got to give up fewer runs than innings pitched. I think that's the start for Blake Snell.
That ain't good.
That's the first thing that he's got to correct. The ERA's got to come in under 9, and then you start working your way down from there. So there's a few different nightmare scenarios for the Giants. Tom just mentioned one where Blake Snell goes through the course of the season and he gets really hot at the end. The Giants maybe win 81, 82 games, miss the playoffs, and Blake Snell opts out. The other is he just looks like this all year, and then you're on the hook for $30 million next year. That is also something.
That's nuclear scenario right there. That's just like, oh my gosh.
Exactly. So on the other side, we'll talk a little bit about yesterday's ball game, the umpire antics, Bob Melvin, Matt Williams getting tossed, some umpire antics in New York today. But before we throw to the break and before we give you your guest list on the other side, I do want to say that we are giving away tickets today, 2 tickets to Imagine Dragons, that concert on October 20th of this year at Shoreline Amphitheater. Tune in between now and 6 o'clock when we give the cue to call B caller 10 into the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. These tickets are furnished by Live Nation. You can grab the official rules at KNBR.com. Tim, what is the cue to call?
Tell him to arch his back and then look back at me mean, like a dragon.
It says to arch your back and look back at him mean like a dragon.
But keep it mean. You are a very convincing dragon.
So there it is. There's the cue to call when you hear that. Be caller 10, and you'll win those tickets to Imagine Dragons on October 20th. More coming up. We're heading into Giants baseball this evening here on Tolbert and Copes. Crowley and for Copes, you're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon sports leader.
'49ers general manager John Lynch spoke to reporters today and reiterated the '49ers intend to keep wide receiver Brandon Ayuk. Do you think Ayuk remains with the '49ers past draft day? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
1-2 pitch. Base hit to left field. That was a curveball. And along the line, over to his right goes Conforto, and that ends up being a double for Newman. And it looks like the plate umpire has thrown somebody out, maybe Bob Melvin, and Melvin comes out of the dugout now. And Melvin is getting into it with Sherwater. And Matt Williams, the third base coach, is also over there, and Matt Williams is upset.
I think he tossed Matt Williams out also when he tossed Melvin out.
Back here on Tolbert and Copes, Kerry Crowley in for Adam Cope. Put in another ump show out at the ballpark yesterday afternoon in the ninth inning, and I'm sure most of you have seen it by now, the foul tip or non-foul tip that was ultimately ruled to be, to allow the Diamondbacks hitter to continue the at-bat. And, Tom, the bottom line is this, for me, Bob Melvin gets rung, but Matt Williams is going to get rung a lot this year. Matt Williams, if there's a fight taking place on the diamond, this guy wants in.
Very rarely do you see the manager and the third base coach get kicked out at the same time. I was like,
the third base coach wasn't on the diamond.
Isn't third base coach supposed to keep the manager from getting kicked out? But if he doesn't, he's the guy that's like, I mean, not always running the show, but I was like, wow, 2 for 1. You got a double banger there. Now, I don't know, but watching it on TV, I don't know what you thought. That didn't even look like it was close to being tipped.
No.
That didn't look close. So I don't even know what the hell he heard. I mean, but what are you going to do? And then I think the hit actually, that's the one that sent Melvin over the edge. But I would say this, a terrible call, but, I mean, Fitzgerald, catch the ball at second base. Mm-hmm. I mean, you can't clank one off your glove there. That one hurt. They give up 200 runs. The error they charged Ahmed, I don't know that was a tough error, man. That's in the hole. I'm not sure if that was an error, but that one was an error. Like, that was just a clank, and that opened up the whole inning. And who knows what would happen in the bottom of the ninth? They held it at 3-2. Could they have got that run in time? Who knows? But it wasn't the cleanest game that they've had. Like, Thursday's game was one of the best games, not the best game they had all year. They played really, really well. Webb was awesome. They were super clean defensively. That was a fantastic game. But, again, it was just back and forth. You always kind of had the upper hand, and you're like, we're going to go up 2 games in this series. Now we're even. And then you have another chance to take the series 3-1, and you lose it. And again, it's just kind of like, meh, it feels like a draw in soccer. It's like, yeah, both teams played hard and a good series and well done, I guess. But I mean, that's what the Diamondbacks feel like right now. That's what the Giants feel like right now. Nobody's been able to put together a streak to where they're get 4 or 5 in a row or sweep a series, something like that. So, and again, your life. I want to say they're lucky, but fortunate, I guess. The Dodgers got off to the 10-4 start, and then they cooled down. They've lost 3 series in a row. They haven't been playing all that well either. So the whole division, except for Colorado, is kind of bunched up a little bit. So, 15, 16 more games. You get to 40. Kind of figure out what you have, what you want to do, what you think you have with this squad. I mean, the starters are going to have to be a little bit better. It's weird because you got the top end, which is really good. I mean, Webb's starting to pitch really well. Hicks has been fantastic, although he was kind of all over the board this weekend. He only gave up a hit, but he walked 4, hit 2. It was like Nuke LaLoosh out there. Just if he is in the strike zone, nobody was hitting it, obviously, but he couldn't get in the strike zone often enough. But he's been really good. Webb's been really good. I think Wynn's been kind of in the middle. Had more good innings than bad, but look, I'm an ERA. ERA is what the ERA is.
Yeah.
And then Harrison has been, he's one of those guys too that looks really good certain innings, and all of a sudden it's like, oh damn, he did give up 4. He did give up 3 in 5 innings, didn't he? That's not great. Like, I love quality starts, 3 earned runs in 6 innings. Like, it's a 4.5 ERA. When did that become quality, by the way? I don't know who tried to sneak that one by us, but
there's the story behind that, Tom, is an old professor of mine at Arizona State University, John Lowe, came up with the statistic of quality starts. And so that's Arizona State math.
Total Arizona State, I figured. Was he not a baseball guy?
He was a diehard baseball guy. I think he might be in the writer's wing of the Hall of Fame.
How did he think a 4.5 ERA was quality?
4.5 ERA.
I mean, I don't know if that ever dawned on anybody. Like, oh yeah, okay, 3. That's not bad. No, it is. It is. It's a 4.5. 4.5 stinks. Okay, 4.5 is not good. Oh my gosh! I remember when that first came out. I was like, "Well, now I know who came up with it." Like, sneak it by everybody. See if they sneak this by. They won't pay too much attention to it. But no, Wynn's been okay. Maybe a little better than not, but he's okay. But then Harrison and Snell. Harrison's been okay, but on the bad side of okay, I would say. And then Snell's been just brutal.
Yeah.
Again, it's like just you throw him out there and he's getting just tattooed, and that's the guy you're paying the most money to. Now, ultimately, it doesn't matter who you're paying the most money to. It matters what your staff does as a whole. And I think the staff, like, everything kind of leaves you wanting a little bit, right? Like the starting staff, they haven't been terrible. They've been pretty good, but they're capable of better. The offense, you look at the offense and some of the pieces and what they've been able to do. Okay, they've been okay, but they should be, could be, hopefully will be better. Bullpen's been okay. I mean, I don't have too many complaints with the bullpen, but it just feels like they haven't. That's all I can say. They just haven't gotten in gear yet. Like, you can see it. You don't got to squint that hard to see it, but it's not there yet, and you don't want to. To your point, you don't want to get too far down the road. Like, I always hate that in baseball. Like, right now, you can say it. It's still really early, but a lot of times you hear players say, it's still early, there's a lot of season left. I'm like, well, damn, you played 70 games. I know there's 90 left. That's a lot of games, but guess what? You've played a lot of games already. There's 162 of these things. I know there's a lot left, but baseball players are great for doing that. Like, 100 games. Oh, we still got 62 games. That's a lot of games. Yeah, I know it's a lot of games. But the sample size you've given us is massive, and you're not that good right now. So we're not at that point yet, obviously. But it starts creeping up on you quick in baseball. Like, games just start peeling off the calendar, and you're like, oh, damn, we're already at 40. Like, we're like 3 weeks away from 40, and that's a quarter of the way through the season already. So, again, I don't know for you, Kerry, but for me, the biggest thing is, you got to get Snell going. Harrison's got to be better, and I know Cobb will be coming back, and at some point Ray will be coming back, but those two should be and are going to be a part of their rotation moving forward, and they just both have to be better. Obviously, Snell much more than Harrison, and then the middle of your order with Conforto cooling down, and Chapman hasn't been great, and Soler hasn't been great. Really, the two guys I want up right now when there are guys on base are Jung-Hoo Lee and Bailey. Those are the two guys right now that are putting together the best at bats. Other than that, it's kind of hit or miss with the offense, but the middle of the order's got to get going as well.
Well, I think you just said it a moment ago to sum up the way that I feel about this team is individual pieces on this team you feel pretty good about. You feel like, hey, Jung-Hoo Lee is your everyday leadoff hitter and center fielder. This guy's going to get the job done. Patrick Bailey is your catcher. He's an all-star right now. He's having a great performance at the plate. Logan Webb is their ace. You feel good about that. Camilo Doval in the ninth inning. You feel good about that. And then you look up and they're 10-13 and you think, well, the individual pieces are good, but the sum of this group, the lineup leaves a lot to be desired. They sure leave a lot of guys on base, and I'm not sure that that's something that will be corrected because they don't hit home runs. This is not a team with two guys who are going to hit 40 this year. It's going to be a team with two guys who will hit 20 this year and a bunch of guys who will hit 10 to 15, and that's an issue when you're building your team. The pitching staff, Logan Webb will get the job done for you on a consistent basis. But until Blake Snell does, you're not going to go on a long win streak right now. So the crawl back to 500 is an issue. And then the bullpen is fine right now. But the issue is 90% of fan bases around Major League Baseball don't have confidence in their bullpen. And I think the Giants fan base is probably one of them right now because relievers are volatile. The Giants decided to run it back for the most part. And day in, day out, they're going to be asking more of these guys because Hicks is only going to give you 5 innings. Harrison's only going to give you 5 innings. Wynn's only going to give you 5 innings. And by the time June rolls around, you're going to be overexposed in the bullpen. And then what's that next layer of depth? That's my question for the Giants is, if a guy gets hurt here or there, is everything going to fall apart? Because they've tried. They needed to get off to a hot start. They didn't. And now I worry that, they've gone into the luxury tax and they've invested all this capital and they've got a roster, Tom, that is 10-13 with 4 or 5 missed opportunities in its first 23 games, despite liking some of the players who were out there on the diamond.
Yeah, I mean, look, for me, it's give them another 16 games or so. Again, that 40 mark for me, I try not to overreact too much until I get to 4 games for an NFL season, 20 NBA. Just give me a quarter of the season I can look at and kind of determine where they're going. Like, we're going to have a real good idea because that's 3 more starts for Snell. I guess 16 more games would be 3 more starts for the rotation. So we'll see what that looks like. I mean, the defense has been better, and they're playing cleaner games than they were last year. But it's just, again, that's one of the problems they have had for a while now, is that they just don't have that middle of the order that you got to pitch really carefully to. And look, Soler can get hot. I know that. I've seen him play enough, especially with Miami last year. I mean, this guy gets hot. He goes on runs, and he will at least once this year when it starts getting warmer. Problem is, he doesn't play where it's really warm, particularly warm. So he's gonna have to save that one for the road. Chapman is what Chapman is offensively. He's probably a 750 to maybe 800 OPS guy. Maybe get you low 20s, mid 20s home runs, but he's here for the glove. I mean, it's hurt them that Estrada was one of their better hitters last year, and he's just been awful. He doesn't even look like he's ever seen sliders before. Like, sliders for him, he's missing those by 1.5 feet. Like, he just does not. What was it this weekend? I can't remember what game it was. Might have been yesterday. Like 0-2 count. You knew he was getting a slider, and you throw it high. I think it may have been Gallon. It may have been Saturday. So he throws it high, and you go, well, he's coming back with a slider, and he just bounced it, and he swung. I mean, just not even close. Like, he just breaking balls, especially on the outer half that are low, he's not seeing them at all. And he was one of their better hitters last year. And I forgot to mention Lamont Wade's been a stud too. I mean, he's been incredible. He hits missiles all over the place. But they do, as you said, they don't have that one guy that can carry a roster, so everyone's got to pitch in. And when you get, Lee's doing well and Lamont Wade, doing a decent job setting the table, but then you get to the middle of the order, there's nothing, and then Bailey's coming up 7th, and he's getting the job done. But that's what I'm saying. It's been okay. It's not been good. It's not been bad. It's just kind of been okay. But on the, if you're going to go okay, kind of on the negative side of okay. And I would say that same about the pitching. Not a lot, but not great. That's why they're sitting there at 10-13. And you can't keep saying, well, wait till they're healthy enough, okay? Everyone's dealing. everyone's dealing with this. And not everyone. You're never going to be 100% healthy. Everyone should know that follows sports. Every time you get to 100% healthy, someone gets hurt the next game. You're like, oh, hey, we're 100% healthy. Not anymore. You're not. It just doesn't. It doesn't work that way. And so it's. I guess the best thing they have going for them is, I mean, they haven't buried themselves, and they're just kind of treading water, and the rest of the division's treading water too. Mm-hmm. And that's probably the best thing right now is kind of nobody's really pulled away as of yet. But the biggest concern is Snell. I mean, he's got to be the guy, because you're right. You can't put together winning streaks without this guy getting rolling. And if he does get rolling, then you start looking at, okay, then it's a pretty nice top of the order. Because to me, that was always the hope. Stay in contention into August, and Ray comes back, and maybe he has, a couple starts, and then he's like kind of going. Because here's the thing, and I've said this a month or so ago, with Ray comes back in August, right? He could come back like Snell's pitching right now. I mean, he's not going to have a whole bunch of starts either. I mean, off some minor league starts, of course, but maybe it takes him a couple starts to get going. But that's the hope. Hang in there, put yourself in position for a wild card, and then you have Snell pitching well, Webb pitching well, and Ray pitching well. And that's what you kind of hang your hat on. And the offense kind of gets going a little bit. But right now, I mean, to me, I don't know what your biggest worry is, Kerry, but mine is like Snell's got to get going, because again, if it's only 1 year, all these starts are kind of peeling away, and you're like, well, that was not good, that was not good, that was not good, that was not good. Okay, now we only got 30, now we only got 29, now we got 28. And how many good starts? You can't expect them to do it last year. Last year was historic stuff down the stretch. So if you're counting on that, good luck. But you're kind of losing all these opportunities to get these Snell starts. And again, they're not just okay, they're bad. Like, he's one of the main reasons they're losing those games he's pitching in, if not the absolute main reason.
Well, the Giants' bid to hang in there continues tonight against the New York Mets. We'll talk to Javi Lopez about it, NBC Sports Bay Area analyst, four-time World Series champion, 3 with the Giants, at 2:50 today. On the other side, the ump show continued. If you thought yesterday's antics were good in San Francisco, wait until you hear what Aaron Boone did in New York today. We got some good stuff for you. Kerry Crowley, Tom Tolbert, you're hanging with KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here is Grichuk, who singled his last time. And he lines one down the left field line. That's going to be in there. Base hit. And it might be more. It might be a couple of runs. Rounding third, Walker. He scores. Here comes Suarez. He's going to be waved home. Here comes the relay. No throw. He scores a double by Grichuk. And now it is 5-1. And that's going to do it for Blake Snell.
It didn't go well for Blake Snell on Friday evening at Oracle Park, and ultimately it didn't go well for the Giants at all. A historic 17-1 loss to the Arizona Diamondbacks as we're back here on Tolbert and Copes. Kerry Crowley and Tom Tolbert hanging out this afternoon. Javi Lopez, Giants analyst, going to join us at 2:50 today. Tom, you said it before we went to break, and I'll say it again. Blake Snell is going to be the reason that the Giants either A, turn this around, or B, never get it turned around, because when you invest the type of money that the Giants did in him this offseason, it's clear that he is kind of the linchpin. He's the one who they're pinning all of their hopes on, especially with Harrison and Wynn and Hicks having innings caps this year.
Yeah, what are their innings caps? Do you have any idea?
That's a good question for Farhan when he joins you guys next. But I would imagine for Harrison and Wynn, you could probably stretch out to 150. I think with Hicks, that's a real problem if you go above like 110, 120 with Jordan Hicks, because he's thrown in the 70 range for so long, and maybe it's different because he's dialed back the velocity, and he's just a different pitcher than he was with the St. Louis Cardinals. So maybe the mileage on his arm looks different, and he feels different in June of this year, but the guy's consistently gone 5 innings for the Giants, and up until yesterday, the command was exceptional to this point. And so I don't know, but I do know that Kyle Harrison at 22 years old is not throwing 200 innings for you right now.
Yeah. $190 will be good. We'll
just make about 8 more starts for us, Kyle.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, look, the thing is, and it doesn't always work out this way. Look, when the Giants won World Series, they won it with Barry Zito as one of their highest paid players. So, I mean, it can happen. It's just harder when they had so many guys that were major contributors on that team. They didn't need to have Barry Zito go out there and pitch well. Now, they didn't plan it that way, of course, but that's the way it worked out. I don't know that they have that type of depth on this team that they could withstand Blake Snell not being a guy. And not just like not just like a 4 ERA and a 500 pitcher. That ain't going to cut it. He's got to be better than that. He doesn't have to be what he was last year. Like, if he was what he was last year, he'd be making $45 million this year. He was incredible last year after a slow start. Like, he was unhittable his last like 20 or so starts. But it can't be this. And again, I know I'm sounding like, dude, let's go. Let's get what the hell? But I kind of expected this. Again, I don't know if I expected this level of pitching depravity, but it's been in my mind like, okay, he's a slow starter anyway. He didn't have spring training. He's probably going to get off to a little bit of a slow start. But like now, it's got to be a point where it's like, okay, you got to at least keep your team in the game for like 4 or 5 innings. It can't just be like game's over after 5. Everybody, let's go home. And then maybe hope 6, 7, 8 starts into the season. That's where it starts to click in, where it's like, okay, now this guy handing the ball, he's going like 5 2/3, 5 1/3, maybe 6 for you, and you're good to go. Like that, and you get that like at 3 out of every 4 starts or 4 out of every 5 starts. But I'm not expecting that. But again, what I am expecting is, like you said, to have more innings and earn runs. Like that, at that point, like, and then we're not setting the bar real high here. That's like a really, really low bar. That's like a bad fifth starter bar, and that's where it's at. But it's still kind of like, okay. And I know, I think on the rundown, Derek said, "Is it time to panic?" I always say, "Is it ever time to panic? Does that ever help anything? Does panicking ever help anything?" You know what? We would have never got through this if we didn't panic. No, nobody, and panicking's never good. So no, it's not like panicking. It's just like, if you want to get this thing going, he needs to start turning this ship around a little bit. But again, I don't know how you felt. I would imagine you kind of expected, maybe not this, but that it wasn't going to be just, hey, Blake Snell's here, let's go, smooth start, we're good to go. I thought it'd be better last start. Like, I was a little shocked to see what happened last start. The first two starts made sense. First one was at home, in front of the home crowd. First game you pitched this year, and because he didn't have the spring training, so it's like, okay, I kind of get that. Next game was at Tampa, former team. Okay, kind of got that. This one I thought, okay, he's faced the Diamondbacks a bunch. This is a team he knows. It's his third start now. It's time to start smoothing out the rough spot. And it was worse in the first two. So, yeah, I wouldn't say there's any, certainly not panic, but not really even any worry. But it is time to start, gently turning that wheel to the left or right and getting back on course, let's put it so to speak.
Yeah, I think the worst part for me is that Jordan Montgomery shoved. And Jordan Montgomery signed after Blake Snell.
He did.
So
he
Jordan Montgomery dismantles the Giants lineup, and Blake Snell, he can't get out of the fifth inning in that ball game against the Diamondbacks. So nice juxtaposition there.
Point.
But is it time to panic? You know where it was time to panic today? For home plate umpire Hunter Wendelstadt in New York in the Bronx. 2 games in, there's been a development to this situation. So Tim, let's cue up that audio of Aaron Boone, Yankees manager, getting thrown out 2 outs or 2 batters into today's ball game. Here it is.
Is the first base umpire you saw making that call?
You're not yelling at me. I did what I was supposed to do and check. I'm looking for him to get hit by the pitch. You got anything else to say? You're gone. Okay?
Oh, okay, Hunter. Wow. You know what? We're not going to need a John Boy breakdown of that one. We got a very clear.
Aaron,
there you go. And now Aaron's saying I didn't say anything.
You're gone.
Aaron's saying, hold on a second, I didn't say a word.
No, I don't care. I did not say a word. It was a one-word dugout. I did not say anything, Hunter. Okay, I did not say a
So the best part of all of this is you've got obviously some of the best audio and best visuals in the game right there, capturing all of that. And it's clear that it was a fan above the dugout who said to Hunter Wendelstadt, whatever the trigger word was for him to throw out Aaron Boone right there. And it's all captured. And after the game, Hunter Wendelstadt, the home plate umpire, goes out and gives an interview and says, no, it came from the Yankees dugout. Just completely denies the fact that the fan clearly said this.
I think my favorite part of it, and this is my biggest problem with baseball umpires. I think they're the worst because of that. I don't care. I didn't say it. I don't care. What do you mean you don't care? Like, you could say BS. It came from the dugout. I know you said it. You're tricking me. Whatever you want to say. You can't just say, I don't care. Like, yeah, it may very well have come from Section 103. I don't care. I'm throwing you out. I mean, that is so baseball up right there. Just like the hubris. It's unbelievable with these guys sometimes. They just will not, cannot back down. Joe West, doesn't matter. I mean, they remind me of my dad in a certain way. Like, I love my dad, loved him. But if my dad was wrong, he would not back down. Even if he knew he was wrong, he'd just keep arguing. And then, like, after you got done arguing, you just say, okay, I've had it. And like half an hour later, he goes, yeah, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Like, but he'd do it like way later. I'm not even sure if the umps in baseball would even do that. Like, because obviously he didn't. He didn't do it after the game. But I mean, how arrogant is that? It wasn't me. I don't care. What are you talking about? You don't care.
It's amazing. Everyone at Yankee Stadium showed up to see Hunter Wendelstedt today, and they got a show. So
the guy in the blue shirt was like, "Ooh, sorry about that."
we'll talk Giants baseball and best ejection stories with Javi Lopez on the other side. Giants broadcaster joining us. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes. Crowley in for Copes. KNBR 104.5 680 the Sports Leader. The San Francisco Giants split their 4-game series against the Arizona Diamondbacks, including Sunday's frustrating 5-3 loss. Any concerns with the Giants right now? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Wherever you are, we're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, we are back. Tolbert and Copes, Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland here on Monday afternoon as the Giants get set to open a 3-game series this evening against the New York Mets. And here to help us break down this Giants team, talk some baseball, broadcaster, 4-time World Series champion, 3 with the San Francisco Giants, Javi Lopez. Javi, how are you?
Hey, Kerry, great to hear your voice, man. I'm good. How are you?
Oh, doing well on our end. Great to hear your voice as well. And I got to start with this. 10-13 through the first 23 games. Probably not where we thought they would be right now. But Tom and I were saying they've got the individual pieces to put things together. Where do you stand on where the Giants are at right now?
Yeah, I mean, I think if it's a 1 through 10 rating, I think they're, I give them a 6. Like, I think they've left some meat on the bone on some of these outings. Like, I think there's some wins they could have had they didn't get. I like the starting pitching. I like what they have. I think the bullpen, it's a work in progress. It's gotten better, but when you're trying to get young guys the reps, it's kind of hard. You're going to expect some flat performances, and I think they've run into those already a few times this spring. And I think offensively they haven't found that groove yet. I think Lee's been a pleasant surprise for me because for me he's learning the lead. He's learning pitching. He's learning how to play these stadiums, how to play center field in these places. He's learning everything, and he's done it extremely well. He's hit the ball extremely hard. But as a leadoff guy, he's able to get on. He hasn't found his legs yet to consistently be the stolen base threat that they want him to be. And I think that'll improve. But he's also the guy that's you kind of want up with people on base, too. So, do you want that guy in the leadoff spot or do you want him in the middle of the order? So I think Bob Melvin's kind of like all of us, trying to figure out what's best to kind of kick this into gear. And, you don't love where the record's at, but thankfully the rest of the division is kind of still hanging in there too. Nobody's run away quite yet. So I think, there's some plans that need to be made. And one big one for me is you got to take advantage of this homestand. This is your longest homestand of the year. And then you got one more in your next homestand. And then after that, it's just a week, home for a week, gone for a week kind of deal. So they're not playing any chumps in the Mets and then and the Phillies and Red Sox and other teams that are be coming into town. But you got to win at home, and they got to figure that out.
Javi, when is it reasonable to expect that Blake Snell will start pitching like maybe not even Blake Snell, but some reasonable facsimile of Blake Snell? Because right now, I said this, and I was only half joking that they're paying him about $1 million per start. They would have paid him $1 million a start for the last 3 starts to pitch against them the way he was pitching. Like, he has been awful. But I think that was kind of to be expected in that no spring training. He's a notorious slow starter anyway. I don't think we expect it to this extent, but whatever. It's fine. When is it reasonable to expect that he'll start to kind of dial it in a bit?
Well, I mean, you would hope that he's making that turn. He's saying all the right things, and I was able to watch him a couple times on this last road trip that I was calling, and the stuff is there, the velocity's there. I felt like the best changeup that he had was probably his best off-speed pitch that he could command. The curveball's been erratic. The slider is not something that he's landing. He's working behind an awful lot. Which again, he's never been a pinpoint control pitcher, but he's eating up those pitches real quick, and they're not going to overextend him yet. But I would really hope that next turn, I hope that he's not waiting for the calendar. And I know the way he works and the kind of guy he is, that he's putting in the work, but a lot of that just comes down to confidence. And I don't care what you do. if the results aren't there, it's a result-oriented sport. And we as athletes put a lot of pressure on ourselves, especially as a starter when you're only touching the ball once every 5 days. You know, if the results aren't there, then you're always going to be back in beta. You're back in the lab trying to figure it out. And I think that's all it's going to take, honestly, is one good outing. And I really hope it's the next term, because kind of like I mentioned, this is a homestand you got to take advantage of. And the teams that are coming in are playing well. But if the Giants are locked in with Webb, and they can get Snell going and Harrison, just kind of get him over the hump, and Hicks, I mean, there's potential there. Those aren't innings eaters except for Webb, but they're guys that can do some things that can kind of take the pressure off the offense if they can just start locking in and putting up zeros.
No doubt.
Javi, I want to ask you about Hicks and the transition he's made this year, because you were a career-long reliever, and I assume, back at Virginia in the minors, you probably did some starting, but this guy was a reliever for 6 years in the majors with the Cardinals, and he's trying to reinvent himself on the fly. How difficult is that? Can you put that into perspective, and what is a realistic innings cap for Jordan Hicks this year? Because he's basically thrown 65 or 70 most of the years that he's been in the majors. How many can the Giants realistically expect him to go out and throw as a starter this year?
Yeah, I think that's the question everyone's trying to answer. I think physically he looks strong. He looks healthy. But I think what's catching up to him in the bad innings, like he threw 3 unbelievable innings in Miami and then had trouble in the 4th and was able to get through the 5th. So he ate up 5. But I think it's just the fact that when he gets wild, it gets pretty wild, and it's coming in almost a little bit like a lot of non-competitive pitches at times when he's falling behind. Like he's trying to nibble back with a slider and a split finger to try to get back into the counts. And, I think that's where he's trying to figure himself out. What's the best way for me to get back into a count? I got 100 under the hood. Do I continue to attack fastballs? Do I try to nibble to get back into counts? And I think he's been searching for that. And when you talk about the innings limits, yeah, I'm not sure what that's really going to look like. I think the fact that they've given him this opportunity, he's definitely taken advantage of it. And I think he's prepared his body the best he can and mentally the best he can. He's there. He's where he needs to be. But that'll be a red flag at some point. And, I think when you talk about the innings that he has thrown, overall in his career, when you get to those numbers, I think that'll be a little bit of a flashpoint. You got to figure out what you got at those times. Now, do you bring in a 6th man and go with a 6-man rotation? What's that going to look like down the road with some of these bodies coming back? I think that is going to be the questions that they need to get answered. But right now, I think it's just trying to get him back into the strike zone and attacking the way he was, like set up that slider by just starting to locate that fastball a little bit better. I felt like he was pitching at his best when he's throwing about 80%, which 80% is about 95 to 100% for most guys. Like his 80% was 96 to 97, being able to move the ball around. And when he had to reach back and get those 99s, it's just getting a little erratic.
Where you at with Keaton Winn? Because I said, Javi, I'm like, at the end of the day, it's got to be about the numbers, right? And you can't be one of those guys that, how'd you do on the course today? Played well, except for the 3 triples I had. Well, they count too. you can't take those out. So it's like you can't say, well, he pitched really well, except for those 2 innings where he gave up like 3 runs an inning. Like, sorry, doesn't work. But I will say this about Keaton Winn. The last 3 starts, 17 innings, he gave up 1 3-run home run against the Padres. Other than that, it's 4 earned runs in 17 innings. So, and I know that counts, but he's a guy that, like, I like the way he's pitching and I like the way he's throwing, and I could see where he's going to get better and better, and he might be a guy that maybe we didn't even expect to be a big part of the rotation, that ultimately is a big part of the rotation. What do you think about him and how he's been throwing the ball?
Well, I tell you what, I love the way he's attacking, and the outing. I felt like he threw the ball well in Tampa. It didn't go well for him there. He lost 3-1. Again, that 1 bad inning, kind of what you're talking about. When you can't, it's a little bit of a slow burn in that inning, and you just can't quite get out of it. But in Miami, I thought he threw the ball extremely well and commanded both inside and outside, and he was able to continually land that split finger for the strike. But he's now, the last few outings, is able to get it
into the typical chase spot for that split finger where it starts knee high, the hitter commits, and it's out of the zone by the time he's swinging. He's starting to mix in that slider a little bit more. I hope he continues to do that. I feel like that's a nice pitch to kind of get hitters off because they know he's going to throw 50% sliders. Like all these hitters know everything you could do in every count. But when he can land that slider, it's a little bit of a game changer in a sense that it just puts in the back of their mind, like, wait a second, first at bat, he went slider in this spot. Maybe he goes with it again. And that's all you wanted, that little bit of doubt in a hitter's mind. And I tell you what, he's country strong, man. I was really impressed, not only watching him pitch, but actually just seeing the way he puts his work in. And he's wanted the ball. Even in Tampa, he had 80 pitches, I think, maybe 85. He wanted to go back out. Romel took the ball from him. Miami, he could have continued to go. Same thing. They took the ball from him. They're going to keep an eye on what's going on with Keith, especially after spring training. I want to make sure that he's built up because the depth, I think, is something that's, you always worry about that with any team in any sport. But with the Giants, with starters that aren't consistently going deep into ball games, you can't afford to overextend the guy and then possibly have something happen later on down the road. So, I like the way he's throwing the ball. I think he's taken he wants to make the decision hard on him, and I think he's doing a good job. And like you said, he does have to clean it up every once in a while, but that's everybody. Yeah.
And I should make a correction. It actually was a grand slam against the Padres, not a 3-run.
Well, I wasn't going to. I didn't want to
I wanted to make.
Let it slide.
Javi, I get enough wrong. Okay, if I have a chance to correct it, I want to make sure I do that. I do so. What about Harrison? Because he's the one guy I've been saying. Like, whenever he pitches, they're like, well, what's the key to the game? Like, keep the ball in the ballpark. He is a guy that, over the course of his short career, has a propensity to give up a lot of home runs per innings pitched. And, like, he's one of those guys you could look at and go, God, really good stuff. When it looks good, it looks so good. And then you look up at the end of the day, you're like, oh, damn, he's got an ERA of 5. And, again, you are what the numbers say you are. So where you at with him? Because he's so young, you can kind of see it. And I'm wondering if the home run's always going to be kind of part of what he's fighting because the way he pitches up in the zone, that's something he's going to have to deal with. Or can you live that way when you give up that many long balls?
I think a little bit of everything is going to be his issue. Like I would love for the location to get a little bit better for him.
Yeah.
Maybe work down in the zone a little bit better. But he does like to live high in the zone, and he's got carry. He's got carry through the top of the zone with that fastball. It's being able to what it looks like. It's which breaking ball is going to be there today. Sometimes it's a big loopy slider. Sometimes it's a tight biting slider. And I think that's what he's fighting right now. It's just which breaking ball can he rely on. And sometimes it's from batter to batter. He faced Corbin Carroll and threw some nasty sliders.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, this is awesome. And then the next batter is in there, and he's throwing one that rolls a little bit into the zone. So it's just consistency in the breaking stuff. Location, I would love to see get better. The fastball up is great, but if you live up there, it's kind of like you said, like you make that one mistake over the plate, these professional hitters, you don't get to the big leagues without being able to hit a fastball. I don't care how hard to throw it. And I think that's where he's just kind of working. I mean, he's a young buck, 22 years old. He's still trying to get it going, and I do like what I see out of him. And I think another guy that is, again, it's the results aren't, kind of like you said, the results aren't there consistently, but I think when they start realizing that they should pitching to contact, I guess, is a little too cliche, but execute your pitch and let them put it in play as opposed to trying to sniff out a punch out. They'll save you 15 pitches in an outing. And, I think that's what Kyle's kind of got going, is that when in doubt, he knows he's got the stuff to get a punch out, and then it eats up 7, 8, 9, 10 pitches just to get there.
Yeah.
Couple more for Giants broadcaster Javi Lopez here as we get you set for the Giants and the Mets 3-game series that begins tonight at Oracle Park. And Javi, yesterday you see the situation in the 9th inning where the foul ball that was not really a foul ball, and you see Bob Melvin get thrown out. You see Matt Williams get thrown out today in New York. Aaron Boone tossed. The Yankees manager leads Major League Baseball in ejections by a lot over the last few years. And I was saying to Tom earlier, feels like anytime Melvin's going to get tossed, there's a decent chance Matt Williams get tossed as well. He seems to run hot on the diamond, and if there's controversy, he wants a part in having his say. Who is someone you played with or coached with? If there was something going on between an umpire and a manager, or an umpire and a player who would find their way into the action?
Well, yeah, I mean, I've had a few of those, to be honest with you. I think a real good one that was, at least in my Boston days, was David Ortiz. He wasn't afraid to mouth off because as a DH, you're in the dugout, you're in the action. So for the pitchers, like, he has their backs, and for the hitters, of course, he had that too. But that's Matty. That's just Matt Williams being Matty. I mean, the guy's a former manager. He gets it. He knows what every game is precious. I know there's a lot of games to be played still, but every game is precious, especially when it's in your division. You have one less series against the guys, so you're trying to go out there and win them all. And same thing with Baumel. Like, he has reasons. He doesn't go get tossed just to get tossed.
Yeah,
there's a reason for it. But I love that Matty's got that, and I love that they have that relationship. For recent Giant years, it was when Boch is screaming, it was Dave Righetti who was chiming in over the top, and they wouldn't know who the hell's saying it because Bochy's head's so big. They just, you just see Bochy screaming, and you don't hear you just hear the people behind him. You can't pinpoint who it is. So, I mean, I think that's what it is. You want people that are in your foxhole that are going to have your back, and I think that's one of those guys. And I think that's the staff that they've built, and I think once they get this clicking, you're going to really see it running nice.
Okay, so Aaron Boone gets kicked out and didn't even say anything. And I said my favorite part was Hunter Rendelstead when he said, "I didn't say it." And he goes, "I don't care." Like, what does that even mean, I don't care? Like, the arrogance of some of the umpires just kills me. I don't care. You're out of here anyway. What was in your time playing, either it happened to you or maybe somebody else, what was the most undeserved ejection that you saw during your playing career, where someone didn't do anything or did something very light and got tossed for it?
It's happened a couple times with that same kind of dugout skit where people start chirping, the crowd starts chirping, and you just happen to be standing in that place. And I think it happened. It happened again. It was another one of those Boston deals, but I want to feel like Kevin Youkilis was sitting on the rail, sitting on the top step in Fenway, and the fans are chirping, and he's standing there, and the first base umpire, of all people, I mean, the dugout is right next to the first base umpire, hears somebody chirping in the background and looks at Uke and tosses him. And I'm like, that was our starting first baseman. I'm like, what is going on here? Sean Casey had an emergency strap on the gear, and it's go time for him. And I love me some the mayor, but Sean Casey was, this was towards the end of Sean Casey's career, and he's like, wait a second, what just happened? And got to get it going. But it's so many times the rabbit ears get going with these umpires, and that's a tough one. And even with Booney today, when he got tossed, he's pointing in the stands like he's like your school teacher just said you're gonna get detention, and he's like, it wasn't me. He's pointing in the stands, and it was too late. Detention was served.
And I know you got to run, Hobby, but that's my biggest problem with baseball umps, just the arrogance, and they don't want to listen, and they're going to, it's almost like the principle, like they know they have the power, and they're going to wield the power, and if you talk back to them, you're going to get ejected. I just wish they would, think of it as, hey, let's try to NBA officials try to do this, although most of them stink, but they try to at least, hey, we're all here. Let's try to make this a good product. It's not about us. It's about you. Let's try to make it a good product so the fans enjoy it. And I think baseball might be getting better, but there's still those old guys. It's like, nah, this is my show here. I'm the sheriff. I run the town. It's like, get out of here with that stuff.
It's the entertainment business, right? You got to be a little bit more entertaining than just tossing people for no reason.
Hey, Hobby, we always appreciate you joining us. It's always fun catching up with you. Hopefully we'll do it throughout the course of the season. We will talk to you soon, and thanks a lot, man. We appreciate it.
You got it, guys. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thanks, Javi.
All right, good stuff. Javi Lopez. Always fun catching up with him, and love the Bruce Bochy, Dave Righetti stuff, because I can guarantee that was happening down in the dugout. Boch was great cover for everyone in that Giants dugout. They wanted to mouth off. Exactly. Unfortunately, his voice is so distinct that you probably knew exactly when he was speaking. But
no doubt.
We'll talk more Giants this afternoon as we get you set for the Giants and the Mets this evening from Oracle Park. On the other side, the NBA playoffs have begun. Todd's been watching them this weekend. I caught a little bit of the Celtics Heat game this weekend, and so we'll discuss that on the other side. John Lynch had his press conference today ahead of the NFL draft later on this week. We got some good guests coming up, Todd Husak and Matt Mayoko later on as well. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes, Crowley and for Copes here on KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Bonjour.
Pacifica, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Pacifica's sports leader.
The KNBR Draft Show is happening this Thursday live at 5 o'clock as Greg Papa, John Lund, and Todd Husak react to the picks from Levi's Stadium. Go to KNBR.com and the KNBR app for more details.
back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Lillard got him. This is why he came to Milwaukee, for a chance in the postseason to have a deep run with this experienced team. Lillard. Oh, he's shooting again. Lillard. Yes! Lillard is going off. Lillard has put up 29 points in the first half. Off balance. He's got it! And the foul! Unstoppable!
Maybe not enough for a full NBA grab bag here, but now that we're back here on Tolbert and Coast, we can talk
NBA grab bag.
We could talk playoff basketball. I knew I could bait Tim there. I knew it. Damian Lillard goes for 35 in the first half for the Milwaukee Bucks in their playoff opener against the Indiana Pacers. Not a whole lot of close games this weekend, Tom, as you might expect in the first round, some separation between the 1 and the 8 seeds and the 2s and the 7s, but overall, I don't know. What in your mind was the most compelling storyline right now in the playoffs?
Well, I mean, we could backtrack to the games. The most compelling games are only 2 of them. Philly and New York was pretty compelling, and thank goodness Joel Embiid got up. It looked like when he went down in the first quarter, it was a pretty spectacular play for a big guy. He had the ball at the free throw line and kind of did almost like a post move where he's trying to do the pivot feet and go up and under, and he just from the free throw line underhand threw it off the glass, went up and got it and jammed it home, and then came down and jammed his knee, and I was like, oh no, we're missing enough star power, and the playoffs have just started. Just off the top of my head, Kawhi, Zion, Giannis out, and I thought, oh gosh, Embiid's not going to be out, is he? Because that just would make that series brutal. But he came back and he played well in the second half. But that was a good one. The Pelicans and the Thunder. That was a fun game. But I think the best storylines for me so far there's a couple of them. Is that the real Clipper team that we saw yesterday? Can James Harden, who is known, famous, if you will, for his playoff flameouts, can he do what he did yesterday consistently throughout the course of the playoffs? Is Dallas going to adjust? They did a little bit, but are they going to adjust to the physicality? Because they were way more physical than the Mavericks. They got into them. They made them feel them. Like they were on them defensively, and they got their doors blown off. Other than Kyrie and Luka they got off to a really slow start. They got no contributions, and they just took it to them. They just absolutely manhandled them. And it was funny because the 2 games that everyone was picking the road team, one was Dallas. And it's only a 1 game. It's a 1 game out of best of 7. So you need to get to 4. So it's not. Oh my gosh, we're down. You're down 1-0 and you lost on the road. So it's not the end of the world. But they really got to kind of meet that physicality. And when can Kawhi come back? Is Kawhi going to come back at some point? Those are the 2 big ones, because everyone was saying, and I didn't necessarily disagree with them, that if you were going to pick somebody out of the West that wasn't Denver, Dallas would have been the team to pick, because they've been playing really good defense. I want to say something like 18-2 over the last 20 or 16-2 over the last 18, something like that. They've been playing really good and top 10 defense, and they've kind of figured this thing out with Kawhi and Luka, and getting Gafford and Washington from I was going to say from Washington, but Gafford came from Washington. P.J. Washington came. He did not come from Washington. Came from Charlotte. But those were nice trades for them. So I would suspect that to be a different game. And then the other one, everyone picked the road team, was Phoenix. And they got their doors blown off. It didn't look like they were ready for the physicality either. Now, Booker didn't shoot the ball well. That's not going to happen again. Booker will come back with a much stronger effort. And they just didn't shoot the ball well. And they have to shoot the ball well, because they're not going to do much inside with Gobert and Towns out there. So, and Towns clearly isn't back to where he was before he got hurt. And if I was Phoenix, I would suggest getting getting Minnesota up and out of there before he gets back to that level, because they're a good team. Anthony Edwards was clearly the best player on the court. Loved it, talking trash to KD, going at him. I mean, just hitting threes, dunking. Like he was awesome. But I mean, they just smacked them around, and everyone thought, well, Phoenix beat them 3 in a row. Bad matchup for Minnesota. It looked like a real bad matchup, but it looked like a bad matchup for Phoenix. So that one, I think, but I still think that one's a long one. I think that one's going to be a long one as well. But here's that food for thought. If they don't win this game, if they don't win next game, and then let's say they go on to lose this series, how do people start looking at KD? Because KD didn't do much as far as playoff success. Made it to one finals when he was with OKC, and they lost to Miami that year. And that's when they were really young. And everybody looked at that OKC team and thought, oh, my gosh, they're going to be back many
They're going to dominate for the next 10 years.
Exactly. They'll be back many more times. Don't you worry about that. That's why it's always dangerous to do that. Oh, don't worry, I'll be back. I guarantee you, Dan Marino said the same thing. I'll be back. Are you kidding me?
KD, Russell Westbrook, James Harden, everyone thought that those three were just going to be harmonious. Yeah, that was going to work out very well for them.
Not quite. Not quite. So he gets to the finals there. And other than that, it was kind of like, certain whatever degree of playoff failures in OKC. Comes to the Bay, part of 2 championship teams, was a 2-time NBA Finals MVP. Then he goes to Brooklyn. That debacle was just that. And now he's in Phoenix. So I'm wondering how people are going to look at KD. Is KD like the alpha? Like he's an alpha in terms of a player. I still think he might be the most gifted offensive player we've ever seen in this game. Like he's incredible offensively. But you look at him, and there was an argument there for a couple of years. Who was the best player in the game, him or LeBron? And that's back when, he was part of the Warriors that was beating LeBron in the finals. And I thought, well, look at the team he has around him. Are you kidding me? I mean, if LeBron had that, he'd be winning too. Now, I'm not saying it was easy, and I'm not saying KD's not great, but that was a stacked deck is what they were playing with there. I mean, Cleveland had no chance to win those series. It wasn't going to happen. But to me, it was always kind of laughable to think that KD was better than LeBron. I would say better offensively, yeah, but not all around leadership, all those things that it takes to win. So I'm just curious how people, if KD goes on, let's say he doesn't win another championship, how people are ultimately going to look at him. But I still think this is a long, long ways away from over. Like those are to me, those are the 2 most intriguing series. Indiana, they got shelled. Damian Lillard was awesome. 35 points in the first half. Like it was like, no Giannis, no problem. And people kind of forgot. The Pacers were favored in that game. They ended up being 1.5-point favorites in that game. And that was the other one that everyone loved Indy. Everyone loved Phoenix. Everyone loved Dallas. And they all just got rolled. They weren't even close at halftime. I would expect Indiana will come back with a much stouter effort because they got bullied in the first half too. It didn't look like they were ready for playoff basketball. And playoff basketball is just more physical. It's harder to move. Guys know what you're going to do because they're scouting just you. They're not coming into town on a Thursday morning after playing in Chicago the night before and going, okay, let me look at the scouting report. Okay, we're good. Let's go out there and play. This is detailed preparation. They know what you're trying to run. They know what you're trying to do. They're going to restrict your movement, and it's not going to be easy, and you have to be ready for it. And I'm not sure Indiana was quite ready for it, where Milwaukee was not only ready for it, Milwaukee was doubly ready for it, knowing that they were without their star, that Giannis wasn't there. So they knew, if we don't pay attention to what we're doing out here and we're not on top of it, we get our ass kicked out here, because Indiana beat them 4-5 during the regular season. So they knew that. And Damian came out there and just lit it up in the first half. Middleton had a really good game. Portis had another really, really good game for them. So that one is going to be fun. Boston I can care less about. Boston I'm not going to watch. I won't watch that until it gets to Game 6, if it gets to a Game 6, which I have a hard time believing it's going to get to a Game 6. And then we'll watch the Lakers tonight. Lakers in Denver. You know what? We're gonna have to start talking about Jokic in terms of not is he the best center in the game, is he like a top 5 player in the game? Like when it's all said and done, people are gonna look at him and go, really, top 5? And I don't really do that, but just kind of to put him in that context, like because I know when I think top 5, I think Jordan, I think LeBron, I think Kareem. I think, I mean, it could be Magic, could be Bird, could be Robertson, could be Russell, could be Wilt, could be Shaq, could be Kobe. I mean, there's a whole bunch of people that I could kind of throw. Like when I think greatest of all time, those are usually the 3 that pop into my head immediately. Michael, LeBron, and Kareem. Those are like the 3 that I think. But this guy, he is so good. And it's really hard to compare like him, let's say him and Kareem. They're just different, and the eras are so different. It's like I hated the discussion when people were like, well, who would win? 94 Bulls or the 215 Warriors? I'm like, what are we talking? What rules are we playing? The rules are completely different. It's a different sport almost. Well, Michael didn't shoot the 3. Michael really couldn't shoot the 3. Michael could have shot the 3. He doesn't need to shoot the 3. That wasn't the way the game was played back then. I hate when people say that. Yeah, but Michael's perimeter game was blah, blah, blah. No. If Michael played today, Michael would have been a more than competent 3-point shooter, and Michael would have averaged 40 points a game because you couldn't have touched him. He would have dominated today. Yeah, but you can't hand check today the way he used to hand check and move guys around. Like, he didn't need to. But you could do it, so that's why he did it. Like I love when people think superstars from other eras can adjust to the way the game's played. But it was a different game. So back to the Jokic-Kareem thing, it's just a different game. I mean, Kareem did get his ass kicked back then because it was so physical. And centers used to light you up going to the lane. You can't play that way anymore. And Jokic obviously takes advantage of that. He could play if it's physical. He's big enough. But you watch his skill set, his passing, his touch. I always say when he shoots it, it looks like the rim is made of pillows. The ball just hits and goes, whoosh, and just like falls in the bucket. It's like, God, he's got the softest touch, softest hand. He must use Palmolive. I don't know, but he's like really, really soft, no calluses. He's so good, though. And the Lakers do this against Denver all the time. Play really well, push him. It's like, oh, Lakers are up 10. Oh, Lakers are up 12. 8-0 run, boom, we're by them, and then they take the lead, and then they go up 12 themselves in the fourth quarter. So I'm not sure if Denver or if Lake. I thought the Lakers might have a chance. We'll see. Tonight will be the telltale if they have a chance at all. But no, I mean, I'm just hoping, and I don't want to talk about the Cavaliers. I mean, the Cavaliers are Orlando. That's another one I could take. Dude, that was like...
It's for NBA TV. I don't think that's for KNBR.
It is NBA TV. I don't know if you saw that, man. They should have wore helmets during that game. I mean, it was like a stone.
I didn't make the magic 9:30 tip on Saturday
it was bad.
morning.
It was rough watch.
Yeah.
It was just like clank, clank, clank. Like there were 2 shots in a row. 2 shots, one by each team, that were shot straight on. They didn't even hit the rim, hit the side of the backboard. It's like, well, come on, at least shoot it straight. I know you could be long or short, but at least hit rim. And they just missed the rim. So no, the one game I'm looking forward to tonight is I mean, if Embiid plays, Philly, New York will be a good one. Brunson's just such a badass. I love watching him play. McBride was incredible. This dude, I think he played like 20 minutes, like a plus 37 or something like that. But if Embiid plays, I expect that to be a really competitive series. So there are some series that are fun, but there's like 2 or 3. It's like, yeah, just wake me up. Just wake me up when they're over.
Exactly. That's what we will do. And on the other side, speaking of helmets, let's talk a little football. Let's talk 49ers draft.
Right.
John Lynch holds his pre-draft press conference today, talks about Brandon Ayuk. We got Todd Husak joining us at 3:50 today. So Tolbert and Copes rolls on. Crowley in for Copes. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
arch his back and then look back at me mean, like a dragon.
It says to arch your back and look back at him mean like a dragon.
But keep it mean. You are a very convincing dragon.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Back here on Tolbert and Copes, Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland here on Monday afternoon. 3 days away from the start of the NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers hold a first-round pick this year, slated to pick at number 31 on Thursday evening. And I'm of the belief that they could trade up. I don't think that they'll be trading down. John Lynch said earlier today that they've got 22 first-round grades in this class. And before we break that down, today he was also asked about Brandon Ayuk for the first time in several weeks. Of course, Brandon Ayuk trade rumors have been circulating. There's the possibility that the 49ers could move the wide receiver on Thursday evening. Here's what John Lynch had to say when asked about that possibility earlier today.
Before, questions, I know a couple years ago there was a lot of talk about another receiver, Debo, and I said the same thing. But with BA, I've communicated on a couple occasions, on many occasions, our wish. And our wish is that he's here and a part of the Niners for the rest of his career. We're working through that. And, as such, I was a player once, and I never liked my business being out in the public, and so I'm going to respect that. I'm not going to speak for their side. I can say we're having good talks, and I'm just going to leave it at that, and we'll focus on the draft here today. But that's just want to understand you guys have a job to do and respect that, but that's kind of the tone I'm going to take there.
Yeah, so clearly didn't want to say
kind of
too much
tone
there.
I'm going to take there. Oh, man, that is good stuff. Before we continue on this, can I point something out just real quick in my center talk? Because clearly I don't know what I'm talking about. But there is somebody on the I'm guessing this isn't this person's real name, Alexa Siri. I'm guessing that's not their real name on the YouTube chat. And clearly they know more about basketball than I do. But let me point out just one thing. Just one thing. Since, I don't know, he, she, they, there, I don't know. Said
Good work here.
Akeem Robinson, Duncan, Yao, Mourning, Ewing would all school Jokic.
Yao for sure.
Yeah. Now, look, I wouldn't know what I was talking about, obviously, because I'm sure Alexis Siri played against Akeem like I did, played against Robinson like I did, played against Mourning like I did, played against Ewing like I did. So clearly you would have a better understanding of the center position and who would school who. I look, I'm just going to defer to you and your great center knowledge, and I'm just going to sit back and listen, because clearly someone who played against half the players you just listed and did get schooled against most of those players that you just listed would have no idea what in the world they were talking about. So I just wanted to shut myself up. I'm going to leave that one alone because I'm talking out of my ass right now, obviously, and I'm going to leave it to the professionals to talk about such things. So clearly, let's get back to the draft.
I was going to say, now we could go through my top 5 centers of all time, Tom. If we're asking for people who don't have qualified opinions on this subject, I'd be happy to share what it was like playing center in second grade, in the YMCA league. But yeah, let's move on to Brandon Ayuk.
I'm going to take there.
As John Lynch said, that's the tone you're going to take there.
Oh, Shaq. Played with him. I don't know what I'm talking about there either.
You were, I guess, you were a little closer to Shaq than I was.
I was definitely in the center era. I got my ass kicked to be against a bunch of those guys. Kicked my ass. Trust me. Half the guys he mentioned kicked my ass. You do have. I'm sure we do have audio of me getting my ass kicked by one of those centers. Go ahead. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely. Repeatedly. Oh, God. Look, I've been saying this and I thought about this today. I don't know why, but I did. And I was thinking, okay, I'd like to keep Ayuk. I don't think you draft develop as well as they've done and let a guy go. They've done it, and that's why I think they'll continue to do it. They drafted, developed Debo. They drafted and developed Bosa. And I'm not going to say they completely developed them. I mean, these guys, I'm just saying this kind of in a grander scheme because I give these guys credit for making themselves better players. Warner drafted and developed him. Drafted and developed Ayuk. Well, the other guys, they've signed. And they're not the type of team, I don't think, to draft, develop, get them to where they want to get to. It's probably not easy being a wide receiver in Shanahan's system and let the guy go. So I started thinking, okay, yeah, but, I mean, everyone's available at some point. Like, if you were to say, we'll give you Jamar Chase in a first rounder, you'd be like, okay, yeah, cool, that's good. We don't want to get rid of him, but that's a pretty good deal. Okay, well, they're not going to give you Jamar Chase in a first rounder, so that's the extreme. If somebody said, we'll give you a 7th rounder, you'd be like, get lost. You know, what are you talking about? So is there something in the middle where you say, don't want to, but it'd be irresponsible to do so? Like, it would be better if we did. If somebody were to give you a first that was better than the 25th pick where you drafted him, like, you got you got good years, or do you think he's worth more than that right now? I don't know. Like, I just don't want to see him go anywhere. I think he's one of the best wide receivers in the game. He's clearly not Jefferson. He's not Chase. He's maybe not a top 5 guy, but he's at that next level. And I think with Debo, I think it's it fits. Like, it's a perfect complement to what they do. Clearly, him and Purdy have a good connection as well. I don't know. Like, at some point, it gets too expensive, I guess. But they do have a template for it now that Smith signed in Philly I think it was like 3 years, 75, 50 cents.
That's
guaranteed.
exactly what it was. Yep.
So yeah, that's kind of a template, and I think they're pretty similar. I think I could probably make the case I'd rather have Ayuk more than Smith, but yeah, it's like flip a coin. Either or would be totally cool. I'd be like, okay, I'm good with either one of them. So that's probably what you're looking at, somewhere around there. So we'll see when it gets done. I just know they're better with him. They're trying to win a Super Bowl. They're not gonna be closer to a Super Bowl by letting Brandon Ayuk go or not having Brandon Ayuk on this team, because whoever fills in for Brandon Ayuk isn't going to be as good as Brandon Ayuk has been. If they are, it'll take them a year or so to get to that point. So being that you're trying to win a Super Bowl and you want to be as stacked as possible, to me, this, I don't want to say no-brainer, but it feels like this is something that needs to get done. And I just feel like based on the way they've handled things in the past, that it will get done. How do you see it?
I have long-term skepticism that the 49ers will be really, really good beyond the 2024 season. I think they can be a division winner. I think that they can compete to get in the conference championship. I think that they can be a top 4 or 5 team in the NFC. But 2024, to me, is the last true year where we know that this team, with this core, can be a Super Bowl contender, because you're going to have Fred Warner, George Kittle, Nick Bosa. Everyone's just going to get a year older. And then you're going to have to pay Brock Purdy, and you're going to have less room to spread that money around to the rest of the team, Tom. So the way I see it is, if you traded Ayuk and you went and grabbed a wide receiver in the first round, you'd be starting a new relationship at the quarterback wide receiver spot for Brock Purdy to develop, and you'd be doing it in a year where you clearly have a path to winning a Super Bowl. It doesn't make sense this year. If you wanted to sign Ayuk and then move off from him next year because you've got to shed salary and you've got to find someone to offload, then maybe that makes sense. But right now, with where the 49ers are currently positioned, I don't think you can take away Brock Purdy's most consistent weapon on the outside and then say, we're going to be just as good, if not better, this year.
Yeah. And I've said it. I said it. We talked about it probably last off season. So it was a while ago. Like, who would you rather have, Ayuk or Debo? And I said I'd rather have Ayuk just because I'm not sure Debo can stay healthy with the way he plays. I mean, he's so physical. And, I love the way he plays. I've said it multiple times. Him and Kittle are kind of like the heartbeat of the team. The way they play, the way they fight for the extra yards, the way they both block. They're just physical players. And I think there's more, they bring more to the team than the back of their football card suggests they bring. But Ayuk is just a guy who's still on the rise. Yep. He's been healthy, and I just think they're better with him. But you're right. At some point, you have to make decisions, and I'm not sure what Purdy is going to get. I would imagine it's going to be, you got to be looking at 40 something, because I think the top quarterbacks are making 50, and I don't think he's getting that. How much?
Yeah, but he's getting Daniel Jones money.
How much corn do you need? Jeez. What did Daniel Jones get? I forgot.
I think Daniel Jones got 40.
Yeah,
you're not going to give him less than than Daniel Jones.
So, and maybe even a little bit more, because you're maybe between 40 and 45, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But that sounds about right. So you're going to have to make. Although who knows? Salary cap went up pretty significantly this year, and if it keeps going up, then maybe you will have money for everybody. But it kind of starts coming down to that point where when you got to pay the quarterback, and that's one of the reasons that they drafted Trey Lance in the first place, was they wanted to have a rookie salary quarterback, where you're rookie scale and you can go and just flood the roster with talent and then hopefully hit on the quarterback. And then after that, after the 4 or 5 years is up, well, then, you got to reassess, like Kansas City did. Yep. Kansas City did, and they were able to win because they have Mahomes. Seattle did, and Seattle wasn't able to win because they didn't have Mahomes. It's harder to do when the quarterback is soaking up all the money. It just makes all the draft picks even more critical. You can't miss on too many free agents. You're just not going to have as much money to spend. And you look at what the Niners were able to do with a quarterback on a rookie scale. And Jimmy was in there a little bit, but he was kind of mid-pack. But you had Debo, one of the higher paid wide receivers. Trent Williams, highest paid left tackle. Nick Bosa, highest paid end. Warner, I think at the time he signed, was the highest paid cornerback. They went out and signed Ward, who was significantly paid to play corner. Then you had Armstead, who was one of the higher paid interior linemen. Hargrave, one of the higher paid interior. So they were able to acquire all this talent because you weren't paying the quarterback. Well, now you got to start making choices, and that's one of the choices they made already was letting Armstead go. And part of that was salary. Part of it was he wasn't available as much as he used to be. But you got to start making some decisions now. Like, okay, what do we have to have? Oh, I forgot to mention, by the way, they didn't draft him, but the highest paid running back is on their team as well. So, I mean, they, and I get it. You're like, hey, let's do it now while we can, because we're not going to be able to do this forever. So they are going to have to start making some decisions like, okay, who do we want? Do we want Ayuk or do we want Debo? Or how long can we keep Kittle? I forgot to mention him. One of the highest, I think the highest paid tight end at the time. He's been surpassed, I think, by Hutchinson and Kelsey, but still one of the higher paid tight ends. So, it's like, oh, well, we can't afford everything. So what do we got to do?
Well,
I don't know what they're going to do.
They'll have to make decisions starting Thursday night, and so we'll ask Todd Husak about that on the other side. He'll be doing KNBR's draft show on Thursday evening, Papa and Lund. So we'll get to Todd coming up here shortly. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Number one corn seed on the market.
The KNBR Draft Show is happening this Thursday live at 5 as Adam Copeland, Marcus Boucher, and John Dickinson will have live look-ins from 21st Amendment Brewery. Check out more details at the event page on KNBR.com.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we are back here on Tolbert and Copes. Kerry Crowley filling in for Adam Copeland here on Monday afternoon. And you just heard the promo. Todd Husak will be joining Papa and Lund down at Levi's Stadium on Thursday evening for the first round of the NFL Draft. He's kind enough to join us right now. Todd, how you doing this afternoon?
I have no complaints. Out at a golf course in Palo Alto, playing Palo Alto Hills at a fundraiser for my kids' school. So it's all for the kids, Tom. You know that.
Yeah, all for the kids. Because you're never at a golf course just leisurely playing around a golf. Never do that.
No, but enjoying a round of golf in between all of my study. Got to study up for Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, we're looking forward to listen to you Thursday and Friday. Lot of quarterbacks expected to go in the first couple days, and you've seen most, if not all of them. But I know one you're familiar with, Caleb Williams. What are your thoughts on him? Because real quick, I'll give you. Everybody kept saying, like, I forgot who said this is the most talented guy coming out since Andrew Luck, and it was interesting because him and Andrew Luck are nothing alike the way they play football. But you can see the ability with Caleb Williams, but he does like to do the hero play too, where he holds onto the ball, runs around, doesn't drop his back foot, and throw the ball. I'm assuming a lot of that was college. He could get away with it, and the offensive line wasn't great, but I'm sure you see things that we don't see with him. Like, what is it about Caleb Williams that has people saying this guy is, if not can't miss, pretty damn close?
It's a great question. Hey, listening to another radio show this morning, they were talking about, they had the Draft Insider who's talking about this guy has been groomed to be the number one pick in the draft, and all of his college decisions and the transfers, and obviously had a ton of success under Lincoln Riley at both Oklahoma and USC. He's incredibly talented. You see him make throws that nobody else can make. I mean, yeah. Mahomes, obviously, but arm angles and the arm talent, arm strength, his footwork, his escapability, all those things are good. I'm with you, Tom. He does a little bit too much improvising, and that doesn't play as well at the next level. Those guys off the edge aren't running 4.7s; they're running 4.4s.
Yep.
And he's got to do a better job staying in the pocket, throwing on time, things that he didn't do a ton of at USC. Now, his highlight reel is obviously spectacular, but as you watch the games, he doesn't hit his back foot and throw it very often. He's in the shotgun every play. He hops around. He doesn't go through the 1, 2, 3 progression like a lot of what's going to be asked of him at the next level. It's so much timing because guys don't stay open for long. That window was bigger in college. It shrinks, and those DBs are much faster. So I don't think he's going to be able to do the same things he did in college. And so how quickly can he adapt the Bears offense? And you look at the history of the Bears quarterbacks, it's pretty bleak. I mean, the number one passer in the history of the program, Jay Cutler. Number two, Sid Luckman. Guys that played 70, 80 years ago. So Chicago's not an easy place to play quarterback. And, he fumbles a lot. He does a lot of the things that not quite Michael Vick, because Michael Vick was incredibly talented and fast and all those things. But he makes a ton of great plays, but he'll hurt you too. So the quicker he can eliminate those plays and learn to throw from the pocket and timing routes, the better he'll be in the pros sooner.
No doubt.
There is no debate right now that Caleb Williams is going number one. But after that, Todd, there's a bunch of different quarterbacks who could follow. There's Drake May out of North Carolina. You've got Jaden Daniels, formerly Arizona State, then LSU. I want to ask you about two guys who you're probably familiar with, and Bo Nix up at Oregon, and then Michael Penix Jr. at Washington. You would have been more familiar with them if they'd started their careers at those schools, but two very different players. Penix, the left-hander who can heave the ball down the field, big playability, and Nix, who upped his completion percentage to historic levels up at Oregon. Which of those guys would you rather have if you were building around an NFL quarterback and maybe not taking one at the top of the first round?
I'd take Penix. I think both are talented. Bo Nix, I think 78 completion percentage in his college career. This season at Oregon, so many of those throws are short, behind the line of scrimmage. They didn't ask him to do a ton in that offense. Now, he was obviously very successful in running that offense, but his mechanics, I think, need a lot of work. Now, can he get there? I think he can. He's obviously produced at a super high level at Oregon. But Penix, that guy throws the most catchable ball I think I've ever seen. How many games did you watch at Washington where the ball is just perfectly laid out?
Yeah.
It throws between the hashes very well. Now the hashes are smaller in the NFL, but he sees the field. He's an incredible leader. You listen to his teammates talk about him. Not that Bo Nix is not. Very mature kid. I believe he's married. So he's got some upside, but I think Penix is a little more ready for the NFL from an ability standpoint, running an offense. They asked him to do a lot at Washington, and he pushed the ball down the field at an incredible percentage. I know he had some great tools to work with at UW, but if he can stay healthy, I think he has a chance to be special. I mean, what he showed in college, people aren't talking about necessarily his arm talent, but the arm strength and the ability to make the throws and the way his teams, both at Indiana, not an easy place to play quarterback, and at UW, I think we're pretty special what he was able to accomplish in college.
How difficult? I mean, I'm the worst when it comes to predicting quarterbacks. I just am.
By the way, so are some GMs.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really good point. I just know that if 5 of them are drafted in the first round, maybe 2 will hit. Maybe. You just got to figure out the 3 that aren't going to hit, which is the tough part. But how tough is it now to try and take what a guy like Bo Nix? They're not running that offense in the NFL, although they are running more elements of what they're doing in college now, because I think they realize, hey, we got these quarterbacks that are playing different systems. We got to be more adaptable here than just running our pro system at the NFL level. But it just seems so hard because you rarely hear pro-style offense in college anymore. USC used to run it. Georgia used to run it. But nowadays it's just spread it out and go. I'm wondering how tough it is for even you to look at these guys and try to imagine what they do in college and how it translates to the NFL.
Well, you look at the 2021 draft class, only one of those guys is still with the team that drafted him. That wasn't that long ago, and I think that's the NFL now. You take a shot at a guy, and I think there's pressure from a GM, there's pressure from an owner, we need to get our franchise quarterback. And here we're sitting on draft day, probably half of the teams in the NFL are looking to take one. And even if you're not, I think you should take one later in the rounds, because you might get a guy like Brock Purdy who can come in and play and produce, or at the very least develop, and then have some trade value. So I think there's a much shorter leash. These guys are getting 2 years, and if they don't look like the guy, teams are going to try again. And I think the NFL has changed in that perspective, because if you're paying a quarterback whatever Brock's making, $900,000, you can put the pieces around him. But once you have to pony up and pay 40, 50, 60 million, it changes the whole dynamic of the team. So I think the short leash, but it is hard to predict. And so much of it is coaching and the team they build around him, how much time he has to develop. Jordan Love, I didn't see Jordan Love coming on and being the player he was this year, but he had that time to learn and get better and learn the system. All of a sudden he's a Pro Bowler. So I think there's so many things that go into being productive or successful in the NFL that they really made it difficult, because if you're a top 10 pick, you got to come in and play. Or if you're not good enough, they'll ship you out and try again.
Well, it's so funny because, ultimately the quarterback position comes down to a bunch of things, but at the core of it, for me, is you better be able to deliver the ball accurate from the pocket. That better be the baseline, and then you move and go from there. Okay, does he – when I look at a guy like Jaden Daniels, I don't know how accurate – he's accurate in college. Guys are open in college. Look at the receivers he had, Neighbors and Thomas. Those two guys are going to go – one's going to go probably –
They're always open.
5 or 6. Yeah, Thomas is going to go in the top 20. He had incredible receivers there, but his legs – were such a big part of the picture. I almost take that out of the equation, when it comes to the NFL, because other than Lamar Jackson, quarterbacks just don't run like that. Even Michael Vick threw a lot from the pocket, and he could throw it. He could run if he had to, but Lamar Jackson's the only guy in NFL that I can remember where he was actually part of the run plan. Like you were going to have plays called for you. We're going to run play. You're going to actually run the ball. So I take the legs out and I ask myself, okay, does he have it from the pocket? I don't know that, but doesn't it still come down to that basic like core as a quarterback? The game's changed. The way we ask you to do it may change a little bit, but if you can't consistently deliver the ball accurately from the pocket, then you have no chance.
Well, and it's not just completing it. It's, are you putting it on his right shoulder or left shoulder to get yards after the catch?
Exactly.
And it's that minute, and the great ones can do it. I mean, Tom Brady and Brock Purdy's a much better athlete than Tom Brady, but those guys consistently pre-snap reads. They know where they're going with the ball. They put it where it has to be. Brock Purdy can obviously get outside the pocket a little bit more, but you can have a very successful offense with a guy who can read the defense, understand the game plan, but that accuracy, I think, is because yards after the catch. How many times have we talked about it with the Niners over the last few years? That's one of the staples of their consistent, high productive offense, and they need a quarterback who can do that. I totally agree with you. I think that is a key if you're evaluating, especially guys later in the draft who aren't going to, at the combine run the 4.6s, because really quarterbacks don't run. I mean, I think you're absolutely right, especially a guy like Jaden Daniels, who's not very big. Are you going to have him run the ball 10 times a game? You probably shouldn't. So how can you build an offense where he can be safe, throw from the pocket, throw accurately, and build around that? I think that you're exactly right, Tom. That has to be, I think, a core component of anybody you're going to draft if you want to be. Now, you can teach that. You can coach that up. But somebody who can come in and do it earlier is going to be way more successful earlier in their career.
Yeah.
Todd Husak joining us here on Tolbert and Copes. You'll hear him Thursday evening during the first round of the NFL Draft alongside Pop and Lund from Levi's Stadium. Todd, there's an interesting dilemma a lot of college players are facing right now, and that's, do you leave school early and potentially be a 4th, 5th, 6th round draft pick, or do you keep your NIL money and do you stay in school for a 4th or a 5th year? Do you transfer and go get better NIL money at a top program? How do you think that this is influencing the NFL draft right now and maybe the talent pool that's entering the league?
Well, it'll be interesting because I tell you what, Caleb Williams lived a pretty good life at USC.
Yeah.
The condo in downtown and making millions and millions of dollars. I think that'll be one of the more interesting components of how quickly NFL is a different league. Like, you're coming in from college where you're the man. You can do a lot of things that you want to do. All of a sudden you come in, you're not the man. You're a man, but you're not the guy that you were in college. So how do his teammates accept him? How does he come in and work? I think there are some more questions about Caleb Williams and how he's going to adapt to the NFL lifestyle than people are maybe questioning. Is some of the stuff he pulled at SC, like not talking to reporters after the last game, and some of the things he did, that doesn't fly. And so he needs to come in with the right attitude. And you look at a guy, you mentioned Andrew Luck earlier. I still remember Reggie Wayne saying, listen, I went from one Hall of Famer to another. And that was like 2 weeks into his NFL career. Those guys recognized that he was going to come in and work and be the best and have the right attitude. Caleb Williams needs to learn from that and come in. If he does that and works hard and shows that he's not afraid to get dirty and be the guy that everybody expects him to be, it'll be easier. But it's not easy coming in. NIL has changed things for sure. So how quickly can he adapt to being not the low man on the totem pole, but one of the guys responsible for their success and not the guy?
Yeah, Devontae Adams said that too. One Hall of Famer to another. Didn't quite work out that way, but I still remember that. He's like, well, that's not exactly what I'm... Okay, moving on. We know that's not what you meant.
Fresno State Hall thing.
Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea what
there it is.
Okay, I won't throw you out there and let you do this by yourself. So I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna see what you say. This is my bust. I'm gonna go my QB bust factor here and see how close I can get. This will be from the quarterbacks I think have the biggest chance to bust out, as far as busting out of the league, to pretty much sure bet. I think the biggest the quarterback I think that has a chance to be a bust, the top one is Nix. I think Nix has the biggest chance to be a bust. I think number 2, I think Jaden Daniels is second in the bustometer. After that, I'm going to go Drake May. I think has a chance to be a bust. North Carolina quarterbacks. After that, I'll go J.J. McCarthy. I think he's going to be pretty good. Then I'm actually going to go Michael Penix. I think he's going to be really good. I like him a lot. And then Caleb Williams got to be the safest bet, obviously, the number one pick. But even though Penix may not go above a lot of those guys, I still think he's a safer pick than a lot of those guys. So as far as guys that I think aren't going to have good careers, I think Bo Nix has the best chance, then Daniels, then May, then McCarthy, then Penix, then Caleb Williams. How would you rank it if you were to go from the biggest chance to bust out of the league to the safest pick?
I think the Knicks pick is good. I think, again, you watch him mechanically, he throws off his back foot a lot, like doesn't plant. And that leads to erratic throws. You can't do that. I don't see the McCarthy love. That has taken me by surprise. Now, Harbaugh is his number one cheerleader. I think that's one of the big reasons why. You watch tape on him. Now, he's athletic, and he does some of the things that you want to see. You talk about Penix throwing the ultimate catchable ball. McCarthy throws a very tough ball to catch. The nose is down.
Okay.
He's not real accurate. Quarterbacks need to mix up the pace on their throws, like underneath, not float it in there, but, put it where you can catch it and run with it.
Yep.
McCarthy doesn't seem to have that ability. Everything is a dart, and that doesn't translate well. So I'm not a huge fan of his.
Okay.
He would be 2.
Okay.
Jaden Daniels reminds me a little bit of RG3. Same kind of athleticism. He's not a great athlete, but he's good, super productive in college. If he can get in the right system, I think he can be productive. But I could see him playing. And same with Drake May. All these guys, there's things you really like about them, and then there's things that you could see taking them down in their careers pretty early. Like Drake May hasn't played a lot. He's young. That little, maybe a Mitch Trubisky comparison, a good athlete, but not great.
Yep.
Not super accurate. And so, again, so much of it is where do they land?
Yeah.
Is the team around them good? But I think those 4, I could see them not panning out.
Yep.
I agree with you. I like Penix a lot. I think you talk about accuracy and the way he runs that offense. I could see him coming in and doing really well early in his career. And then Caleb Williams, they put so much into him being successful. They're going to give him a lot of leash. But I could see him rubbing people the wrong way in that locker room and in that town. And if that happens in Chicago, they're up there with Philly and maybe Buffalo, places that don't stand for that stuff. So he needs to be a little come in, and even if he's not super productive early, I think if he shows the right things, they'll give him some time. But that whole team, that whole franchise has invested so much into him being successful. They're going to do everything they can to make it work.
Yeah. All right, before we let you go, we always appreciate you joining us, and Todd will be with the guys Thursday and Friday for the draft. You mentioned Harbaugh, and you were there at Stanford calling the games when Harbaugh was the head coach there. What was the first time you realized this guy is different? And not even different at it, and he's a really good coach. This guy's kind of a weirdo a little bit. Like he's a little bit odd. I always said he was like the biggest 9-year-old I'd ever seen. Like he loves certain things. I remember seeing it Kemper. No, it wasn't Kemper. It was Fog Allen. Where he got to shoot a half-court shot, and he was like so pumped. I was like, dude, he's like a 12-year-old. He's so excited. He wears his mitt at the ball games. He's like, here's your NFL coach wearing a mitt at the ball games. I love the fact he thinks he's James Rockford, living in the motorhome, that's pretty cool. I got to give him credit for that. But he's just a different guy. What was the first time you realized that this guy's a little odd?
Well, I will say all those things you mentioned, it's genuine, right? If it wasn't genuine, I think they'd sniff like he really is excited about doing all those things.
Yes.
It's when he took over Stanford, who was arguably the worst team in the country coming off the Walt Harris years. They were ranked lower than 100 in offense and defense. So just awful. Not a lot of talent. In his first press conference, he talked about winning a national championship. And I loved it. I'm like, absolutely, right? Like, if you don't talk about it, you're not going to do it. And then he goes, it was Pac-12 day, and he's talking about beating SC, and that's our goal, and we got to beat SC, and he's already ruffling feathers. I think his first press conference talking about winning a national championship with the worst team in the country. But it took that type of attitude to turn things around. By the way, 4 years later, they were top 5 in the country. So,
yes, they were.
But in order to do it, you got to talk about it. The other good story, this is one of the first away games we played on. And I'm getting on the plane. The announcers, me and Dave Fleming, we're sitting in the way back. And Harbaugh grabs me. He's like, sit with me. Let's watch some tape of these high school quarterbacks. Let's go. It's like a 4-hour flight, and we broke down high school quarterbacks. He just loves football. And I'm like, you want my opinion? All right, let's sit down and break it down. But I'm like, Jim, I'm like seat 37B. Like, I'm in the middle. He's dragging me up into first class. So, but it is genuine, and he loves football, and it's contagious until it's not. But I think that's the reason he's had so much success. He loves it. He doesn't get enough credit for being a really smart coach, hiring the right people around him. Obviously, he recruited well in college, but I think he understands people and things. And, he did the thing with San Diego where he put, what recruit number they were, they were in high school. And people were like, that is so stupid. I'm like, I don't know. I kind of like it. Break it down, come in and show these guys what you're about. And he loves and getting the best out of guys, and he did it with the Niners. He did it at Stanford. Certainly did it at Michigan. I think it'll be fascinating to see how he does in San Diego.
Can't believe he just
L.A.
Can't believe he just bailed on Fleming like that. He just said, see ya.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go
hey, Dave, keep my seat warm, buddy.
Keep my seat warm. No, you're right about one thing, though. It's all genuine. That's why it plays, because this guy, this is who he is. This is what he does, and it's just wild that it works. The whole who's got it better than us nonsense. That's ridiculous to say that in an NFL locker room, but guys buy it. Most of them probably. Some are probably like, is this guy kidding me with this crap? Who's got better than us? Take that hokey college crap out of here. But some guys buy it just because he is absolutely 100% genuine, and I love it. I think he's great for college, but he's going to be great for the NFL as well. Todd, we always appreciate the time. Enjoy Thursday and Friday. We'll be listening. Draft coverage, I believe, starts at 5 on Thursday. I know we're having a draft party.
Correct.
Then at 21st Amendment, Copes and I will be down there from 2 to 5 at 21st Amendment, and then you and John and Papo take over from draft headquarters, and then Friday you guys will have it as well. So I know you'll do a great job. It'll be a lot of fun listening to you, and I can't wait to hear all your thoughts on the players and the quarterbacks and stuff like that. So enjoy and get back to your quote-unquote charity round of golf.
Yeah, well, it's a 4-man scramble, and I just took a hole off and they birdied it. So maybe I'll call some other people. They seem to be doing better without me.
Todd, have a good time Thursday, man. Appreciate it.
Todd.
All right, man. Take care.
Thanks, Todd. Appreciate it. Good dude. Really good dude. Except for when he bailed on Fleming. Unbelievable.
Hey, to go watch tape of Andrew Luck probably up there. So
yeah,
probably all worked out for Todd and Jim Harbaugh.
What do you think of this guy? I don't like him. I don't like the neck beard. It's a little too much for me. Yeah.
He looks a little old for his class.
Yeah.
Don't you want some young guys with upside?
Yeah, looks a little stiff.
Exactly. Good stuff from Todd Husak, and you can hear him Thursday and Friday evening here on KNBR with our draft coverage. Coming up next, we've got our Sound Soiree. Matt Mayoko at 4:50 talking Niners. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Fairfax, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfax's sports leader.
49ers general manager John Lynch spoke to reporters today and reiterated the 49ers intend to keep wide receiver Brandon Ayuk. Do you think Ayuk remains with the 49ers past draft day? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
is Tolbert & Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Back here on Tolbert & Cope's, Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland here on Monday afternoon, kicking off our Sound Soiree with a trip out to the Bronx. Yankee Stadium, John Sterling retirement press conference on Saturday. Here it is, folks.
How do you want to be remembered? Oh, God. The best was Bob Uecker. You know, they asked him one of those frim questions. And the question to Uecker was, who's a lot older than I am, by the way. Question to Uecker was, what would you like people to say about you in 100 years? And Uecker said that he's still working. So I forgot the question, but How do you want to be remembered? Randy, how do you want to be remembered? No, I don't know. All about all this never missing a game and making all the games. My family is all here. They had to be supported. Someone had to send them to college. And so I was working, and I would do the next game and do the next game. Luckily, I had good health and good stamina. So they can remember me any way they want. I hope the people who like it will remember that they like it.
The frim questions. Oh, Sterling. Someone had to send to college.
I was at the retirement press conference on Saturday. I was out there.
Really?
I was at Yankee Stadium on Saturday. Yeah, I was. I did not ask the frim question, but the Yankees did a wonderful job, Tom. They had all these old players come back and share their favorite memories of John Sterling. And
Frim question.
They did this beautiful video tribute. They have his family out on the field, all the other iconic broadcasters there. And then at the end of the ceremony, they roll out a big TV, and that was their gift to him. It's like a TV that you can get off the rack at Costco.
That was
it was
weird.
Terrible. Do
you think they
one of
caught
the
him?
worst moments I've seen?
What do you think he caught them off guard with his retirement? So they had no idea what they were going to get him. Like, what do we get? I don't know. We should get him. I don't know. We didn't even plan on him retiring. Like, there's going to be something else. There will be something else.
There has to be something else. You don't just get someone a
TV.
36 years of service. Here's your TV. By the way, no severance. We got to pay Aaron Judge.
I mean, the TV was like, wow. Man, I don't know. Didn't quite seem sentimental enough, or didn't quite seem heartfelt at all. Like
frim question.
Here's your Panasonic. Oh man, that was that was strange. That was a weird one, I got to say.
Yeah, you know what they say. You can bet the Ranchie on Franchi.
Oh, Franchi Cordero.
Oh my goodness. Let's go to our next piece of audio here. Let's slide down to Brandon Ingram on NBA TNT after a win over the weekend. Here's Brandon Ingram.
It's a ghost screen.
What was the message? I understand C.J. McCollum put out a text to everybody on the team last night. What was his message going into this game?
Honestly, I don't know. I ain't looked at my phone the last 3-4 days. I was just locked into winning the basketball game, thinking about the details of the basketball game and, just being aggressive.
Good for Ingram.
Yeah.
Good for him. I didn't look at my phone. Either he didn't look at his phone or he did look at his phone. He's like, nah, screw that guy. I want to answer a text message.
For C.J. McCollum, I don't need him.
Yeah, I don't need to know what he's saying.
Exactly.
Usually you do not hear guys saying, I didn't look at my phone. So good for him if that it was indeed the case. They played well last night. I mean, offensively weren't great, but their defense was good. They battled back from 10 points down late, and C.J. McCollum got a really good look at it. It was a leaner, to be sure, but it was a good look at three, and just a little left, little back iron, and Thunder escaped with a victory. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander hit some big shots in the last minute of that game, which is, what MVP candidates do, and he did it. So that could be a fun series. I just hope, I hope Zion gets back. Like I said earlier, It's a bummer. No Zion, no Kawhi, no Giannis. Looks like Embiid's going to play tonight, so that's a good thing. But you just want guys to be healthy, and we're not getting it. So hopefully Zion comes back quickly.
Yeah, by the time the Olympics start this summer, it's going to be Steph Curry by himself out there on the floor with the way the attrition is taking place in the NBA.
That.
Yeah, exactly. Steve will have Steph on. He'll have him on a minutes restriction. He'll be the only healthy player out there. Let's get to this one last piece in our sound soiree. This is UConn head coach Dan Hurley, back-to-back national champion on the JJ Redick podcast. By the way, JJ Redick just interviewed for the Charlotte Hornets coaching job. But here's UConn head coach Dan Hurley with how he comes up with his offensive formations.
It's a ghost screen for a dunk, or you get to a 3-pointer either on a DHO or a catch and shoot. Where did you steal that play from?
So I think the inspiration the last 2 years, especially this year, is like watching college football now, or Shanahan from the NFL, how they'll have these formations. Obviously, the pace and the tempo of their cuts and their actions, but like how they'll have trips out of shotgun, with two in the backfield. And out of that formation, there's like 7 or 8 different things they do out of it, right? There's like a sweep, a play action, a deep post, right? All these different things. So I think going into this year, me and Luke Murray, we got together and we're like, we want to have 10 different formations.
So he just completely reinvented his offense of the national champion UConn team around football in the way that Kyle Shanahan runs an offense. Not too bad.
Pretty wild. That's pretty wild. And obviously he knows football. Like you just tell by the way he talks about it. Like he knows football, but it's wild. Like I tell you, coaches are literally the biggest thieves I don't even know in what. In a lot. These guys steal everything. I asked Steve, I go, where'd you get that? Oh, I stole it from New Orleans. He goes, my favorite thing to do is to steal an out of bounds play for somebody and then run it against them.
Yep.
I go, that must happen in the NFL too, where you steal a play and then you run it against that. It probably happens a lot. But yeah, coaches, there's not a lot of new stuff out there. That was interesting because he stole it from a different sport, which was wild to think that he found inspiration in a different sport and put it in his sport, and it worked. I mean, it really is. I mean, you think about it, football, basketball, I mean, obviously totally different, but what's it about? Spacing. Mm-hmm. How do you create spacing? That's what offense is. Creating space. What's defense? Closing that space. It's the same in football, basketball. I mean, 11 guys versus 5 guys, pads, no pads. I mean, it's obviously different, but it's all at its core. Football is how do we create space as an offense, and how do we take up that space as a defense, and that's exactly what basketball is. So when you think about it, you could certainly look at a different sport, like if you're in football, basketball, vice versa, and go, you know what? We could probably make that work. I see what they're trying to do here. We could figure out how to do that.
Yeah, and it worked for Dan Hurley.
What helps me have the most talent too. But
it does.
Although I will say, you look at their team, and I'm not sure when Castle's going to go, but Castle, Klingon, those are probably 2.
I think Castle declared the other day.
Did he
declared? Yeah.
Okay, so he's probably a first rounder. I'm not sure if Jensen's a first rounder or not. Newton, I'm not sure, but I mean it's really talented. But obviously, the guy's a hell of a coach. He's still annoying as hell. Not as annoying as his brother, who's just beyond annoying on the sideline.
The petulant Arizona State coach.
Yeah, with his hand in his back pocket, just like I told him. It's like, oh God. But he can coach, boy. He can coach, absolutely.
Absolutely. On the other side, we'll talk 49ers football, get you set for the draft on Thursday. Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area, will join us at 4:50. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Frim questions.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house a little bit different, but it may be similar in one way. You have one spot, maybe even a couple spots in the house where Wi-Fi doesn't quite reach. It's not quite as strong, as fast, as reliable as it is in the main part of the house. Look, everyone deserves fast internet. Everyone deserves reliable internet. The gamer does, right? The people who are working, maybe schooling, maybe streaming. Everyone deserves high quality internet that's fast and reliable. And if you don't have it, well, you should. And if you had wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you would. You wouldn't have to worry about dead spots. Everyone gets the same Wi-Fi. Everyone gets the same fast, blazing fast Wi-Fi. Everyone gets reliability, so you don't got to worry about interruptions in your game. Heaven forbid. Or in your streaming. You don't got to worry about that. Everyone is good to go. And that's all we want. We just want no whining, no complaining. Everyone's taken care of. And every part of the house that you walk into with any device, whether you're on your phone, your tablet, TV, you got the computer, got the laptop, you can go with your laptop wherever you want to, and you are good to go. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi only on the Xfinity 10G network. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for a reliable connection throughout your whole home. Now through June 21st, new customers can get started with gig speed internet for just $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or if you're out and about, visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports, you love high def, you love fast, reliable internet, blazing fast internet. Throughout the entirety of your whole home, you will love Xfinity.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Just 3 days away from the start of the NFL Draft, the 49ers slated to pick in the first round for the first time since 2021. John Lynch said earlier today, Tom, 22 first-round grades given out by the 49ers scouting department and front office. They're picking 31st. They've got 10 picks.
Doesn't quite add up, does it?
Feels to me like they might want to trade up if that's how they feel.
Doesn't quite. With math doesn't quite work there. Can't stretch it out. I don't know. I mean, do you feel like you have to have a quote unquote first rounder at the 31st pick? I don't know. Maybe you look at a second rounder and say, we think he's as good as the back end of the first. I don't know what positions they have all their grades in. Like if they have 22 first round grades, who knows what positions those are? So I who knows? I don't know. But I mean, look, that's the one thing. They have been known to trade up. They've been known to trade back. I mean, they usually do something on draft day. Right? I don't know, since John Lynch has been there, I don't know how many times that they've just gone through the draft and he's just picked. They've just, well, okay, that's our pick. I don't think they've done that, yeah. Yeah, I think they've traded up, they've traded back, they have, they've been all over the place. So I have no idea, what they're going to take. They have needs, right? They have offensive line, they could use defensive line, they could use corner. certainly be maybe linebacker. Maybe I'm not going to draft a linebacker that high, though. Look, I'm going to vote for defensive line because I always go defensive line with them.
Yeah.
I just figure like it's always a safe bet. Who are they going to take first? Defensive linemen. They love their defensive linemen. And I thought offensive linemen carry, but they keep saying like McKivitz will be the guy next year. Williams is going to be around one more year. They can get linemen further down in the draft, and maybe they're going to draft one to kind of stash for a year. He'll be a depth piece, and then he could fill in. And I'm just like, God, such a deep draft. Everything you read, the offensive, the tackles, there's like tons of them. And if they're that good.
For the first time ever.
Yeah,
you watch tackle play in the NFL, and you're like, where are these guys?
Yeah, you might want to go get one. So I don't know when they'll get one. I'm sure they will, but who knows? Who knows what they'll go? I mean, hell, it wouldn't surprise me if they went up and drafted another wide receiver for another toy for Purdy. But I just think it's got to be in the trenches for me. It's got to be offensive line or defensive line. Like I said, I thought offensive line early, but knowing them, as we all do, defensive line's always a safe bet.
There's a guy in the 26 to 34 range where everyone's projecting him. Chop Robinson, or it might not be Chop Robinson. His last name's Robinson. Yeah, Chop Robinson's the Penn State guy. It's Darius Robinson from Missouri, who has a very similar skill set to Eric Armstead. Defensive tackle. He can slide out and play defensive end. He can play defensive tackle. It would feel very similar to what the 49ers did back with the Buckner draft, where, they're getting rid of Buckner, but they're picking up the first-round pick. They go with Kinlaw. That obviously didn't work out according to plan. No. DeForest Buckner's still just a great, one of the best players of the last decade at his position. Kinlaw didn't materialize into the starter that the 49ers wanted him to be, but I could very much see that being the move this offseason where, you had to sacrifice salary somewhere. Armstead was another year older. He was injured in the playoffs, and he wasn't the same player during the second half of the season because of the injuries he was dealing with, and you get someone who can just fill that role. But with that being said, if there are 8 or 9 offensive tackles who can play in the first round, and you know that Trent Williams isn't going to play forever, maybe you decide to draft someone who can play right tackle and slide over to the left side starting in 2025.
Yeah. No, it's got to be one of those because I don't know how much. What do you think? Williams, maybe 2 years at most, I would think.
Max, I'm still surprised he's coming back.
No, so am I. It's a nice safety blanket to have.
Isn't it?
I was just looking at this, and so their first draft, I think it was 2017. The Solomon Thomas draft. Solomon Thomas, Reuben Foster. Not a great...
was Reuben Foster taken 31st overall?
31st, yes.
Yeah, that's where the 49ers are slated to pick right now. Huh.
Yep, exactly. So they've drafted when their first pick, because sometimes they've had 2 picks in the first round, but the first pick they've made since 2017 is defensive end, tackle, defensive end, defensive tackle, quarterback. So it's been mostly the lines is what it's been, and they haven't had a pick in the first round of the last couple of years because of that Trey Lance trade up to get. Obviously didn't work out. It was a crappy pick, but they didn't look. I would still defend what they tried to do.
Yeah,
and how they tried to go up and get a quarterback, and they figured we're never going to be at 12 again, hopefully, and let's go up and get somebody. They just didn't. Literally, they couldn't have chosen right. Everybody after Lawrence stinks. Maybe not stinks, but isn't great. So it was like that was just a bad year. It was like
they got the best trade return for any of the quarterbacks who were traded. I mean, they netted more than Justin Fields, Mac Jones, Zach Wilson. The trade return for Trey Lance suggests they made the right pick.
Yeah. You know what it was like? It was like spinning a roulette wheel and saying, "Give me green," and there's no green on the wheel. It's like, oh, God dang, I can't win. I can't win.
Yeah.
You can't. I couldn't have. I could. It's like a blackjack hand where you just can't. You couldn't have won. Like no matter how I played it, I was going to lose that. So that's why I say defensive line. But yeah, Mike McGlinchey they took with the 9th pick. So I agree with you though. If they could get somebody, and who knows where that is, if it's the first round. We've heard the guys from who's the guy from Georgia, Mims, and then the massive dude. Yeah, the guy from Oklahoma. I can't remember his name, but he's there's more tackles then there have a right to be. There's like, you're right. There's never this many tackles ever, and there's just like
also offensive line play is just not good in the NFL.
You're absolutely right.
I don't know how there are so many tackles all of a sudden.
I have no idea, But apparently there are. Now maybe there aren't, and they're saying they are, or maybe they are, and they're half of these guys will pan out. But I think you're right. If you get someone with some positional versatility that could help out and then get out to left tackle when Williams retires. I mean, McKivitz is just kind of like, he's okay. You know, you don't want to do. I don't think you want to do the anchor of your offensive line, and unless he's much better this year than he was last year. I mean, look, the offensive line wasn't it wasn't a negative last year by any means. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's getting to a point where, it's going to have to be addressed. Because once Williams goes down, then it might be a negative.
Yeah.
Then it's like you don't have that one, at least that one anchor on the left side. And being that there's a lot of tackles, then it would seem prudent to do that. But again, this is what these guys do. I'm just literally throwing darts at this point.
We'll ask someone else to throw darts on the other side. Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area insider. We'll ask him about John Lynch's comments earlier today as he met with reporters ahead of the NFL draft and what he anticipates the 49ers will do come Thursday night. An update on the Brandon Ayuk situation. More coming up next. You're listening to Tolbert and Copes, Crowley and for Copes here on Monday afternoon. KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader. The San Francisco Giants split their 4-game series against the Arizona Diamondbacks, including Sunday's frustrating 5-3 loss. Any concerns with the Giants right now? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sure. We receive calls about a lot of players. Yeah.
Given permission to his side to go?
I'm not going to get in all those details. We're really focused on BA being part of us. He's under contract, and we're looking forward to that.
Well, he tried to get the answer today from John Lynch, but Lynch wasn't willing to go there. Back here on Tolbert and Copes, Kerry Crowley in for Adam Copeland. We're joined now by the person who asked that question, Matt Mayoko, NBC Sports Bay Area 49ers insider. Matt, how are you?
I'm doing well. I'm just putting together my list of top 5 centers in all time.
Who do you got?
I would ask Tom for some help, but I'd rather just stick with somebody who knows the subject a little bit better. So.
Just go it alone, Matt. You're better off.
I'll you know what? I'll call up. Is it Alexi Saris? Or no, who is it? Siri, Alexa?
I think it was. I was like double streaming. Alexa Siri. So it's like the iPhone and Alexa. Yeah.
Yeah, that person is the Cybertruck of basketball.
The Cybertruck. Oh my goodness gracious, that is fantastic. So you tried to ask the question. You got shut down though.
Yeah,
you got rejected like a good center will do.
Yeah, sometimes you get more information when someone, when you don't get a straight answer, I think. No, but that's the reason. I think Mike Florio reported today or made it known on Football Talk Pro Football Talk that his side was given permission to kind of see what's out there, gauge the market. And, that could work both ways, obviously. I mean, if teams come back and say, well, first off, we'd have to give up a draft pick to acquire Brandon Ayuk's rights. And then if you're going to trade for Brandon Ayuk, you have to give him a contract that he finds acceptable to therefore sign him to an extension. And the moment you make that trade, if you make that trade, the leverage swings over to Brandon Ayuk's side. So, yeah, it would make sense that if there's any conversations that go anywhere, that the team that would be trading for Brandon Ayuk would have to know exactly what it would take to sign him. So, I mean, that would be a preliminary step. And, probably for the 49ers, they feel confident that, whatever number teams, if there are interested teams out there, and it sounds like there are, if an interested team is looking, to give him a deal that is still under what he's asking for from the 49ers, then it just makes it all the more likely that Brandon Ayuk is going nowhere. And then it's a matter of the 49ers and Ayuk's side working out the deal. But at the same time, he's under contract for this year. He's under contract on the fifth year option to make $14.1 million. So, it's not out of the question that Ayuk plays this season, the final year of his contract, and then he's eligible for free agency next year. But then a year from now, 49ers could franchise him. So I don't think anybody wants that. I think 49ers would love to sign him to a long-term extension, and it would be for a value that they would see as a little bit of a bargain. He wants, to cash in big on this contract. So typically these things take a while, and typically it's a deadline that spurs action. And the first deadline really, I think, is Thursday evening, when the 49ers, if they're going to get something from Brandon Ayuk, that would be the deadline for them to get a first-round draft pick this year for Ayuk. And then, the next deadline would be as training camp approaches.
How do you think the Niners and Ayuk's camp would view the Smith contract, the Philadelphia Eagles receiver, for 3 years?
Yeah.
I want to say 75 for like 51 guaranteed. Like how would that? I mean, does that sound about right?
Well, I think those numbers are a little bit fudged, because I think, I don't think it's, when you add in everything, I don't think it really comes out to a true $25 million a year.
Okay.
There's, I think a lot of time, I think that was a 3-year extension, so they're not counting, the money of this year with that. But I think if you're looking at, that if the 49ers could sign Brandon Ayuk to that exact contract, I would think that would be that's got to be the starting point, right? Devontae Smith is a very good player. He's been very productive. I don't think Devontae Smith fits the 49ers, and I don't think that they would take Brandon Ayuk in a heartbeat over Devontae Smith. But for the right team, there are other teams that would probably take Devontae Smith over Brandon Ayuk. But I think despite their differing styles of play, they're different body types. Their production is pretty similar. So I would think that would be a really good benchmark for where to start the negotiations and where the negotiations should end up being. And then you got other guys out there too. Justin Jefferson being Exhibit A of whatever Brandon Ayuk comes in at. Jefferson's got to exceed that. So I think it behooves the 49ers now that there's that template out there, or that comp, I should say, for Devontae Smith. I would think it would be easier to get something done in a lot of ways, kind of like the Deebo Samuel, deal from 2 years ago. There were all those contracts that were signed by wide receivers at that particular offseason. And, we all kind of knew, like, okay, Deebo Samuel's contract is going to end up somewhere between here and there. And that's exactly where it ended up. It just took a long time to get there.
I wonder, Matt, I am of the belief that Brandon Ayuk will be a 49er for the foreseeable future. I don't think that he will be traded on Thursday, but let's say that the 49ers get an offer that's too good to pass up. If that's the case and they do find a way to get a deal done on Thursday, they'd have to take a wide receiver in the first or second round, right? There's no scenario where the 49ers would trade Brandon Ayuk and would fail to replace him right away, correct?
I would think so. I would agree with you, Kerry. I think I agree that on both of those accounts that I don't think the 49ers are going to end up trading Brandon Ayuk, because I'm not sure, honestly, it'd make a whole lot of sense for a team to acquire Brandon Ayuk this year when you're giving up the draft picks, plural perhaps, but draft pick for sure, and paying him that money. But for the 49ers, I guess the only way that wouldn't be something that they would do is if a veteran player came over in that trade. Mm-hmm. If there's a draft pick and a veteran player and a guy that can step in. But I just see the wide receiver position. There's so many elements to and one of them being that Brock Purdy's favorite target is Brandon Ayuk. And Brandon Ayuk's style is a perfect fit for Brock Purdy. Those throws between the hashes where Ayuk is catching it full speed and turns upfield and ends up getting great yards after the catch. The other part too for the 49ers is they're not exactly deep at wide receiver. To me, Juwan Jennings had a great Super Bowl, a really good postseason as a whole. But he only caught 19 passes last year, the entire season, the entire regular season. So in the way I look at is 49ers, there's already a drop-off, pretty significant drop-off from their two starters, Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, to their third guy, Juwan Jennings. Then there's even a greater drop-off from Jennings to their fourth, because I don't even know if they have a fourth receiver right now. So it's a very thin group of wide receivers that would become infinitely more thin if they were to deal away their best wide receiver.
All right, where do they go first round? I'm going trenches, and I'm going to go defensive line just because that's where they've gone. I went back to 2017. I think in 3 of the drafts, the first pick they've taken is a defensive lineman. Kinlaw was the first player taken, 2 players taken, but they took him first. Solomon Thomas and Bosa. And then McGlinchey was a guy that they took from the offensive line. So even though offensive line, and I know maybe you've talked me out of this a little bit, that saying offensive line maybe isn't as pressing as I think it is. It's going to become pressing, but maybe not this year. So I just went back to my factory 49ers draft reset. Defensive lineman it is for the first pick, because that's what they always do.
I don't think that that's a bad pick. I think defensive line could definitely be there, and I think that with that position too, you'll probably be able to get a guard or some sort of offensive lineman in the second round. I think there will be corners available, but I don't think that even at this point the 49ers could tell you this is a position we're going to take, because I don't think it's just that simple of, hey, let's take defensive line, let's take the next defensive lineman that's available on our board. I bet right now they would say, well, we think that this guy is going to be there, hope that he's going to be there, and if he is, we're taking him. But I mean, I would bet that they have a list of maybe 1 offensive lineman, maybe 1 cornerback, maybe 2 defensive linemen. I'm just trying to think what a wide receiver. There might be a list of 5 guys at different positions where they have those 5 guys ranked for sure, but it's not as simple as, well, let's just take the best defensive lineman. They're in a position where they can really be true to their draft board, in that they don't have to reach for a guy or a position. They can just, hey, this is the guy that we think is better. We think this defensive lineman is better than this wide receiver. Or, hey, we like this cornerback a lot, but there's not a whole lot of drop-off between, say, this 4th cornerback and the 9th cornerback, which we'll probably be able to get in the next round. So there's a lot of that goes into play too. But no, I don't think you can ever go wrong by saying the 49ers are going to take a defensive lineman with their first pick.
Yeah.
Matt, earlier today, John Lynch in his press conference said that he believes in bloodlines. And so does that mean that Jerry Rice's son, Brennan, Christian McCaffrey's brother, Luke, or Terrell Owens' son, Tariq, which of those 3 players has the best chance to become a 49er? How about Frank Gore Jr., too? Let's throw Frank Gore Jr. in there.
You took away my punchline. I was going to say none of the above. Frank Gore Jr. Gosh, darn it. And during the rehearsals for this spot, you didn't say Frank Gore, so
he stepped all over it.
Yeah. Who would have the best chance? My guess is, oh boy, I think I'd go McCaffrey.
Yeah.
I think and that would probably be a 2nd or 3rd round pick. I would think that he would be, just thinking off the top, I think he would be the first guy. Yeah, he would definitely be the first guy of those 4 individuals that you mentioned to go off the board. And I mean, this is a guy who still has a lot of room to grow as a wide receiver, because he hasn't been playing all that much. And I just think that when you're John Lynch and you're the 49ers, and for John, he knows obviously Ed McCaffrey very well, as does Kyle Shanahan, and then being around Christian McCaffrey for a year and a half. I mean, that guy's just kind of wired differently. And Luke is a different personality, but he just is kind of like that whole family, exudes football. And so, yeah, it definitely wouldn't surprise me if they add one of those guys. And I think, Frank Gore Jr. is somebody that, Frank Sr., works a lot with the 49ers, and he's part of the front office and consulting work, and he obviously has a lot of knowledge when it comes to that position. I don't know where Frank Jr. is going to be drafted, but it's going to be really difficult for 6th and 7th round picks to make this team. And so I could see the 49ers moving up, using one of their fourths to move up, or maybe moving back from the second round, maybe even moving back from the first round. I think it's wide open what they do on the first 2 days of the draft. But if they're sitting there with a 6th-round draft pick and Frank Gore hasn't been chosen, I could definitely see them doing that. And, when you look at the running back position, there aren't a whole lot of jobs available there. Who their top guy is, and then you still have Elijah Mitchell and you have Jordan Mason. So they have 3 running backs that they like a lot. This is Mitchell's final year of his contract. So, it definitely wouldn't surprise me to see them take one of those legacy picks at least.
Didn't McCaffrey play like quarterback at Nebraska along his travails? Wasn't he like all over the place in college?
Are you confusing him with Chubba Purdy?
Yeah.
No. I'm definitely not confusing with Chubba Purdy. I know there's a bunch of McCaffreys running around out there, but I thought it was him. I thought he played like quarterback at Nebraska.
Well,
and
he was definitely. Yeah, I know he was definitely. I'm trying to think. Well, he was at
Michigan.
Wasn't he in Michigan? Yeah.
Luke McCaffrey passed for 142 yards as a freshman at Nebraska, Tom. So I don't know what game you were watching, but but I'm sure you had some money on it.
Oh, I'm sure I did.
Was that a prop bet that you had?
Yeah, I don't know what it was. It means I watched
Luke combined 450 yards that weekend.
It means I watch way too much college football is what it means. There you go. But I thought he would be a good one just because. And I watched him play a little bit at Rice, not a ton, but I think he can play a couple different wide receiver positions, and he's a return man. And I think they could use a return man. Although they did sign Taylor, right? Like within the last week, re-signed him.
Yes, they signed Trent Taylor, but he's some of these signings that they've had in recent weeks, and he would be one I would include in that. Like he's by no means guaranteed a spot on the roster. What the 49ers have done leading up to this draft is what they've basically done is created a floor, maybe a little bit of a higher floor, and now if they can, to use a terminology for the basketball portal or whatever, now they can recruit over guys and just try to improve themselves. And I would think at this stage of their careers, if they could get a McCaffrey to be the 4th receiver, or whatever the case may be, as well as a return man. I mean, put it this way, Trent Taylor's spot on the team isn't guaranteed, and it's not going to preclude them from taking a wide receiver / return man that they really like.
Got it. All right, before I let you go, since I haven't asked you this in a while, I was going to ask you another football question, but it can wait. I haven't asked you this in a while. Drinking any new beers lately? What's the fridge looking like?
I have a daughter who goes to the University of Oregon, and they have some great beers in Eugene. And so Cold Fire Brewery is one of my – no, it's not one of my – it's my favorite brewery up there. And they have a wide selection of West Coast IPAs. So that would be the beer that has been kind of new in my rotation, but came back with a pallet of beer the last time I was up there.
Very, very, very nice. And I told people that I saw you at the Sacramento game. Matt was out at Sacramento. Matt loves his basketball. He goes St. Mary's games. He's at Sacramento's Warriors. Is it weird being at a game, like not working it, just being there as a fan?
It's great. It is.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it's. I mean, people always say, "Oh, you have the greatest job in the world. Oh, it's got to be so much fun to watch the games and this and that." And I mean, I'm not saying it's not, but it's different when you're working it. It's not
way different.
You don't watch it the same way. You don't enjoy it the same way. And when you're just like, without any burden, no deadline, no, charting what's happening, no, how do I, what questions do I ask? You just watch it in a completely different way. So I've always tried to kind of stay true to, my inner fandom and, go to Giants games and go to basketball games and not have to worry about working them. So it keeps me grounded, Tom. It definitely keeps
you grounded.
Yeah. No,
are we okay now? Are we out of the woods? Speaking of the Giants, can you actually go to a Giants-Dodgers game now?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if the Dodgers would ever win a real World Series, then maybe I would feel threatened by them. But,
wow.
Yeah. So as long as they just keep
Matt, you are a fan.
Flaming out, as long as they keep flaming out in the first round of the playoffs with the highest paid payroll in the league, I'm fine. I'm not.
Oh man, hey, don't start that. Don't start the real World Series crap.
Hold on a second. I'm up to 6. I got to whittle down my list of top 5 centers of all time.
Who do you got? Tell me who you got.
Oh no, I'm gonna have the big reveal next week.
Oh, okay.
It's going to be a big reveal party.
You going to do it on Twitter?
Yeah, I think so.
He'll drop it in the
Fantastic.
YouTube chat with Alexa Siri. They can go back and forth debating.
There you go. I have JaVale McGee just on the outside.
Very much on the outside.
He's right there. All right. Well, enjoy the draft. You'll be working that, so obviously you won't be able to enjoy it quite as much. But I'll be watching it. To me, it's kind of like I record it, Matt, because it's the ultimate recordable event. You just fast forward, see who got picked, fast forward, see who got picked, and then fast forward and see who got picked.
There's this thing now, Tom, called the internet, where you can like find a tracker of just the picks, and you can just skim through it like pretty quickly.
Oh, I'm old school, Matt. I'm old school. Have a good one, Matt.
All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you.
Matt.
He's the best. I mean, how many guys you get come on here like, this guy's a professional, right?
Yeah.
And then come on here and say, yeah, if the Dodgers would ever win a legitimate World Series. I mean, come on, Matt.
He'll be at Mickey Mouse Ears Day later in June when the Giants host that. So speaking
hilarious.
of Giants baseball, we got Andy Baggerly on the other side of the Athletic. He's going to join us from Oracle Park talking Giants Mets. So that's coming up next here on Tolbert and Copes. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680 The Sports Leader.
San Carlos, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Carlos's sports leader.
KNBR Draft Show is happening this Thursday live at 5 o'clock as Greg Papa, John Lund, and Todd Husak react to the picks from Levi's Stadium. Go to KNBR.com and the KNBR app for more details.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house a little bit different, but it may be similar in one way. You have one spot, maybe even a couple spots in the house where Wi-Fi doesn't quite reach. It's not quite as strong, as fast, as reliable as it is in the main part of the house. Look, everyone deserves fast internet. Everyone deserves reliable internet. The gamer does, right? The people who are working, maybe schooling, maybe streaming. Everyone deserves high-quality internet that's fast and reliable. And if you don't have it, well, you should. And if you had wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you would. You wouldn't have to worry about dead spots. Everyone gets the same Wi-Fi. Everyone gets the same fast, blazing fast Wi-Fi. Everyone gets reliability, so you don't got to worry about interruptions in your game. heaven forbid, or in your streaming. You don't got to worry about that. Everyone is good to go, and that's all we want. We just want no whining, no complaining. Everyone's taken care of, and every part of the house that you walk into with any device, whether you're on your phone, your tablet, TV, you got the computer, got the laptop, you can go with your laptop wherever you want to, and you are good to go. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi only on the Xfinity 10G network. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for a reliable connection throughout your whole home. Now through June 21st, new customers can get started with gig speed internet for just $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or if you're out and about, visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports, you love high def, you love fast, reliable internet, blazing fast internet throughout the entirety of your whole home. You will love Xfinity.
From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
All right, we are back here on Tolbert and Copes. Kerry Crowley Filling in for Adam Copeland here on Monday afternoon as the Giants get set to open up their 3-game series against the New York Mets. Welcome the Mets into town tonight. Keaton Wynn takes the ball. Andrew Baggerly joining us now here. Bags, how are you this evening?
Gary, I'm good. How are you?
Oh, doing well on our end. Keaton Wynn, 1-3, 4.09 ERA, 17 strikeouts. But Tom and I were discussing Keaton Wynn earlier today. It feels like he's thrown the ball pretty well this season and has maybe had some tough results at times, the Jurickson Profar Grand Slam being one of them. But there's a lot of potential in his arm, and I might like him a little bit more than I even like Kyle Harrison right now if you needed a win.
Yeah, I mean, Harrison is working on his secondary stuff. He's got a fastball that's a special pitch when he throws it at the top of the zone, which he was actually struggling to do his last time out. And I think everyone's sort of waiting and seeing, what the rest of his repertoire is going to end up looking like. I mean, it was kind of eye-opening to me, or instructive to me, to look back at Logan Webb's last start and write a little bit about his four-seamer, which he hardly ever throws now, except when he really, really wants to throw it in a specific spot. And he threw that pitch 45% of the time when he made 8 starts as a rookie in 2019. I mean, he's really reinvented himself in the big leagues into being Logan Webb, and I think that's kind of fun to watch. And it'll be fun to watch Kyle Harrison evolve and sort of figure out what his secondaries are going to be. But he's got that fastball that is an ingredient that's going to work. Even when it was a tick down the other day and he wasn't locating it, it was still a fairly effective pitch. He kept him in the game. With Wynn, obviously it throws harder. He can top out at 99. The split can be a devastating pitch. You talk to a lot of scouts, and they think that he's a reliever. But I'll tell you what, he's throwing a slider now. That's a different slider. It's something that he learned in the offseason from Mitch Keller, fellow Iowan, while working out with him in that baseball hotbed of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. And he's feeling good about it. And now if he's got that pitch to go along with split and fastball, it becomes a starter's repertoire. And it'll be a good test for him with his Mets team that's coming in a little bit hot. But yeah, I agree. It's been a very, very encouraging start to the season for him. And that Alex Cobb is not going to be back next week or the week after that. He's on the 60 days. So they're going to rely on Keaton Wynn to be a regular presence in this rotation for a while now. And he's got a good chance and some good runway to really try to establish himself.
In your mind, when is it reasonable to expect Blake Snell to start throwing like Blake Snell?
Who are we talking about? Who's that again?
You know, the guy they paid $32 million to?
Yeah, the guy they gave $32 million to, including went into the luxury tax for, and gave up a draft pick for, and by the way, carried a man down on their pitching staff for the first 9 games of the season when he couldn't pitch.
Yep.
Yeah, they've made a lot of concessions to get this guy on the roster, and they're betting a lot that he's going to be really good in his last 25 starts of the season. That's what they're paying for, and I think they knew that he was not going to be very good in April. He wasn't very good in April last year when he won the Cy Young and had a full spring training. So, I think probably maybe another start or two. You just hope he can hang in there, be competitive. And I think you probably look for the lights to come on a little bit after that. But, the sooner the better, because every start is 1/30th or whatever of what they're paying for. And, every one that's a clunker. I mean, I think I looked it up the other day, what they've been outscored in Blake Snell's starts plus the start that Dalton Jeffries made, which was basically in Snell's spot. And I think I have the numbers here. It's kind of insane.
I bet it is.
I think they've been outscored something like 56 to 12 or something like that in those 4 losses. I mean, it's bad. It's really bad. And that's gonna keep you from building momentum when you got to have that stumbling block in the rotation. And that's why the Giants haven't rattled off that 4 or 5 game winning streak so far. So yeah, it's going to be important that they get the player that they're paying a lot of money for.
Yeah.
Bags, they're going with the same right-handed lineup tonight against a left-handed starter. Jose Quintana takes the ball for the Mets with Austin Slater and Wilmer Flores at the top. They've used Jung-Hoo Lee in the 3 spot so far a couple of times now against left-handed starters. Slater's numbers, obviously not where anyone thought they would be. Wilmer Flores, one of the Giants who's really struggling right now. How much longer do you think Bob Melvin will give this particular lineup construction against lefties? Because I know that they haven't faced a lot. They've been very limited in the number of left-handed starters they've seen in 23 games, but it does feel like if these guys don't get it going soon, they may have to reconsider what they're doing up there.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a conundrum, right? You know it hasn't been that big of a sample. You know they haven't gotten a chance to see a lot of lefties, so you got to give them that chance. And I think as you mentioned, Lee hitting third is more a concession to wanting Slater to lead off and believing that he's going to spark you from that leadoff spot against lefties. But it's the ebbs and flows of the season. I wrote today about Jorge Soler, and he's got 1,000 OPS with the bases empty and with runners on, and he's come to bat with 69 runners on base this season. He's driven in 2 of them. I mean, you couldn't repeat that. It's completely unsustainable. It's also positive, right? Because that's got to get better because he's taken good at bats otherwise. So, I think you give these guys a chance to settle in because this is who they are. They're at their healthiest. They're at their most complete. They're not waiting for somebody else to get back off the injured list. You've got to give this group time to settle in because you don't really have a lot of ready-made alternatives. And by the way, I looked it up. The scores of those games: 13-4, 8-1, 10-6, 17-1. So 48-12. 48-12 is the run differential in the 4 Blake Snell / Dalton Jeffries starts. Not what you want.
I'm going to say so. You know what, though? Made for plenty of good drinking time. I will say that. And freed up my days and nights considerably. I will say that. And you know what?
I think the Apple TV Plus guys want a refund. The Apple TV Plus people are like, what was that we just aired? No, we're not paying for this.
And I'm gonna disagree with you. Driving in 2 out of 69 base runners, I'm gonna say it's not a positive. That's just me. I want a little bit more than that.
No, obviously it's not a positive. He's in the middle of your lineup. He's got 4 homers and he's got 6 RBIs. He's driven in himself 4 of the 6 RBIs he has. I mean, but that's the thing. That's so crazy. It's not that he's having bad at bats. He's having good at bats, and obviously maybe he's getting pitched a little tougher, a little different with the runners on. He's working real hard at it. He was out there early with Pat Burrell in the cage. I got here early and watched that session. Everybody talks about this guy and how professional he is, just how polished and what a good teammate he is. And he does. He doesn't chase nearly as much as maybe I thought he might. And I think it's probably just one of those really, really weird, unsustainable trends. And there's been a lot of spots when he could come up and he could park one, and it's a 3-run homer or a grand slam, and it tilts the whole game. And we're going to see that before it's all said and done.
No, I know exactly what you're saying. It's a positive in that it won't continue that way because it's almost statistically impossible to continue on that way. So what happened with Melvin and Williams? And not rarely do you see a manager get kicked out and the third base coach get kicked out too. Like usually it's one saving the other, and they just both said, "Man, let's do it together. Let's do a 2-for-1 type bargain here." Did Melvin was he chirping, and then finally had it after the Newman hit, got kicked out because that's when it really irked him, like. Because it was clear, it seemed clear. I don't know if it was clear there or maybe it looked clear to me that he wasn't even close to being a foul tip. But it seemed like he got madder and madder, and then when he got the hit, that's when he really kind of lost it.
Oh yeah, and Matt Williams apparently, from what they say, all he did was flap his arms, and he got run for that. So. Yeah, and
Aaron
what
Boone
does that
asked.
signify, by the way, flap his arms?
I don't know. I mean, hey, Aaron Boone's been kicked out of games for less than that, including a fan yelling behind him. I mean, what was that? That was the most bizarre thing. Hunter Wendell said, "Oh, might want to revisit that decision." But yeah, no, it was a tough one. I think you're reacting to partially how Patrick Bailey reacted to it because he's the guy who's right there. He would know better than anybody. And the other thing is, I think you want to ask the home plate umpire. It's like, you know what? The guys who have a better view are the guys on the bases. So ask for help. Ask your crew for help. And even if they come back and they say, no, I saw it, they confirm it, at least you've asked for help. And he didn't do that. And I think that bothered them too. And Bob Melvin's voice was pretty darn hoarse today. So I think he definitely got his money's worth before he and Matty, walked hand in hand back to the clubhouse.
What is it with these guys that won't, like, some of them won't ask for help? Wendelstad today had a beauty of a line where Boone said, "It wasn't me," and he goes, "I don't care." Like, what does that even mean? I don't care. He just told you, like, even if you turned around and saw the guy yelling, you're throwing me out because you don't care. Like, the arrogance of some of these guys is incredible, but What is it with some of these guys that won't just say, hey, did you guys have a better view than me? Like an important situation like that. I don't want to stop the game all the time, but it just baseball umps. That's the one problem I have with them, the arrogance they have. And like, I don't know what the problem would be with just real quick. Hey, do you guys see anything? Anything? Okay, cool. Nah, it's still a tip. I had the tip. Or maybe somebody did see it better. But just the refusal to say, nah, we're good. Let's move on.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there are all kinds of umpires, and there's some are excellent, and most of them are excellent. In fact, we only notice them when they're not excellent. But like Mark Carlson worked the plate the other day. I retweeted his umpire score sheet because he just worked a great game behind the plate. But you're right. I think that the biggest issues that I have, or the umpires that stick out the most, are the ones that get a little unprofessional, and that should never happen. I go back to a couple of years ago when Dan Bellino absolutely just baited Madison Bumgarner, during the hand check thing. I mean, it's like that guy should never umpire another game ever again. That was just completely unprofessional. And now he's a freaking crew chief. I mean, it's crazy. And I know that we've got a union involved. And what bothers me about like an Angel Hernandez, who's just not a good umpire, is that it makes a lot of people react to this by saying, "Oh, unions suck. Unions are keeping him employed when he shouldn't have a job based on merit." And that's it. It's unfortunate because that really doesn't signify what unions do. But that's what a lot of people look at. That's how they're going to frame the whole argument. And, I mean, yeah, it's hard to fire people when they're part of a union. But, so some of the guys are – Angel Hernandez probably should not be umpiring, and he probably should retire. And Dan Bellino should not be umpiring. I think he impeached himself. But most of the umpires do a really, really good job, and they do it quietly, and you don't even notice.
Hey, just quickly, I'm going to throw this out there, and I could be way off on this. I probably should have ran it by Kerry because Kerry may have known and say, no, don't ask that, Tom. But in the games that I've watched, and I've watched every inning of every game, the one thing last year that stood out to me was Bailey, his accuracy from behind the plate to second base. Is it the same this year? Because it seems like there's a lot more, I shouldn't say a lot more balls, but there's balls going into center field, some short hops, some throws that aren't quite as good as they were last year. And maybe it's a small sample size, but am I just like making stuff up, or is that like only the games that I've seen, the innings that I've seen, or I could be completely full of crap, be honest with you. It wouldn't surprise me.
No, I think you're talking a little anecdotally, and I would agree with you. I think that early in the season he did have some throws that weren't exactly where he'd want them to be, and that was true in the second half as well, whether that was just a fatigue thing or whatever. But, I mean, this guy's unique. You see how he throws. He slings it. He throws from all kinds of different arm angles. That's what allows him to have the pop time as elite as it is. His ability to improvise, and he's made some really good throws in the last week. He's looked a lot better, and okay. I think I haven't asked him this, but my hunch is this guy puts a lot of his he spends a lot of time on framing up strikes for his pitchers, and he's learning some new pitchers. When he caught Blake Snell's first start, he'd never caught him aside from a couple of bullpens, and you're dealing with different pitch shapes, you're dealing with different temperaments and guys who have different speeds to the plate. So, there's probably a little bit of an adjustment for a sophomore catcher, who's catching some new people for the first time, especially when you're trying to steal every strike. So that may have played a part. I may be talking completely out of my nether regions. I don't know. But, he's hitting 340. He's obviously off to a really good start, and that's a hard thing to do in this league. All you had to do is look at Corbin Carroll, and he looked god-awful for the Diamondbacks in this series. And that guy was he was as slam dunk a rookie of the year as there's been in a long time last season. He was, one of the most valuable players in the league, and he looked just completely lost, both in the field and at the plate. So it's a hard game. It's going to humble you, and oftentimes it happens to you in your second season. So I think on the whole, you got to be pretty happy with what Patrick Bailey's doing on both sides of the ball right now.
No doubt.
Absolutely. Well, Bags, thank you so much for joining us. Look forward to your coverage of Giants and Mets, and best of luck the rest of the week.
Thank you. If you get any phone calls from a cranky Dan Bellino, tell him I'm out for the rest of the week.
I will do that.
Thanks,
Thank you. It's funny. I feel like I've learned several umpire names because of confrontations with Madison Bumgarner. I go back to Jeremy Rehack in Miami, one of the first series that I ever covered.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, my gosh. And they got into it early. Bum gets thrown out. Dan Bellino. Just a number of good.
Classic Joe West confrontation.
Joe West and Madison Bumgarner. You love to see those two get together. So I want to remind everyone that Tolbert & Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. On the other side, Tom and I will be back to wrap it up and get you set for the Giants pregame show before tonight's Giants-Mets series opener. You're listening to Tolbert & Copes, Crowley and for Copes here on Monday afternoon, KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader. All right, we are back, folks. Kerry Crowley, Tom Tolbert, wrapping up the show here on Monday evening as we get set to toss over to the Giants pregame show. Giants and the Mets coming your way at 6:45 this evening. Quick roster move to update you on. Luke Jackson back from his stint on the injured list. He joins the Giants bullpen. Nick Avila heads back to AAA Sacramento. Exactly. So tomorrow, Mitchell White expected to join the Giants. Not entirely sure who they will option out just yet, but Mitchell White, Santa Clara product, has pitched for the Dodgers and the Toronto Blue Jays. There were reports that he was expected to show up in town today after he was claimed off waivers from the Blue Jays. That is not the case. He is out of options, though, so this is a tryout. And if he sticks, it's a good sign for the Giants because it means that he would have pitched well, would have patched up a spot on this staff that they it's been a decent pitching staff so far, but they could always use a little bit more help. We'll run you through the Giants lineup real quick that Bob Melvin announced just a few hours ago. We mentioned it with Andrew Baggerly. Austin Slater leading off and playing right field, hitting just .095 on the season. That's followed by Wilmer Flores batting second and playing first base. He's hitting .218 this year right now. After Flores, you've got Jung-Hoo Lee hitting third, playing center field. Jorge Soler, the designated hitter and the cleanup man. Andy Baggerly with a great piece on The Athletic today about Jorge Soler and his struggles with runners on base. Matt Chapman bats fifth. He'll play third base. Michael Conforto hit sixth for the Giants in left field. Tyro Estrada bats seventh and playing second base. Tom Murphy, the catcher tonight, hitting eighth. Nick Ahmed, the shortstop, and batting ninth for the San Francisco Giants. Keaton Winn on the mound for this club this evening. We just mentioned with Bags, 1-3, a 4.09 ERA, 17 strikeouts on the season for Winn thus far, and really came into the year with the fastball split combination that very reminiscent of Kevin Gausman back during his days with the San Francisco Giants. That was the arsenal that Kevin Gausman brought. He didn't throw a slider, and the Giants thought, hey, maybe if we develop someone in our own farm system with a high-velocity fastball and a devastating splitter, maybe you could ultimately replace Kevin Gausman. That's obviously a much more difficult task done, but Keaton Winn has that fastball split combination. He's got the slider that he's mixed in now, and that's something that Gausman never really had in San Francisco. So trying to emulate that with the new pitcher that they've brought up this year. Of course, Keaton Winn being drafted several years ago by the Giants. But Tom, just a few minutes here to go as we get you set for Giants baseball on the radio.
Oh, man. You ready for a soup?
Always ready, Tom. I'm just disappointed Harmony couldn't make an appearance today.
Oh, we probably could arrange that, but not on short notice. Oh my gosh! Boy, let's see. Oh, Carrie should like this one. Yeah, women are paying $500 to try and to improve their sex lives. Seems like that's a small fee to pay, Carrie. It's a small fee not small p. What are you talking about? Showers here? No, I'm not. A small fee to pay to improve your sex life. Well, they're this is a hell of a headline right here, I got to say. Carrie, I'm just going to read you the headline from the Post, and you do with
Thank
it
you, Tom.
You do with it what you may. Women are paying $500 to get salmon's salmon sperm injected into their vaginas to boost sex lives.
Okay.
So there you go.
What time does the show end?
We didn't need about 3 minutes. Oh man! You can comment on the story or Tim's use of a sound.
Yeah, I'd love to know. Tim sends you these stories every day, which is a reminder that he goes online and seeks these out.
He actually tries to get me fired. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my God!
I don't have any analysis of that headline.
You don't have any analysis at all?
No, nothing to add there, Tom.
Oh man, this is the change is it's life changing. It's just absolutely.
I'll take their word for it.
Is that fish?
I mean, you got to believe these people right here. According to Peach and Lily, what are they?
Fish.
Rabbits? According to Peach and Lily, which sell marine jewel capsules. I mean, I don't know. I mean, people. I think half of this stuff, to be honest with you, is placebo type stuff. I do. I just think you want to believe it's going to help, so it's going to help, and it's nothing.
Yeah.
It's like, oh man, I just paid $500 for salmon semen. This is going to work. It better work, or I'm going to be an idiot if I paid for that stuff and it doesn't work. So you convince yourself that it's gonna work. I like to go with the catfish semen myself, but
there's fish.
Yeah. If you want to go salmon, go salmon.
I don't have a preference.
Maybe a little rainbow trout, Carrie.
Thank you, Tom. Oh, gosh, we're just running out the clock here. That's what we're doing.
God.
Yeah, that's what I'm sitting here to do.
I'm gonna have to get Carrie's doing four corners right now. All right, let's get the hell out of here. Let's thank our guests today: Javi Lopez, Todd Husak, Matt Mayoko, and and Bags. Thank you very much, Derek. Thank you very much to Tim. Carrie, thanks for filling in today, but you're not going anywhere just quite yet as we get everybody ready for the Metropolitans and the Giants right here on the Sports Leader. Take it away, Derek.
Frim questions. Oh, my God! Oh! Shut